Chapter 101 Shock. This is the Violent Modification live room? Hearing the man's words, the broadcast room was stunned. Mountain City? I didn't hear you right. Are you sure it's that mountain town? It's more than 500 kilometers away from Ninghai. How is it possible to reach it before 10:30? It's only 1 hour and 50 minutes to 10:30. 500 kilometers across the province? What are you thinking? High-speed rail can't run that fast. Under normal circumstances, one would have to drive for 5 or 6 hours for this to work. 1 hour and 50 minutes is impossible. This person is inexplicable. I think he's suspicious. Drinking alone on the street at night and going to a mountain town 500 kilometers away. He can't be wanted in trying to run away. Can he? Anchor, call Team Chin to ask if a wanted man has escaped from prison? Shouldn't normal people take airplanes and high-speed trains to get to Mountain City? How can anyone drive there? Netflix feels. The man. Either he's out of his mind or he's a wanted man. No one in their right mind could do this. Cloudy was also confused. Going to a mountain town 500 kilometers away in the middle of the night? What about amusement? Not. Buddy, I'm a valet, not a highwayman, and you're way too high on me. Yun Xiao was speechless. The man's old face flushed. Also find it a bit hard to be human. Stiffly said, Master, I don't have no way. My female ex-girlfriend is going abroad with the current one. I want to go to see her one last time. I want to take airplanes and high-speed trains too. I can't. He failed in business before. Owed a lot of money, and now he's an old scoundrel. My girlfriend broke up with me because of this, and do not expect her to come back to her heart. Just want to silently look at her one more time before she goes. Hey, not even if it is not possible, said the man, falling slightly silent. Know that it's too strong. 1 hour and 50 minutes, spanning more than 500 kilometers. Unless it's a movie, it's not realistic. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live streamers were amazed. The pop-ups are like blowouts. Oh, shit, this guy is in deep shit. His business is failing and his girlfriend is running away with someone else? It's heartbreaking. I've seen liquors before, but this is the best licking in the world. I've seen dog liquors before, but this is the only one in the world. Put, I'm so happy for you. Can't a big man have some backbone? Why do you have to hang yourself on a tree? If your ex-girlfriend ran away, then so be it. You're giving up the whole forest for a tree. What do you think? Seriously. I'd like to see what kind of woman has so much charisma that breaking up can make this dude miss her so much, and can't be bothered to take a licking. Not to mention, I'd like to take a look at it. Does this ex-girlfriend who ran off with someone else deserve to be licked? Anchor, drive. The current relationship has managed to make me quit male love. When you're rich, you're a little birdie. When you're broke, you turn your head and get into someone else's bed. What the hell? This kind of woman does not deserve to be loved. Live millions of people. Find and expose her. To the majority of male compatriots to remind, don't be too fucking emotional. The man had a grim look on his face. It seemed to think that Jin Xiao could not possibly agree. Grabbed a bottle of wine and was about to get himself drunk. Watch his back. Yun Xiao frowned. Dude, your girlfriend ran off with someone else, and you still want to see her? The man poured a mouthful of wine, his back slumping, but insisted, nodding, yes, I have to take another look. Old dog liquor, Yun Xiao faintly said. Men don't care. Just a slight smile. Lick a dog if you want to lick a dog. I know best what's between me and her, and only seek a clear conscience. Seeing that calm look on the man's face. Instead, Cloudy was more curious. You have to have a car to go to Hill City. The man froze. A flash of surprise surfaced on his face. You agree? Cloudy didn't answer. It just blandly said, 500 plus kilometers is simply not enough time to get there. The man was flabbergasted. Then Yun Xiao said to himself, 500 kilometers won't work, but 300 odd kilometers is barely a try. It should be able to arrive before the plane takes off. Puzzled, the man asked, the shortest highway from here to the mountain town is 500 kilometers. Following the normal highway naturally won't work, but there is a shortcut, a no man's land bridging the gap between Ninghai and Mountain City. The roads are more complicated, all potholes and mountains, and the straight line distance is more than 300 kilometers. Let's go through here. Next, the man brought Cloudy back home. Said home is a dimly lit underground workshop, converted into a repair store. Not even a window. It reeks of dampness and mold. There are 2 rooms in total. The big iron door next door is locked. It's a garage. The man opens the metal door. There was an old Santana parked inside. Beyond that, there are also bits and pieces of machines of steel construction, and rudimentary machining machines, various repair tools. The tiny garage is stuffed with instruments for car modifications. The man laughed in embarrassment. This Santana has followed me for many years and often needs to be tinkered with, while going to a garage is too much work. I didn't have that kind of money either. So I had to go to a collection of inexpensive rebuilt instruments and learn to reinforce and repair them myself, and work on other people's cars on the side. I wonder if it can run hills. Cloudy went up to take a look, opened the front hood. After a brief inspection, he said, 1. 8L standard model with multiple body scuffs and paint repairs. Most parts worn, few replaced. The center grille is also broken. The tank frame is warped, and the front end has been in a collision before, right? Also, the left and right headlights have been replaced, so it's a good thing they weren't cut and welded inside. The beams are basically intact, and the wing girders and shocks are okay. None of them show signs of repair. The main body of the engine is still in good shape. There are no broken wiring ducts, and the chassis has no visible corrosion or bottoming out cuts. It's in pretty good shape, but it's going to need some modifications to run off-road in the mountains. The man was in a difficult position. Is this too late? Yun Xiao laughed. Sharpening the knife does not delay the cutting of wood. With the current state of this car to run in no man's land, halfway it will have to lie down, and will not be able to reach the mountain city at all. Having said that, take wrenches, screwdrivers, and other repair tools. Put this Santana together. He moves fast. Start by removing those faulty devices, and then replace it with a brand new one. They say they are new, but most of them are actually second-hand finds as well. Each component reached the cloudy sky by combining his one hand with the car. Fits perfectly together. Assembly was very quick. Each step is precise as if it were a machine. There will not be the slightest deviation. There's the modification master skill given by the system. Cloudy is like a master teacher who has assembled tens of thousands of cars by hand. Instantly, there was insight into all the weaknesses of this car, and make corresponding improvements in maintenance, as long as everything affects the speed of the vehicle. All to be replaced and modified. Live streamers see here. It's already causing a lot of fuck sounds. All of them were surprised by Yun Xiao's hand speed. This is a car modification, right? Can he do it too? Bullseye. Anchor wouldn't be trying to go to a mountain town 500 kilometers away by modifying a Santana, right? Why do I feel that this live broadcast is getting more and more outrageous? Didn't you hear what Cloudy said? Between 2 points. The line segment is the shortest. He's going through no man's land. It's actually only 300 kilometers. It's too late. It's been 10 minutes. 300 kilometers. 1 hour and 30 minutes is a lot of time. And it's all potholes in the riverbed. Nima, this joke is really big. Unless he can turn a Santana into a high-speed train, it's impossible. The moment. Cloudy is like an artist. Use both hands. Constantly disassembling and assembling. Wait for all parts to be replaced. Mounted another mountain tire on the Santana. The whole body, in vain, drew up, exposing more chassis space. Modified. Car grip, speed and damping system. All improved by leaps and bounds. But not enough. One last step to go. It's the energy consumption. Cloudy took out the king of fuel, super fuel buster that he had won from the raffle. Opened the Santana gas tank. A few drops were put in. The system explains that this is a fuel catalyst. It can effectively enhance the activity of oil molecules, greatly enhance energy purity, enables fuel to be better utilized and absorbed. Just add it to regular fuel. This is a tank of gas that becomes highly purified and refined, releasing energy far beyond itself, thus using less gas and running faster. For example, this Santana's top speed, at around 180 kilometers, added the super oiler. It also doubles, and Cloudy's previous modifications. It's all about reinforcing the body structure. It makes it possible to go under extreme speeds without a series of problems. Do it all. Cloudy got into the car, hit the fire, launch, boom. Modified Santana with a beastly growl. The entire workshop produces a popping sound. Get in the car. The man just reacted. With a shocked face, he looked at Yun Xiao. Brother, are you the king of car modification? In the meantime, live stream. The audience was completely confused. Crap. Am I in the wrong live room? Does Santana have such a powerful engine system? Someone explain what Cloudy is adding to the gas tank? Through the screen, all feel the brain melon buzzing. Nima's listening to a sound. I thought this is a turbocharged engine. This Santana is not going to go up to the sky later, is it? Chapter 102, Crossing No Man's Land, Santana chasing high-speed rail. It's night, 300 kilometers of no man's land. A beat-up old Santana, driving at high speeds on potholed dirt roads. Darkness. The white Santana seemed like a bolt of lightning, traveling through at breakneck speeds, stirring up dust. It was barren and dark all around. No moonlit canopy. It was like a black cloth over the earth. It made the night deeper. The only thing that pierces the darkness is this white Santana, like a guiding light. Time. Come 9:30 a.m. There is only 1 hour left before the plane takes off. Deserted no man's land. There is an unfinished and abandoned highway. Signs are erected on the roadside. It has long been rusted. See the scene. The live streamers can't help but be a little worried. It's really no man's land. There's not a single car in the middle of the night. It's pitch black. You won't run into wolves, will you? I heard that in the past. The government planned to build a highway over here, but it wasn't built for long before it was abandoned and rerouted from somewhere else, just because of the complicated terrain and many unknown dangers. This is no man's land, hundreds of kilometers away, and there are no buildings or supply stations. What if the car runs out of gas? It's dangerous to cross no man's land even if your car skills are good, and this neighborhood is a deep forest, so I think it's better for the anchor not to show off too much. Don't be too pessimistic, you guys. Look at the modifications Cloudy made to the vehicle before. It's very professional. Even I, an old modified car expert, can't do it. Inside the car, Cloudy dashed and maneuvered the steering wheel, avoiding ground potholes in time every time. Sight penetrates the blackness. Stare ahead. It's like a pair of sophisticated scanners. Any roadblocks, potholes, or even a piece of gravel on the ground, none of it escaped his eyes. In the first instance, the best response strategy can be made. Make timely evasions. So, even driving through the mud in no man's land, it also seems to be as if you are walking on water, plus the dampening system that was modified. Neither one has ever felt a major up and down. Unobstructed. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Coward. What kind of skill is it to drive on this kind of road like it's flat? Hiss that bend just now. It surprised me. They didn't even sway. It was incredible. This first view is too exciting. It's like a roller coaster. In my place to drive, I would have died 800 times. True to form, you can always trust the anchor's driving skills. Straight from the booth, there were cries of alarm. Netflix has known for a long time that the Cloudy ride is awesome. Still, the scene was an eye-opener for everyone. Driving a Santana, crossing the thrilling no man's land. This world, is there a path he dares not cross? Inside the car, except for the engine roar, a silence. The man was thinking the same thing as the crowd on the air. All were amazed by the skill of the Cloud's car. But, the ex-girlfriend thing keeps him distracted and demoralized. Can't seem to stand the atmosphere. It also seems to be trying to find someone to talk to. The man finally spoke. Master, do you want to know the story of me and her? Cloudy froze and nodded. She and I were together for almost 10 years, and then I started a small business earning my first commissions. But the twist appeared when a friend and I invested in a medical company, only to realize it was an empty-headed company, with all the medical equipment on hand smashed, and not a single hospital willing to adopt it. My best friend lied to me. He's a medical peddler and the investment is just a cash pickup. Since then, I've been in debt, sold my house and car, had to live in the basement, and have high online loan debts and am on a credit blacklist. At that, the man's voice trailed off. There are often debtors coming to my door to collect debts. My girlfriend couldn't take it before she left and told me not to contact her again. I can't give her the security she wants, and leaving is the best option. Since then, the online lenders haven't come calling. They see me as poor and can't pay me back. Otherwise I wouldn't even last today. I just want to go and see her again and send her off in silence. The live broadcast room was silent for a moment, and the pop-ups were like a blowout. Netflix is also very emotional. This dude was really unlucky enough to have his best friend cheat on him and his girlfriend leave with him. He was desperate at the time, wasn't he? That's true, but that woman is too realistic. A man's life is always at a low point, and if he can't share in the pain, and chooses to abandon him at his saddest time, what's there to hold on to? Right, this kind of woman is not worth it. I still say the same thing. Find her and expose her online. Make her regret what she did in the first place. That woman is a piece of shit and it's better to leave. But this dude is too much of a dog licker to go after all that? Live stream. Feeling bad about that. A man of steel. It's time to take it and leave it. What's wrong with being a lickspill? Cloudy didn't say anything. Continue to add full power and grip the steering wheel. This Santana winds up, running through no man's land. Unawareness. It was already 10 o'clock at night. It's only half an hour until the plane takes off. The man looked otherwise, staring blankly at the navigation. Distance to destination. There's still over 120 kilometers to go. It's simply too late. He was silent for a moment and sighed. Master, I still have to thank you, but it's already too late to catch up. Let's go back. This moment. It was as if he looked away a lot and his whole being became relieved. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao only smiled faintly. We're past the hardest part of the journey. Before that it was all riverbed potholes. But this is no man's land. The fun is just beginning. At the man's dumbfounded look, Cloudy put his foot on the gas and pushed the shifter violently. Boom! This Santana engine is loud. Modified mountain tires. firmly grip the ground. Friction is at its limit. Next, if you look down from a god's perspective, a vast expanse of no man's land. This Santana, like a cheetah running at breakneck speed, open unlimited linear acceleration. 100 yards, 150 yards, 200 yards, dashboard mph, soaring as far as the eye can see. Finally, the red tipping point was reached. Beyond the limits of this Santana, its speed, however, still hasn't stopped. Still climbing like crazy. Add the fuel energy of the Super Oil Buster blend, greatly improves engine kinetic energy, making this Santana's top speed enough to rival a first-class race car. Whoosh! No man's land. Wherever it passes, it was as if a strong wind was blowing, so fast that you can't see the car. Speed, 300 kilometers. The man in the passenger seat. Feel the thrill of extreme speed. Pupils are dilated. Adrenaline spikes. Couldn't help but get all hot and bothered. The cheeks were twitching slightly, subconsciously grabbing the handle. I'm really afraid that if I let go, the person will fly out. Under the darkness, a few hundred meters away, there is an elevated railroad, a high-speed train, whistling. It's well known. The fastest thing running on the ground is high-speed rail. High-speed rail speeds, typically around 300 kilometers per hour, but in actual operation, factors such as terrain, mountains and tunnels should be considered. It can only be maintained at 250 to 280 kilometers. The moment, passengers in the high-speed train was looking out the window at the scenery along the way. Suddenly, a white Santana sedan was spotted, traveling through no man's land, getting closer to this high-speed train. Not just them, the live viewers also saw the scene. Pop-ups, nuclear explosions. Crap, if I'm not mistaken, that's a high-speed train, right? The anchor is actually running after the high-speed train? NEMA, Harmony high-speed train, average speed 260 kilometers per hour. This broken Santana can even suppress the high-speed train? I'm fucking numb. Cloudy is driving a Santana, shoulder to shoulder with a high-speed train? This is going to heaven. I don't believe it. How can Santana go so fast? That's a high-speed train, not a train. Not true. The train can't catch up. I must have gotten up too fast. I'll lie down and take a nap. Handsome bomb Anchor bull batch. Hurry to take a video and send it to friends. In the meantime, inside high-speed rail, Shock looked out the window at the Santana. It's about to overtake high-speed rail. All the passengers were confused. Mouth wide open. Jaw slammed on the floor. Looks like they sit. It's high-speed rail, right? Chapter 103, on what grounds a man can spend his time drinking? G7211 high-speed rail. It's on its way to Mountain City. Inside the cab, the two drivers were incredulous, staring down at the viaduct. A white Santana, fast as lightning through no man's land, slowly approaching the viaduct and overtaking the high-speed train. Two high-speed rail drivers. A look of confusion. Old Zhang, slap me. Am I mistaken? The co-pilot saw a ghost. No, you're not wrong. It is indeed a Santana. The other driver smiled bitterly. Having driven high-speed rail for so many years, first time I've seen it. Someone drove the car so fast. High-speed rail can't even catch up. Oh oi, how come there's no sound? The station called out. High-speed rail driver, reporting to the station. You may not believe me when I tell you, I just saw a Santana that overtook the high-speed train. A vast expanse of no man's land. Santana sped across, after reaching terminal velocity, directly overtaking the moving G7211 high-speed train. The clouds were oblivious. This action gave passengers and two drivers inside the high-speed train. What a shock! Look at the high-speed train being left behind. The live feeds can't be calmed until now. Against all odds. Crap, the moment I saw Santana overtake the high-speed train, my scalp exploded. It's too thrilling, too exciting. It's the speed and the passion. I've recorded the video just now and have posted it online. I can't be the only one shocked. I have to keep everyone with me. Bastard, you guys are too fast. I'm still editing, and someone's uploaded it? Weekly asking how many people in this live room are actually here waiting to carry the video? Is it really that hot? Upstairs. Brother, you're a newcomer, aren't you? Let me tell you, which news related to Cloudy is not the headline these days? Any one of them has millions of views, and all the stars have to take a back seat. Bullshit, you guys are such thieves. Making money while watching live? No way. I'm going to learn how to make money from editing. Getting closer to the airport. The man looked, then, more and more nervous. This moment, he truly believed it. Cloudy was able to arrive in Mountain City before the plane took off. Even high-speed rail can catch up. What else can't he do? In the live room, there are not just self-publishers who carry videos. Most of them are regular internet users. They care more. It's the live content and the emotions conveyed. So, more than anything, I want to know how this ends. 10 more minutes. It's 10:30. I really want to see that scummy girl who treats her feelings unfaithfully. 10 years of feelings, just say go. A piece of sincerity. In exchange for a wolf's heart and lungs. Hey, can only share the sweet, not the bitter. What is the point of going back to her again? It will only be humiliated all over again. These days, how many women are willing to share the same pain? Pure feelings only exist in fairy tales. In order to pay for his girlfriend to study, when I dropped out of school to work, every month to save money, 10 cents of mineral water bottles piled up in the rental house. After my girlfriend went to college, I was in the south. She was in the north. Several months to see aside. I remember that it was a cold winter night. I braved the cold hundreds of kilometers on the green train to see her. The results? I stood in front of the school and saw her get into someone else's BMW. Brothers, me too. Back in the day. Hey, too stupid. Now I have looked down. A person quite good. The netizens' heart is in the right place. Quite a few people sharing their passing, but it triggered a backlash from female viewers. Finally, a female audience member couldn't resist. Dislike on the pop-ups. Why should a man who spends his time drinking put the blame on a woman? Bottom line, it's like a fuse. Instantly, it ignited the emotions of many of my fellow women. More and more women are starting to advocate for their rights. Go ahead and accuse men of their sins. That's right, you men play around and find lovers. Why should women suffer along with you? How many men are willing to do that when they're in the same boat? A woman can't afford to spend her youth. Why should she follow you and suffer? Why should we be asked to do what we can't do ourselves? A pop-up. Intensive bombing. Pulling off the male-female argument. Each has its own rationale. No one is convinced by anyone. Thousands of miles away from the mountain town, Guangdong and Canton, some big city. Late at night, an office building is lit up. A woman in her late 30s is working overtime alone. The company is all gone except for her. That lonely back. It seemed extraordinarily silent. She was also a fan of Cloudy's live broadcast. Heavy workload, often weighing him down, and leisure time. Both will relax by watching the Clouds live. Normally, she only watched, never spoke. But the topic is a bit sensitive today. Stirring up inner waves. Pick up your cell phone and start talking on the air. I've had my share of pain and suffering. It was when my boyfriend and I had just graduated and went out to start our own business. And it was the hardest time of our lives. In order to save money. Living in a moldy basement. A dozen square feet of room, only a bed, a recliner. 2 people have to sleep separately. Every day only eat instant noodles, boxed lunches. I stayed with him for 3 years. Finally got my career going. And the day we moved out of the basement. Know what he said? He said he didn't feel it. It was like the left hand pulling the right hand between us. He left. I gave him the best of my youth. But what did I get? Now I face repetitive overtime work every day. Often arriving home at 11 or 12 o'clock. I'm 30 years old, no longer young, and have walked him through the toughest years only to be abandoned like garbage. I'm confused about the future. The dense army of pop-ups. This statement by the woman is like a needle, deeply rooted in the hearts of countless netizens. It's silenced a lot of people. It was her misfortune to meet such a scummy guy. It's pathetic. Sis, sympathizing with you. It's so hopeless and sad that I'm afraid to fall in love after watching it. Next, Netflix put together a man's story. And the woman who made this statement retweeted to Twitter. B-site. In time, it sparked a new wave of spectatorship. With the heat on fire, there are a lot of teenage boxing accounts and vloggers that have come to rub off on the traffic. There are even people who pull straight against each other. Fanning the flames. CCC. This is how the lower head man operates. Sisters don't give men any sweetness. They never deserve to be trusted. Men can afford to procrastinate. But what about women? We dedicate our best youthful years to be physically attacked just because we don't want to suffer and live in this kind of hiding? A girl, the most valuable is the age of 20. Of course we should give ourselves the best. Otherwise, when one grows old, men can find lovers and take young wives. Who will pay for us? On the web. These women's boxing comments are flowing. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Terrifying as hell. A great punch. Really just caught off guard. Men cheating. Not seeing which time you guys spray less. Scumgirl cheating that his youth is very precious. Double standard is played by you guys understand. Spamming the internet in the name of women's rights. Inciting male-female antagonism. Death to all female boxing dogs. Who is the final beneficiary? Think for yourselves. One time, the Cloudy live stream burst into flames once again, because a dog-licking man insisted on seeing his ex-girlfriend. Surprisingly, it sparked a discussion all over the internet, blowing up a bunch of female boxing Vs. Countless people watched the live broadcast and fell into deep thought, as more and more people join. Amusing sounds, tweets, and B-sites, as well as the major forums. The conversation about men and women exploded. Earlier Santana chased the high-speed train in the news. All ignored by the internet. The moment, with the whole internet watching, both men and women are discussing whether men's behavior is worth it. Some people think men are too infatuated. It's perfectly normal for men and women to break up these days. Good horses don't come back. Why bother? There are those who feel that he's a lickspittle. Your girlfriend ran off with someone else and you're still chasing after her? Isn't this a disgrace to men? But no matter how much the internet blows up, both men in the car were unaware of it. It's coming. Cloudy suddenly spoke. The Santana slowly decelerates and pulls out of the no man's land area. Ahead, a bright light was faintly visible. There's the direction of the airport. Look at the man's expectant and complicated look. Cloudy asked, have you thought about it? What kind of person will your ex-girlfriend be with after she leaves? The man was baffled for a moment. Silently, he looked out the window. It was only after half a minute that he smiled bitterly. People who are better than me are also more handsome than me. He'll be attentive to her, be there for her, and take care of her emotions better than I ever could. He would be a passable boyfriend. The man was frustrated, facing memories. When we first got together, I was so busy working that I ignored her feelings too much. There's no time for companionship, no time to listen to her. Until after my business failed, I still let her follow me to hide and worry. My fault, too much. The man blamed himself and lapsed into silence. Hearing this flip-flop of his own, the argument on the live feed petered out. A number of teenage viewers got their emotions out as well. No more anger. There was an outpouring of emotion. Actually, he knows it's wrong. It's better for a man to be busy with his career than to spend his days drinking. Why? I've never met a good man like little brother in reality. He did this for the sake of both of them in the future, only ignoring the woman's feelings. Oh, it's not that the mutual feelings are too fragile? Both sides a little more trust and tolerance. Why is it so? The minutes ticked by. 10:28. Distance to final boarding. Only 2 minutes left. Buzzing. Under the astonished gaze of airport passengers, a Santana sedan suddenly burst through the gates of Hillcrest Airport, sprinting all the way, parked at one of the boarding entrances in the terminal. Chapter 104. A live broadcast that made the entire internet angry. Patter. A light rain fell on the night sky. The Santana was parked in the side entrance. Through the night, saw a girl pulling a suitcase, appeared in the two men's field of vision. The girl was 25 or 26 and had a ponytail. The face is quiet and gives a very clean look. From the demeanor of the man beside him, you can tell that the girls are his ex-girlfriends. Traveled across 2 cities and over 500 miles to come and see her. The man stared at the girl dead in the face, his face agitated. However, just then, a strange man showed up. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, fat, Mediterranean, with a beer belly. The forehead is covered with wrinkles. Living, breathing, middle-aged, greasy men. The girl suddenly grabbed the middle-aged man's sleeve and seemed to be saying something, a face full of pleading, but the middle-aged man was impatient. One shook her off. Wow, this scene directly caused the live broadcast to explode. I didn't realize it was really a scummy girl. After leaving the men, she actually found an ugly, frustrated, older, balding guy. At first glance, it's one of those rich big bosses, often spends his time away from home, looking for a lover, but it looks, she seems to have been dumped by. The pop-ups came like a blowout. I was never expecting to see such a scene. 3 views exploded. This man is older than my father. Oh, deservedly. Do rich people really talk about their feelings for you? It's just for fun, bitch. You deserve what you get. Rather be a mistress to someone else than to accompany her boyfriend to share the same pain. What is this, not a scum girl? Little brother rushed hundreds of kilometers. Just want to see her last side. I thought I could get together and put an end to this relationship. I did not expect to be so explosive. I really feel bad for my little brother. This kind of trash woman. Go online to expose her. If we can't make her lose her reputation, the millions of netizens sitting here are responsible. Such a bombastic scene. Even the female audience can't stand it. An angry crusade on the air. Shameless. Being a mistress to a greasy old man is a disgrace to us women. Thanks to me, I was putting in a good word for her, thinking she had a good reason for leaving. But now, bah, disgusting. I can't stand it. What's wrong with being rich? What's wrong with being rich? Can you cheapen yourself for the sake of money? Shame on you. If I were her parents, I'd break her legs. Car. Yun Xiao looked at this scene indifferently. The expression remained unchanged from start to finish. The man beside him stiffened. An involuntary shudder ran through his body. Eyes on the balding man at the gate. Lips quivering. How did this happen? A short sentence. Not finished. His trembling intensified. It's like being slammed by the scene. Millions of people in the live room. seeing men at this moment. Both thought he was angry and couldn't take it. The woman whose heart is in the right place, being held by him all the way. But it turned out to be looking at a greasy old man, to be a mistress for someone else. It was a scene that must have hit him too hard. It's not just him. Even the live streamers couldn't take it. All of them are angry. The journey was spent listening to my little brother tell himself about his past. All know how hard it was for him. First, I went bankrupt and was lied to by a friend. Going through another sad relationship. His girlfriend also left him at the most difficult time. Hearing about this tragic episode, people unconsciously bring themselves into it. Feeling bad for men. People, all of them, sympathize with the weak. When men travel hundreds of kilometers through the night, just to come and see her one last time and send her out of the country. See what? The woman, who didn't hesitate to throw herself into someone else's arms, or an old man in his 50s or 60s. Men have always said that before. The girl will find a guy who is better and more handsome than him. But it was a bolt from the blue. Be a mistress. Be a mistress. Shameless to the core. Throwing away all the shame of a girl. It's like treating yourself like a clearly marked commodity. Who bids high and at the right price? It'll be with whoever, no matter how old or ugly they are. Netizens are feeling like they're being cheated. It was a blast. Disgusting woman. She doesn't leave when her boyfriend has money, but she runs faster than anyone else when he doesn't have money. For the sake of money, she turns her head to find a greasy old man. Too cheap. I was so angry that I couldn't eat my meal and slapped my dog twice. Angkor, I can't stand this breath. Teach the scum a lesson. Let her be infamous and nailed to the pillar of shame forever. A pop-up, densely populated the broadcast room. Both fight for men. Can be alive in studio message. Men can't see. He stared blankly at his ex-girlfriend and the older man. The words that came out, however, instantly calmed the live broadcast. Crazy swiping pop-ups. It's like being still, only because the man said, I know him, he is my Shouting's father, and he was the one who opposed our relationship before. I got it. Shouting isn't planning to go abroad, and she's not looking for a boyfriend. It's all a lie. The man looked as if he couldn't tell what it was like. Boom. This statement was made. The live feed was like a bomb dropped. Everyone was confused. The greasy bald guy, is it the girl's father? This divine plot twist. It makes their heads go down and they can't turn the corner for a while. I thought what I saw in front of me was the truth. As a result, development beyond all expectations. The moment. Cloudy looked at the girl and the obese man curiously. There are a few similarities between the eyebrows, because the men are old and blossoming. That's what makes such a big difference in image. The other side. Boarding entrance. Shouting tugged at the obese man's shirt. Dad, I don't want to go abroad, let alone get a boyfriend. I want to stay here. I will rely on my own efforts to work and earn money to help him pay off his debts. Me, don't want anyone else meddling in my life. Speaking of the end, Shouting looked stubborn and almost yelled out with force. Father looked at her angrily. Don't you understand yet? You've done so much for him in silence. But what does he know? He obviously has a better life. But he has to stay in this place. My silly daughter, are you still young? You'll be 30 in a few years. And if you want to marry again, will someone else be willing to do it? You've helped him pay off enough of what he owes. And you've suffered so much over the years. Is it worth it? Look, it's about to board and he's not coming. Inside the car, after seeing this scene, the men were greatly shocked. Half a day of silence. He had red eyes and a hoarse voice. I see why she left without saying goodbye in the first place. Because I wasn't going to let her help me pay off the loan. She had to sneak out. All these years, I thought it was the loan company that had been kind enough not to come to me. In fact, it's always been her who has silently endured everything for me. Spring, summer, fall, winter, 4 seasons of cold, she's working to pay back the money. He was sobbing uncontrollably by the time he said this. Hate to slap myself. Shouting has done so much, and he knows nothing. There was also a misunderstanding that she had a new love interest. You know why I took this order? Yun Xiao suddenly spoke. What's an ex to you when she really has a new boyfriend? You say you owe a large sum of money. Your company is bankrupt, and you are penniless, but the loan company accidentally let you off the hook, which is unreasonable in itself. Loan companies are vampires. Even if you don't have money, they will force you to sell your blood and kidneys. How can they let you off because of pity? The reason they didn't come looking, someone must have been behind it to pay you back. And the fact that your girlfriend reached out to you says it all. It's time to meet the people you need to meet, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Hear that? The broadcast room rocked and boiled over. Countless netizens were moved by it. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. No wonder. With the nature of the anchor recognizing money but not life, will actually take this order at a loss? It turns out that he wants to be a man of honor and let this relationship break through. Tears. Yun Xiao has long since seen through everything. No wonder he's all been so calm. What touches me more is this woman. In order to secretly help her boyfriend to pay back the money, she can only leave silently by herself and fight alone in a strange city. Yes, it seems we all misunderstood her. The world is beautiful. Where are so many scummy men and women? The so-called fate is unfair. Only blame yourself for not trying hard enough. After watching this live broadcast, I believe in love again. In fact, the person who is most worthy of your cherishing is always by your side. Thanks to the anchor. This is the pristine emotion. Not as bombastic as in the movie. He, who taught the whole network a lesson. Chapter 105, The Prince of Love Songs. The right to live in a high-class villa. Handsome guy. My name is Jiang Feng. Thank you. If you hadn't brought me here, I might have really lost her. The man reddened his eyes and thanked him sincerely. There is nothing to report. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. First of all, I'm not helping for nothing. The fare is to be paid. $2,000. Whenever you have the money, call me. Besides, this Santana of yours has been modified by me, and there should be collectors who would like to have it, and if you part with it, you can sell it for a good price. Jiang Feng was moved to nod. Handsome. Don't worry, I'll give you the fare back. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Millions of netizens in the live stream, also touched by the scene. $2,000 isn't expensive at all. Why do I feel it's worth it? Not only did I get this relationship back, but I also got a modified car? This guy is really lucky. You can't say that either. Looking at the financial situation of the customer's little brother, it is estimated that he can't even take out $2,000, and the anchor told him to give it back when he has the money, which is actually tantamount to helping out for free. Anchor, let the little brother send his contact information, and we will all combine our efforts to raise a sum of money and do our part. It's rare to witness a loving couple. From them, I see the shadow of my ex and I can't make up for my regret, but they can. I wish them all the best. No matter how hard life is, they face it together, and there is no hurdle they can't overcome if they work together. Anchor cowboys have shown us a miracle. Yun Xiao suddenly asked, listen to what you said before. There is a batch of medical equipment on hand. Because the marketing is not going out, no hospitals are willing to sign up before going bankrupt, is not it? Jiang Feng froze inside. That's right. There's no problem with this batch of medical equipment itself, but since there's no medical company to act as a guarantor, people aren't willing to take the risk, and it's still smashed in their hands. He looked slightly forlorn. If these medical devices can be sold, he would then have enough money to rebound and pay off the debt he owed. What to? Getting your girlfriend to pay off your debt for you? Yun Xiao thought for a moment and said, finish the matter at hand first, then call me. I might have a way to help you sell this batch of medical equipment. Go on, don't keep her waiting. Jiang Feng froze while he was in a daze. Cloudy patted him on the shoulder. Subsequently, went to the high-speed train station and bought a ticket. Returned to Ninghai by train. Back to the hotel. It was already early in the morning. Lay down on the bed and looked at today's system points. Same as yesterday. It's all 60,000 points for 6 straight draws. System, draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the voice of the Prince of Love Songs. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of the Chinese Little Song Library. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Audience Emotional Resonance buff stack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the King of Electro Music skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to use the villa's real estate for 100 days. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prop fireproof raincoat. Read the sweepstakes. Yun Xiao grinned with toothache. It's singing again. And it's electric. Is this to make me a star? God damn it. It's hard not to every time you drive. I'm going to play a guitar and sing a song. Singing like the Prince of Love Songs? Isn't it sick? The first few skills. Fucking wasted. But, right to use the villa property. That's a good one. Now he stays in a hotel every day and has to pay for the room. It is also an additional expense. With a place to stay you can save. Just now, he noticed a few more things in his pockets. Pull it out and take a look. It's a set of gate keys and access cards. Proof of rental of the property. Grin. It's pretty fast for the system to arrive. Villa. He hasn't lived there yet. Suddenly a hot internet line comes to mind. After half a lifetime of driving, can I enjoy myself? As for the fireproof raincoat, he thought about it for half a day, but he didn't know how to go about using it. Heard. How often do cars spontaneously combust while driving these days? The owner was locked in the car and could not escape. It was eventually burned to ashes. Hiss. Hardly a harbinger of. Thinking about this, Yun Xiao's eyelids jumped straight up. Blah blah blah. Throwing that thought away in a hurry. nice and proper. How could it spontaneously combust? I must be overthinking it. After some consolation, Cloudy suddenly got up, changed his outfit and hurried out the door. Live stream. Seeing that Yunxiao had originally gone to sleep and then suddenly changed to go out again. Netizens are curious. What's going on? In the middle of the night, the anchor still goes out to take orders? There's no reason. He's not that hardworking. Upstairs is too simple. Going out in the middle of the night. Is it possible to go outdoors to play wild ball? After all, this time of the year is a high point for playing ball. And just now a ball player dragged me along with him. This I can attest to. The anchor must not be there to take orders, because every time I go out at this point, I'm there to rescue lost girls who need to be cared for, and sometimes when it's in my power, I'll split the love between two people at once. How many of you are so experienced? I'm sorry. I'm begging you. Why did Ku Yunxiao check out? Even if he went to play soccer, it's not so bad that he won't come back, right? Seeing the clouds check out of the room, riding off in style on a little electric donkey. This next. Netflix can't even read it. I've checked out. Where can I stay? And play soccer every day? Night and day in the cave? This stuff, once or twice is okay. Hit it too much. The body can't take it. To the puzzled eyes of the netizens. Half an hour later, Cloudy rode a small electric donkey, arrived at the entrance of a villa neighborhood. Hibiscus Lansan, one of the famous upscale villa areas in Ninghai. The owners inside are either celebrities or business tycoons, worth at least tens of millions. Cell entrance. There are doormen and security guards on duty. No one is allowed to approach. The moment the security guard opens the gate, just welcomed in a Bentley owner. It was then seen not far behind the Bentley. A valet rode up on a small electric donkey, wobbling along. The guard frowned. Don't you have any self-awareness? This is a place where you can get in with a shitty valet. Excuse me, sir, you're not allowed inside. If you're picking up a customer, please wait outside the door. The security guard said faintly. The demeanor is indifferent. Cloudy looked at him suspiciously. What pickup? I live here. Said. Snapped and propped up the little electric donkey's kickstand. From his pocket, he fished out his access card and key. She opened the door. Then get back on the little electric donkey. Whoosh! Under the shocked gaze of several security guards, the electric door twisted, and the little electric donkey scampered out. Wiggle through the gate. One and done. A couple of security guards. Gradually, he came back to his senses. A confused face rubbed his eyes. Doubt if it's a misreading? Crap. Is it so profitable to do valet driving these days? Can you afford to live in an upscale villa? Enter the villa area. Cloudy rode his car to building 101, block 12. The front is a large yard, several hundred square feet. The view is wide open. Comes with its own parking lot. Very upscale and elegant. Feel free to park the little electric donkey over there. Cloudy smashed his mouth. He would have to buy a car later. Otherwise it's inappropriate to park a small electric donkey. But now he's still taping. Buy a car. Can't drive again. Pure and simple waste. Take out the key and open the gate. Into the eye was an extremely spacious living room. Inside is fully furnished and appliances are brand new. Yunxiao strolled around the villa and was satisfied. From now on, this is his new home. The system gives a period of 100 days. Enough to live for a long time. When the contest is over, get the $1 billion prize. Purchase another, more luxurious villa. Man, this life. Luxury cars, luxury homes, beautiful women. That's all you're looking for? He's already better than most. Both are closer to success. What's not to like? It's 1 o'clock. Go to bed. You have to get up early tomorrow to pick up your customers. Go to the big pool at the villa. Took a hot bath. Wrapped in a bath towel. Cloudy lay on the large, comfortable bed. Mezzo goes to sleep. But the live feed. But all of a sudden it blew up. Chapter 106, Killing an Example. Network Water Army scared to death. From seeing the clouds, enter the Hibiscus Lanchan Villa neighborhood. The netizens are just confused. Crap, aren't you going to play ball? Why did you run into the villa? It's hard to believe that a rich woman is looking at him. But looking at Yunxiao entering the villa, not a single person was there. Get out of the shower. Just lay down on the bed and go to sleep. Now the netizens were even more shocked. There was a flurry of pop-ups. What's going on? I'm having a bit of a brain cramp. Yunxiao is living in a big villa? When did he buy a villa? Is there a local brother who can explain the price of a house here? This is Hibiscus Lanchan Villa area, Ninghai's famous upscale district, which gathers Ninghai's highest level of elites, and the villa's management. It will be based on the identity to determine whether to sell to the public, even if you have money, but also may not be able to buy. The sale of property openings are required to limit the number of. There is a saying circulating in the outside world that every inch of land in Hibiscus South Mountain is equivalent to gold, although it is exaggerated, but it is enough to describe how valuable this place is. Oh, Shit, it's worth so much money. Yun Zhao's assets shouldn't be enough to buy a toilet here. How did he live in it? I suspect he was a rich kid before he entered the contest. How else would he know so much? Only the rich class has more learning opportunities than ordinary people. It's not unreasonable. Didn't he say before that he was going to help that dude sell his medical equipment and pay off his debt? If it's an ordinary chauffeur driver, how could he be so capable? Cloudy knows the big boss of the medical group? He's so boastful. That dude, he owes a lot of money. The further the webmaster thinks about it, the more confused he gets. Cloudy's identity. It's like a shroud of fog. It gives one a sense of finesse. Now living in a luxury villa. How can an ordinary chauffeur driver have this kind of ability? The more I think about it, the more wrong it gets. So, there were netizens who had the sense to go online and look it up. Open the Eye in the Sky app. Focus on a few of the major healthcare sectors in Ninghai. After some searching, sure enough, the end was found on a medical facility. Matilda Hospital. Legal representative and largest shareholder. It says the same name. Cloudy Sky. 35% shareholding. To an absolute controlling interest. Occupying the position of first shareholder. The netizens were collectively dumbfounded. Solid hammer. Cloudy is really not an ordinary person. He is chauffeur. It's actually a hidden healthcare industry bigwig. Crap. That fact. Subverting everyone's view of the world. On the pop-up screen, a sea of images of kneeling and worship swept up. With this discovery, another netizen. Go to find information about the owners of Hibiscus Mission Hills Villas. Instead, he didn't find the Cloudy Sky. However, a cottage was traced. Building 12, 101, recently rented out as a one-off. 100 days in total. And the name left on the rental information. It was clearly Cloudy. This next. Netflix is confused again. The pop-ups went wild with 666. It's not an outright purchase though, but rent for 100 days. In the inches of Hibiscus Mission Hills, the rent alone is millions. Every day is a burn. With all this money, you can buy a nice property in Ninghai. The netizens who learned about this, all were bombarded with a series of messages. It's long since gone numb from the shock. The original. People start. It is already a height they can hardly reach in their lifetime. Next, live content about the clouds going to the mountain town. Pervasive. It's circulating on the internet. See to the end. A shocking reversal. It made countless viewers shatter their eyeballs. And that emotion. It also touched a lot of people. Thousands of comments appear below each video. Likes and reprints are countless. Tears. Little brother and sister's feelings are simple and unassuming. But it teaches everyone a lesson. Hey, age a big, I can't read this content. My eyes can easily get sand in them. That's it. Anyone else boxing? Stirring up male-female rivalry and directing public opinion. Go die far away. Oh, those who only enjoy and are not willing to give their true feelings. Why should you ask others to be true and obedient to you? The anchor has seen it all for a long time, but hid it from everyone. When the truth finally came out, I was really amazed. This IQ and intelligence is no one's fault. I'm the official Ferrari manager, Mr. Cloudy, and I'd like to ask how much Santana paid to invite you to drive. We, Ferrari, offered double. The latest model is at your disposal. Please help me to aid the anchor for the general public. Under the collective voice of the netizens, the previous female boxing Vs that deliberately steered the wind and rubbed off on traffic. One grayed out, like a shrinking violet. You get scolded for withdrawing from the net. Beyond that, several other hot searches were also firmly in the headlines. Hashtag fresh meat drugs. Hashtag actress brings gossip boyfriend to funeral. How awesome is the hashtag masterminds oboe? Hashtag least reliable family. Hashtag I'm shoulder to shoulder with high speed rail. The level of discussion on the topic derived. Uncountable. One of the most notable. None more so than megastar Shiro and her rumored boyfriend. Although the word is not labeled as a Cloudy Sky, but some people click on it. Images appeared, all related to the clouds. It's hard not to make the connection between the two. Tap the comments section below. The messages are bursting at the seams. Everyone was discussing the relationship between Yun Xiao and Bai Lu. For most people, eat a melon and watch the fun. But the brainiacs, they don't see it that way. They can't accept their goddess, tainted by a valet driver, organized in droves, throwing dirt and personal attacks on Cloudy in a big way on the internet. Overnight, numerous black fans have emerged. It led to Cloudy's every video being full of wild comments spewing about him underneath. Please keep your eyes peeled. How can anyone know so much at the same time? It must be the program's crew setting up a persona and writing a good script. All the plots are staged. Don't be fooled by this asshole. That's right. What's he got to do with a stinking chauffeur? He's just rubbing off on Bai Lu's traffic today to get more exposure. Otherwise, would a vegetarian get that much exposure? You really think you're something? Ridiculous. He can't run away when he sees a girl. he drives every day. And he's full of yellow jokes, so I don't know why he has fans. What kind of people are following him? I heard that he has a luxury villa in the Ninghai business district. Where did this money come from? It's not from the ignorant viewers. Maybe he even gave money to the show's organizers to fix the winner. This show is a fraud. I suggest the authorities to check it out. I'm going. I can't even read the comments section. Where did you get a bunch of little hacks? Caught Cloudy with his mouth full of shit. Wasn't it all pretty harmonious in the past? Yun Xiao did not offend anyone, right? What do you think? 50 cents a pop. They're all professional water armies. Now that Cloudy is so hot. How many celebrities' rice bowls have been smashed? They're red in the face. So they might make some private moves to make people sick. Ha 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 ha. You guys can't have forgotten, right? Yun Xiao is still holding the title of Bai Lu's rumored boyfriend. These must be Bai Lu's brainwashed fans. The goddess is about to become someone else's daughter-in-law, presumably poking their lungs. A person does not take a piss to look at their own what the shit. Cloudy still need to go to rub the heat? The first up on the spray may not even know what he scolded the people. I'll just be quiet and watch the fun. Program building. The first to notice an anomaly in the broadcast. In the face of the watery black man coming to make a mess, the director immediately organized an emergency meeting. After some deliberation, swift and drastic measures were taken. This group of water army hackers has seriously affected the program team. Now there are multiple advertisers waiting to talk to us about cooperation. All for the clouds. We can't let these black fans and thus affect the cooperation. Have the PR department dock with the major online video platforms, and all bad comments will be deleted. In addition, the post-production department edited out Cloudy's highlight moments, especially the hostage rescue and bomb disarming one, and cast it for broadcasting and publicity throughout the network, so that this bunch of waterbenders understand that heroes are not something they can defame. Finally, let the Ministry of Legal Affairs join forces with the Ministry of Cybersecurity to collect evidence to directly prosecute and make an example of them, one for each, and deal with them severely according to the law. Due to the program's thunderous attitude, one night later, there are most of the internet sailors missing, one of the largest spreading water army organizations. All were severely punished. Even the official media came down and spoke in favor of it. Heroes, not to be abused. A large number of sailors were shocked as if they were chilled. I didn't realize that this kicked the can down the road. Neither of them did much homework before spraying. Fought a little program contestant. It can be taken at will. The sailors overestimated themselves and underestimated Cloudy. And with the program and the authorities, the heavy hammer strikes. Little Blackie was scared out of his wits. It's all pinned down. After this mess, none of the online rumors have been able to break through. Cloudy's popularity is increasing instead of decreasing. More eaters also see it. His status as a top streamer should not be shaken. Those who are secretly stupid, trying to smear and rumor, got to weigh in. A few pounds. Enough for a prison sentence? Day 2. Cloudy got up early. After washing up and eating breakfast as usual. Since it was still early, he didn't rush to take orders. Come to the yard. Looked at the little electric donkey on the parking lot. Getting ready to give it a bath. It's pretty dirty after all that running. But before that, he thought of Jiang Feng's batch of medical equipment. After a few moments of contemplation, dialed a number. Chapter 107, Mysterious Major Shareholder. Suitcase with blood. Matilda Hospital. Dean's office. Senior. Dean Zhou Haiping is reviewing medical records. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. He glanced suspiciously at the number on the caller ID. This is. Zhou Haiping jerked his head. It was a number that he kept in the back of his mind. Never dared to forget. Because of the other owner. It's that one most mysterious shareholder of Matilda Hospital. Matilda Center Hospital Group. Split between a number of hospitals, and a dozen medical facilities. The scale is huge. And this one shareholder, surnamed Yun, was the one who parachuted into the hospital group not long ago. No one's ever seen what he looks like. The only thing to keep in mind is this number. How much energy a person has. It takes a major general hospital to get airborne. Become the largest equity controller? Zhou Haiping couldn't imagine. Almost as fast as he could, he grabbed the phone. The voice trembled. Old boss, hello, I am Zhou Haiping. You can just call me Cho. Any instructions, please? To this one mystery shareholder, Zhou Haiping was respectful from the bottom of his heart. Cloudy froze for a moment. He remembers the director of Matilda Hospital. It's an old man in his 50s or 60s, right? Call you Cho? It feels weird, but when I thought about who I was relieved. Dean Zhou. In a couple days, a young man named Zhang Feng will go to you to sell a batch of medical equipment. You help out. And if this medical equipment is okay, purchase all of it. Yun Xiao downplayed it. Having said that, didn't give the other guy room to talk back. Just hang up. Zhou Haiping didn't dare to slack off. This was the first task given to him by the major shareholders. Do it anyway. First call to the logistics department. Tell them the quality is fine. Buy as many as you can. It's that ho-hum. As the plutocrat of the medical sector in Minhai City, the Matilda Group is not short of money. Walk out the door. The sun is shining. Come to the courtyard parking lot. Cloudy took the bucket and rag. Right at the front door. Scrubbing up his little electric donkey. The entire hibiscus Lanchan villa. Inside the various courtyards, the parking is clear of luxury cars. Porsche, Lamborghini, Paramac. The people who live here. A family has several cars. There is even a dedicated private garage. Only here in the clouds. Villa entrance. Luxury car parking area. Very conspicuously parked was a small electric donkey. And treated like a baby. Take the spray gun and rinse. Not only is it out of character. Also, huge TM outrageous. A homeowner passing by the door saw the scene. There was a lot of eye rubbing. Those who would have walked past. Suddenly reacting again. It didn't feel right. Rewind back and look left and right for a while. Weirdness was written all over his face. It was embarrassing to mess with Cloudy. I just wiped my car. What's the big deal? Suddenly, a couple of young girls in a sports car, passing by the front of the villa, dressed to the nines. Youthful and beautiful, all with long legs. The snow-white neckstock was raised high, proud as a white swan. Ha! At this point, one of the sisters, seeing the cloudy sky that was wiping the car, unable to help but freeze for a moment, and then, push the door and run out of the car. Are you, Cloudy? The girl called out with a surprised look on her face. Recognize him instantly. Little brother Yun Xiao. I often watch you live. I was so moved last night. I wet a pack of tissues crying. The girl cheered. That white dress, like a white peacock, ran to the clouds. A face of reverence. Excited. Seeing that it's Cloudy. A couple of the girls came running over in a flurry. Wow, it's really Cloudy. Alive. So excited. Yun Xiao actually lives in the same neighborhood as me? Cloudy handsome. You're even more handsome than in the live broadcast. This time, the girl was thrilled. Cloudy's head went numb. What are you looking at? Murphy, have you guys also seen dead clouds? Next, several of the sisters tugged at the clouds, asked for autographs and pictures, and to have Cloudy as a driver, take it out for a ride. One wild shot later, retweeted to comma, tweet, go show off. Yun Xiao smiled bitterly. Even washing a car is unsettling. Forget it. He put away his tools, locked the door and go out to take the order. This place is impossible. Damn handsome. Riding the refreshed little electric donkey, weaving in and out of the streets. It didn't take long. Ding, a beep came from the cell phone. Departure point, Tao Yuan Ri neighborhood entrance. Destination Tenjinghu Park Back Mountain. Estimated mileage, 3 kilometers. Estimated cost, $18. Do you take orders? Cloudy pressed the order button. The little electric donkey scurried off at fire speed. 10 minutes later. Arrive at the entrance to the neighborhood. This is an old town. The streets are narrower and were built in the 1990s. When there are a lot of vehicles, you can't beat the body. Good thing it's past the morning rush hour. There are not many vehicles at this time of day. Not far ahead, there was a young man and woman. Looks a little older than Cloudy. The man is carrying a suitcase. Put it in the trunk of the car. Grabbed 2 more shovels from the side and threw them into the car. After doing so, the two waved at Cloudy. After determining that they placed the order, Cloudy started the car, driving toward Lake Tennessee Park. The man accompanied the woman and sat in the back seat. Road. The woman's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had cried before. Looks pretty sad. The male put his arm around him and offered words of comfort. Should be a young couple. The clouds themselves didn't care, but the two of them were heard conversing. Well, is not right. Don't cry. Think about it. No one wants an accident like this. But he's dead. So what can you do if you're close? I'll stay with you from now on. The girl was teary-eyed and snuggled into the male's arms. I know. I just feel sorry for him. We've had a relationship for 5 or 6 years. The sound is small. But Yun Xiao's body was different from normal. Listen to every word. The eyes were slightly odd. But it was not good for him, an outsider, to intervene in such things as feelings. Drive in peace. After a while, the girl calmed down. Out of breath, he looked out the window. The man put his arm around her and didn't say anything. Silence resumed in the car. 10 minutes later. Arrive at the back of Tenjing Lake Park. Cloudy received the money, mounted the small electric donkey and prepared to leave. Just then, the woman looked at the trunk and suddenly let out a scream. Ah, look here. The man gave a silent gesture. Calmly look around. Pick up the suitcases. The women pick up the shovels. The two just went up the hill. Yun Xiao turned back and looked at the two men's backs with a strange gaze. Nice and proper. What's the point of carrying a big box up the mountain? The box looks pretty heavy, dragging deep marks on the ground. Yun Xiao shook his head, feeling increasingly strange, just as he withdrew his gaze. Suddenly, the pupils of his eyes shrunk violently. The ground where the box was found to have passed through. There was a hint of blood seeping out. This next, Cloudy wasn't fazed. Associated with the car, the two men's strange words, the mind vaguely guessed something. Hurry up and stop the car. Open the trunk and check. This look really gave him a shock. There's a big smear of blood in the trunk. It was unusually harsh. No wonder the woman screamed. Yun Xiao's little heart fluttered. Decided to follow it up and find out. Follow the man and woman up the hill. Cloudy quietly trailed up. Good thing. There's the blood on the floor to guide us. Climbed halfway up the mountain, in a nondescript grove of trees. Sure enough, the two were spotted. They were vaguely seen with shovels, digging holes in the ground. Next to that is the suitcase. Hiss. Cloudy creeped out. The first thought that popped into his head. Affection killing. Not only killing, but dumping a body in broad daylight? It's so arrogant. He hurriedly called Team Chin, reported the location. Learning that someone had killed and dumped the body, Team Chin dared not slow down. Have him keep an eye on the scene. The fire police arrived. Hang up. To look a little closer. Yun Xiao touched forward without a trace. Chapter 108, Killing a man and burying his body. Digging up a bag of cash? The clouds moved forward a little bit. The good thing is, the surrounding vegetation is more lush. Those two were digging more intently again. Not even the slightest hint that the scene was being spied on. Cloudy hid behind a large tree, curious to see. After digging for a while, the couple was exhausted and sweating. Put down the shovel and rest, and then proceed to dig, until 10 minutes have passed. Taking a look at the depth of the pit, the male nodded. That should be about right. Bury the box. Putting down the shovel, the two men worked together to lift the suitcase, buried in a mound. Next, the soil that was dug out. Refill. Worked on it most of the day. The mound was finally filled in. The clouds that witnessed this scene in its entirety. The heart is in awe. Nice guy. Kill and bury the body. Destroy the evidence. It won't take a week. Wait for the vegetation to grow. Who knows who's buried here? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. At this moment, the live broadcast was also dumbfounded by this scene. Crap, what's going on in this anchor's studio? A live broadcast of a murderer burying a corpse? Is this something I can watch for free? Will the murderer follow the net to find me and kill me? He dared to do this in broad daylight. Too damn arrogant. As expected, there's nothing outrageous that Yun Xiao can encounter. Anchor cowboy, how dare you stay and watch? Hurry up and run. The murderer has a shovel. If he finds out, he'll give you a scoop on the spot. Upstairs, you don't know that the anchor knows kung fu, do you? But the murderer is also stupid, carrying a big box up the mountain and bleeding all the way up. Everyone would feel something is wrong. I am a private detective. According to my 20 years of professional experience, the truth is only one. It is highly likely that this is a love murder. Marital infidelity. Two people work together to kill the girl's ex-boyfriend, and then murder and split the body. Netflix gave it a beating to analyze. The conclusion reached was the same as Cloudy. It's a love story of love for each other. The scene of the dumping. It's about destroying evidence. And, most likely, it was a murder and split. Because of the size of an adult, is impossible to stuff into a suitcase, plus bleeding all the way through. The probability of a split body is high. After the work was done, the young couple sat down on the ground to rest for a few moments. Just get ready to leave. Suddenly, from not far away a group of policemen rushed in. The scene was quickly brought under control. Team Chin yelled at the two men. Hold your heads and crouch down. You're surrounded. However, the two young lovers, were confused. Look around. Found a bunch of cops surrounding the road. Ha, is it the police? Here to catch the bad guys? Not quite. Seems to be speaking to us. Ah, how is that possible? The two men had blank expressions. At this time, Yun Xiao also came over. Rendezvous with the Chin team. What the hell is going on? On the phone just now. Yun Xiao didn't make it clear, but he knew. This kid called the police to prepare for a good thing. I just drove them and I don't think these two are right. Sure enough, they got out of the car and ran for the hills with a bleeding suitcase that they had to bury. It could have been a homicide split. Hearing Cloudy say that, Team Chin's face turned grim. When he came to the young couple's heels, just saw the crime scene and the shovel that dug the hole. The freshly buried dirt is very visible. What are you two doing? Be honest and don't offer meaningless resistance. At that, the young couple stared in surprise. The male screamed up aggrieved, Police uncle, we have committed what? Chin team sneered, in the daytime on the mountain to dump the body. What do you say the crime? Give you a chance? Confess from leniency. resist from severity. What? Dump the body? The male's jaw dropped, confused for half a day. He hurriedly said, Uncle Policeman, we are dumping a corpse, but what we are dumping is not a human being. This time, it was Team Chin's turn to freeze. What do you mean? Today, my girlfriend's dog that she's had for a couple years went out and got hit by a car and died, so we put it in a box and pulled it over to bury it. Is that a crime? The girl followed. Yeah, I've had them for 5 or 6 years. They're very affectionate. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Quack quack. A row of crows flew over the heads of the crowd. The crowd was confused. Yun Xiao's face twitched. The dog is dead? I'll go. Who's got a dead dog in a suitcase? The problem is, the words you two said in the car. It's like a wolf's play anyhow. Hop murderer. And the suitcases bleed. Who the hell knows it's got a dog in it? Team Chin thought for a moment and said, Excuse me, gentlemen, we still have to dig out the chest and take a look to determine the authenticity. It feels a little ridiculous though, but after all, you can't take one side of the story at face value. Immediately, a policeman came forward and dug in with a shovel. Not a moment too soon. The suitcase was redug out. Several policemen joined forces to lift it. The box bled and stuck all over the dirt. Open the box. Sure enough, inside lay a bloodied strip of German Shepherd. Had a bad car accident. Bumped out of shape. Next to it, sit its favorite snacks and toys. This is where the truth comes out. Everyone was speechless for a moment. Saw the scene. The live feeds are going crazy with joy. Po ha ha ha, is Yun Xiao trying to laugh me to death and inherit my debts? Swearing to call the police, only to end up with a dead dog. Why does he always run into such rare things? Don't have the benefit of hindsight. Who didn't think it was murder and dumping before? Even the old detective brother on the air was sure. What if it's true? What these two people said is too easy to cause misunderstanding. And the box keeps bleeding. Who knows it's a dog inside? If this happened in the middle of the night, it would scare people to death. Ha ha ha, bumped into the clouds this old six. They are also unlucky enough. Digging a pit to bury a dog are treated as murder and dumping the body. Almost let the police arrested. Look at their expression. I guess it is scared enough. According to me, this kind of person is not wrong at all. Why did the dog get into a car accident? I'm sure it's because they weren't on a leash. What if a large dog like this bites someone? There are too many cases of dogs hurting people. If you walk your dog without a leash, you deserve it. Team Chin waved his hand. Desecure the site. Smiling at the couple, he said, I'm sorry, it's our duty to respond to a report. So please understand, since we're not dumping a body, it's a good thing. A farce was closed. Engaging in a farewell with the clouds, Team Chin closed the team and left. Cloudy stood in front of the mound. Help rebury the box. After all, he was the one who called the police and delayed people. Handsome. Thank you. I'll do it myself. The man said politely. It's okay. I'll bury it for you. I'll give you 20% off this order. Misunderstood you guys. Seeing Yun Xiao say that, the man was not shy about it. Together, the two men took shovels and dug in the dirt. Lift the box. Quite a bit of dirt has rolled into the pit and it needs to be dug a little deeper. Cloudy shoveled the dirt a few times. Pile up to the edge of the pit. Just then, the man across the street suddenly exclaimed, Look, there seems to be something in the dirt. Cloudy froze for a moment, because his back was turned in the direction. Sniffing immediately, he stopped and moved his feet to turn around. It was seen next to the pile of dirt he had shoveled out. There was a patch of overgrown grass. A black plastic bag was exposed. I don't know if it's because it was dug up or if it's here in itself. It looks bulging, like it's full of stuff. Cloudy was a bit puzzled. This place can't be described as the middle of nowhere, but it's also halfway up the hill. Usually entry to the park is at the front, and the backcountry is rarely visited. Only a handful of residents come to the hills to grow vegetables. Who throws plastic bags around? And it's heavy with a lot of stuff in it. The man was a little too skeptical to come forward, afraid of meeting something unclean. He can come here and bury the body. So can others. Maybe in the bag. It's filled with something dead. Cloudy sniffed. It's not smelly. And he didn't dare pull it out with his hand. So get a stick from the side and pick the plastic bag up. The bag went around twice. The bag that had been tied tightly came loose all of a sudden, vaguely revealing the heavy contents. Red ones, a big stack, neatly yarded. This one. The live feed blew up. Crap, what's in the bag? It looks like money. So much? Sent, at least a few $100,000. Right? Getting rich brothers. Whoever sees it, hurry up and hit the location on the public screen. I've heard of picking up money on the side of the road, but this much at one time. I've heard of picking up money on the side of the road, but picking up this much at one time, the anchor's shit luck is too good, isn't it? How do I say? The $200,000 taken in the morning is gone, so it is lost here. Give me back my money. Cloudy stared straight ahead. That stack of red denominations. It's exactly the same as $100 bill. Is it really money? It wasn't anything weird, so he wasn't afraid. Throw away the stick and just open the plastic bag. Sure enough, there are literally $100 bills in there. There are as many as 20 or 30 bundles at least. It almost didn't light up. I'll go. This will do. Money can be dug up. The dude next to me exclaimed with a startled look on his face. Stunned for a moment, swallowing hard, he said, "Handsome, there's no one here, so let's split the money, shall we?" Yunxiao frowned and said indifferently, "Don't rush. I'll take a look first," said the man, reaching into the plastic bag, took out a bunch of bills, but just after getting it in his hand, Cloudy was like electrocuted. The look changed dramatically, a handful thrown far away. The man was baffled. "Why don't you want this money? Is it poisoned? Don't give it to me. What a shame to throw it away," said the man, running up to the front himself with joy. Cloudy shook his head and backed away. "Take it if you like." The man walks over and picks up the plastic bag with a happy look on his face. "Really? I'll take it then. You won't back out, will you?" Next to him, his girlfriend carefully shouted, "Chen Fei, you can't take this money. It's better to give it to the police. Maybe it's lost by someone else, or it's stolen money from an unknown source." The man bristled. "I picked it up. It's mine, and the cops are gone." The average person, touching such a large sum of money, both had a hard time keeping their composure. It's hard to not be tempted. The man opened the plastic bag, eyes glazed over in the face of piles of red bills, but his excitement didn't last long. The smile on his face froze. Why doesn't this money feel right?" Pulled out another one and refelt it. It was very rough, just as it had felt earlier. The man came up to look at it. The words on it aren't right either. The Dragon Kingdom. Phantom Bank. Crap, it's plutonium. Damn. Too bad luck. His hand shook with fear and he threw it away. Chapter 109. Another bucket dug up. Lots of cash. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Who threw a bag of plutonium here? Just now I was envious of the anchor's good luck, but I didn't expect it to turn around so fast. Ha ha ha, this plutonium is so realistically made. It's exactly the same as $100 bill. And if you don't look closely at that line of writing, you'll really be easily fooled. Which one of you said you dropped the money? Come on, come out and take a couple steps. You just went to the Bank of the Underworld to withdraw it, right? I went back to the door of the supermarket, saw a $100 bill, and wondered why no one picked up this money on the ground. I had a brainwave and picked it up, and took it to the supermarket to buy something, and people saw that it was a plutonium, and blew me out on the spot, and the crowd looked at me with different eyes, and I shot myself dead on the spot. Brother, you're fine. I went to the cemetery to burn newspapers on the Qingming festival, and saw a stack of red tatami banknotes pressed under the tombstone next door, and wondered who was so arrogant to take real money to pay homage. Seeing no one around, I secretly drew 2 of them and brought them back, only to find out that they were produced by the Chinese Bank of the Underworld, which scared me so much that I have been begging for incense and worshipping Buddha at the temple every day for the past few days. What kind of businessman is this? Counterfeit money, ah. No wonder the clouds like throwing the money out of the garbage. The man joyfully thought he had picked up the treasure, laughed to death, after realizing it was plutonium. The dude threw the money far away, a bitter smile on his face. "Handsome, why didn't you say so earlier?" Having said that, hastily, he clasped his hands together and reverently worshipped around. Auspicious words crumbled out of his mouth, a plea for peace. His girlfriend looked at it, angry and funny. "I've said I won't let you take it. There must be something wrong with this money. Even if it's real money, the police will take you back." After the man has finished his circle of worship, not a very good look. It's so bad luck to pick up plutonium on the way. Next, the 2 men returned to digging in the pit, bury the big box. But, just as the filler was halfway through, Cloudy went down with a shovel. Clang! It seems to have hit something in the dirt. It doesn't feel too hard. Yunxiao stopped his movements with a puzzled look on his face. What again? He carefully plucked the dirt from under his feet. That hit just now gave him the feeling. Never a stone or metal type, but it's impossible to say exactly what it is. Wait to get the dirt out of the way. Surprisingly, a white patch appeared under his feet. The man looked stunned. "Not, handsome, what did you dig up again? It's not going to be plutonium again, is it?" Obviously, he was psychologized by that just now. Cloudy shook his head. "Keep poking through the dirt." The man came up curiously. "Look twice, huh? How come it's white? The dirt around it is still loose, like it hasn't been buried for long." "Crap, it's not a human bone, is it? It's in the middle of nowhere. Watch TV shows where they kill people and bury their bodies just like that." Cloudy was speechless. "What's with this dude?" "That said, you were acting like it just now." Cloudy fiddled with the shovel for half a day. Couldn't tell what it was either. And it looks a little big for the size. All buried in the dirt. But not, he was sure, any human bones or corpses. A cross-section of human bone. Not so large. Not to mention the bodies. Take a shovel and bang on it. Obviously much harder. But softer than a rock. This one confused him. Racked my brain and couldn't figure out what the heck it was. Simply keep digging. The man looked halfway through. Make sure there's no danger and come over to help too. The two men followed the white object around, digging in the dirt one at a time. Slowly clean up an outline. Surprisingly, it was a large sanitation trash can. It is covered with a black film bag. It was buried in the mud at a depth of less than half a meter. Cloudy was dumbfounded. The plutonium makes sense. Probably to honor the dead. Who put this in the ground? Live streaming pop-ups are flying all over the place. Oh, shit, what did you dig up again? Why don't you stop all of a sudden? Wouldn't it be a bar? I used to watch the news when archaeologists dug up Western Han wine from the ground 1,000 years ago and tasted it on the spot. Upstairs, where's the plastic garbage for your wine? It's not even Western Han wine. This stuff is last week's at best. I wonder if it could be kimchi. Don't people grow vegetables around here? It makes sense to bury kimchi in the soil, right? Is it possible to kill someone and split their body? Hissing, what's going on upstairs? Talking about killing people. What? You've done it before? It's not just the netizens who are curious. Cloudy couldn't see it either. Solely decided to dig out the trash can. Find out what's really in there. The two men continued to dig down. Shovelful after shovelful of dirt was stripped away. A few minutes later, this trash can was plowed up in its entirety. Putting down the shovel, Cloudy went up and patted it with his hand, shaking off the dirt. Because of the film, the trash can is still white as new. It's got a lid on it. Tight fit. After his previous experience, the man dared not open it again without authorization. Cloudy himself stepped forward, twisted the lid a few times. Easy to give a rip-off. The contents were instantly exposed. The man took one look and his soul was scared out of his mind. Crouch exclaimed, flying backward. Who the hell is playing a prank? Why is it plutonium again? What a day. He had a face of obscurity. This guy's a pervert, isn't he? The plutonium was also packed in garbage cans and buried in the earth. It's really just a lack of virtue with smoke. Sincerely disgusting. Cloudy frowned and took a closer look at the money in the trash can. It doesn't feel right. Unlike the plutonium just now. This pile of bills. I can't believe it's neatly taped. Each bundle is 5 stacks. If it was really plutonium, who would have tied it so carefully? Anyone who has ever burned paper money knows that. A stack of bundles won't burn at all. It doesn't make sense. Thinking about it, Yun Xiao took a bunch of bills up in his hand. Into the hand for a moment. This weight, this texture. His pupils dilated instantly. Genuine and counterfeit coins. As long as one touches money on a regular basis. The first time you can perceive it. This pile of bills. It's markedly different from the previous plutonium. This is real money? Yun Xiao was shocked. Looked at the vat full of bills and froze. Nima, dig into the money. How can you have such a strange encounter? Froze for half a second before responding. Hastily, he drew out a bill and held it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. Not the Dragon Kingdom Sai Bank. It's People's Bank. This next. He drew back a cold breath, heart beating wildly into his throat. See him stand there with a dumbfounded look on his face. The man also realized something. His face changed. Handsome. What? Isn't this plutonium? Cloudy didn't say anything and threw a bunch of bills at him. The other looked twice afterward. It was also the same expression as his. Full of stunned faces. Shocking. After a while, he took a deep breath and pinched himself hard, huffing and puffing in pain. Crap, this is real. Not a dream. Really digging for money? The girlfriend came over in fear and hurriedly warned. Chen Fei, you're not allowed to take it anymore. This money could be stolen money. Don't get yourself involved. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. What? Real money? Didn't we agree on plutonium? This doesn't follow the rules. It almost blinded me. Who's so rich as to bury money here? This bucket must be worth millions of dollars. Are all rich people so arrogant? Forgive me for limiting my imagination. I think the money came from an unclean source, so I buried it here. But if I had this much money, I'd deposit it in the bank for interest. What if a rat bites it if it's buried in the middle of nowhere? I'd like to know where to buy this trash can. Is there any link on any old man's little yellow car? I'd like to buy one and turn around and load it with money. So much money. Anyway, I don't dare to take it. I wonder what Yun Xiao will do with it. See this scene. The netizens' eyes dropped in amazement. Trash cans full of money. At least millions. Buried here like garbage. Who has such a big heart? Hearing his girlfriend's words, the man smiled bitterly. I'm not stupid. So much money. Surely the source is unknown? Take it back and you'll have to spit it out. Before it was overwhelmed by excitement. Calm down at the moment. He certainly knew what the consequences would be if he took it. $100. Just take it. That's millions of piles of money. There's no place to put it back home. Yun Xiao took out his cell phone and directly called Team Chin. He is into money. But like this one from an unknown source. I can't sleep even if I take it back. He also had a vague intuition that the money was by no means simple. There should be something else involved. After the call, Cloudy put the pile of bills into the trash can. Wait up in place. Chapter 110, the stench is dizzying. Digging up a rotting female corpse. Team Chin didn't go far. The ass isn't even warm yet. Halfway there, he received a call from Cloudy. Immediately turned around and returned to the back of the park. 10 minutes later, Team Chin then came to the scene. After seeing Yun Xiao speechless said, "You kid, what's going on? There are still a bunch of things in the bureau. Do you think I'm not busy enough? Didn't you dig up a dead dog? What's the point of calling me over here again if you're not killing anyone?" Cloudy smiled awkwardly. Team Chin, I don't want to either, but definitely a good thing. Not a bad thing. Team Chin laughed and said, "You still have a good thing on your hands? Why am I so unconvinced?" Yun Xiao pointed at the trash can. "Come here and take a look. I just helped bury the dog and ended up digging this up." The Chin team was puzzled. What is this? A barrel? I thought it was another bomb and artifact. Next to him, the dude was full of questions. "Officer, why would you say bombs and artifacts? Is there a connection?" This. Team Chin touched his nose. "You'll see for yourself when you look back. You'll understand," he said, walking over to the trash can and opening the lid. Next, Team Chin was filled with shock. Rubbing his eyes, he said incredulously, "So much money." Cloudy nodded. "How about that? It's a good thing, right? Just dug it out of the dirt. It's still warm, and it's full of real bills. Take out a bunch of money, put it in front of your eyes and look at it. Confirmation that it's real money is unmistakable. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, you guys come over here and count how much money is there?" Team Chin swallowed and greeted. Several officers gathered around. Stacks and stacks of money, moving them out of the trash. Inventory on the spot. When the police arrived, they attracted a lot of park visitors at once. Both curiously followed and climbed halfway up the hill. See what happens. Was there a murder? Someone took a picture and posted it to their friends. The nearby neighborhood Moncler outlet online saw it and had nothing to do. Rode a small electric donkey to the scene to see what was going on. 10 minutes later, all counted. This bucket, it just happens to hold $1 million in cash. Team Chin frowned and waved his hand. Take the money back first, then check the surveillance of the nearby roads to see who buried it here. Onlookers Moncler outlet store. One was stunned. $1 million in cash, just buried in the dirt? Who's so rich? But, seeing that the police are leaving, it doesn't seem like it's a big deal except for the money. The eaters couldn't help but be disappointed. Regretfully, he turned his head and left. Didn't see the action. Wasted trip. Not right. Not right. How come nothing happened? Yeah, the anchor never misses. It shouldn't be. Does it just end here? Such a large sum of money wouldn't be buried in the ground for no reason. I always feel that something big is going to happen. All in all, it's wicked. A high start and a low finish? I can't believe it ended like this. Sure enough, Netflix's hunch is not unreasonable. Just as the Chin team and others were putting the money table on the police car, suddenly, someone pointed near the mound that had just been dug and exclaimed, "Look, is there something else there?" All eyes were drawn to it. Just see that mud pit. A bit next door to the dugout garbage can pothole. There are clumps of dirt peeling away, revealing a little bit of white. You can't even notice it without paying attention. Between the two, less than half a meter apart, Yun Xiao's gaze was fixed. Grab a shovel and walk over to it, poking through the nearby dirt. Sure enough, the white stuff was growing. It is clearly very similar to the previous trash can. Not a moment too soon. Stuff was dug up. The outside is wrapped in a layer of plastic wrap. White, rounded throughout. Surprisingly, it really is the exact same barrel. This next. The crowd exploded. Those Moncler jacket sale who left earlier, they have stopped in their tracks. One looked on excitedly. Another trash can. There's not going to be any money left, is there? $1 million for one barrel. Wouldn't that be $2 million for 2 barrels? That's a lot of money with no place to spend it. I have a suspicion that there are more than 2 barrels down here. Keep digging. There might be more. Cloudy stepped forward to shake off the dirt and open the lid. For a moment, he stared straight ahead. Nima. What a lot of money. However, this time around, there was significantly less money. Only less than half of what was there before. Cloudy was a bit puzzled. The previous one was a bucket full, and this one in front of me certainly doesn't have $1 million. What the hell's going on? All the same barrels, buried in similar locations. But why is the amount different? Is this all the money the other side has and nothing more? Can't help but be curious. Cloudy looked around the neighborhood again. Is there a third barrel? Took a shovel and dug around. Within a few moments, that white color did reappear. The crowd was dumbfounded. It's really something. How many barrels are buried down here? Who's got a lot of money buried in the ground? Is this going to be a burial or what? Ha, what's that smell? It's pungent, like the smell of rotting meat. Naya, it's not like they buried a biochemical weapon in there. It stinks. Vomit, I can't stand it. I'm going to throw up. When this bucket lid opens, many people's faces changed and they covered their noses. The smell, like someone threw dead pork and dead animals into the pond. Especially the longer it's been there, the more mellow that stench gets. It's all fucking fermented. Smokey can't open his eyes. The crowd couldn't take it. It was too up-tempo. Vomit. One couldn't help but run to the side and dry heave. The guy who dug with Cloudy. Cover your nose with your sleeve. A glance into the trash can didn't make me go limp with fear. Crap, it's a dead body. Vomit, help. He paled and stumbled and fell, rolling back on his hands and knees. The whole body was shivering. It's like having a serious illness. When the lid opens at the same time, the pungent stench greeted me. Cloudy then sensed something was wrong and looked forward. Then a highly decomposed body was found. On that skeleton, there was still rotting flesh that hadn't rotted away, and a piece of fabric, that ghastly white bone, and head profile. A quick glance recognizes that this is not an animal. Instead, it's the bodies of people. A real dead body. Cloudy didn't throw up though, but the stomach lurched. The scene does bring enough shock value. The broken bodies before were, at least, just body parts. It's a complete torso and highly decomposed. The visual impact made is even greater. The average person simply can't handle it. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Moment. The live stream triggered a nuclear bombardment. Fuck, is it that big of a game? You really dug up a dead body? The flesh is so rotten. How long must he have been dead? I told you it wouldn't be that simple. This looks like a murder scene. The victim was killed and stuffed into a trash can. It's a brutal crime. The anchor is really awesome. I thought I was killing and dumping a body, but it turns out I was just burying a dog. When you think you're just buying a dog, that's a big mistake. He dug up money, and then dug up the body. This wave after wave of treadmill than my high dynasty is even more exciting. Luckily, I wasn't there. I was really disgusted to see those people vomiting like that. How bad does it have to smell? Is this live studio shooting a horror movie? The first time I saw a real skeleton, there are maggots wriggling in the eyes of the deceased. So scary. I think there are barrels yet to be dug up, and even more explosive ones are ahead. Yunxiao forced himself to hold back his nausea. Pulling out his cell phone, he once again called Team Chin. The Chin team just carried the money to the car, just about to leave. As soon as the call came in, the heart gave a goosebump. No way. Is this kid really that evil? Cloudy, what's wrong with you? It's already the third time. I'll be exhausted sooner or later if you're like this. Cloudy was helpless. So what? I promise it's the last time. Did you dig up money again? And bodies. Chow, I thought there was something wrong with the money, and it really wasn't that simple. I'll be right there. Hang up. Here Cloudy just couldn't stay. It stinks. You can't even cover your nose. By now, the crowd of onlookers was growing, but as the smell of corpses wafted away, a lot of people don't even make it up the hill. They already smell it. Crap, what's that stench? A septic tank blew up on the hill? Septic tanks aren't this powerful. Who the hell eats canned herring in the park? Can't you hide at home and eat it? Vomit, no. It's too disgusting. I'll go throw up for a while. Not to exclude the old iron men with their heads in the sand. Hard up the hill. Before he could get close, he saw a group of people surrounding him from a long distance. A large empty space in the center. Many people padded up and looked in curiously, but half of them are not there, because the police car was parked outside the park. Not for a few minutes. The Chin team then hurried in. As soon as we got closer, we realized that the place was surrounded by a crowd. The crowd froze as well. The cops just left. Why are they back? Associated with the foul odor just now. Is something really wrong? Park Walker's Moncler outlet store are in a group discussion open. What's the situation? There's a bunch of cops in the backwoods? Just realized that it's the third time I've been here. I heard something was dug up there. Let's go and check out the action. At the same time, Team Chin came to the hillside and his face changed violently. The smell couldn't be more familiar. The smell of a corpse. It seems that there was a real murder. Several officers stifled dry heaves. Team Chin immediately instructed Xiao Zhang, take people to maintain order, evacuate the crowd, and pull up a cordon at the intersection. Li, go and inform the bureau to send more manpower. The rest of you follow me up the hill to investigate the murder scene. The crowd was divided into action. Team Chin led the group up the mountain. Meet up with Cloudy. Together, they came to the location of the mound. The closer we got, the stronger the odor of rotting flesh became. It was so smoky that one could barely pass out. Upon seeing the white trash can, the rotting corpse, and the maggots writhing on the corpse, even Team Chin was almost overwhelmed. Behind them, the young constables. It was more like throwing up on the spot. Vomit. It's fucking disgusting and scary. That image is unimaginable. Highly decomposed corpses. There's also a skeleton covered in rotting flesh staring back at you. The stench was overwhelming. Team Chin was also shocked by this scene, and his eyelids fluttered. In the meantime, a prompt box popped up in front of Cloudy's eyes. Deceased, Lu Yen. Age, 31. Position, financial practitioner. Time of death, more than half a month. Manner of death, emotional discord. Struck repeatedly in the back of the head with a blunt object, and stabbed in the front of the chest and abdomen a dozen times. Chapter 111 9 million cash for burial. The murderer is a tycoon? Yun Zhao's heart was shocked. A pile of money, a body, buried in the middle of nowhere. Anyone can think it's a homicide, but I didn't expect the death to be so brutal. After dry heaving a few times, Team Chin immediately ordered, call the coroner and come over to identify the body. Yun Xiao, do you have any opinions? I think there should be more down there. It won't fit in a bucket, so dig a little more, Cloudy said after some thought. Team Chin nodded. That's a strong possibility. The body isn't complete. Missing arms and legs. Maybe there are other barrels. Next, several officers got tools and dug up the neighborhood. Not a moment too soon. Another buried barrel has been found. The crowd accelerated the cleanup. Quickly dug this bucket out. Sure enough, it contained the dead man's severed arms and thighs. It fits right in with the previous one. It appears to be from the same person. The putrid odor was stronger at the scene. Even some cops can't stand it. Holding his breath, not even daring to inhale. He could only carry it hard. Keep digging. A few minutes later, dug out another trash can, but this time it wasn't a corpse. When you open it, it's $1 million in cash. Exactly the same as earlier. Tape them up and tie them together in stacks of yards. After on-site confirmation, it's real money. Now even the police can't stand it. The two barrels add up to $2 million in cash. The other bucket is $400,000. There won't be any more. Will there? The man with Cloudy was confused, looking at 3 buckets of cash and a dead body. The face twitched. It's always an afterthought to realize something is wrong. No wonder. The police told him to look down. It's nifty. He was just going to dig a hole and bury a dog. First, he was misunderstood for killing and burying the body. Then the misunderstanding is cleared up, and plutonium is dug up, and cash is dug up, and rotting corpses are dug up, and now cash. Such a bizarre thing. He's never encountered it before in his life. It really spurred him on. The next hour, he had completely seen what it meant to have his 3 views turned upside down. For in quick succession a 6th, a 7th, and an 8th were dug up. On this tiny hillside, 12 vats were unearthed in all. 9 of the buckets were filled with cash. All $1 million. That's $9 million in all, plus $400,000 and a rotting corpse. Team Chin rubbed his eyes with a stunned look on his face. Spare a thought. Still blown away by the 9 vats full of cash. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. I'm shocked. $9 million in cash buried in the field like this? Is the murderer a rich man who killed a man and buried him with $9 million? If that's the case, I'll consider it. It's better than dying poor. Why do I feel that this $9 million is more shocking than a corpse? I've seen people digging up corpses, but digging up this much cash is the first time in history. Cloudy is so cool. Give me this luck. Not to mention 9,900,000 would be fine. Nyo wow. My family also has a piece of backyard. Turn back to carry my mother-in-law's hoe on the mountain digging soil, with my mother-in-law's blessing. It is not guaranteed that you can also dig money. I've run into this kind of good thing. The same digging for cash. The same $9 million. Only to be woken up by a slap on the wrist from my boss and told to hurry up and move the bricks. Cloudy was dumbfounded. He guessed there might be barrels down there, but I can't imagine there's no end to it. It's like Doraemon's Sub-Zero bag, digging into one after another. 9 whole vats of cash buried. That's a long time to live. Look at the vats lined up in rows at the site. Not looking in. Thought it was loaded with recycled trash. Who would have thought it would be 9 million in cash? The area where the crime took place was cordoned off. The eaters were dispersed further away. Even so, I threw up from the pungent stench. There was a commotion. Many people had ugly faces. I'm afraid to smell the stench and I want to stay and watch. One had to plug his nose with a tissue. Especially when they learn This side not only dug up the body, but also $9 million in cash. One by one, they were all stunned. Take out your cell phone, take a picture and post it to a local forum. Last time the forum was packed with bomb disarming. It didn't take long to recover, but it triggered another tremor. Hashtag Tenjing Lake Park backcountry suspected of digging up rotting corpses. Hashtag surprise, another $9 million in cash has been unearthed. Eye-catching title, top of the homepage. Brothers, people walking their dogs in the park. Suddenly the police blocked the scene. It is said that Yunxiao in the back of the mountain dug up a female corpse, and $9 million in cash. The scene stinks. I spit out my overnight meal. It should be a murder case. This guy is too damn awesome. Crap, sit and wait for the melon. 9 million? Really? This anchor really doesn't stop for a moment. Go to the site. Together. I'm at the office. Post more pics Lao. The past 10 minutes or so, the crowd turned over all the dirt in the neighborhood. No more barrels were found. Team Chin was visibly relieved. And the word is out. People in the park, including residents of nearby neighborhoods, it all blew up at once. More and more people are coming to see the fun. It's surrounded down there. Digging up a body would have been rare enough. It turned out to be even more explosive. $9 million in cash buried in the ground. Who does that? So much money not in the bank, all buried in the ground. Key, they've never seen so much cash in their lives. It was only overwhelming. In the crowd at the moment, there's a maverick figure. The expression was panicked, and the plight was that he had his clothes on backwards and hadn't realized it himself. With a pair of slippers under his feet, he hurried this way. Not for a while. Even the internet blew up. Weibo, teaser, B-stop, all hanging all over the relevant hotspots. Popularity remains high. Cloudy, it's this anchor again? It's not unusual if it's him. Front row worship the great god. Against all odds. 9 million in cash. Holy shit. Don't any of you money grubbers care about homicide? That body was killed for no reason. Where's the humanity? Where's the morality? Where's the address? Quickly, give me a hoe. There is a heated discussion online. The digging up of a rotting corpse has attracted a lot of attention though, but compared to the visceral impact of money, more attention from the eating public. Still on the ladder, look at the whole 9 vats of cash. Team Chin rubbed his brow with a headache. With that kind of money, there's certainly no way to get it back in a police car. 9 million piled up there as high as a hill. Had to call a van over, load the barrels up and give a pull back to the station. The barrels containing the bodies were left at the scene. The net focus is on cash, and as a police officer, Team Chin's first point of concern is to solve the case. Yun Xiao, don't you know forensics? See anything yet? Yun Xiao smiled faintly. I just examined it, and I can tell through the teeth, bones and hair that the deceased is a woman in her 30s, and from the degree of meat corruption, it is presumed that the time of death is around half a month. As for the cause of death, on the skull, there are obvious traces of heavy knocks, but it should not be a factor in the death. I observed the ribs on both sides. Knife marks appeared. The deceased experienced ante-mortem torture. It is possible that he was hacked to death indiscriminately, and the knife was fatal. The Chin team looked at him in surprise. The skull injury, he also noticed, thought the deceased was struck with a heavy object. It resulted in the cracking of the skull and loss of blood. I didn't expect Cloudy to observe so carefully. Even the knife marks on the ribs were found. He covered his nose and went up to look. Indeed, there were multiple visible scratches on the deceased's ribs. It's a stab wound. No doubt. It is assumed that the murderer was violently resisted by the deceased during the crime and left these marks. Team Chin's face was ugly. The method of death is extremely cruel, and if it can't be solved as soon as possible, it may cause a social panic. And all this money, why is it buried here? Yun Xiao thought about it and asked, Team Chin, have you thought about it? This money is buried here instead of being taken out and spent. It must be out of sight and easy to be investigated. Moreover, the place where the money was buried is not far from where the body was buried. Even the barrels are the same. That person must be related to the murderer. Maybe it's the murderer himself. Follow the information prompts given by the system. It wasn't hard to crack this case, and you can't say it outright. It can only be guided step by step. Team Chin nodded. Go ahead. If you want to find the murderer, you can check the money first. Where did it come from? $9 million in cash can't just appear out of nowhere. It must have been taken out of some bank. The fact that the murderer chose to bury the body here tells us at least one thing. He's not from out of town. He's a local, or he stays local, and he couldn't move this much money, so he had to bury it close by. In addition, check the major banks in Ninghai City. The flow of water in this half a month or so, there should be very few that can take out 9 million at one time, so you can follow the trail to find the taker. The most important point is that there is a park in front of us, and the murderer definitely wouldn't have come to bury the body during the day. It must have been in the middle of the night. The neighborhood is a small one, so to avoid people's attention, he wouldn't have chosen noisy vehicles like tractors and tricycles. Most likely a big roomy SUV, but the SUVs have to make a few trips to haul all this stuff, and the backcountry is rather isolated, so the cars don't usually drive over here except when I drop someone off today. They're all parked in the parking lot of the park out front, so no car will come this way for half a month. The wheel marks should still be preserved. You guys go check the neighborhood. If there are wheel marks with more than 3 trips of folding, it must be the murderer. Chapter 112, Solve the Case? The suspect is at the scene. Team Chin stared with wide-eyed shock. A case that would have left him clueless. Letting Cloudy say it, it unexpectedly became clear and lucid. All thoughts are sorted out. It won't solve the case right away, but go along with this idea. There's bound to be something there. Team Chin laughed bitterly. You guy, if you finish analyzing so quickly, why do you need the police? Do you hear me? Hurry up and comb the crowd further out. Don't spoil the discovery. With that, he was about to take someone to check out the scene. Yun Xiao suddenly said, by the way, it's best if you guys go back to the crowd and take a look. Are there any people who are behaving abnormally? I suspect that the murderer might have folded back to the scene. Word has gotten out about the bodies and money dug up over here, and the killer is bound to panic. Analyzing from criminal psychology, the probability is that if he wants to escape, he will be uneasy to come and visit. Team Chin gazed oddly. You even know criminal psychology? But it makes sense. Xiao Zhang, you take off your police uniform and go spy on the crowd. Xiao Li, you dock with the bureau side and go to the bank to retrieve the water flow in and out for this half month. Everyone else, come with me and check for wheel marks. Yes. The gang split up. Yun Xiao had nothing to do and followed Team Chin down the mountain. On the other side of the hill was a dirt slope, straight to the foot of the mountain. The soil here is loose and overgrown. It's pretty obvious if there are wheel marks. The group spread out and looked around. Fruity, in a mound of grass on one side of the dirt slope, found stray wheel tracks leading up the hill. Go around the neighborhood and see if there are any repeated wheel marks. A few minutes later, a police officer called out, Chin team, come over here. The crowd converged on it. Sure enough, duplicate wheel marks were found. Obviously a vehicle passed by and ran over it repeatedly. The weeds around it were crushed. Take a picture, send it right back to the station so they can topograph it and compare what kind of car it is. Team Chin commanded in a deep voice. The moment, the crowd was cordoned off and stopped 20 meters away. Stick your head out and look this way. Just a bunch of cops, checking back and forth on the hillside. And I don't know what for. In an obscure corner of the crowd, the man with his clothes on backwards, eyes staring blankly at the several large holes dug out. However, he had changed his clothes over by now, blending in with the crowd, wearing a duck hat and sunglasses, wandering around the cordon. Because the front is blocked, with the police guarding him, he didn't dare get too close. The gesture, it immediately caught the attention of the disguised police officer, Chang. Everyone else stayed put, but he was the only one walking around. Very scorching. Xiao Zhang's eyes stared, pretending to approach as if nothing had happened. He stared at him. This way. Team Chin sent the photos back to the police station. Soon, get a template for the topography of the car tires. Confirmed to be a SUV. It was consistent with Cloudy's speculation. This clue is the key to the case. With the surveillance, we'll be able to figure out the killer's driving trajectory. Unfortunately, there are no cameras installed in the backcountry. Need to pull up the direction of the parkway intersection, about a kilometer apart. Again, it makes solving the case more difficult. No way. There is more traffic going through the parkway intersection. You can only go through the screening slowly, step by step. Find the SUV that matches the tire marks this half of the month. Do it all. Team Chin looked at Yun Xiao and sighed. To be honest, you are really a genius at doing criminal investigation. This brain turns too fast. It's a pity that you are never willing to be a police officer. For this, he was quite sorry. Yun Xiao smiled. Team Chin, even if I didn't say it, you would have definitely thought of this place. I only thought about it a little more in advance. Team Chin laughed and scolded. Don't comfort me, I'm just lamenting. Really let your kid become a cop. This day-by-day restlessness, sooner or later implicate me. I thank you. Wait for the coroner to arrive. Detailed examination of the body. Coming to the conclusion was basically the same as what Cloudy had said. The Chin team had long been surprised by such a result. Sigh. I don't know what kind of a freak you are. 20 minutes later, Team Chin received a reply from the police department. Half a month's worth of running water reconnaissance on major banks in Ninghai City. Comparison results are already available. The total number of large withdrawals was a dozen. One of them is the most suspicious. He was withdrawing $1 million from the bank in separate batches. It's all the same bank, but through different branches. The total is exactly $9 million. Team Chin's eyes lit up. Right on. 1. Send me the name and identifying information of the withdrawer immediately. Team Chin. There's something strange. Through docking with the bank, the withdrawer and the identity account holder are not the same person. The identity information doesn't match. According to the account of the branch to which it belongs, it was taken by a man. The Chin team felt something was wrong as soon as they heard it. Open the message from the other side. Sure enough, the head of the household and the withdrawer are two people. A man and a woman. The genders don't even match. Could it be a couple? Team Chin was puzzled. Cloudy came over to take a look. A face of shock was immediately revealed. Because the head of household information blatantly states, name, Lu Yen, age, 31. Hiss. Isn't that the dead? The only difference is, the domicile address on this is not in the city. Yun Xiao immediately said, Team Chin, do you think the head of the household is a good match for the deceased? Team Chin thought with surprise, we can't rule out this possibility. If the head of the household is the deceased, then it's highly likely that this withdrawer will be the suspect. That would explain why the murderer buried the money here instead of removing it after the murder. He was worried about being found. But there's something else I don't quite understand. Why is there a bucket of $400,000 in cash in addition to the $9 million? Where did this money come from? The bank has no record of it. The clouds were also puzzled. The 400,000 and the 9 million were buried separately. What's the connection? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Live streaming pop-ups are flying all over the place. Fuck, what's going on? How come I feel like I'm close to solving the case after letting Yin Xiao analyze this? What's the point of guessing? The dead man's bank card and ID card are in his hands, and the one who withdrew the money is most likely the murderer. Trying to kill people with his money. Who wouldn't be tempted by $9 million? Not necessarily. It is also possible that the deceased lost it and he picked it up. What are you thinking? Why does he still have the code? This person must have a special relationship with the deceased. Not he killed. Has a major suspicion of murder. We were close to solving the case, but the $400,000 doesn't make sense. And it's going to become an unsolved case again. The photo of the withdrawer. Why do I look a little familiar? It seems like I've seen it at home in the factory, but it's too blurry on Team Chin's cell phone, so it would be nice if it was a little clearer. Crowds of onlookers filled the outer perimeter of the cordon. Initial estimates are in the hundreds. Limited police presence on the scene. At this rate, it's probably going to get out of control. It's easy to cause confusion. It would be a problem if we let the suspect escape. On the Chin team's side, they also found the surveillance video of the intersection. Better luck. It didn't take long to find a suspicious vehicle. A black SUV that appears several times within the surveillance video. The direction of travel is exactly the back of the mountain. The car's license plate number. It's from the same place as the deceased. Next door to the city of Yen. Now, the case is basically locked. There must be a connection between the man who withdrew the money and the dead man. If we find him, perhaps the case will become clear. The police department stepped up its efforts at the first opportunity. Line up this black SUV with Yen City license plate. Driving tracks for the last few days. Sure enough, it was found to have gone to a different branch to withdraw money. Find the owner of the car and control him. Team Chin's face was grim. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the rear crowd. The crowd was drawn to look over. I only saw that Zhang was leading a team of police officers, stopping a man in a ducktail hat in his tracks. The man was wearing sunglasses and was covered up. Is red-faced and arguing with the police. Why don't you let me leave? I haven't done anything wrong. Have I? What right do the police have to detain people? Someone's coming. The police are beating people up. Is there any law? Seeing that he couldn't get away, the man began to make a fuss, incite the crowd with words, trying to create chaos, slip away on the spot. But he didn't know he was being watched. There were police all around, instantly surrounding them, one to hold him down to the ground. The commotion over here also drew the Chin team over. What's going on? Team Chin. This man is a suspect. Chang removed his hat and sunglasses. The moment he saw the man's likeness, Team Chin exclaimed, that's him. Chapter 113, he is the murderer. But the mastermind is someone else. Cloudy recognized it at a glance. The man who was acting strangely was the same cash withdrawer in the surveillance video. Now that's solid. He is the prime suspect in the case. After being brought under police control, the man was still yelling, with a defiant face, who are you to arrest me? I want to go home. Let go. Can the police just arrest anyone? Look everyone. The police are beating people up. Call the police. The crowd was speechless for a moment. Are you out of your mind? Yelling at the police in front of them? You're a real bully. However, there was also a commotion in the crowd at this point. The sudden arrests by the police also scared them a bit. The scene has been cordoned off. No one is allowed to leave. It was more or less a panic because neither knew what was going on. Team Chin looked at the man being held down on the ground. Fade asked, "Any idea why you were arrested?" The man struggled hard and stared at Team Chin with a frantic expression, saying very stiffly, "I didn't commit any offense anyway, hurry up and let me go, or watch out for me to sue you." Team Chin was amused by him. "No offense? What are you running for? Are you in a hurry?" "I didn't run. I'm in a hurry to get home for dinner. Can't I?" "Looks like it's a no-show." The Chin team looked over at the whispering crowd, said aloud, "Don't panic, and don't be compelled by his words. We just found a rotting corpse on the mountain. The murderer is very ferocious, and after investigation, this person possesses a major suspicion of committing the crime. We will take coercive measures against him later." Upon hearing this, the panic of the crowd finally eased. One clapped and praised. "I told you, how could the police arrest people indiscriminately? So it's a suspect. This man even deliberately incited everyone. I was almost fooled by him. Came to see the fun. Thought I was going in. How dare you return to a murder scene after killing someone? This man is truly bold. Look at him to cover himself tightly. Obviously is to do people thief heart weak. Police uncle, don't let him go. This kind of person is too harmful to society." Team Chin sighed in relief. Really want the people to have any resistance to the police, to increase the conflict. It even causes the sight to be uncontrollable. That's a lot of trouble. Fortunately, most people are sensible. Seeing that this guy is still a dead duck, the Chin team also had a headache. "We can't torture him, can we?" Yun Xiao thought about it and squatted down to look at him and asked, "What is your relationship with the deceased Lu Yan? Both of you are from Yan City. If I'm not wrong, your relationship should be very close, right?" The man blurted out a denial. "I don't know her well." This statement was made. The crowd froze on the spot. There's obviously something fishy about that statement. Not unrecognizable. Rather, it's uncooked. Proof that the two must have met. It's a no-brainer. The man on the ground's face changed, realizing that said reveal. Unable to help but feel some chagrin, his eyes flashed ferociously. Cloudy, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. How come the answer wasn't what he thought it was? Obviously the system gives a hint that it's an emotional discord. Thought it was a love killing. Was it a mistake in judgment? This man is not a murderer? Or, he's acting, deliberately interfering with solving a crime? Yun Xiao gazed at him. Still sophistry? Lu Yan's ID card and bank card are on you. You withdrew the money she had in the bank. A total of $9 million. We have ample evidence. Even the black BMW SUV you've been driving in recent days. I'm sure it's the deceased's car, right? If you didn't know each other well, how did you manage to get it? Listen to Cloudy finish his sentence. The man's eyes froze and he stopped struggling. It seemed to know that there was no escape. With a wave of his hand, Team Chin droned. "Men, take him back to the station and interrogate him properly." Yun Xiao frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. "Wait, don't take it away just yet. I have more to ask." "Aha?" Team Chin looked suspicious. "Did you find something?" As a rule, people are inconveniently left behind, but he also knew. Cloudy must have his reasons. Nodding his head, Yun Xiao continued to ask, "What do you mean by what you just said? What do you mean by not familiar? You should know that there is little point in lying at this time." The man bristled. "We didn't know each other well in the first place. I've only met her once." At those words, Yun Xiao was even more confused. Why is it getting more and more confusing? The system does not make errors. If it was given as a love killing, why did the two only meet once? It's plainly unreasonable. And, you can tell by the tone of the other person's voice. I don't think he's lying. If that's true, then this case is much more complicated. The killer is someone else. All previous reasoning was for naught. Are you sure? Yes. The man nodded without hesitation. Listening to the conversation between the two, Team Chin had a puzzled look on their faces. "What? Did you find out anything? Is he the killer?" Yun Xiao spread his two hands and smiled bitterly. "I'm not sure anymore." "Ha?" Team Chin's eyes widened. It was thought to catch the murderer. But it doesn't seem so simple now. Yun Xiao continued to ask, "You have only met her once. Could it be that you two fell in love at first sight? Or did you do the killing in order to rob money?" This time, finally, useful information from the man's mouth. I only heard him say, "What love at first sight?" I didn't intend to ask for the money, but I saw that she actually had $9 million in her bank card. Don't take this money for nothing. I just took the card and took the money out first and hid it, thinking I'd wait for the wind to blow over and transfer it then. Yun Xiao was shocked. It's obvious he's the one who killed them. The murderer can't be wrong. But how do you explain a love killing? He was still confused when he thought about it. Suddenly, he asked, in addition to the $9 million in cash, there was a bucket of $400. 000. And where did that money come from? There was no record of it on the deceased's bank card. That 400,000 is what has been confusing the clouds. The man saw that he could not escape, also dryly replied, $400,000. Someone paid for the killing. Boom! As if a bolt from the blue. The whole room was stunned. No one expected that. 400,000 would be a murder fee. Cloudy suddenly realized. No wonder. The provenance of the 400,000 can't be traced on the bank's flow. Now the case is clear. This man is indeed a murderer. But there is someone else behind the scenes. He's the one who was emotionally at odds with the deceased. This guy, he's just a killer who gets paid to do his job. The Qin team had heard it all by now. He could not help but look at Yun Xiao with admiration. No wonder. He wouldn't let himself take the man away. Seems like the problem was identified long ago. Who told you to kill? Cloudy asked, staring into his eyes. The man shook his head. He only contacted me on the phone. That number is a virtual number and I don't know who it is. But he approached me twice. The first time, it was this woman who came in contact with me. The crowd was filled with black question marks at this statement. What do you mean? Can't understand it. You killed the dead man. But the dead man came to you before? The live feeds are blowing up at this point. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Popularity +1+1+1+1. I'm fried. What the hell kind of plot is this? It's more cerebral than a suspenseful drama. So I can't understand it at all. Can any of you explain it to me? With my experience of watching suspenseful dramas for 10 years, it is someone who hired this man to kill, and that employer and the deceased should be in the same gang, but the deceased and this man knew each other before. Damn it, I've also been around the dizzying. Seeing this live broadcast, I realized that all the previous suspense dramas are weak. Directly take this material and edit it out. Go to the theaters to play it. The box office will definitely break 1 billion. I came in and went out in a daze. Can you give me an idea if he's a murderer or not? Too mysterious. Too much brain. I still don't want to sit and wait for the result. I believe that Yun Xiao will speculate out. When the time comes, it will surely stun a lot of people's eyeballs. Same, brain capacity is too small. It's already jammed. What shocked me was that there really are killers in this world. $400,000 for a human life. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to go out in the future? Chapter 114 Bizarre Case. Driving a bus to the harbor, Cloudy was organizing his thoughts. The killer's words are a bit of a mess. Still, he gradually ran down a clue. That is, the man in front of him is indeed the murderer without a doubt. Murdered and robbed and dumped in the wilderness. He did all of this, but he's not the one behind it. The bizarre point is this. The deceased had active contact with the murderer and, moreover, the deceased had a close relationship with the mastermind behind it. Of the 2 times the masterminds behind it approached him, one of those times is when the dead are sent over. The 2 are not lovers, but they must be lovers. That would explain why it was a love killing. As to why he killed the victim, it would be a case of bad feelings. The reason is not known. But another key point occurred to Cloudy. The man behind it approached the killer twice. One of those times was to kill the deceased. Then, what about the other time? Him, is there a second life on his hands? And who was it that killed this time? So it seems that the deceased had worked with the mastermind to create a murder. The person who took the place of the mastermind to meet the murderer at that time was none other than the deceased Lu Yan. But for some reason, it led to a back and forth between the deceased and the mastermind. And so, did he kill the victim again? Hiss. It's chilling to think through it all. This case is complicated beyond belief. Everyone involved. Neither is innocent. There was even a murder they didn't know about. Had it not been for the killer's second killing, I'm afraid the last case will never be discovered. Yun Xiao took a deep breath and solemnly said to Team Qin, I probably understand what's going on. Good, tell me about it. Team Qin nodded. He's still confused to this day. The case is in 2 parts with a common mastermind. The front is the murderer and the mastermind looking for him to kill. That time, it was the deceased Lu Yan who came out to make contact with the murderer. So I presume that the deceased and the mastermind had a great relationship. The latter one is the present case, where the mastermind still finds the murderer. But the person to be killed turns out to be the deceased who was in the same boat as him. Between the 2, a fierce conflict must have broken out. It is recommended to check Lu Yan's life trajectory, especially relationships. I have a hunch that this is a case of love murder. Team Qin was stunned. You mean they killed someone else before this case? The deceased was both victim and perpetrator. Yun Xiao nodded. Yes, ask him if you don't believe me. However, without waiting for Team Qin to speak, the killer then nodded his head like a chicken pecking. That's it. Officer, are you all that good? Getting it all right just by analyzing it. I wouldn't have killed anyone if I'd known. The man's face was full of death. Team Qin's expression was shocked, no less than his, because he knows. It's not the police who are great. It's the cloudy sky. A homicide case that would have given him a headache without a clue. As a result, according to Yun Xiao's thinking, not only quickly catch the murderer. Surprisingly, another case was unearthed. It's a case within a case. No matter what police department it's placed in. All extremely difficult to detect. Cut the crap. Who was the other guy you killed? The $400. 000. It was to kill a man. I don't know who. Seeing that the killer doesn't look like he's lying, Team Chin frowned tightly. It's come to this. There's no point in analyzing it any further. Nor is the case closed. It needs to be brought back for detailed interrogation. Yun Xiao, really thank you. Do you have time to go back to the police station with me? Make a statement for the case, just in time for the afternoon interrogation. We must catch the murderer as soon as possible, so as not to frighten the snakes. Yun Xiao coughed awkwardly. So what? Can I go over a little later? 6 o'clock. Team Chin wondered. Why? Go rub it in. Seeing Yun Xiao take it for granted, Team Chin didn't know what to say, hoping that our police department, the only thing that stays with you is dinner? But he also knew that Yun Xiao was recording the program after all. It's not good to bother people all the time. There's no rush to make a statement anyway. It's imperative that we hurry back to catch the trial. Catch that mastermind as soon as possible. He immediately arranged for men to take the murderer and the body, and the bucket of $400, 000 in cash to take back with you, wherever the body passes. The stench is overwhelming. Vomit. The onlookers all threw up in their mouths. That level of disgust is something you never forget after experiencing it once in your life. Until the bodies are loaded into the car. The site was unsealed. Eaters swarmed up the dirt slope. See the big holes dug all over the site. A face of awe and emotion. Crap, are these the same pits that buried $9 million in cash? The last time I brought my sister-in-law to the park to play wild ball, it was in the back of the hill in the grove. I should have known that there was money buried here, but also play what ball should go digging dirt. Brother, you're really brave. I'm afraid you haven't forgotten that there's a rotting corpse down there, right? Take a picture and send it to your friends. I'm one step away from $9 million. What's the point of shooting these? Shoot the clouds. Cloudy, take a picture. I'm your fan. Cloudy, smile yeah. Hugs and kisses and lifts. See the crowd and suddenly turn the camera on yourself. But Cloud Cuculander was confused. There was a long line at the site. One by one, they took turns going up for pictures. There were young people and more still park grandparents. Everyone held up their cell phones and walked over to Cloudy. Click 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 triple shot. Then switch. It's like a supermarket sale. But the question is, what can you sell at a murder scene? Yun Xiao stood there with a dull gaze. Mechanized twist of the head. Look at the camera. Thane. The mound where the bodies were dug up became the backdrop. It's close to having a red carpet underneath and an autograph wall. Originally, the big guys just came to watch the fun. As a result, it's now all about shooting for the clouds. They all treat him like he's a big star. There were even a couple of small webcams that arrived on the scene. Open the video and Cloudy collab segments. Go rub a wave of traffic. No surprises. Cloudy digs up the body and solves the case. It was edited by netizens and put online. Topping the hot seat again. Hashtag bizarre murders. Mysteries don't even dare to play like that. The video comments section was bombarded with a huge wave. I've never seen a chauffeur so good at solving crimes. I've never seen a chauffeur so good at solving crimes. How did he know the murderer would come to the scene? Is he a fortune teller? In the past, when I read detective novels, there was an analysis that the murderer would return to the scene after committing the crime. I thought it was bullshit, but it could be true. Crap, listening to this analysis of Yun Xiao, why do I feel that solving the case is so simple? Is it just me? Watching the news in the morning, I thought that the $9 million was for the deceased's burial. I did not expect the case to be so complicated, so twisted. Hanging cannot be more suspenseful. How many days has it been? You've solved another case, and it's a case within a case. Even a criminal investigation expert isn't as professional as you. Let's just say that although the murderer has been caught, the mastermind is still at large. Can you guys stop posting on the internet? What if the mastermind sees it and runs away? Scary, carrying 2 human lives on his back, neither of them by his own hand. Bad people can even buy human lives once they have money. They must be severely punished. Hot off the presses. $9 million in cash was dug up at the murder scene. Just topped out at number 1. Netflix's ass isn't even warm yet. Immediately afterward, the exhumation of a rotting corpse leads to a bizarre murder. The twists and turns are truly jaw-dropping. These experiences are placed on others. It's hard to come across once in a lifetime. But the clouds, not only experienced, and take turns switching things up, one after the other. Even more shocking, from digging up the money and the bodies, to now, but 2 or 3 hours. Such a short time, just solve a complex homicide case. That's faster than the last human case. This way. Cloudy accompanied all of them to finish taking pictures. It really tired him out. He was worried about what else was going to happen if he stayed any longer. Hurry up and get away while you can. Until after leaving the park a block away. Looking back behind him, cold sweat broke out, though he was used to being mobbed. But it's the first time I've ever taken a photo as crazy as this. And still at the scene of the crime. The girl is even. What's with all the grandpas and moms? He made sure that people didn't even know who his name was. The main attraction is a melon eater. Looked at the time, 1 p.m. In the evening the Chin team managed a big meal. Cloudy just found a random noodle shop to eat. Keep taking orders. Dispensations would have been low at midday. No new orders for an hour. But that's normal. Who's looking for a chauffeur in the middle of the day? Everyone is resting at home or at work. Unless it's an emergency. The Clouds were in no hurry. Riding a small electric donkey and wandering aimlessly through the streets. It doesn't. Kung Fu. 10 minutes later. There was always a new order waiting. Ding, ding, ding. Departure point, Sunflower International Child Care Center. Destination Ninghai Port Ferry Terminal. Estimated mileage, 21 kilometers. Estimated cost, $65. Do you take orders? Remarks, bus driver's license required. Cloudy glanced at it and clicked to take the order. At the time he gained God-level driving skills. The system then arranges for a variety of driver's licenses. Synchronization to the NCTA network. Even. Includes a red special driver's license. Don't talk about the bus. No problem driving an armored car. Whooshing. The little electric donkey scurried out at breakneck speed. After 20 minutes, it arrived at the Sunflower Child Care Center. Sure enough, a large bus was parked in front of the entrance. There was a warbling cacophony from the scene. Gaze. Surprisingly, it's a bunch of little kids, all dressed up and flamboyant. Looked like a little star. A group of parents stood beside the child. And to think that in a few moments, they will be leaving the country. The excitement was full of excitement and joy. Chapter 115, Performing Abroad? Possibly cross-country trafficking. Cloudy looked strange. Again, kids and parents in droves. The information shown on the previous order. It's going to the harbor. Is it going to be a trip abroad? Excuse me, did you call for a valet? Cloudy asked as he stepped forward. The bus stepped off a driver. Sizing up Yun Xiao for 2 eyes, he said suspiciously, yes, but, I asked for a bus driver. Young man, can you drive a bus? Hearing this, Yun Xiao pulled out his driver's license and handed it over. The man took a look. Mind blown. Little red book. Special vehicle license. This one's a bully. He hastily handed back his license and smiled. Don't mind me. I'm doing this for the safety of my passengers. Just pull the gang to the dock, young man. The car will be taken in. Yun Xiao curiously asked. Older brother. Which show are you singing? The driver is still there. What's with the chauffeur? The driver master laughed. Not coincidentally. Originally this trip was driven by me. But my wife's due date is early. I have to go over to the hospital to take a look. Young man, trouble you. Yun Xiao froze. Older brother. Congratulations then. Ha ha, the baby is born. Please eat the candy. After accounting for matters, the master driver then left in a hurry. Looking at the other party's back, Yun Xiao lamented. Well, that's the life of an ordinary person. Hustling for 3 meals a day. His wife is in labor and he has to work outside to earn money. Had to take a temporary vacation to go to the hospital. But how is this blandness not a blessing? Most people's lives are choppy. In times of turmoil abroad everywhere, domestic can make you well-fed and secure. Don't understand why there are still so many people looking abroad? Retracting his gaze, he looked at the parents whose faces were aglow with excitement. Cloudy shook his head. Wait for the children and parents to board the bus. He fastened his seatbelt. Follow the navigation towards the passenger terminal. On the way, parents were heard talking amongst themselves. Cloudy learned. Turns out these kids are going to perform abroad. There is a talent scouting company looking at them, trying to create a team of kids. No wonder. I thought these kids were different before. One looks beautiful, elegant temperament, comparable to a child star. I can't say enough about this company's eye for picking people. Just a bunch of kids heading up to the stage, singing and dancing. It does attract enough eyeballs. But he was a little puzzled. Why isn't the show at home? Why does it have to go abroad? But didn't think much of it. People go wherever they like. Performing abroad also spreads Chinese culture. All the way. The car was all filled with laughter. Adults and children alike. All are joyful for the upcoming trip abroad. An hour later, the bus arrives at the passenger terminal. Ninghai Port, the largest and one of the world's busiest seaports in the Dragon Kingdom. There are hundreds or thousands of ferries that go out to sea every day. There is close trade with countries around the world. There are more than 80 international routes. Containerized cargo throughput exceeds 30 million. known as the Fortress of the Sea, arrive at the bus parking location. Parents lead their children out of the car. In place, a leader from Star Scouts was waiting, a foreign woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Behind her, there were fellow company members, holding a billboard in welcome. Parents, please keep an eye on your children. Stay in line, and don't move around. Blonde woman, speaking fluent Chinese. The kids cheered. Adults with children start lining up, prepared to go through security. The scene attracted the attention of the surrounding passengers. Who has a beautiful child like that? Both can be compelling. A group of children converged. That's a turnaround. Led by the woman. The children came to the security checkpoint. Checks are completed in sequence. See the upcoming trip abroad. The children were all happy and smiling. Parents couldn't be happier. Everything seems to be in order. But just now, Cloudy saw the blonde woman for a moment. The face changed violently. The alert box popped up in front of you. Name, Irina. Identity, trafficker. Offense, transnational human trafficking to satisfy the perverted needs of pedophile clients. Hundreds of children have been victimized. SS. Yun Xiao drew a breath of cold air. Can't help but be shocked. Foreign women. A human trafficker? Look at her better face. Youthful and beautiful. I can't believe it. And the parents and the kids. It's heartfelt joy and excitement. Not like faking. Especially parents. The blonde woman was courteous and full of smiles. How is that a human trafficker? But the system doesn't prompt for no reason. Proof that the woman. There must be something wrong. Cloudy had a headache. From the scene, it looks like the parents trust the woman. Even if you go up and expose her yourself, people won't believe it either. The other side is disguised as a talent agency. Definitely documented. Though not necessarily compliant. But people believe she's a trafficker just because you say so? Isn't that funny? Maybe, even think of him as a psychopath. Instead, it caused a ruckus. But look at those beautiful kids, trafficked abroad to satisfy perverted clients. Yun Xiao had no reason to be chilled. Traffickers, it would have been abhorrent. There's one or the other. They all have to be shot. Or transnational traffickers from abroad, coming to abduct domestic children. The behavior is even worse. Once the criminals are allowed to succeed, this bunch of flowers of the motherland will wither away completely. Life is plunged into darkness and misery. Eyes on the kids going through security. About to board. It's too late to think about it. Yun Xiao rushed up with great strides and stopped in front of the group. Wait, you can't leave. The original excited and joyful group froze. Puzzled, the blonde woman asked, is there something else you want, Master Driver? Yun Xiao stared at her faintly. The look made her uncomfortable, as if being seen through. Next to it, several harbor staff, frowning over. Where did this guy come from? Yun Xiao ignored her and instead looked at the staff. Have you checked her documents and boat ticket? The staff froze. I don't understand what's going on here. The blonde woman, however, offered to hand over her papers and boat ticket. The security check went along and nodded. Ma'am, your ID and ticket are in order. With that, he looked at cloudy sky again. If there's nothing else, this gentleman, please don't keep us from our work. Cloudy ignored it. Eyes swept over the parents around them. Do you know what you are going to? A parent replied with a smile. Monkey Country. My friend's been there a couple times. Yeah. It's a tourist destination over there. Take advantage of this show and bring your kids along for the ride. See the parents smiling. No sense of crisis. Yun Xiao's brows furrowed into a pimple. Southeast Asia is, indeed, a tourist destination. There are quite a few dragons over there. People subconsciously think that it won't be too dangerous. There are movies that are set and filmed here as well. A wave of local tourism was publicized. So, many people travel abroad for the first destination. Just would have chosen this. Plus vanity and a gig abroad. Parents facepalm. It's been an exciting ride. Yun Xiao said indifferently. It seems that all of your thoughts are too good. Do you guys know about that place? Know what the specialties over there are? Many parents froze. What's so hard to answer? Sirens, and durian. I hear durians are mega cheap there. Cloudy sighed. The biggest thing about Monkey Country is human trafficking. Especially children. Quiet. Parents stared in disbelief. Everyone shut up. The blonde woman blushed slightly. Those pale blue pupils showed panic, but in an instant, it was back to its original form, as if nothing had happened. Still smiling. This subtle scene. Unsurprisingly, it was detected by Cloudy. Chapter 116, Ignorant Parents. Cognitively Subversive Human Trafficking. The moment, the live streamers also sensed something was wrong. The pop-up snowballed up. I thought Yun Xiao was looking for trouble before, but he said human trafficking? Did something go wrong again? Or has Yun Xiao discovered something? I don't get it. What's this got to do with them going abroad to perform? Monkey Country is a tourist destination. I've been there with my relatives and friends, and it's just fine. The upstairs mentality is obviously a survivor bias. Just because you're fine doesn't mean that others won't be in trouble. Remember the baby tasting drug incident at the airport last time? This gang of criminals will do anything. Only you can't think of it. There is nothing they can't do. I believe that Cloudy wouldn't do this for no reason. I would like to advise you not to go to Southeast Asia for anything. This side of the law and order is very chaotic. In the place you cannot see is full of all kinds of dirty dealings. Maybe someday it will be your head. Then want to run or no place to run. Want to travel. The motherland is not enough for you to see, you have to go abroad. What? So there's really something wrong with these guys? But aren't they a talent agency? Why are they involved in human trafficking? These kids are cute. It's too late to regret if something really goes wrong. Originally didn't feel anything. Let the clouds say. A bit oozing ah. See, the parents are silent. A look of bewilderment. Yun Xiao spoke. The reason why you guys think that the tourism industry over there is developed is, in fact, a false impression created by their officials. It's used to whitewash the monkey kingdom. You guys know about the time when there was a netizen who disappeared in Monkeyland, right? They've officially hired a lot of self-promoters to take the fallout from this. And the internet, too, is full of real and fake news that a lot of people don't have the means to recognize. What I'm trying to say is that all the beauty you see is fake. And the tourist bonanza you don't think you see is just a cover for their ugly gray industry, human trafficking. They, the police, dare to blatantly embezzle jewelry from other countries and divvy up hundreds of millions. They, at the top, have a deep-seated greed and are constantly exploiting the common people. They, the public officials, drive cars that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, but the people are poor and don't have cars to drive. Doesn't it seem ironic? You think that tourism is the backbone of their economy? Big mistake. Compared to the gray industry, human trafficking, tourism revenue accounts for less than 7%. That's the brutal truth. To expect your safety to be guaranteed in a country with such social unrest and depravity at the top, isn't that a big joke? Children in particular, once targeted, are like walking into hell, and it can be miserable. Originally parents didn't realize it. Cloudy was trying to say something, but listen to the rhetoric. Each one looked horrified. Unconsciously, he stepped back. Subconsciously, he took the child in his arms. Indeed, they are more or less aware that Southeast Asia is not safe. There have also been hesitations. Should we go over there? After all, opportunities are rare. Doing a lot of tips on the internet. There are even video bloggers in the area. Great job publicizing how great tourism is over there. Then there's the circle of friends and relatives who've been there to show it off. Give them the illusion that it's safe over there, before agreeing to the Star Scouts' request. But this passage from Cloudy exposes the scam of traveling in Southeast Asia. Put the bloody facts in front of you. They hesitated. The previous excitement was also replaced by calmness. One look at the situation. Elena was busy laughing and interrupting. Handsome, we're going to a show. And the company has hired bodyguards the whole time. And the parents are following. What you're talking about could exist. But even if there were traffickers, they wouldn't dare hit that. It's almost time to board the ship. So don't keep parents and children waiting. The words fell. Parents are reacting. Star Scout promises to keep them safe. What's there to be afraid of? But not before they breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Xiao then sneered. Is that so? But what if you are the human traffickers? Boom! A thunderbolt from the flat earth. Everyone was blown away by that. Elena blushed furiously. Incredible asked. What do you mean? Yun Xiao coldly grunted. What do you mean? You know it very well in your heart. With that, his gaze turned faintly to the surroundings. For your information, I once just read a public service announcement about recovering young children trafficked abroad. And in it, there was a picture of a wanted trafficker. If I remember correctly, it's the woman in front of me. At least they look very similar. You really give her the child and take it abroad. And think for yourselves what the consequences will be. At that, the parents all stared with wide-eyed looks of shock. Live eyes, converging in unison on Elena. The crowd was in an uproar. Can't imagine. Leader of the Star Scouts, Inc., a human trafficker, after all, and the tactics of abduction. So bright and shiny. This, unbelievable. The crowd was impressed. Traffickers abduct children. Shouldn't it be sneaky? That's how it plays out on TV shows. When the parents return, they find that the child is not there. Before choosing to call the police. Never heard of it. In broad daylight, traffickers take children through security in front of parents. And trafficked parents. And a cheerful face. You call this fucking trafficking? For a while, the parents were intimidated as well. Seeing that Yun Xiao was speaking in a serious manner. And then think of the mess over in Southeast Asia. The heart is weak. The crowd and security were confused. Look at the clouds and then at the blonde woman. Can't tell if it's true or not. Elena's face became a bit ugly. I didn't realize this perfect plan. How can anyone tell? She settled down and glanced around, forcing a smile. He said, "Handsome, that's just your side of the story. Besides, you also said that they just look alike. In this world, there are plenty of two people who look alike, so it's hard to believe that they're both human traffickers? We're a regular company with a business license. These kids are representing your country, going to international performances. It's a good thing to do for your country and a chance for them to show their talent. You're going to give up because of that? Parents, do you agree? No, not even say. This woman is very compelling. In 3 words, it has swayed some parents. The chorus followed suit. Yeah, the kids have been practicing hard for months. How can you pass up such a great opportunity? It's supposed to be fun. Don't be an alarmist. It's not always unsafe abroad. Young man, you must be mistaken. I've seen their company's business license. There won't be any problems. Miss Elena is a beauty pageant champion and the president of Children's Star Media Company. There's no need to lie to us. Exactly. She's had her picture taken with a lot of celebrities and has been to Hollywood. How could she be a bad person? Elena's sweet face. Regain your confidence. A pair of turquoise blue pupils. Smilingly, he looked at Yun Xiao, showing a stance of watching the show. Even the onlookers felt that Yun Xiao had gone too far. She's a beautiful woman. Another beauty pageant winner. How can it be a human trafficker? Where is such a beautiful trafficker? Isn't that bullshit? Facing Elena's provocation, Yun Xiao frowned, knitting deeper. This thing is tricky. He has no direct evidence. Go ahead and tear apart each other's disguises. The plan. Seamless. Taking advantage of parents' vanity. They trick their children into going abroad. Parents are in the game and don't know it. The child was abducted and he was happy to help count the money. Yun Xiao said in a deep voice, as parents, you can be incompetent, but not ignorant. Do you think that abducting and selling children is by stealing and robbing? Oh, that's just the lowest end way. High-end hunters often take the form of prey, so that you're fooled without even realizing it. And it's not one deception. It's countless, until all the residual value is squeezed out. This kind of human trafficking organization, which only hits the high end of the board, targets all the bright and intelligent kids and takes advantage of parental vanity. Listening to Cloudy say this, the crowd's curiosity was piqued. First time I've heard of it. Child abduction. And squeezing value? Adult males, who can also sell blood in physical strength. Or organ harvesting. Women pull out to pick up customers. But children, what value can be sold? Kids can't do labor. At best, they break their arms and legs and beg along the streets. And to be subjected to such dehumanizing torture. Kids generally don't grow up, easily aborted and deformed. It would be even less valuable. Forgive them for not really thinking about it. See the confused faces of these parents. Yun Xiao sighed darkly. These parents, really, are too well protected by the state, far from having seen it, the dark side of this world. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so naive to believe it. Going abroad is really for the show. Today, I'll show you what human trafficking is that subverts perceptions. It is so contrary to moral humanity. So much so that it has been banned from discussion in multiple countries. Hiss. Numerous parents were shocked. Suddenly there was a sense of foreboding. Chapter 117, Perverted Pedophile Lover. Do you know what the most lucrative global underground market is? All the parents shook their heads in bewilderment. Cloud sighed. It's drugs and arms. In Southeast Asia, it's their most lucrative pillar industry. Yet today, human trafficking has become a new type of underground trade, and it's increasing at an extremely terrifying rate every year. Compared to arms smuggling, which is a reusable industry that provides lasting windfall revenues. Let's put it this way, if you have a pretty young girl on your hands and let her pick up the slack, you'll be back on your money in less than a week, and every remaining day is pure profit. This is the truth about the reusability of human trafficking, and it doesn't stop there. In order to reap even greater windfalls, traffickers are beginning to target children. Everyone's mind was reeling. Those parents, in particular, couldn't help but perk up their ears. The traffickers will identify kids with good resources and then package themselves first to get parents to let their guard down. Like a talent scout for an entertainment company. They promise to put up resources to nurture their children and build them up to become child stars. And when faced with such a temptation, I believe no parent will turn it down, right? After you are hooked, the traffickers will invite the children to the company for selection, which of course is just an empty company with many of the same children. And you will instead trust them more after witnessing this. So the child is trusted to a so-called entertainment company, who dresses the child and takes some portraits. But this photo shoot is to be entrapped with personal stuff, like posing in provocative positions and taking sexy photos that aren't age-appropriate for the child. And it's not done for auditions. It's done to send the photos to an extranet client for the psychopaths to pick from. What do you think? Your children are there to compete? In fact, they've long been commodities for the rich. marked up in catalogs. By the time you realized something was wrong and tried to see your children, the whole company was nothing but an empty shell of a man. They're trafficking children across the border by smuggling them in. And then you, the parents, will really be screaming for help. Hearing this, the parents looked appalled. Breathing was involuntarily heavier. It's conceivable. It's really going to happen. That's when the end is near. And it's beyond crushing. And such a way of abduction is almost beyond their cognizance. Thought it was for the good of the child. I don't know. It's the step-by-step process of getting your child into the hands of traffickers. Don't say transnational trafficking. How many other families are there now with children abducted to the mountains? You can't get it back for decades. And far away. Basically just declare. Heaven and earth will never see each other for the rest of their lives. It's what really buries a child for life. How painful will it be then? How remorseful. Parents shudder at the mere thought. His forehead and back were densely covered by a layer of cold sweat. One hesitated. Some people have even already backed out, trying to get a refund. One look at the situation and it's uncontrollable. Elena rushed to comfort. Parents, don't listen to him. The child has been studying with the company for 6 months. And you still don't trust it? Are we really human traffickers who would spend so much on grooming? And we're going abroad on a cruise ship, not a stowaway, with parents accompanying us the whole way. The parent froze. Once you think about it, that's how it is. If the traffickers really want to abduct, it won't take 6 months. Will it? It's not a losing proposition. Cloudy stared straight at Elena. Normally, it's true that it wouldn't, but don't forget, this is the Dragon Kingdom. With a well-established border security agency, there is a firm crackdown on transnational human traffickers. Here, it is not a place where traffickers can come and go as they please. It's because of strict controls that traffickers have to resort to higher-end methods. Let alone 6 months. A year or 2 exists. That's a real exaggeration. But trading the upfront investment for dozens of quality kids still makes a lot of money. Also, I'll tell you again. After the children are abducted, they go to a special place to be trained. And then they take on clients, servicing the perverted rich. Your children. They will be subjected to inhuman torture for all eternity. Hiss. Parents couldn't help but gasp. A tub of cold water poured from head to toe. Think of that scene. Just feel sick. Fear. Shudder. It's a devil's den there. Those guys are devils too. Suppose it does come to that. The child will never get relief in this life. Even more horrible than falling into hell. After all, adults can't take it. Mental breakdowns. Not to mention children. Peaceful country for a long time. It's unimaginable that there could be such a dark place in the world. Their perceptions were completely turned upside down. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed was stunned. After Yin Xiao finished speaking, the netizens erupted with a roar. Oh my god, this kind of pervert is just scum of the earth. He would poison a child to satisfy his own desires. This kind of fetish is so damn disgusting. Pedophilia is an aberration in the development of social ideology. And these people, in pursuit of greater pleasure, extend their poisonous hands to innocent children. It is suggested that the state should introduce relevant regulations. And if there is one of them, they should be sentenced directly to death by firing squad. Before a person came to me to fix my computer, wearing glasses, looks gentle. I have quite a good feeling about him, but the result is that when I opened the computer, a folder of videos are all such. See my cold sweat. Nightmares are all those images. Woke up a few times. Some people seem to be moralistic, but in reality, they are more like animals than beasts. I experienced this when I was a child. An honest middle-aged man saw me and pulled down his pants directly. The key. The old man is a man he will not let go. Luckily, there are people passing by. Otherwise I would have been poisoned. Really is a childhood shadow. Too sick. Nima, I have also encountered some time ago my daughter's kindergarten to organize a performance. The same night there is a self-proclaimed entertainment media what agent called me. Said my daughter has the potential to become a star. Want to sign her as a child star. I was quite heartfelt and almost agreed to my wife said there will not be a good thing in the sky. Heard the anchor finished these. I was creeped out. See that the parents are silent. Yun Xiao faintly said. Not once or twice, but never ending. Until your child has no more use. Because, it brings in huge amounts of money for the traffickers. And she's going to pass up the opportunity to make money? As long as we have guests, we won't sleep a wink. The cycle of one child. Up to 10 years. What if it's 10 children? 100 children? The kids don't get that money. It all goes into her pocket. In retrospect, what's a year or 2 of giving, when you can secure food and clothing for the rest of your life? At that, the parents couldn't help but shudder. It's been more than a decade. Every day, all in this darkness. It's not just about meeting the needs of your customers, and to endure inhuman and perverted torture. Replace it with your own child. Can they stand it? Wanted to be relieved. There is no other way but suicide. Even if the child can survive the devastation, 10 years later, their wills have long been muddled. No different than The Walking Dead. What kind of trafficker is this? Much more odious even than human traffickers. In addition to abducting and trafficking children, they also destroy them mentally and physically. Even the soul was dug up clean. More brutal than a murderer. Damn it. Really? Dragging them out and shooting them 100 times is not too much to ask. There was a moment of silence, but a parent questioned it. As long as I keep an eye on the kids and don't let the traffickers take advantage of them, won't that be fine? Yun Xiao looked at him faintly. You're very foolish and naive. The man went red in the face. Unconvincingly, he retorted. Why? You've never been abroad, have you? Do you think foreign countries are the same as domestic ones? Leave this ivory tower. In a foreign country, you have no family. Can you fight the groundlings? But whenever you take your eyes off the child for a few seconds, maybe the person is gone. Get help from the police. You might say, oh, the police are in league with the local forces, so they can just find any excuse to delay until your visa expires. Even if they do help you find it, they will charge you for all sorts of reasons, and the money will not be there. In the end, the child can't be found and you have nowhere to go. Finding it on your own is even less likely. Who would help you? An outsider? In a foreign country? Even if you want to seek domestic help, it's not realistic, unless the local government requests the help of the Manhwa police. Do you think that's possible? So don't hold your breath. Chapter 118, Breaking Down the Disguise. An angelic face with a serpent's heart. Listen to the end. That parent went pale and said no more. Indeed, being in a foreign country, there's nothing they can do. Can't afford to gamble either. Really out of this shit. In an unfamiliar place, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Maybe the child was moved to another country long ago. That's the way to the top. Many parents woke up with a sudden shock. They're taking it too much for granted. Thought it was the same abroad as at home. Unbeknownst to me, that's where the eating takes place. For the sake of so-called face, putting children in harm's way. At one point, parents came together to discuss the situation, arguing with each other. Before they were just overwhelmed by vanity, but not stupid. Calm down and think about it. Not without a cold sweat running down his back. It's really going to be abroad. Then they are fish on the chopping block, to be slaughtered. Some people are already talking about refunding their tickets. Anxious Elena swore her assurances. What a safe trip. What a rare opportunity. And how much the company paid for it. But parents don't listen either. If it's really a human trafficker, all her promises, it's all a trick. How can you be attacked by her sugarcoating? Young man, are you sure that the picture you saw of the trafficker in the first place is her? A parent begged to differ. All I can say is that it does look like her. And since I saw it a couple years ago, I can't guarantee it 100%. Cloudy didn't say too much. Elena's eyes lit up. Yeah, how am I a trafficker? Our company has gone to great lengths with this performance, and you are required to compensate the company for the loss if you return the tickets now. The words came out. The parents blushed. Yun Xiao sneered. You didn't learn your Chinese well, did you? I'm just saying I'm not sure. I'm not saying you're not. Actually, there is an easy way to verify her identity. Go check her identity information and background information, including that entertainment company. Is it forged? Also, see if she has a criminal record abroad. If she was wrongly accused, I'll apologize to her on the spot. Otherwise, then she's who I say she is. The whole room was in an uproar. I didn't expect Cloudy to be so rigid. Direct check of criminal records. Even if the disguise is good, a criminal record cannot be erased. The harbor staff looked at each other. Call security to surround the place immediately. Prevent suspects from escaping. Yun Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense. Took a picture of Elena on the spot. It was meant to be sent to Team Chin, but Team Chin has to deal with the morning's homicide. Simply send it to Bureau Lu. By the way, the name of that talent agency and Elena was informed. Tell him to look into it. There was a lot of chatter from the surrounding passengers. I'm all for checking. It would be more reassuring. In case it's really human traffickers, it's too late to regret. Dozens of children are trafficked abroad and their lives are over. Don't you guys know? He's Cloudy. What? So he's Cloudy? My idol. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. I support Yun Xiao. Even if it's a misunderstanding, we have to check it out. We mustn't let these traffickers have their way. But if any child is trafficked out of the country, his life will be ruined, and he'll face a never-ending darkness. That's right. I'd rather find out the wrong thing than miss it. Otherwise, even the gods can't save us. Human traffickers are all too abominable. They must go to the 18th layer of hell. Watched the live broadcast. Really subverted my 3 views. I did not realize that there is such a clever trafficker. In the future, parents take children out. You have to keep your eyes peeled. The tactics of the liar is really defensible. I used to scoff at scammers, but it turned out that I wasn't high enough, thinking that if I didn't talk to strangers or answer strange phone calls, I wouldn't be scammed. As a result, people are playing high-end games. It is my shallow insight. I don't think so. Elena is a beauty pageant winner. How can there be such a good-looking trafficker? If that's the case, then this transnational human trafficker organization is too scary. Disguised to such perfection, who would be suspicious of her identity? This next. Elena couldn't remain calm any longer. In a panic, he twisted his head and tried to run, but the scene has been brought under control by security. She was pale. There's no escape. The whole thing looked like a deflated ball. This feeling of waiting for judgment. Truly desperate. Expect only your own identifying information. It has not attracted the attention of the government of the Dragon Kingdom, but obviously, her extravagant hopes were dashed. It was only 5 minutes before Yun Xiao's cell phone rang. It was Bureau Lu himself who called. Yun Xiao had realized the general pressed the speakerphone button directly. Yun Xiao, this person is the leader of a transnational human trafficking syndicate. Grab her and don't let her get away. As soon as the call was made, there was an anxious yell from Bureau Lu. That kid's Star Entertainment. It's a shell company that hasn't been registered for a year. The name Elena, too, is a fake. At least 80 children have been abducted by her for pickup abroad. Where are you? Boom! A heavy bomb was dropped on the scene. These words were clearly delivered to everyone's ears. The parents were appalled. The children have been covered tightly in their arms, scrambling back away from the woman. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Harbor Pier. Okay, I'll be right there. The crowd went crazy, staring at Elena in unison. The eyes contained boundless anger. She's a trafficker. Arrest her and don't let her get away. Arrest? Just beat them to death. Don't be soft on human traffickers. Luckily the driver was a cloudy sky and saved the parents and these kids. In our hometown, when we catch human traffickers we first beat them severely and then dip them in a piggy bank. Human can't help it if she's pretty. Can you? Then let me do it. My family's ancestral pig killing specializes in this kind of snake and scorpion woman. It's not just the passengers who are raging. Even the security guard gritted his teeth and clenched his fists as he approached. Look at the imposing crowd. Elena pissed herself. That sexy face was all horror. Screaming at the top of his lungs. No, you can't arrest me. I'm an Eagle Jam man. I'm going to complain to the Eagle Jam embassy and ask for protection. Cloudy looked at her with pity. Not to mention you. Even your embassy on Dragonland will have to follow our regulations. No one cares if you commit crimes abroad, but by aiming your claws at our children, you must be judged by every dragon nation. Wait till you get your ass in jail. The crowd at the scene was furious. The thought of the crimes that Yun Xiao had said. I wonder how many children have been brutalized. People like that deserve to die more than murderers. Especially the parents. You almost got cheated yourself. Once a child is abducted out of the country, think of all the things. It broke out in a cold sweat. All the anger was being vented on the other party at the moment. Beat her to death. I don't know who took the lead. A swarm of them all flocked up. A punch and kick to Elena. Elena was straight up pummeled into incontinence. That angelic face. It also suffered multiple fractures and was horribly disfigured. Luckily, Bureau Lu came in time, dispersing irate parents. Otherwise, she'd really be alive. Looking at Elena, who was in a coma, Lu didn't have any mercy. Daring to come to the Dragon Kingdom for human trafficking. How bold. But why would she risk coming here? Why not go to places like Southeast Asia or the Middle East? This was very puzzling to Bureau Lu. Yun Xiao sighed, precisely because of the strict state control. There are very few dragon human trafficking in the market. And those perverted rich people naturally fall twice as hard for Asian-faced dragon children. Things are more expensive than they are rare. One dragon nation child is worth 10 countries on the black market, and with a higher profit price, of course she's willing to do it. In addition, because of Marco Polo's description of the Dragon Kingdom, it made most Westerners yearn for it. Later, when the country declined, they conquered the place and played with the Dragon Kingdom women. Since that time, the West has carried a strong subjugation, or sexual preference, for those of dragon blood, a mindset that is etched into the bones. It is only because the country is strong that national dignity is being regained. But the wolfishness of these Westerners never subsides. Everyone was silent. Vigilance against imperialism must be engraved into the bones of every Rikoku. Tighten down. There was thunderous applause, especially parents of children. One after another, they bowed to the clouds to express their gratitude. If it wasn't for the clouds today, it's a real disaster. Moreover, they were made aware of this new form of human trafficking. Run into something like this in the future. Definitely alerted to whether or not it's a scammer. This move by Cloudy not only saved these children's lives, also saved the families behind them. And to Lou Bureau's, Cloudy helped him catch a multinational conglomerate human trafficker. Send a heavenly credit, naturally full of gratitude. Not a moment too soon, Elena was taken to the police car by Bureau Lou and taken back for interrogation. Accomplices in a transnational human trafficking ring, and the children who have been trafficked over the years. There are many things to investigate. Order was restored to the scene. That group of parents went to refund their tickets. They definitely won't leave the country again after this mess. Just as Yun Xiao and Bureau Lou parted ways, no one noticed. Right in the crowd, a man in a jacket had been watching the show. Wait for the crowd to disperse. He left with his hands in his pockets expressionless. Follow the crowd. Passed through dock security with a bemused look on his face. The staff continued to check on the next passenger. Didn't seem to notice that something was wrong. The man was seen pulling a suitcase and was about to go to board the ship. Snap! Cloudy stopped the little electric donkey, rushing over and yelling, "Wait, you can't leave." Chapter 119 Hidden Lighters. Bringing a fire source on a giant ship. This statement was made. The crowd was flabbergasted, especially when they saw that the person speaking was Yun Xiao. A head full of questions couldn't help but pop up. What's going on? Bureau Lou was just about to leave. Seeing the scene suspiciously, he walked over and asked, "Yun Xiao, what's wrong with this person?" Yun Xiao shook his head and just pointed at the jacket man. To the staff on the scene, he said, "You guys check on him, I think something's wrong." The staff froze. Something wrong? What do you mean? Are there still traffickers? The staff member blushed at the thought. Just that. Give them a strong shock. 30 children were almost trafficked out of the country. Luckily, it was the young man who recognized it. So there was instinctively a few more points of trust in Yun Xiao's words. Immediately a staff member stepped forward and stopped the jacketed man in his tracks. "Excuse me, sir, we need to examine you. Please cooperate." The jacket man glanced at Cloudy, very impatient. "Didn't I pass the security check? Why do you still need to check? I'm in a hurry. Don't hold me up." "Sir, Customs has the right to inspect you in detail, and you will not be able to board the ship if you do not cooperate." The staff member's tone was firm. The man frowned. "The ship is about to sail. Can you afford to delay? Even if the ship sails, it must be inspected. That's the rule." "Don't want to agree though." But seeing the commotion over here attracted a lot of attention. Even the security guards were alarmed and gathered around. The jacket man had to stop. "Check, right? Okay, hurry up. What a pain in the ass. If it's okay, I may have to complain." Said, "Drop your suitcase and stand there with your arms spread out." The staff began a detailed inspection. First a body search, then a baggage check, a rummage down. There wasn't much to find, only in the suitcases. Some odd books and clothes were found. Other than that, it's all the usual stuff. Wallet, keys, cell phone, including the documents, which checked out fine. Now the staff was confused. The atmosphere was a little awkward. To say he's a human trafficker, he didn't kidnap a child. To say otherwise, why the sudden stop? The group thought that Cloudy had misread the situation. Even Bureau Director Lou couldn't look away. Pulled Yun Xiao and dryly coughed twice. "What are you doing? Don't mess up here." But Yun Xiao ignored it and took a big step forward. First, he checked the suitcase, flipped through the books, then acted as if nothing happened. Grabbed the man's wallet and cell phone again. After looking at it carefully once more, holding up his cell phone, he asked, "Do you know what this is?" "Amount." The crowd was confused. "Can't understand what he's up to." Bureau Lou looked embarrassed. "Isn't this a cell phone? Still need to guess?" Words. The onlookers couldn't help but burst out laughing. Opening up someone's suitcase just to ask what a cell phone is? Cloudy didn't explain either. A direct, dry thumb press. The guys were shocked to find that one corner of the phone was dented. Snap. Flint sounded. A string of flames sprang up immediately afterward. "Crap. What the hell? I can't believe it's a lighter." The crowd erupted at the sight of the small fire leaping from the cell phone. All of them looked incredulous. "Apple phone. How come it's a lighter?" Bureau Lou also froze. Ben thought that Cloudy was fooling around. But the moment he saw the lighter, the pupils of his eyes froze. "Suddenly I realized something was wrong." The staff exclaimed. "What's going on? I just saw him on the phone. It's really a cell phone, only it's been modified." Yun Xiao said indifferently. The crowd's eyes were glazed over. Cell phones converted into lighters? Why? Is the brain that big? However, the shock wasn't over. Cloudy picked up the scuttled keychain again. On it hung a nondescript ear crawl. He twisted behind his ear crawl. Pull out something that looks like a match. Lightly scratch against the other side of the keychain. Jab. The matchstick actually burned. This scene was a real eye-opener for the crowd. A crouch sounded inside. What the hell? Lighters disguised as cell phones. Ear crawls and keychains hide matches. Which ghost designer's work is this? It killed them to think it could still be played like that. Isn't that redundant? Yunxiao smiled and said, I just watched him on the phone when I noticed something was wrong, and my eyes kept looking around, so I paid more attention. As he spoke, he opened the man's wallet again. It's filled with bank cards, IDs, bills. Cloudy focused on the carabiner. This is no ordinary carabiner. Instead, they are made of flint. A light flick of the carabiner will send sparks of fire out. At this point, just have something flammable next to you. A piece of paper can start a fire. Everyone's eyes widened. A horrified face looked at the jacket man. It's a talent, hiding the lighter so discreetly. No wonder it didn't check out. But here's the problem. What's he going to do with all that fire on board? To say smoking. Just bring a lighter. And it's so hidden that it's obvious that it's trying to hide it. Who's got nothing better to do than kick so many lighters in their body? That's sure to be suspicious. So this guy's behavior, it's not right in any way. For a while it was impossible to figure out exactly why. Perhaps, it's just that he likes to drum up these things? Eyes on things being found. Jacket man knew there was no hiding it. Smiling helplessly. I'm sorry, I'm a craftsman, and because of my work, I like to modify small objects, so I forgot to take it off. If I can't bring it on board, can I request a consignment? A word or two. Just pick clean the suspicions others have about him. The average person has only one pocket, and carrying so many lighters at once, it's hard not to be suspicious. This situation is for the safety of other passengers. Definitely can't let him bring it on board. It's not a big problem to say the least, but Bureau Lu furrowed his brows, always feeling that this matter was not simple, but he had no evidence to suspect. The staff member agonized for a moment, but had to say, you can go get checked in, and you can't bring any of this stuff on the ship again. The jacketed man smiled and nodded. Gather your things and luggage. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. I didn't know the first time I took a cruise. I brought a Zippo lighter to pretend to be a pussy, and I was found out by the security guards that this kind of high-pressure gaseous lighter can't be brought on board, and as a result, I had to do the check-in for a lighter, which is really fucked up. Smokers know that it's hard to have a cigarette without a light. When you have cigarettes in your pocket but no way to light them, that's the hardest part. That's why I have 2 lighters on me, but every time I'm still taken. I'd rather give him 10 packs of cigarettes than be robbed of a lighter. Something's wrong. Why did you bring so many lighters on board, and they're hidden so well? I feel like there's a secret to be told. I also think that Jin Xiao must have a purpose for stopping him. If you really want to smoke for the sake of it, one will do. It doesn't look like it was modified for fun to me. I think you guys are just conspiracy theorizing. I'm a craft enthusiast too. I like to modify gadgets when I'm not doing anything. Who's going to figure out what impact it has? Besides, people have explained that it's for work, so don't think too badly of others. Just when the netizens were commenting, the man is pulling his luggage to leave. Wait. Yun Xiao spoke again. The crowd that had thought it was a misunderstanding. All at once they froze. The jacket man's face twitched slightly twice. There was more than a hint of gloom under his eyes. But still, with a smile on his face, he asked, is there anything else? Yun Xiao had a calm face. Clip a bill from his wallet. Putting it in front of his eyes, he waved it around. I'm not done asking. What is this? The man's color changed dramatically. There was a subtle look of panic on his face, seeing Cloudy holding a bill. The crowd was wondering. Murphy, this is fake money? It doesn't look like it. This texture. This printing. Wait. Suddenly someone with sharp eyes noticed something. Look, it's got writing on it. Aha! The crowd came up to take a look. Heartfelt. Doomsday Judgment. Evil God descends. Beyond that, there are also some ghostly symbols that are impossible to see what they mean. Everyone had shocked expressions. The heart felt vaguely out of place. The jacket man did not change his face and smiled slightly. What was written? How come I don't know? Sorry, this is the money I received for buying breakfast. Seeing him die a duck's death, Cloudy backhanded and drew another one. Same words, same symbols. So can you please explain this? The jacketed man narrowed his eyes. Cloudy wasn't spoiled. Several more were drawn in quick succession. It all turned out to be the exact same words. Oh, these are the ones you received for buying breakfast? Wow. The crowd instantly roared. Horrified, he looked at the money. The foreboding feeling in his heart grew stronger. Bureau Lu looked shaken. Take a bill and place it in front of you and examine it carefully. And then exclaimed, this is the cult. Chapter 120, Terrorist Organization. Loss of Humanity. Yun Xiao nodded with a solemn face. That's right, it's the evil sect. For those of you who have seen the movie and the TV show, You should be no strangers. The things they used to do were so egregious. The reason why they have toned down in recent years is not because of a goodwill gesture. It's just that the state has cracked down and they've gone underground. I didn't realize that it was resurgent and using this covert way to go viral. After listening to Yun Xiao's words, the crowd was greatly shocked. The look at the jacketed man turned unkind. Cults are a lot like pyramid schemes. It's all about brainwashing people to get to the end goal. But they're worse. To society and the state, there is a serious danger. A member of a cult blatantly showed up at the docks. It was a street rat. Face it. The jacketed man forced himself to calm down and smiled. Don't get me wrong. Maybe I met someone from an evil sect and gave me the money. It doesn't prove my identity, does it? Oh, Yun Xiao smiled conspiratorially. I just counted your money and it's $2,000. Who is so generous to give you so much money? And all of it is printed with such a passage. Is it to ask you to be a spokesperson? The man's face changed violently. Before he could speak, Yun Xiao said in a cold voice, even if you are right, then can you please explain what that symbol on the clothes is? I bought this dress randomly online. It's a brand name, right? The man was ambiguous, trying to prevaricate. Cloud opened his suitcase. Pick up a few random pieces of clothing. One by one. It shows. The crowd looked at all these clothes with the same logo all over them. A sign? Why haven't I seen this sign before? Can't read it. The logo is kind of evil. What kind of clothes use this logo? Kind of scary. The crowd shook their heads. Yun Xiao faintly said, this logo is not a brand of clothes, but from an organization called Dark Jesus. They'll have this logo on their website. Forum community. App and members dress code. You said you bought these clothes online? What? Did you buy all the same clothes? Or has your evil faction learned to open an online store? A cold sweat oozed from the man's forehead. Wanted to retort, but had no words. One can only stand there awkwardly. The crowd saw it. Also sensed something was wrong. Most likely this person is a member of a cult. Immediately form an encirclement. Especially by association just now. The man also had a lighter hidden on him, trying to hide it from security. Obviously something is very wrong. Such people are heavily brainwashed. Who knows what they'll do? Without saying a word, Bureau Lu immediately ordered people to blockade the scene. For a while, everyone was like an enemy. Dead eyes on the jacket man. The scene became extremely tense. However, Yun Xiao did not intend to let him go. Continuing aggressively, you're not going to tell me that the banknotes and the clothes are coincidental, are you? Even if you can barely explain it, what about the books in the box? This is, I believe, your organization's propaganda book, isn't it? Although the exterior looks no different from an ordinary book, the content inside is very different. To put it bluntly, it's just some terminology to brainwash and fool people. Speaking of this, Yun Xiao looked around. If you can't recognize a cult, here's what you can look for. Number 1. It's looking at the signs and terms, like there must be something highly recognizable on these bills and clothes. Secondly, look at the object of the belief. Those unknown bullies and demons that are suspect. Third, look at the way of activities. Usually hidden parties. The location will choose pig farms, rented rooms, etc. Internal communication using pseudonyms and aliases. Possessing a whole code word. Hospitalization is someone caught. DX for brother. And promotional items. Meet the term. Listening to Cloudy finish as he did, the crowd was stunned. I've heard of cult organizations before though, but didn't really know what for. Much less recognizable. After this detailed explanation from Yun Xiao, it was an eye-opener for them. And while the passengers on the floor listened with interest, the jacketed man who was surrounded, from being flustered before, he suddenly became calm. Gradually, the whole thing fell into silence. Breathing heavily, the face is getting harder and harder to see. The depths of his eyes took on the color of madness. At this time, the crowd's attention was on Yun Xiao. Listening to him talk about this stuff was quite a belt. It also increases knowledge. Subconsciously, he ignored the men. A puzzled passenger asked, why? Even ordinary people know that those gods and ghosts are all made up. How come some people still believe in them? Brainwashed, Bureau Lu said. Yun Xiao nodded. That's right. In the beginning, they indeed didn't know what organization they were joining. Instead they thought they were the embodiment of justice, waiting to be washed beyond belief. You will have lost your humanity long ago, and even dare to kill people in the street, calling you a demon. Isn't it evil to have an organization like this? See this. It took an afterthought for the broadcast booth to react. It's no wonder this man had to hide the fire engine in such a hidden way. At a glance, it's not something a normal person could do. It's still possible. There have been similar incidents before. No wonder the anchor stopped him. Once we let such extremists board the ship, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brothers, don't you think Yun Xiao is outrageous? It's okay that he knows other things. But why does he know so much about evil sects? He also knows how to tell the difference. He's too knowledgeable. He hasn't been in one before, has he? First he found transnational human traffickers, and then he found members of evil sects. His eyes are even better than people's customs security. He used to be refined in the 8 trigrams furnace of the goddess of mercy, didn't he? The crowd was numb at the sound of it. The pores of his body shuddered. In broad daylight. Kill at the drop of a hat. Who gave them the nerve? Not only do they kill, they give the dead the title of demons. Personal insults. Lawlessness. Just ask. Who is not afraid of this kind of person appearing on the street? And once that group is allowed to grow, isn't looking at anyone who's upset, just take the knife and chop it up? Wouldn't that be a terrible death? Do you know how this organization was created? See the crowd shake their heads. Yun Xiao laughed. Speaking of which, its creator is also very odd, because his own wife is a psychopath and says god-awful things all the time. This is something that if it were anyone else, they would be thinking about how to treat it. He thought not, that it was the will of the God of heaven, and offered up his wife, and came to be high priest himself, and then, in doing so, brainwash and enrich themselves. Duro Lu sniffed with a surprised expression. You still know about this? The crowd was speechless for a moment. It's true that it's not a family. It's not a family, but those who were scammed. What the fuck is wrong with you? I can't believe I'm willing to believe a psychopath, and worshipped as a god. Off the mark, and of course even more outrageous. Even if you say you know the tactics of human traffickers, even the history of the evil faction is known. This guy, what the hell did he used to do? Could it be that he is also the founder of an evil sect? At the thought of this, everyone looked at him with extremely odd gazes. Yun Xiao touched his nose and cautioned with a smile. Don't think that you won't fall for this. It's just like a pyramid scheme, using mind control to make you unknowingly be brainwashed without even realizing it. In the beginning, they would just collect money, and later on they would control young women to offer themselves. So once you find out that your girlfriend is a member of an evil sect, then congratulations. I don't know how many people have been cuckolded with a Hulenbuyer step on top. They also have an independent enforcement team, and they just savagely beat up those who back out on the spot or don't want to join. And after joining this organization, you don't want to come out again. Otherwise, you will be skinned alive, have your hands and legs broken, have your ears and nose cut off, have your eyes gouged out, and have you made into a human swine. There's only punishment you can't think of. Nothing they can't do. Hiss. Everyone listened with a cold breath, shocked and heartbroken. These brutal criminal laws were eliminated long ago. Didn't realize. Surprisingly, it was used by the cult organization. It's even scarier. Accept such punishment. These members may even find it reasonable. What a fine thought. Brainwashed to the marrow. It was thought that the cult organization was far away from them, listening to the clouds. They're the ones who are creeped out. It was actually lurking around the whole time. I just didn't realize it. Just in case it's the turn of someone close to you to suffer someday. These demons, against humanity. It is comparable to a terrorist organization. The crowd couldn't help but look at the jacketed man. Not like the poor, either. How did a nice guy get brainwashed? Such a shitty and exaggerated presentation. There are still so many people who go to the letter. It's unbelievable. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. I heard that in order to pull people, in addition to mind control, they will use beautiful women to seduce directly with you to bed. Is a mailer very difficult for anyone to refuse, right? Waiting for the relationship between you will become their potential development object. Your female companion every day will give you brainwashing control, say some doomsday catastrophic topics, give you to see propaganda books and films, take you to participate in the party. Usually this process is very long, will not let you see the cracks. When you step by step sink into it, found when it is already too late, cannot be extricated, because you have really believe in their god. I have read a report before that evil sects will try to confuse newcomers by pretending to be spirits, such as writing in advance with special potions to make the talismanic paper manifest. There are also dreams, prophecies and the like, just to make you believe in miraculous manifestations. No, do you really believe that? You let them fool you with a trick? If it were me, I'd just whip my ass. I graduated from 9 years of compulsory education. Don't look down on me. It is obvious. This part of the people themselves are very superstitious, and is directed screening. Those who believe in them focus on the development of the object, do not believe in the abandonment, so that you can screen out a number of members who meet the requirements. Moreover, most of these people are not highly educated, so let them be fooled by their gods, and they will fall deeper and deeper into it. Brothers, is there any way to help me get in touch with the pullers of this cult? A buddy of mine has been single for 30 years and still hasn't got a date, and now that he's diagnosed with cancer, his only wish is to see if the girls in the cult are really colorful and seductive. Upstairs, your buddy's cancer. It's not terminal laziness, is it? And are you making friends out of nothing? Wow, it's so shameless. However, I'm a person with thick skin since I was a kid, so please contact me first if you have an evil girl. Chapter 121, Sacrifice at Sea? Shocking spontaneous combustion. The jacketed man said nothing the entire time, standing there quietly, like a bystander. Extreme disdain for what Cloudy said. It doesn't matter how much the other person talks about it. In his mind, it was all about discrediting their god. Nothing could shake his lofty faith in the slightest. Yun Xiao looked at the jacket man indifferently. When you joined the club, you should have taken an oath. And this oath must be as vicious as possible in order to show your loyalty. The jacket man smiled slightly. So what if it is? Yun Xiao's heart suddenly felt uneasy. There was a vague sense of ill will. Cultists like him were arrested. Shouldn't it be hysterical as hell? This guy's too calm, isn't he? This oath is usually taken on the lives of yourself and your entire family, and all of you will care so much about that oath, because of superstition, that you may even think that it is reasonable to undergo a brutal punishment like that. Betrayal means a descent into hell. A pyramid scheme is just a scam for money, but a cult is a crime. But whichever one it is, they are lurking all around us. For the sake of your own and your family's safety and security, be sure to keep your eyes peeled and stay alert, and don't let them take advantage of you and regret it. The words fell. There was silence in the room. Everyone didn't expect it. Originally, the evil faction that was thought to be so far away from them, it's actually hidden away. If it wasn't for Cloudy's reminder, the day they get ripped off, they're still counting money for others. Once successfully brainwashed, like the other guy said, it's too late. Duro Lu was also shocked. He was a cop, and he didn't know as much as Yun Xiao did about the evil sect, not knowing the kid's background. With those words just now, he's got to be creeped out. A veteran cult member at first glance. Are you done talking? The jacket man looked at Cloudy calmly, still maintaining his smile. Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow. You don't seem to have listened at all? Knowing that you've been brainwashed, you're still obsessed? No, I did falter. As soon as the man opened his mouth, it made Yun Xiao feel surprised. You're talking about the exact same situation as within the organization, and for a moment I even thought we were kindred spirits. It's hard to imagine an outsider knowing us in such detail, but unfortunately, you are not a member of the organization, and faith is something that you can't understand. It is said that the end of science is theology. I have always believed that the gods will visit this world, whether others believe it or not. I believe it anyway. Our world, our universe, is but a prison of exile. Only by approaching God can we return to the real world. I regret that I cannot join my colleagues in the sea sacrifice. Cloudy was stunned, didn't wait for him to respond. Without warning, the jacketed man held down the corner of his cell phone. Jabla! The fire sprang out. With lightning speed, ignite the clothes. Next, the fire fluttered and grew instantly larger. Gradually it spreads to the whole dress. The jacket man's entire body was surrounded by a blazing fire. The process, done in a flash of lightning. The crowd hasn't even reacted yet, thinking about what that just meant. This guy, he's so bullheaded that he lights himself up in public. Beat them to death. Also, the clothes are not right. A little fire and it all goes off. It's premeditated. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd. Hurrah! In moments, the fire flared up, burning all over the jacket man. It turns into a big ball of fire. Ah! It's on fire! Run! The crowd was in a panic. Panic was heard in all directions. Duro Lu reacted at the first time. Openly colorful. Quickly, get the fire extinguisher. Places like customs, ports, always have a fire extinguishing device. Immediately, an officer removed the fire extinguisher from the fire-covered window. Sprayed the jacketed man with a fury. White powder splattered in all directions. Seeing the flames suppressed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when, but suddenly, after the flames were extinguished, within a second or two, it rekindled. The crowd once again blushed furiously. This fire, I can't believe I can't put it out. In a matter of seconds, the fire got bigger. It burned the man's body, raging wildly. The crowd at the scene was horrified. First time I've seen a fire put out. This evil school. It's so evil. It's so sick. Yun Xiao said in a deep voice, this is special clothing. It must have added some kind of fire-conducting element that is not easy to extinguish. So as long as the temperature is high enough, the fire will be able to reignite. Unless the air is isolated. or the clothes are removed. Hear that? The crowd's scalps went numb. Isolating the air definitely didn't help. It's not outer space, but undressing is even more unrealistic. Who dares to go up and take off such a big fire? Not afraid of being burned to death? Is it okay to use water? Lu asked. Yun Xiao sighed and shook his head. This kind of flammable material is very special. Just like petroleum, when it touches water it will burn even more fiercely, and then it will be even more troublesome. Of course there are other ways, some special fire extinguishers, but where to get it in a short time? The moment, in the roaring flames, the jacketed man's face was agonized, hissing and screaming. It's like a crazy beast, flopping around. The flames engulfed him whole. All that was left was that miserable wailing. Yun Xiao's scalp exploded as he watched, right under the nose. Seeing a big living man set himself on fire. Quite a shocker. Who the hell would have thought? This evil sect is not only extreme, tough on yourself, too. The crowd was chilled to the bone, because the fire can't be put out. Panic. Various emotions spread out. It's a mess. Quite a few people ran slowly and were stained by the flames. Scared to death, several officers rushed up to extinguish the goods. Yun Xiao's face changed. The harbor is already densely populated. Quite a few people gathered around. It simply won't fall apart. It's easy to get caught up in the fire. Once a large burn has been triggered, it would have resulted in a catastrophic event. He gritted his teeth and made a snap decision. Bureau Lu, go evacuate the crowd and control the scene. What about you? Bureau Lu was shocked. I'll take his clothes off. No way, it's too dangerous. Is there a better way? He won't be able to burn for a while. He has to get the fire under control. Throwing down the gauntlet, cloudy sky flew straight up. Also, take out the fireproof raincoat you won in the raffle. Sleeve on. The fireproof raincoat, itself, is in transparent form. You can't tell from the outside. So in the eyes of the crowd, Yun Xiao was no different from usual. Avoid the fireman's pounce. Cloudy grabbed his collar from the side. Both hands peeled outward. The jacket, which was on fire, was about to detach from the man's body. But just then, it seemed to have sensed Yun Xiao's intentions. In the midst of the fire, the man's face looked insane. With both arms open, he directly lunged towards Yun Xiao. It's clear that they're all going to die together. The fire was raging and once held by the man. There was no way Cloudy could escape. The end result is to be burned alive with him. The crowd gasped and closed their eyes in fear. However, the dreaded result didn't happen. A scene that shocked the entire audience appeared. Yun Xiao didn't panic and didn't even bother to dodge, as the man lunged. Instead, he met them with aplomb. Both hands pulled hard, stabbing. Only sparks of fire were seen. The jacket coat was ripped open down the middle as he did so. One disengaged the man's body. In that moment just now, he had a feeling. It's not the fire that surrounds you. Instead, it's a warm stream like a hot spring. The whole thing looked like it was soaking in spring water. The raging fire didn't hurt him one bit. Have to say, the fireproof raincoat given by the system is really sick. In the meantime, in the eyes of an outsider, it can be a completely different feeling. Clearly the man had pounced. But the blazing fire that was shunned in their eyes. But it doesn't burn the clouds at all. This fire, it's like he knows him. It burns straight around the corner to something else. This incredible scene, it made everyone's eyes widen. A little short on brains, Bureau Lu, who was dispersing the crowd, also deeply struck by the image. Mouths grew and kept gagging. This kid, it's damn near more evil than an evil faction. The fire can't even burn. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Crouching. Crouch. What did I see? Nay, I am uneducated. I can only describe my feelings with the phrase crap. What the hell did he do? He tore his clothes with his bare hands in the fire. And the fire couldn't even burn him? Is he the god of fire? I feel that the fire is his brother. Once he saw the clouds, he stopped burning. He can't be a cultivator, right? He looks young, but he's actually an old monster who has been practicing for hundreds of years. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why he knows so much. Showdown. No more pretending. I am Yen Di. Yun Xiao is my successor in Blue Star. As long as he devours the 23 types of foreign flames, he'll be able to inherit my mantle. Come on, don't go off the deep end. It's not that exaggerated. Maybe the wind blew the fire off course and it didn't reach the clouds. If you want not to be burned by fire, there are also many techniques, such as playing iron flowers, stepping on fire coals, etc. In these folk customs, you can be trained in advance through the mastery of skills. The clouds may be a similar principle. Fast speed, coarse salt cooling, water vapor vaporization protection. As long as the skill is mastered proficiently, the fire cannot be burned. The moment, the live feeds are all bunkered up. Beat them to it. Cloudy wasn't even afraid of fire. Just now the man pounced. They all thought for a moment that Cloudy was going to hiccup. But I didn't expect the reversal to come so quickly. The image of tearing clothes with your bare hands in a cloud of fire. It gave them a great shock. Scene. Quick. The fire extinguisher. Yun Zhao's cry awakened the crowd. Once again, the officers took the fire extinguisher. Sprayed at the man. Lost that jacket. The fire on the man was quickly extinguished. The spreading fire finally collected. Next, under police dispersal, the crowd was organized into safe areas, and a long cordon was drawn. A few minutes later, when all the flammable material in the clothes has been burned, the flames diminished, until it disappears completely. In the eyes of the crowd, the scene was thick with smoke. It obscured the view to see what it looked like inside. But you can smell a burnt odor. Very pungent. It's like the smell of garbage when it's burned in a landfill. It was vaguely laced with a meaty flavor. Those passengers who just arrived didn't see the previous scene and thought it was the dock roasting. Jacket Man's screams had long since ceased. When the smoke cleared, everyone clearly saw the middle of the floor. A charred black object with blue smoke lay. And I don't know if it's dead or alive. On him, burned skin and flesh. The face is totally all burnt up. It is no longer recognizable. There wasn't a single piece of intact skin on his entire body. There are places where the outside looks charred and black, but the meat inside is bright red, burned half-cooked. It's really disgusting. Reflux. Saw quite a few people doing the gagging. Couldn't help but throw up on the spot. Not to mention people, but a chicken or a pig burned to this shit. It can also be disgusting. Yun Zhao took a deep breath and looked at the man with a slightly disgusted gaze. Never in a million years. The man can be so maniacal and extreme. Spontaneous combustion at the drop of a hat. No wonder he acted so calm after having his identity split. So that was the intention. Tough guy. It's so hard on yourself. Brainwashed too thoroughly. Even the clothes that light the fire have been specially made. The fire extinguisher couldn't put it out. So it was clear that it wasn't going to live. Death is even. And setting fire to a place like this, isn't that implicating innocent people? Wait. Yun Zhao's pupils suddenly dilated. Think of the Jacket Man's last words. All at once, the look of horror grew. Chief Lu, quick, notify the ambulance fire truck to come here. After that, he yelled at the dock crew. You guys hurry up and notify the leaders and canvass the entire dock. I suspect there's more than one member of the cult. Maybe even spontaneous combustion. All ships. Check. Chapter 122 Peer Search. Abandoned baby in toilet. Wow. That statement, no doubt, set off a nuclear bomb in situ. Everyone was horrified. More than one. Wouldn't it be, say, that there are still members of the cult? In case it's on board, all will suffer. They came to the dock on a giant ship. Of course. Who can guarantee that one is not in the same boat as a member of a cult? It's really important to run into such extremists. Spontaneous combustion just like the Jacket Man. By then, the ship is on the boundless sea. The fire couldn't be put out again. Space is tight inside the boat. It could start a huge fire. In the middle of the ocean, suppose a huge ship catches fire. There were no firefighters to help put out the fire. And there's no escape route. The fire will get hotter and hotter. The dense crowd would choke on the smoke, if not burn to death. Maybe someone said, use sea water to put out the fire. But it was the cabin that caught fire. The sea can't get in. And once the fire spread to the fuel tank, that's the real terror. Water fuels the fire. All this ocean will be turned into a sea of fire. So, once the cultists are in the cabin, a vast ocean, there's no way up, no way down. The probability is that the entire huge ship will be burned to cinders. There is no hope of rescue. If one is on this ship, one is basically declared dead. In despair, burned alive. The crowd was horrified. All secretly glad that they hadn't boarded the ship yet. What a way to get your life back. The scene where the jacket guy just got burned, it leaves too much of a psychological shadow on them. Really? I don't dare to take this boat. It's horrible. Spontaneous combustion at the drop of a hat. Who the hell can stand it? It's rare enough to run into one member of an evil sect. Where do you get so many? Even if they did, how could they all commit suicide? It's too much. I think it's because he's overthinking it. The crowd came together and talked. Take a chance. But all in all, for your own safety, no one dared to board the ship again, waiting for officials to take care of it. See this. The heads of the live streamers exploded. Even through the screen, I could feel the thrill coming through. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. What the hell? This picture today really shattered my 3 views. I've been having nightmares for the last month. It's horrible. What kind of brainwashing have these people done? What kind of brainwashed people are they? Do they think they can meet God by killing themselves? Isn't it good to live a good life? Geez, I was just having a barbecue. And the image of him burning himself like that makes me sick to my stomach right now just smelling the meat. Suicide without blinking an eye. What did he go through in that organization? The dude who said he wanted to meet evil girls before. How does he feel now? Do you still want to sleep with her? Maybe one day when you're sleeping in the middle of the night, she'll be right next to you and light you up. I decided to edit this video and take it to the school classroom to show it. It is imperative that every child clearly recognizes how horrible the evil sects are and that ignorance will only harm others and themselves. I wonder if he regrets it now. Even if he's saved, he's still an invalid. And the God he believes in didn't come to get him. So I guess his beliefs will collapse and he'll be a walking corpse from now on. Those who are alive, cherish the present. When you die, it's hard not to die. Soon, after contacting the ambulance and fire on Lou's side, come as fast as you can. The staff, too, reported the news to the general manager. Learned that a member of the cult had spontaneously combusted. The general manager was alarmed. High blood pressure spiked on the spot. Ninghai Port. It is the largest seaport in all of Asia. Every move here is constantly watched by the outside world. The word is out. How much will it affect the reputation of the port? It also triggers violent panic. When that happens, the port will have a lot of freight and passenger traffic. There must have been a precipitous decline. Imperative. Not the time to think about that. Listen to the report from below. Along with other members of the cult, it's highly likely that it will be on board. Learn the news. His brain exploded. Understand better than anyone else. How much influence does this have? Once you let them have their way, thousands of passengers on the entire ship, all must be buried in the abyss. This epic oceanic disaster. For more than a century, there are only a few times in the world, like the Titanic, but the Titanic merely hit an iceberg. Good luck and get rescued. Once the giant ship catches fire, the vast ocean is 10 deaths. That's too much of a price to pay. They port, far from affordable. With red eyes, the GM grabbed the phone and ordered, until the inspection is complete, all huge ships are not allowed to go to sea. All passageways in the waiting hall are closed. One time, received instructions for the passenger terminal. Like a precision machine that turns quickly, all passengers return to the waiting hall. All sit in their seats and wait until they are ordered to be unblocked. And those that have boarded, the cabin broadcast to the entire crew to suspend sailing, receive a full inspection. After ordering all matters, the general manager was also first on the scene. Upon seeing the burnt and charred man, couldn't help but draw a cold breath everywhere. It's too hard. Even he wasn't there. Seeing it in hindsight, one can also imagine the harrowing conditions that preceded it. What the hell is going on? The general manager asked with a sullen face. The staff immediately put the situation into perspective. We didn't even notice this man's suspicious behavior during the previous security check. Luckily, we recognized him when he boarded the ship. And then we questioned him in detail and found out that he was actually a member of an evil sect. I didn't realize he was so extreme that he set himself on fire on the spot. The GM's pupils shrunk slightly. Heart palpitations. These cultists are crazy. I used to watch movies and TV and just hear about it. In reality, never have I seen such a horrible scene, not to mention setting myself on fire. This horrible organization. It's really alarming. Just look at the scene. Burn yourself like this. If we really let him board the ship, the consequences will be unimaginable. Well, you guys did a great job. And that's a big plus. Turn around. Give me the name of that finder and I'll give him a promotion and a raise. By the way, let's make him a benchmark for our seaport. That's a good security check for the people, so that everyone can learn from him. Hear that? The security supervisor, who was reporting, was embarrassed on the spot. This, manager, discoverer, not our seaport security. The GM had a head full of black question marks. Who is it if not the security guard? Is it hard to believe it's him? Said, pointing casually toward the crowd. Was going to say roadies. As it turned out, it just happened to be pointed right at the clouds. Air, manager, good eyesight. It's this young man who found it. His name is Yun Xiao. He's the one who found the cult members. And he's the one who suspected that there were cult associates at the docks. Also, he seems to be a chauffeur driver and just dropped off a bunch of parents and kids. By the way, he also caught a transnational human trafficker. Listen to the superintendent finish the sequence of words. The GM was wound up in a daze. Shocked for a good long while. Just figured it out. It's not customs and security that find cult members. Instead, it's a chauffeur. Also, people not only recognize evil disguises, and helping the police, catching transnational human traffickers. This, the GM's eyes popped open. If it weren't for the fact that the scene was a mess, and the police testified, he was suspicious that it was a movie. The point is, the movie wouldn't even dare to do that. Looking at the cloudy sky that he had pointed at, the general manager took a big step forward. Smiling gratefully, he said, "Hello, Young man, my name is Lin. I'm the general manager of Ninghai Port. Thanks to you, I recognized him in time today. Cloudy turned his head for a second. I didn't think that the general manager of the harbor would take the initiative to come and say hello. It took him by surprise. Hurriedly responding politely, "Hello, manager." The GM took a deep breath. "One thing I'm curious about. How do you know that there are other members of the cult?" Yun Xiao shrugged. "It's simple. He said it himself." "Yourself?" The GM was flabbergasted. The crowd was also puzzled. Cloudy explained. "Right, before this person died, he had said that he couldn't go to the sea with his colleagues to offer sacrifices." Colleagues, I believe, means members of the organization. Sacrifice is offering yourself to God. The meaning of that statement is obvious. He had accomplices and was going to take a boat out to sea together and spontaneously combust. If all this is true, I presume that his accomplices must have boarded the ship, or be in the process of boarding it, and that it is necessary to examine them. After listening to Cloudy's analysis, the general manager's expression shook and his face sank slightly. True or false? Just to be on the safe side. All need to be investigated properly and thoroughly. These cult members are like a ticking time bomb. Really let them go to the sea to offer sacrifices. It's too late for regrets. No one would dare to bet on it. At the moment, security personnel are on the move throughout the docks. Duro Lu also brought people to join in. Start a big crazy thorough investigation. The object of focus is the boat that the jacketed man was traveling on. It's not just the giant ships. The waiting halls are also under scrutiny. Every passenger is subject to a detailed check by security. No source of ignition of any kind can be brought on board. The specifications have never been tighter, and there is a foregone conclusion. Things like keychains, wallets, cell phones, it was all checked inside and out. It's close to taking the phone apart and looking at it. Under this severe inventory, past half an hour, and still nothing. Don't talk about the cultists. Same keychain as before, none of which checked out. By all rights, this should be good news. But I just can't be happy about it. It always felt like something had been overlooked. So the search continued, into an entire marina harbor. All the giant ships of all routes are included. This time, the work became extremely complicated. It's a good thing Lu called for police backup. This has only eased the shortage of manpower. Every aspect of the dock was carefully inspected. Until an hour has passed. Still haven't found out. The tension in the crowd eased. Even Cloudy wondered if he was being overly cautious. Jacket man just before he dies. Fine juggled them a bit. So-called colleagues in spontaneous combustion at sea. Pressing on? And a delay of an hour and a half. The passengers can't take it anymore. The general manager had to order the lifting of the blockade. All routes are fully operational, and apologized to them over the radio. Just as everyone was relieved that it was just an oops, accidental appearance. Duro Lu, it's not good. An auntie who sweeps the toilet found an abandoned baby in the garbage can and has suffered inhuman abuse. A police officer came in a hurry to report. Words. Everyone's face changed drastically. The breath that had just been taken in relief was back in his throat. Yun Xiao and Duro Lu looked at each other. It all felt wrong. The group rushed to the restroom. Upon seeing the baby that was abandoned in the trash, SS. The scene resounded with the sound of cold air being drawn backward. Boundless rage. Up to the ceiling. Chapter 123, Foreign tourist groups, hijacking of a giant ship, dirty trash cans, piles of all kinds of putrid garbage, right in front of everyone's eyes. A shirtless, recently born baby, quietly lying in it, covered in various cuts and bruises. Between his mouth and nose, there were still remnants left by the chilly water. On two pink root arms, it's all densely packed with pinholes. In some places it has bled and pushed. Miserable. The baby was breathing weakly and his eyes were closed. Still don't know if they're dead or alive. Wow. Seeing this scene, the crowd exploded at once, only to feel immense anger. It's amazing that such a young baby was subjected to inhuman torture. Look at the marks on her. How cruel must those abusers be? After the abuse, it goes straight into the trash. This is a living, breathing human being. It's not garbage. No animal could do such a thing. I used to watch the news and there were girls in the restroom after giving birth. Just threw the kid down the drain. Would have thought it was a stretch. But I didn't realize that the one in front of me was even sicker. Where are the child's parents? Where are they? Knowing that your child is being abused like this? Doubts bubbled up in the minds of the crowd. Or, they didn't dare think down the road. Fine thoughts. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The netizens were all furious. Fuck. Worry fuck. What kind of pervert would do such a thing? Even the children are not spared. If my child was treated like this, I guarantee I would kill his whole family and dig up his ancestors' graves. Any parent would lose their mind if they saw this scene, right? I wonder what kind of person has such a dark heart. Even a murderer couldn't kill a defenseless baby. Could he? Let alone this kind of inhuman abuse. It's cheap to shoot them when you catch them. You should take these criminal laws in turns and make them feel the pain of babies 10 times and 100 times. Then burn them as ashes to feed the fish. It's a waste of land to bury such people. I think it's the cultists who did this. It seems that Yun Zhao's analysis was right. There must still be their accomplices at the pier. Hurry up and check the CCTV. I don't believe these guys will disappear into thin air. Seeing the misery of the baby, no one is not angry. The general manager's face was ironic. Anger covered his entire chest. Rushing toward her, he picked up the baby from the trash can. Luckily, the baby is still breathing, temporarily in a coma. By this time, the ambulance had arrived on the scene. Immediately, paramedics were brought in to provide first aid. Check, find him, call the security cameras, dig 3 feet into the ground and find him. If I can't catch anyone, I'll quit as a manager. The staff were shivering. Never met. The normally mild-mannered manager would be so angry. A couple of supervisors wiped cold sweat off their faces. Without looking back, he ran to the monitoring center. The crowd lapsed into silence. That image just now gave them a lingering shadow. The thought of a baby being abused. The heart couldn't help but clench. Men spontaneously combust. Babies are abused. 2 things that seem unrelated. Yet it happened almost simultaneously. It can't be such a coincidence. Is there really some kind of connection? While the crowd was puzzled, the general manager got a call out of the blue. Manager, I'm the captain of the Orient No. 1 megaship. Just after the pier resumed traffic, a group of foreign-bound tour groups broke into the megaship and chased away all the passengers. The seafarer went up to dissuade them, but they gave them a beating, and even I was thrown off the ship, and now they are the only ones on board. What? The general manager was alarmed, but his shock wasn't over. The other party continued to report, these people are in an extreme mood. I was thinking of getting off the ship first and then trying to figure out how to deal with it. They wouldn't have taken the ship anyway, but who would have thought it? But just as Haiyan and I got off the ship, the giant ship moved. They're really taking the ship. Crap. The general manager nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, like a cat with its tail stepped on. Jumping up and busting out, you're the captain. Tell me, the ship was taken? Do you eat shit? Get off the boat when I tell you to. Out of your mind. Ha! The captain was cursed. Very aggravating. He didn't want to, but the gang was clearly out of place. And there's a lot of people. It's a real dare. He was afraid of making a big deal out of it at the time. It was forced to get off the boat. Manager, I can't. Those guys are too extreme. They might be able to do something. And they look like they've been brainwashed. They look abnormal. And if you don't get off the boat, they'll say you're an evil spirit and take a knife to you. They really dared to kill a few female seafarers, almost brutally killed. The passengers ran as fast as they could see and were all blown down. We were the last ones down. The captain man is mad. He was a million miles away. These guys have so much guts. How dare you drive a giant ship? The captain's cries were heard. The general manager was also silent. Indeed. Who the hell would have thought this would happen? Grabbing the giant wheel in public. How ballsy does it have to be? Terrorists couldn't do it. Could they? The general manager sighed. There's no need to look for them. These guys, they should be the associates of that cultist. Obviously. Making so much noise. They pressed on with no intention of closing. It would have been a bunch of people who didn't want to live. And to be able to do that, there is no doubt about the identity of this tour group. The giant ship was seized in order to go to the sea to make sacrifices. It's ridiculous to think about. Even more shocking, some of them really do drive giant ships. The general manager was very egghead at the moment. This is so tricky. The ship has sailed. How can we stop it? The command center personnel have been shouting. There was never a response. The crowd came to the dock and looked out toward the sea in the distance. A behemoth is pushing the wave forward. Fade away. Because passage has just been restored. All the giant ships are still moored in the harbor. This identity is easily recognizable. The other side. The surveillance center is also sending back footage. Cultists disguised as traveling groups. During the search. Then hiding in the restroom. When access is restored. Before stepping out to board the ship. One of the women was on her way out. Throw something in the trash can next to it. Those who don't know think she's throwing out trash. Wait for the screen to zoom in. It was only then that I saw that it was the baby that had been thrown. Learning of this scene, the supervisor rushed to call the manager. However, everything is late. The giant ship has been driven away. There was nothing anyone in the room could do about it. Watching the giant ship go further and further away. About to pull out of the channel. Face the scene. There was nothing Cloudy could do about it. He can fly a giant wheel, but he can't control it remotely. You can only stand on the dock with your heart in your mouth. once the cultists are allowed to have their way. Spontaneous combustion at sea. Not only will this be a national sensation, more than that, it will be a world sensation. Shipwrecked. Evil faction. The news will sweep across the globe. Shocking to everyone. Inform the Marine Police Force to send warships in pursuit. And make sure to intercept the giant Orient ship. The general manager droned in a deep voice. Things had come to a head and there was nothing more the Marina could do. One can only hope for the Marine Police. But with nothing to live for. Those guys must have opted for early spontaneous combustion. What's going on? It's all a dead end. However, in the midst of everyone's despair, accidents happen. Look at that huge ship about to sail off course. Everyone thought that it would sail into the rough sea. Suddenly, the direction is shifted a little. It's this little bit of bias. It caused the bow of the boat to actually turn at an angle. Uncontrolled, it crashed into the adjacent sea-crossing bridge. Boom! There was a loud bang. Concrete stone piers for the bow and viaduct. The knot collided solidly. Moment. Rushing fire erupted. Violent explosions echoed at sea level. Amidst the black smoke, the flames swept up into the sky in a wave of heat, covering the sky, even across a wide sea. One could also feel the astonishing power. On the dock, the crowd was dumbfounded, looking in the direction from which the explosion came. All dumbfounded. What's the situation? A volcano erupted? Nope. Where's the volcano? One look and the fucking giant ship blew up. Chapter 124, Giant Ship Explosion. Invite the leader for a foot rub? The shocking scene stunned the passengers on the pier. Thought there was a terrorist attack. The aftermath of the explosion, though, didn't last long. The flames quickly obliterated. Rolls of smoke spread in all directions. The giant ship stopped sailing. It doesn't look like it's moving at all. And I don't know how the people inside are doing. The general manager took one look and immediately droned. Quick, go put out the fire and stop the ship. It's not too late. It was thought to be hopeless. I didn't realize that the boat itself went out of control and crashed into a viaduct pier. It's a good opportunity. Just stop the cult members from spontaneously combusting. It will be possible to minimize the crisis and its impact. Of course, the deaths of the people on board were none of his business, but Ninghai Harbor reputation. It must be worth his while to administer the full force. Firefighters have long been assembled at the harbor. After learning the situation, sirens wailed. A dozen fire engines drove onto the viaduct. In addition, the fireboats followed them into the sea. The sea sped out in a white wave, rapidly approaching the burning giant ship. Fire engines were lined up on the viaduct. Connect the hose, turn on the high-pressure water gun and start extinguishing the fire. The speedboat rushed around the giant ship. Firefighters took out ropes and climbed onto the giant wheel in turn. Disperse to the various fire sites. Turn on the fire extinguishing device on your body and spot the fire. Hundreds of firefighters, moving quickly. Land in water. 10 minutes later. Finally, the fire is out. There was no secondary burn to the ship's fuel tanks that could have caused a larger explosion. The smoke that covered the sky. It also dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wait until the firefighters pull out. The firefighting operation is over. The general manager rushed to the speedboat, escorted by a group of police officers from Bureau Lu, the first to board the wrecked megaship. The paramedics are close behind. As they stepped onto the deck, they opened the door to see the scene before them. All of them were shocked. In the cab, there were people lying all over the place. Stuff crashed all over the place. Everyone had blood on their faces. All unconscious. Some have even been scorched by flames. It was covered in blue smoke. In some severe cases, half of the body was burned to a crisp. Long ago, I didn't know what to do. The one who steers the giant ship. His face was covered in blood and his nose was collapsed. Bones cracked in every part of his body. And he still has his last breath. The scene was miserable. Like purgatory. Blood dripped onto the floor. It was solidified into a lump by the flames. The paramedics were feeling numb. But none of them sympathized. These cultists are totally to blame. If not for the consideration of the scope of duties, they pressed to save. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing this scene, netizens felt particularly relieved. Good job. Sure enough, people are cheap. God can't stand it. The ship had only just departed when it crashed into the viaduct, so that they could experience the most extreme pain before they died, and couldn't die too cheaply. It would be better if they were half dead for the rest of their lives. It's only a pity that a huge ship was damaged. Harming others and ourselves will not end well. How dare you rob a ship and not let others board if you don't want to live? It's just lawlessness. I'm so happy to see this ending. Retribution. Even such a small baby is not spared. What a relief to finally taste the despair of death. You want to make a sacrifice to God? Oh, I'm sorry. God won't accept you. This gang is so fucking evil that it really opened my eyes. Terrorists at most kill people. but they torture them both physically and mentally. Especially women. They have no sense of decency or honor. They consider giving their lives as a noble activity. And they party with a group of people and go straight for it. Before I delivered takeout time. The neighborhood building. There is their propaganda small note. Tell you into the will have great benefits temptation. Now think of a cold sweat this is going to go. Shall not be fooled and they together spontaneous combustion? Next, paramedics began clearing the scene. The cult members were carried on stretchers. Many woke up in pain. Seeing the dismal way he was burned. Disfigured. Fingers burned off. The thighs are only halfway down. Each and every one of them turned horrified and wailed in pain. The whole cabin. Echoes of miserable screams. It's like an evil spirit receiving punishment in the 18 layers of hell. Sweat-inducing. Scare the little ones to tears. Do they regret it? No one knows. But all eyes were cold. Looking at them like they were idiots. Did you think about the baby's pain while you were brutally abusing him? Don't you know it hurts when you spontaneously combust to meet your God? Everything. It's all deserved. The general manager had that wave of depression in his heart. Finally a long sigh came out. I even wanted to hum a festive tune on the spot. Although a huge ship was hit. But the good news is that the damage is not too severe. And to see these guys get punished. It's a loss that can still be afforded. Half an hour later. The crowd re-entered the dock. Rescue units continue to remain in the ship. Inventory of the wreckage of the broken giant ship. The crowd of onlookers was also dispersed. Order was restored to the scene. The general manager walked over and shook Yunxiao's hand in gratitude. Young man, a talented man, I thank you on behalf of Ninghai Port. If it wasn't for you today, you would have let this group of rampant cultists plot to succeed, and the harbor reputation would not have been saved. He has learned in detail. Cloudy helped the police with the capture of that transnational human trafficker. Just 2 hours ago, almost trafficked 30 children out of the country. It was a close call. Plus he recognizes the tricks of the evil members. It's safe to say, Yun Xiao had a rejuvenating grace for their seaport. Young man, to thank you for your selflessness, I'll set up a family dinner for you. I wonder if you're free tomorrow? The general manager said with a smile. But Cloud Cuculander was confused. That said, do all these leaders like to buy dinner? The mayor invited him and he didn't even go. It's just that I'm afraid it's too much trouble to eat. A polite meal at the table. And be respectful. Eating is for enjoyment. Isn't that like a psycho? Facing the GM's sincere gaze, it wasn't like Yun Xiao could refuse. A coy smile. So what? Can I get a discount for dinner? GM? Director Liu? Straight from the booth? Crowd? Froze halfway through the day. The GM choked on his saliva and coughed. For the first time, I encountered a way to refuse an invitation to dinner. Ask if it can be discounted? He a general manager of Ninghai Port. That's a position that's no lower than a city clerk. Properly full of the rank and file. And the fact that he's talking about a family dinner makes it an even higher level. It's far from a dinner-out invitation. This was taking Yun Xiao as one of his own. It also reflects the importance attached to him. But this kid, a jerk, doesn't want to eat at all. Trying to discount it. The corners of Lu's mouth twitched madly as he smiled awkwardly. Manager, don't mind if I do. Last time Secretary Zhao invited for dinner. He refused too. Cloudy is participating in a live program and can't get away. Hearing this, the general manager looked surprised. What? Secretary Zhao invited you to dinner too? But, it also counts as finding steps. He went down the slope and said, in that case, I have personally decided to take out $1 million on you as a reward and will personally present the banner. Yun Zhao's eyes put on green light. Thank you. Leader Ha, or your atmosphere. Puzzled, the GM asked, by the way, how much did old Zhao give you? Not much. 25 million. Amount. He couldn't help but twitch his cheeks. This kid, is he undermining me or complimenting me? Think of him as the general manager of the Ninghai Port Group, specializing in the sea trade. It's a pretty well-oiled position. How can you lose to the city government? I'll add another $1 million to that, for a total of $2 million, and call you back on your card. The general manager took a big swing. Cloudy heard that there was $2 million. The corners of his mouth are smiling and grinning. Hey, not to say that you are the general manager? Turn around and call up Secretary Zhao. I'll call you two together to go to the big, to rub your feet in on. Crowd. The GM stumbled on his feet and almost didn't fall. A black face. You're treating me like a money grubber, aren't you? Foot rub? I seriously doubt you were talking about that one. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Crap, I've seen it all. How can you ask for money so blatantly? A leader you atmosphere directly added $1 million. I'm going to ask my boss for the same thing. I don't know if he'll give me a raise. GM, I'm fucking fried. Taking my money and treating us to a foot rub? Is this operation okay? Bull. Secretary Zhao and the general manager of the harbor both want to invite him to dinner. Two full department-level cadres. Ah. Any one of them is a big brother level of existence. I'm thinking that Yunxiao won't get together to play mahjong in the future. Right? What's more, no matter who invites him, he has to discount all of them. And they really give it to him. I'm crying my eyes out. I will not be envious of Yunxiao anymore. He deserves it. If you have the ability to let the cadres invited to dinner, not to mention please, can look at it. I'll give you a month to wash stinky socks. When the results of the police review come in, the crowd was in a tizzy. The woman who threw the baby in the trash with her own hands. It's no one else. It's the child's own mother. The news is nothing short of earth-shattering. Originally they were thinking, after the child's parents found out, how heartbreaking should it be, how sad. It turned out to be so ironic. The real mom abused her children and abandoned them. It's really just sensational. It seems that they were burned to this state. All still considered light. Far from it. But there are laws of their own to punish these inhumane people. When they are discharged from the hospital, would face tougher sanctions. It didn't take long. News just flew around on this side of the harbor. The internet blew up too. Chapter 125 Issuance of a letter from the Ministry of Public Security conferring an honorary title. All major short video popular platforms. All hogging the headlines with the same message. Hashtag cult organizations are resurgent. Tap the video. It's the series of events that took place in the afternoon at the harbor marina. Countless people once again put their eyes, converge on this evil organization. Video via Cloudy. Make more people aware of the harm caused by evil sex. Some of them, after watching the video, came to their senses. It seems like something similar is going on around me. Talking to your friends, you will suddenly talk to you about disastrous topics. Watching a movie with my girlfriend is a similar situation. It didn't feel like it before, but looking back now, it's clearly brainwashing. It wasn't watching the live stream of the clouds. They're still in the dark about it. For a while, the message boards for these videos blew up. Crouch. After reading it, I broke out in a cold sweat. Some time ago, I met a girl online. Believe these things, but because of the chat happy, I did not care. She also had to take a day train to see me. To me touched almost her not to marry. But the back is not right. Always tell me the end of the world, but also take me to see the disaster movie. Said there is a party want me to go to participate in. Damn it. This is trying to push me into the fire pit. Want to expose her? Reveal a hairline. Pretend you don't know. And then kick it off when you're done. You don't even have to be responsible. But then again, this woman has been ridden by countless people. If you are not afraid of cuckolding and getting sick, you can sleep with her a few more times. My situation is more serious. My family is being targeted and has gone off the deep end. Now they're in a very extreme and scary situation. Like they've changed. And they're asking me to believe in that God with them. And whenever I refuse, they say I'm being haunted by the devil. And I'm fucking devastated. What are you talking about? The best thing to do is to call the police. Get your family under control and then follow the trail to uncover the organization behind it and kill them all. And as events fester, many people watched the video and came to a realization. I've always felt weird around people before. Turns out it was haunted by an evil faction. Frightened, they cut off contact, even without experiencing it. Under the video's science fiction, netizens are also becoming alert. This wave of operation by Cloudy directly increased propaganda against the evil faction. More and more people are realizing the horrors of the evil faction. However, just when the whole internet was in an uproar, even the state security department was blown out. An anti-evil faction announcement was issued. The latest news is that the incident that took place at the Ninghai Port Pier this afternoon was confirmed to be the work of an evil organization. The Ministry of Public Security once again appeals to the general public nationwide not to believe in the so-called crooked organizations, and to report immediately any suspicious persons they find. Otherwise they will only do harm to others and themselves. We would also like to express our gratitude to Mr. Yunxiao for his anti-evil propaganda, and the Ministry of Public Security will award him the honorary title of first-class anti-evil fighter with additional certificates. The announcement was a national sensation. The Ministry of Public Security has issued a letter in person. You can see the gold. Cloudy's name was spread even wider. Let the country know more about him. And the afternoon in-person audience. By word of mouth, the news spread abroad. Even some foreigners know about it. This dragon nation called Yunxiao, a frightening shipwreck was prevented. Because of these moves, Cloudy has been getting rave reviews all over the internet. It's even been labeled as a righteous man, especially on college campuses. Cloudy, becoming a newborn icon for young people. Some rabid fans, and put his picture on the wall. Burn incense and pray every day. Look and worship. Those who don't know, think that these young people have been fooled by the evil faction. Sure, this belief is very different from the cult. Cults are destructive, criminal, and the clouds represent justice. In their eyes Yun Xiao was like a god. It brings good luck. Naturally, Cloudy didn't know about this hilarious thing. Who wants to be plastered on the wall? Set up 3 incense burners. You don't want to have nightmares, do you? Just stepped out of the harbor. Found the gate actually crowded with people. It's all about the crowd that got the news and came over to watch the fun. There was even a bunch of Netflix mixed in with the crowd. Holding a cell phone live. Old iron people. The front pier is the scene of the explosion. It is said that a gang of cultists have hijacked the giant ship. A small gift to go a wave. The anchor will break in later to show you live. Brothers, see the bus at the entrance? That's the car that Yun Xiao drove here today. With over 30 children and parents on board who were almost trafficked abroad. And, look who's over there. It's Yun Xiao. Hurry up and click the likes. Click the likes to 5 million. The anchor will go and interview Yun Xiao later. Crap, thanks for the big rocket from the boss. Boss atmosphere. Don't worry. Watch me rush over and hug Cloudy's leg and shout at his dad. I don't believe he won't interview me. As far as the eye could see, the site was surrounded. There are dozens of anchors alone. The number of people online in each person's live room. It's all at least 50 or 60,000. And it's exploding. This bunch of netizens are desperate to interview Cloudy. Smell the traffic code early on. And after seeing Cloudy debut, the live streaming gifts just don't stop. Hit the rockets. The big planes. Don't want money to smash. Cloudy had just stepped out of the dock. Look at the scene with your head as big as a bucket. Nima. What do these people have to do with themselves? It's 5:30. He promised Team Chin that he would go to the police station at 6 o'clock to make a statement. Look at the situation. I don't know if I'll be able to walk away from it yet. The main entrance. Watch the clouds come out. The crowd was abuzz. It's Cloudy. Cloudy is out. The man god is so handsome. The others did. And the anchors went even crazier. Like wolves who see meat. One's eyes were glowing green. Running at a 100-meter sprint. Old-timers, did you see that? The clouds are right here. The anchor will follow the camera all the way. Everyone brush up your gifts. Cloudy, say hello to our live broadcast audience. Hey, Cloudy, don't go away. Crap Dad. Accept my interview. Dad say something. Dad, I'm going to get fucking sprayed by the internet. Cloudy eyed his pockets. The brain was buzzing. Think about it half the time. And I don't know when a bunch more sons came along. Good on. He immediately found salvation. Following behind Bureau Lu, he finally squeezed out of the crowd. A long breath came out. Bureau Lu laughed and said, this fame of yours, but it's much more useful than a star. If I didn't come, I guess you couldn't leave all night. And there was almost a stampede. Cloudy's heart palpitated. Just that anchor just now. Hugging his thigh hard and not letting go. Guess his own dad never enjoyed it. What's so great about being a star? Yun Xiao rolled his eyes. This gang of anchors, rubbing traffic is too bottomless. I didn't kick him out of the way. I can already afford to call him this dad. Bureau Lu shook his head. I really don't understand. How many people want this fame? But you turn them away? Alright. I'll have someone send you. That's just as well. Hitch a ride to the police station. What? To the police station? What do you want? Bureau Lu was stunned. Make a statement. I promised Team Chin. The woman's body dug up in the morning. The real culprit behind it hasn't been caught yet. What? You dug up that woman's body? Bureau Lu was shocked. His eyes oddly sizing up Yun Xiao. I said it. Which driver is so talented? Help people drive a car can still make a mess. As a result, another 9 million in cash and a female corpse were unearthed. And at that time, I also thought that you had a successor. Amount. I didn't expect it to be you kid again. I should have thought of it. Bureau Lu. I thank you. The corner of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched. Say, is it really that exaggerated? Bureau Lu sniffed. Incredulity surveyed him. What is it about your perception of yourself that makes you so fanatically confident? Cloudy. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feeds are laughing out loud at this. Yun Xiao looked seriously at Bureau Lu and said in all seriousness, tomorrow I will talk to Secretary Zhao and transfer me to the police station to drive for you. I will make you believe that I am a good driver. Hiss. Bureau Lu's eyelids fluttered. Don't, you cow. I take back my previous words. That won't work. What's said is done. You coming for real? Cloudy was frustrated and looked at the sky. It's fine if I don't go. Can you help me find a place? I just want to experience what it's like to drive all day in peace. Lu Bureau looked at Yun Xiao with wide eyes for a long time. Forget it. Go wherever you like. I can't do this request. Chapter 126. The program team temporarily changed the program. Murder case follow-up. Program building. An emergency meeting is being held. Directors and supervisors, staring unblinkingly at the big screen. On the screen, see the scene at the end where the giant ship hits the viaduct and explodes. Everyone's eyes dropped in shock. Nima. It's horrible. You can feel the perversity of these guys through the big screen. Even scarier. At that time, the popularity of the live streaming room directly exploded. Thankfully, the bounty and advertising features were removed last time. The live feed just barely held up and didn't crash. Otherwise, they can't afford to be slobbered over by netizens. The show must be cursed. Until the picture. Seeing Bureau Lu escorting Yun Xiao away, the scene also remains quiet. However, their shock wasn't over. Just then, the staff member took the tablet and hurried into the conference room. Above, it was that announcement made by the Ministry of Public Security. The director is numb. Pass the tablet down immediately. Let everyone pass it around. After watching it, the whole room was stunned. It was a full 10 minutes. The crowd was silent. After a while, the director sighed and was the first to break the silence. Gentlemen, did you see that? The truth is just as previously predicted. The popularity of contestant number 37 has risen to a point beyond our control, and even the Ministry of Public Security has been alarmed. Now, I have a brand new idea to change the contractual regulation of 37 to 9:1. What do you have to say? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Immediately, someone objected. Director, please think twice. The contract was set before. 50-50 between the contestants and the program team. 9:1. That's too high, isn't it? The program team only gets 10%. Then what do we rely on for revenue? How can we run the show without money? That's right, even if you want to give him a commission, 7:3 is high enough. There's no need to raise it to 9:1, right? The other contestants are already happy with 5:5. If we differentiate Yun Xiao from them, will they think the program is shady then? What should we do if everyone else makes a scene? I'm against it too. Reconsideration. To this, the director looked disdainful. A riot? Who are they to make a scene? People's Yun Xiao relies on real skills. If their popularity is 1/10 of Yun Xiao's, I'll give them a contract increase too. In addition, there is no live bounty on the 37th side, and you can't place advertisements. Otherwise the live room will have to collapse. If such high popularity isn't utilized properly, it's all wasted. So I'm going to, split the advertising part among the other players, so that I can solve the problem of idle advertisers and also take full advantage of the traffic. You know, the popularity of our program is all dependent on No. 37 in order to support it, and the other contestants are also eating this traffic dividend. Otherwise, the traffic in their live room would still have to be cut in half, so their income is increased. Treating No. 37, we must maintain the utmost sincerity. Only let him earn more, in order to reap the benefits of him bringing to us more traffic. This is a win-win cooperation. After listening to the director, the crowd was in deep thought. I think that it is indeed feasible. That takeout delivery contestant number 14. He's said to be quite popular. He often delivers to the ladies who live in the mansions, and his live broadcasts are very gimmicky. Why don't we assign the advertisements to him? No, he's been in a bit of a slump lately. He's often late for deliveries and has been complained about several times by customers. What? Wasn't it fine before? I heard that when he went to the mansion to deliver the takeout, he overheard that No. 37 lived here, and the young lady was all attracted to it. So the pendulum swung. 08. What about number 8? The one who drives a cab. He only sleeps 4 hours a day, and is the model standard among all the players? How about delegating to him? That was before. Now he works 4 hours a day. Crap, what the hell? Such a big contrast? Last time he pulled 37, he was hit hard enough by the other side's earnings, and now he's starting to get down on himself, thinking it's impossible to outperform even if he tries harder. Hiss. The scene was filled with the sound of cold air being drawn backward. No. 37. Is it really a scourge? Catch whoever is crashing. How about switching 37 around? Go record in another city? What are you thinking? No. 37 is the pillar of the program. You can't transfer him even if you transfer anyone. For a moment, the crowd was silent again. Full of helplessness, the director suddenly asked, have you tallied up the proceeds of the gifts that fans rewarded to No. 37 last time? A total of 11.67 million. 9:1. It's 10.5 million. The director nodded. Good. Let the finance department settle the bill, and give this money to Cloudy when the time comes. The rest of the 1.17 million. Our program group is not that bad, so we will use it to advertise and do publicity for Yun Xiao. It's like making an investment for him, and we can also reap the popularity. The supervisors looked at each other and were unanimously in favor. That's it. I'm fine with that. Right. Fans reward him with money. That's right. If the fans find out that we're keeping it private, they'll definitely turn the show upside down. Props to number 37. He's my idol. Yun Xiao and Bureau Lu rode in the police car together. returning to the police station. Exactly 6 o'clock. A police officer brought him to the interrogation room to find Team Chin. The room outside the interrogation room. Team Chin furrowed his brows and was staring at the surveillance in deep thought. It was only after seeing Yin Xiao that he suddenly returned to his senses and smiled. You're here. Yeah, to the point, to rub it in. The clouds did not hide their purpose. Team Chin's face twitched. Do you really think the police station is your cafeteria? You're really good, but wait a minute for dinner. Make a statement first. Hurry up and get started. I'm starving. Next. Team Chin helped Yun Xiao finish taking his statement. Waiting to come out of the interrogation room, Yun Xiao glanced at the surveillance screen and asked, Team Chin, what's the outcome of the case? Team Chin shook his head. This case, it's more complicated than imagined. And the murderer is certain to be the same person at the scene. But by the time we contacted the Yen City police to arrive at the scene, the mastermind behind it had long since run away. This result, Yun Xiao had long anticipated. After all, he's on live. So many people across the country are paying attention, and the news is flying around. As long as the suspect is online, wouldn't be unaware. It's normal to run early. Now it's just this one last step away from solving the case. But before that, Yun Xiao was more interested in the case. Team Chin, can you be more specific about the case? Team Chin smiled. If it were anyone else, I definitely couldn't say anything. But you solved this case, so there's no harm in talking about it. Actually, you're right in your analysis. The deceased, Lu Yen, in addition to being a victim, is herself a suspect. Yun Xiao nodded his head. This had been in his expectations. And then what? This killer, originally a slaughterhouse worker, was a good gambler, lost all his family's money and owed a lot of debt, and his wife divorced him. At a time when he was destitute, he was suddenly contacted by someone who offered him $400,000 to help kill a man, and being desperate, he agreed. According to the account, this was 6 months ago, when the deceased also came over to meet him and paid a deposit of $100,000 to tell him in detail about his target's physical features and habits. A few days later, he took a vacation from the workshop and went on a long trip, actually to Yen City, and on the target's way home, he drove his car over him and faked a drunken accident. Because the money was paid out, the family of the deceased didn't pester them, and the case was hastily closed without even a lawsuit. Seeing Yun Xiao's calm face, curious, the Chin team asked, aren't you surprised that the family didn't overreact when they ran someone over? Because the family is the woman, and it's her husband who died, right? Crap, you guessed all that? Team Chin was shocked. What the hell is wrong with this kid's brain? Yun Xiao shrugged. Is it hard? That woman knows the deceased like the back of her hand. Even his appearance and features and habits, including the way to and from work. This can't be described as familiarity, except for the parents. It's also the husband and wife, right? And again, it's a conspiracy to kill. I deduced that the mastermind behind it should be having an affair with her. The two of them together, plotting to kill the woman's husband. Team Chin nodded. That's right. That's the truth. It's hard to imagine. That man died too unjustly. His own pillow not only cuckolded him, but also killed himself together with his adulterer. The situation is too bad. We later investigated that the woman worked in a financial company as a financial secretary, and had been in an incestuous relationship with the finance manager. And the company had been rumored to be in the wind for a long time. By the time the police feel their way through the clues, the man will be long gone. Afterwards, it was found that $20 million were missing from the company's books, and that $9 million in cash in the morning was part of what she had gotten in conjunction with the manager, leaving $11 million, which had been transferred by the manager to his own bank account. Now the police are basically sure that the company's finance manager is behind this. Yun Xiao listened to it, nor could he help but be secretly amazed. The woman cheated on her husband with an adulterer and killed her husband, but it backfired in the end, and by an adulterer. And the killer, again, happens to be the same person. That's the most bizarre part of the case. Real cases are more dramatic than dramas. If the woman hadn't been killed, the last case wouldn't have been discovered, and the secret between her and her adulterer would never have been known. Everything, in the underworld, is predestined, Team Chin exclaimed. Cloudy was deeply moved. No wonder. The reason given by the system for the killing was emotional discord. These two cases, all love kills. Suddenly, Team Chin received a phone call. It's from the police over in Yen City. He stepped to the side and hurried to answer it. Not for a while. Seeing Team Chin walking back with a big smile on his face, Yun Xiao smiled and asked, good news? Right. The manager has been caught and his assets have been frozen. Facing him will be the law. Team Chin had a relaxed look on their faces. Let's go. Let's go eat a big meal. Okay brother. Chapter 127, Offbeat, bringing a star to a KTV to find an escort princess? Today, what happened in the harbor also reached Secretary Zhao's ears. A transnational human trafficker, a cultist. If it wasn't for Yun Zhao's timely appearance, and they got away with their machinations. It's scary to think about, considering that big things have been happening lately. So, a business meeting was called. On the spot, Lu's position was upgraded to the rank of deputy director. This made Bureau Lu happy. Been a cop half my life. I thought the road to promotion had come to an end. I didn't realize it was because of the clouds. He's over 100 years old and he's still getting promoted to deputy director. It's like a dream. Not just him. Team Chin who solved a murder case today. Plus there's still a backlog of credit from the last human case. It also rose to the rank of a regular section. Other relevant persons involved in the case, etc. Even if it didn't go up in value, it gave a generous bonus. Beyond that, their precinct has to be expanded further. From other police departments in the city, a portion of the force was brought in to work. Learned the news. The whole police station is celebrating like it's New Year's Eve. Cloudy's name. It rang out all at once in the police station. Many budding police officers idolize him. Even seeing him is more intimate than seeing the chief. They already know that through today's events, this is a mobile crime-solving machine. The cases are chasing him, but anything to dig a little edge out of him. It's all enough to have a bright future for yourself. Don't bother with brain cells to solve the case. Just follow the experience with a big guy. Where can I find such a good thing? It's a dream life. So, upon learning that Bureau Lu's side needs to be expanded, the public security departments in Ninghai City are blowing up. A lot of people are cutting their heads off and trying to transfer this way, just to be able to grab that one spot. And that's just the flat tone. No raises or promotions. There are still countless people who go to the back door for connections, in order to be closer to the clouds. This is a police blessing. Who wouldn't want to touch it and dip it in? Sure, after the festivities. It's just a thunderous settling of scores. Transnational human traffickers, cult organizations. Either way, it has had an extremely negative impact. Director Lu, who has just been promoted to deputy director, come and supervise the case yourself. Command the action team overnight. A siege has been launched against members of evil sectarian organizations that are harboring in Ninghai. Scout their tracks first. Comparative analysis using big data. Get a hold of the gang's social channels. Once locked in, make an arrest. Wait for the night to pass. Cult organization branch points in various hidden corners. It was seized and dismantled by the police. Hundreds of members were successfully arrested. But just the tip of the iceberg. There are a lot of smart people who harvested the news in advance and ran away long ago. There are deeper hidden ones that have not been unearthed by the police. It's just the Ninghai. Look at the country. I wonder how many leaks there are. This will be a long-term strategic process. But after this, countless people have been made to understand the dangers of the cult. The public security authorities have also issued relevant documents to step up their efforts to combat the problem. It also improves regulation. Avoid any more people falling for this scam. As for transnational human trafficking groups, as it relates to foreign countries, Irina, the human trafficker, has been turned over to the provincial public security authorities. She needs to be interrogated and investigated in detail. Follow-up series of events. No need for Bureau Lu and the others to intervene anymore. After dinner, 8 p.m., Cloudy and Team Chin said their goodbyes and prepared to go home to rest. I'm a little tired today, but it's good to die and get a phone call. At first glance, it's big star Shiro calling. Crooked, what's up? Yun Xiao, are you free? I've just finished recording the program. Why don't you sing with me? Shiro said with gusto. No time, I'm going home to sleep. Cloudy declined without thinking. It's a good time to eat and drink and it's a good time to sleep. Who in their right mind sings? Come on. I recently released a new album and want to go to a KTV to practice my voice. Shiro said in a little milky voice. Hiss. Yun Xiao's entire body shivered. Is everything okay? Are you having a fit? I'll take you to the hospital. I've had a couple of female cats downstairs purring. It had to be said that Yun Xiao had pinpointed her dead center every time. Gave Shiro enough gas. But she relented, gritting her small broken teeth. I'll ask you again. Are you going or not? Not interested. Go find your lickspittle to sing with you. The clouds are greasy. After that, he was about to hang up. $100,000. Going or not? Yun Xiao froze, his face full of contempt. Do you think I'm poor and crazy? $100,000 and you want to buy me? What do you think I am? I've heard that the KTVS, nowadays, are launching special events, and I'm a celebrity of my size. So if I'm photographed by the media, then won't my innocence be in jeopardy? So, one bite, 200,000. Pust. Shiro's mouthful of old blood went straight to the ceiling. You're a celebrity? I'm still a star. You even know about the KTV specials? She seriously doubted that Cloudy was a frequent visitor. Better than I do. And, who are you that I don't know? But, knowing that the other party is dead set on money and not recognizing it, and she's not having any luck at all, one can only spit on the inside. Deal. Okay, where are you? Hotel. Ready to go out now. I'll come and get you. After hanging up, Cloudy left on a small electric donkey. In no time at all, it came to the hotel where Shiro was staying. The two got into the car. Drive towards the biggest KTV in the neighborhood. This is a comprehensive luxury entertainment KTV. The night is brightly lit. The ladies who welcome you at the door, all of them have long legs, a cheongsam that opens to the waist. Welcome. Bend over. Big, so big, big big big. The cloudy sky harumphs were flowing out. Seeing him in this piggish state, Shiro grunted lightly and puffed out her chest. Cloudy glanced away. The next sentence is pretty damning. Don't hold up. You didn't. Shiro went soft like a deflated ball. Mentally spit on the big straight man. After booking the box, the two walked in. The box was huge. Over 100 square feet. Luxury amenities are available. It seems to be a shock to self-esteem. Shiro began to order songs, trying to show off my singing voice and get a little bit of face back. As expected of a big star, the singing is just great. Sounded like a lark. Very moving and pleasant. On the contrary, the clouds. Lazily, he leaned back on the leather couch and crossed his legs, eyes slightly closed. There were also stars on hand to sing to him. It was cozy and comfortable. Gave the live feeds a red-eyed look. Numb nuts. What this amounted to, was Shiro giving him an exclusive concert. Who wouldn't be envious and jealous? At first, Cloudy was quite interested, but after listening to a few songs it gets a little tiresome. Always listen to one person sing. It's not fun. Until Shiro sings the 10th song, Cloudy is on the verge of dozing off. A look of death. Originally, the sellout performance of Shiro, and wanted to hear Cloudy praising himself. The result was a twist of the head. See this guy setting up a stall. Pissed off. Hey, you're not singing? It's no fun for me to sing all by myself. Cloudy lazily raised his eyelids. If you can sing, sing more. No way, you sing too. Otherwise there's no interest at all. It's boring. Lu walked over and was about to pull him up. Don't lie down. Sing, sing. I've never even heard you sing. Popularity 1 + 1 + 1. Popularity 1 + 1 + 1. Seeing this, the live stream also exclaimed. Goddess Lu, you're confused. I'm afraid you haven't forgotten what happened yesterday when you were tricked by Yun Xiao. How dare you ask him to sing with you? Crouching, Cloudy Sky is so cool. The whole thing is sung by Lu. The big star opened a special show for him, and he's laying down like a Tai Lao Lao. It's too easy to make money, isn't it? Woohoo! I'll give $1 million for the chance to make this exclusive. Whoever can help me contact Cloudy, I'll give him another 500,000. I'm going. Are you all crazy? What kind of a person pays to be an escort? You've got too much money to spend? You don't get it. How can this be the same? A goddess singing to you at close range, and one-on-one in a private box. For his position, it's definitely worth millions. I don't think there's really anyone that good. He's so young and knows everything. He's dragging his feet and can't sing. He'll scare off Shiro. Facing Shiro's softly, Yun Xiao faintly said, not interested. You sing one song and I'll pay for tonight's spending. As soon as I heard that, Yun Xiao's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Then I'm welcome anon. Cloudy came down with energy and ran over to pull open the soundproof door. Waiter, what can I do for you? Sir? The waitress asked politely. Shiro followed curiously. Not singing? What's the waiter for? Cloudy's next sentence. It made the big star almost fall on her back. I am called the best chaperone princess you have here. Chapter 128. The roadside dog has regrets when the prelude is played. Shiro stared in shock. 10,000 straw horses ran wild inside. The waiter looked at Yun Xiao in surprise. That's awesome. With such a beautiful girl by your side, you have to call an escort princess? Are you sure? Handsome? He glanced at Shiro, who was on the verge of exploding with anger. Sure anon, hurry up and call it in. I want the ones that greet the guests at the door. But, those guys, they're the rowdies of our KTV. The waiter was a little embarrassed. Yun Xiao skimmed his mouth, looking down on people. Are you? Tonight's consumption will all be paid for by this beautiful woman beside me. Pata. The waiter's jaw dropped to the floor in shock. Nice guy. Not only did you bring a pretty girl to karaoke, and the girl paid for him to treat the princess? Crap. What a model for my generation. The waiter left with a look of admiration on his face. Suddenly, Yun Xiao felt a chill down his back. Turning back, he met Shiro's gaze that wanted to eat him. He hemmed and hawed. Isn't that what you said? You're paying for tonight's consumption. How boring is it for you to listen to me sing alone? It's more fun with more people. Besides, with bare legs at night, we can't let people's little sister freeze outside, can we? A few minutes later, welcome girls in uniforms and little wraparound skirts. The warblers lined up and walked into the box. Standing in a line in front of the couch, they bent down to the clouds in unison. Good evening, boss. Not bad for a platoon. These girls are pretty decent looking, specially made up and dressed sexy. Yunxiao's mouth couldn't close with joy. Suddenly there was a sense of chaos. Experience what it's like to be the emperor's oldest flopper. But White Do, not so much. He couldn't wait to strangle Yunxiao on the spot. That asshole. With me. Ah yuck. Have me to sing with. Still looking for the princess? To know. How many golden daddies begged her to sing with them? Shiro didn't even agree. Delivered on their own accord. He's good. He's all about finding his little sister. Back on your own dime. I should have known that this guy is so colorful. Beat her to death and she won't agree to it. Look at the white, bright headlights that enter your eyes. Cloudy exclaimed. I'm going to hit 10. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Yunxiao casually reached out and nodded. Her, and her. The waiter's eyes lit up. Good eye. Handsome. Are you sure you want all three of them? No. Yunxiao shook his finger. The three of them and the others. I want them all. Attendance. Shiru. Live stream. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Bitch, I want to fight with him one-on-one. How can he get a princess to sing with him when he's got a special show with Shiro, and he's got 10 of them? Can he handle it? Away from the original grass a big spectrum. I thought the ones he ordered would say all three of them. I didn't expect the ending to hit me in the face. So what the hell are you pointing at? What do you know? It's just like the emperor flipping his cards, turning them over, and then finally giving them all to the bedchamber. To get that feeling, children only do multiple choice questions. I told you that Shiro would regret looking for him. See, here it comes, but I'm super into it. So many girls. The anchor is giving out benefits. I'm in for a treat tonight. I don't have to go to maintenance alone. My right hand is already on fire. CHCH changes, I'm over it and am unwrapping the second pack of tissues for the next round. I'm going. Older brother is awesome. Isn't he a pro at playing shooter? So fast? The live streamers were thunderstruck by this. But then, immediately afterward, saw a screen full of long legs. One by one, the excitement and exhilaration rose. Even the pop-ups have slowed down and I don't know what to go for. Hearing Yunxiao's words, Shiro's feet slipped and his face went black as a pot. Eyes can kill. She really wanted to break Yunxiao into pieces. Learning that Cloudy was coming for real, the waiter ran out joyfully, and closed the door thoughtfully. 10 girls gathered around with smiles on their faces. Handsome. I saw you as unusual just now. What can I get you to drink? Handsome? Handsome. Order you a song. Handsome. The girls are dainty, and they're all handsome. Cloudy was clustered in the center. The swallows are fat and thin all around. At last he understands. Why doesn't the emperor's old man want to have an early morning court? It's a fool's errand. But, he also knows it's a play on words. The girl keeps you company and makes you spend more. Then you can take a cut. So, he didn't make a move. So what? Don't just gather around me. There's another one over there. Go keep her company. The girls froze. Shiro was wearing a mask. They didn't recognize it, but know that this is a very presentable girl. What's the game? Pretty lady? Come and guess the number of points. Pretty lady. Shiro was confused. Puffing, she said, you guys go stay with him. I don't need your company. Yunxiao, are you doing this on purpose? Now that the people have called, you should hurry up and sing. Sing one song each. Don't try to get away with one song. Cloudy crossed his legs and leaned back on the sofa. A sister rubbed his shoulders and pounded his legs. A sister fed him grapes. Smiling, he glanced at Bai Lu and laughed. 10 songs is 10 songs. I'm happy today. As long as you dare to listen. Singing 100 songs is fine. Humph, it's not too much of a brag to talk big. Shiro didn't believe it. It's just a song. What's there to be afraid of? Yunxiao ignored her even after she finished. Think about what songs are appropriate to sing. Just now, he looked at Shiro's a la carte catalog, and the songs that the other person sings. One's own press is not impressive. It shows that the two world songs are not different. He can't sing here either. You can't order a song, so you might as well clear it. Sure, it's not hard for him. The system gives him skills related to singing. Just the thing to come in handy. It didn't take long for Cloudy to decide on the song he wanted to sing. A love song with deep meaning, Manhwa bridge, among the whole piece, about nostalgia, memories, and goodbyes. When the song comes on, it brings back memories of those youthful years, and the regret of passing away irretrievably. no matter what stage of life. It's as if they all find resonance in this song, especially once the intro hits. Even the dogs on the side of the road have regrets. Seeing Cloudy pick up the microphone, Lu's small face showed a few moments of anticipation. This was the first time she had heard Cloudy sing. The little girl accompanying the singer smiled and clapped. I was just about to ask, why don't you go order a song in the clouds? Next, the rhythmic sound of the music had slowed down, because there's no accompaniment. Cloudy just hummed to himself. His low voice like the Prince of Love songs. It imbues the entire intro with soul. That slightly reminiscent, parting sadness vibe. One pull up. It's like walking alone on a sad street. Under the dusk, the fallen leaves are colorful. Backsliding. Instantly, the room went silent. Lu looked at Yun Xiao with wide eyes. The sound of this music, this rhythm, it gave her a picture at once. Soon, the prelude ends. Cloudy sang cleanly with his eyes closed. Let me see you again. From south to north. It's like being blinded by the fifth ring road. Please say it again. About that day. Simple beginnings. Brings back memories of the past. Those were good, but can't be revisited. Let the regrets in life be magnified indefinitely. With excellent singing from the upper clouds. The mood in the song is fully explored. A pin dropped in the room. Shiro's entire body was shaken. I didn't realize that Cloudy's singing voice was actually so good. I know. Those summers. It's like youth that can't come back. In lieu of dreams it can only be grudging. I know. Bragging rights. And we'll laugh it off with youth. Leave me stuck in the city. Let me hear it again. The most beautiful line. You're home. I'm waiting for you. The song builds to a crescendo. That magnetic, low voice. Everywhere is filled with regrets about life. The nostalgia for deep love. Every note seems to tell a story of what once was. One can't help but get immersed in it. Melancholy, grief, regret, miss, one time. The sentimental atmosphere is like the sea pouring in. Straight away, the little sisters sang their heads off. With the audience's emotional resonance buff skills stacked, even the long-suffering sisters. At this moment, there was also an uncontrollable outpouring of emotion, as if listening to his own story. The dusty memories came flooding back, bit by bit, the clear singing of the clouds, still echoing in the box. I know, those summers are like you can't come back. I'm not going to anyone anymore. Full of anticipation. I know, the world has too many regrets every day. So, hello and goodbye. The song comes to an end. Cloudy still had his eyes tightly closed. There's an overwhelming feeling of intention as you immerse yourself in the song. Unwillingness to give up on youth. Regret for lovers. After a few moments, when he slowly opened his eyes again, all 10 girls were sung to tears, clearly influenced by the mood of the song. It is so deep that it is no longer possible to get out of it. The little sister who was especially closest to the clouds. I couldn't stop the tears, crying and rubbing his eyes at the same time. And the makeup is crying. Eyeshadow are crying into a black eye, plus light rendering. It's very scary. I thought it was a female a-hole if I didn't know. Cloudy's hand shook in shock and confusion. Chapter 129, what the hell? All 10 princesses are resigning? It's a song that reminds my little sister of her own relationship experiences. Once she was naive and romantic. It's a little girl who doesn't have a problem with the world. But that very afternoon, the gears of fate turned. She went out to work and met a man. The two were privy to their marriage, but only found out later. That's a scumbag, often out on the prowl. To feed the boyfriend, she had to go to a KTV to be an escort princess. From there it's a path of no return. But for the sake of love, she was righteous. Until one day, she found out that her boyfriend goes to other KTVs to find princesses, with your own money still. Since then, she's been discouraged. Suddenly I heard this one song. There is no place to hide the sadness inside. Completely unleashed. Heartache. It hurts so much that you can't breathe. Why were you so stupid in the first place? Tears raged out of my eyes at the thought of sadness. Brother, please, don't sing. I'm in so much pain. Oh, why did you have to bring my scars to light? I thought my persistence would bring a scumbag back. But now I realize it was all just self-deception. It's not love. No one likes a chaperone princess. I'm not worthy. Not worthy. She cried a lot. Difficult to control. Next to her, another sister wailed equally. Me too. Listening to this song feels like my heart is being cut open piece by piece with a knife. There was once a guy who was obsessively in love with me, but I thought he was dirt and fat. The day I left, I was sitting in a cab and he was crying and chasing after me yelling swallow, talking about talking. The two hugged and cried. It's not just the two of them. All the other princesses are pretty much the same. One cried pairs and thought back to the past. The whole box was filled with a sad atmosphere. Cloudy's head went numb. What's the situation? A song that cries a bunch of KTV princesses? Didn't realize. The Prince of Love songs has such an awesome voice. Popularity 1 plus 1 plus 1. Popularity 1 plus 1 plus 1. The live feed blew up. Oh, shit, the clouds are toxic, aren't they? Last time, the Swana cried a house full of virtuous and filial children and grandchildren. And today, the KTV sang and cried a bunch of princesses. I suggest that Cloudy go to rehab and play this song on a Swana, preferably lying down. And see who doesn't cry? Send him away on the spot. I don't want to talk about princesses, but I cried my eyes out when I heard this song. And it's too much. It makes me think of my once loving classmate, who just got married last month. Hey, any cement haulers out there? Give me 2 packs. My husband says he's going to take this song and set it as a ringtone to listen to every day. And I suspect he's been dumped. But I can't empathize with him because I'm in the heat of the moment. It didn't have the feeling you guys are talking about. It was just kind of ordinary. After I heard that, I smoked a pack of cigarettes and went down the 18th floor without taking the elevator or the stairs. It's not just them. Even Shiro secretly wiped tears from his eyes. The richer the emotional experience, the more deadly it is. So, it's the sisters who get hit the hardest. Every one of them, all are heroines of the story, cried for a while. Finally, someone couldn't stand it. Standing up, I said loudly, "Fuck this bullshit, love. I'm going to say goodbye to the past and be myself. My future doesn't belong to anyone. Scum, go to hell." Another little sister followed and chimed in. "Me too. I'm tired of living like this. I'm going to quit my job. I'm going to go back to him. I've already missed it once. I don't want to miss it again or I'll hold regrets for the rest of my life." Swallow, support you. Go after your own happiness. I'm quitting too. Come on, let's get together. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The group rushed out of the booth. The little face of a crying pair, tears like broken beads. Her makeup was smeared from crying. Her clothes were wet, and she didn't care. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the group of escort princesses went straight to the manager's office. This life, they've had enough. Resignation. Say goodbye to the past, to face a brand new life. Looking at the empty box, Yun Xiao had a face of capitalized confusion. This, what is it? Why did the man run away when he was singing so well? That aura just now, knowing is going to resign. I don't know. I thought I was going to return the favor. Just then, a sudden bellow came from outside. "Motherfucker, who did this to you? Stand up for yourself. I'll break your arms and legs and throw them into the sea to feed the fish." Yun Xiao's tiger body trembled. The heart thumped, and it was not good. Looks like, is in trouble? As I said before, these escort princesses are the rowdies of the KTV. All run to resign. It's like smashing their jobs. Can this be stopped? Once you find it, definitely not good enough. Even if he explained, people wouldn't listen. Singing the princess into submission? The hell with it. It didn't matter to myself. As long as he wasn't facing a reinforced platoon, he could handle it with aplomb. But there's a drag around. That's not going to be good. After all, the other side was outnumbered. Walking is the best policy. Thinking of this, he hurriedly grabbed Bai Lu's hand. "Quickly leave. We can't stay here." "Why are you leaving? You promised me a song and you haven't finished it yet." Shiro frowned, not understanding the situation. Hiss. Yun Xiao drew in a breath of cold air and was speechless. "What time is it? Still singing? We smashed someone's rice bowl. And if we sing again, we'll get our arms and legs broken." Having said that, he did not wait for the other party to respond. Just pull her out of the box. Thump, thump, thump. It's too late. In the hallway, a gang of burly men came rushing over in a rage. Clear black suits, knives and clubs in hand. At the head was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face, big back hair and a small mustache around his chin. A golf club was slung over his shoulder. It should be the KTV manager. The clouds just came out. Just lock eyes with them. "Give it to me. Beat this pair of dogs to death," the manager yelled. Cloudy daisies tightened, pulling the pale-faced Bai Lu. He scattered his legs and ran. See this. The live feed blew up all of a sudden. Hiss if I'm not mistaken. No surprises. Accidents come? 6666 the whole life or have to see the anchor going out to sing a song. Not only to sing The Princess Cried, but also sang the people of the collective from the good. What kind of level is this? What level is this? I don't know what level, but I suggest that in the future, the anti-pornography offices can go and ask Yun Xiao to sing, so that all those lost girls will cry their eyes out, and no longer dare to sell their bodies and souls. Upstairs, what do I have against you? Why are you doing this to me? Without these girls who solve people's problems in the middle of the night, who's going to help me collect milk to make honey? Crap, Yun Xiao is in a bit of a dangerous situation. The front is blocked and can't get out. He won't really get caught, will he? Sure 10 head princesses all resigned. This loss can be heavy. Change. I am the KTV manager. Will not let go of him. Cloudy twisted his head and ran deeper into the corridor. No way. The exit road is blocked. Leaving by elevator is impossible. See if you can find stairs. Usually corridors like this one, all will be equipped with emergency stairs. When the two ran to the end, they found nothing. Shiro was dumbfounded, seeing the people behind him getting closer and closer. Even if she didn't know what was happening, also understand getting caught later. What will happen? A small face, bloodless with fear. Stars who are in the spotlight and are protected when they go out. Who has ever experienced such a scene? It killed her to think of it. A song at the KTV will be targeted by punks. Besides, she was sneaking out. This is going to get caught by the press and make the news. It's a dead end. The agency can't explain it. Just when she was in a hurry, Cloudy walked over to the corner. A two-handed rake. Whoa! Surprisingly, it pushed out a hole. It turned out to be a secret door. There are stairs inside. The light looked very dim in the cramped space. Cloudy was overjoyed. Finally, a way out. Not being able to think carefully, he tugged Shiro and ran for the stairs. That manager's lungs were about to explode. A few minutes ago, one of the head princesses of the KTV barges into the office, said to resign. He hadn't had time to refuse. It resulted in a bunch of people coming in with a crash, all accompanying singing princesses. A swarm of people are talking about quitting. Gave the manager a whole lot of confusion. Wanted to slap myself twice on the spot to see if I was dreaming. To keep the little girls in the KTV. Be the princess. He's a pain in the ass. The industry is now highly competitive. If another family digs it up, won't you be breaking your own feet? So, he pays a pretty good wage. Chaperone process. Other income is shown separately, even if no wine was sold. Money, and not a penny less. Not only is there the lure of a good salary, but the princesses are also brainwashed. Addicted to this kind of making quick money can't be helped. You're welcome. With 10 headliners, it's at least $300,000 before the interest was earned back. The person quit. Can he not be angry? The manager suspected that Cloudy was a scout sent out by another KTV, overpaying to poach. Shit, digging people into my territory. You don't want to live? At the moment, he gritted his teeth. Just want to take the little pussy kid who ended up in his own food bowl, arrest them and beat them severely. As he watched Yun Xiao run to the end of the line, his face lit up with joy. But immediately after, Yun Xiao surprisingly opened the secret door, smoothly rushed in. His eyelids fluttered and he yelled sharply, "Quick, stop them. They can't go upstairs." Chapter 130. A hidden mezzanine. A room out of place. But it was still a step too late. When the manager rushed over with the men, Yun Xiao had already pulled by Lu and rushed into the dimly lit hallway. Bam! The two men climbed the stairs with a rush. The eyes opened up. A wide corridor appears. However, Yun Xiao was confused. How come the stairs are gone by here? He clearly remembered that he was on the 3rd floor, but this KTV has 6 floors. Yun Xiao's gaze suddenly became odd. Could it be that this is the mezzanine floor of some building? It's so secretive. It won't be. Footsteps were heard from behind. Under no way out, Cloudy had no choice but to run stiffly down the corridor. The floor was covered with a red carpet. The walk was quiet. Not even a footstep. It's a lot like the previous KTV hallway. 4-way street. The sides correspond to the doors of the rooms, but the decor is much more luxurious. As Cloudy ran, he surveyed the surrounding area. On the door of each room, there was a small plaque. It says "Do not disturb." The combination locks are locked. There's no place to hide if you want to. Yun Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Here. It always felt wrong. He didn't wait to think about it, but suddenly there was a light in front of him. The door to one of the rooms at the end of the hallway was actually open. Yun Xiao immediately tugged by Lu and dug in. At the same time, unlock the door to your room. The two men leaned their backs against the door, panting violently. The room was dark. A queen-sized bed could be vaguely seen set up. There are also some weird props and I don't know what they do. Not for a while. Footsteps came from the doorway. The two men looked at each other and slowed their breathing. Stick to the door and listen. Only to hear someone report, "Manager, no one in sight." Damn it, hurry up and find it. Don't spoil it for me. Want to go into the room and take a look? No, the room door is locked. They don't have a room card. Look elsewhere, and keep your voice down. Don't disturb the pleasure of the guests inside. Yes, the group drifted away, until there was no movement. In the room, the two men finally let out a long breath. Shiro's little heart fluttered. Just scared the hell out of her. Thought she'd been found out. Why don't those guys come in? Oblivious to this, Yun Xiao's strange expression, he vaguely guessed. Here's what it's for. This is not a place to stay for long. Cloudy was just about to push the door to leave. Suddenly, there were footsteps at the door again, accompanied by a man's puzzled self. What's wrong? I left the door open when I left. Who closed it for me? What the fuck? Hear that? Cloudy's hand shivered. At this point, the man at the door called to the waiter. I just went down to get a bottle of water. Why is the door closed? I'm sorry, sir. It's probably one of the other staff members who saw that no one was in the room and took the door in hand. Open it up. I'm waiting for an errand. SS. Inside the room, Yun Xiao and Bai Lu drew a breath of cold air. What to do? Cloudy swept around. The room is this big. There's nowhere to hide. He simply dragged Shiro under the bed. The two just hid. There was a click, and the door was opened. The house lights came on. Then the man walked in. Space under the bed is tight. Squeeze in two people. Again. To be unnoticed, almost face to face next to each other. Both could feel each other's breath. Onomatopoeia. Shiro heckled. Breath sprayed into Cloudy's face. It's itchy and hot. It caused Yun Xiao's lips to dry up and he couldn't help but take two more puffs. A look of bitchy intoxication. Shiro's cheeks reddened to the back of his ears. And not daring to move, his eyes stared at him murderously. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing this scene, the broadcast room was stunned. The pop-ups were intensively bombarded. Crap, it's so exciting. Is this a program I can watch for free? I don't feel right about the atmosphere here. I just peeked through the crack of the bed, and it looks like that guy is only wearing a pair of shorts. Do you need to wear so little in a KTV? This floor is not visible from the outside, and the building is so hidden, and it's built to be so hidden. Anyone who knows how to do this, please explain? Bull. Yun Xiao is worthy of being a model for our generation. Look at the way he just enjoyed himself, taking advantage of the situation right out of the gate, angry that Bai Lu couldn't do anything about it. If I were Yun Xiao, I'd go up and give her a kiss, then say it was accidental. And Bai Lu wouldn't dare to squeak. We can't waste such a good opportunity to mooch off her. Just went to Bai Lu's live room to take a look, and the fans over there are getting mad, but they can't do anything about Yun Xiao. How many mercenaries were caught in the last black powder incident? This group of brainwashed fans now don't dare to mess with Yun Xiao, but can only be angry and dry-eyed. Ha ha ha, laughing. However, the real situation is, Cloudy's situation wasn't as cool as Netflix made it out to be. Running and not being able to run. I don't know how long I'll be staying at. If I had known, I would have gone elsewhere earlier. He wouldn't come here if he was dead. There is a secret door in a hidden location. It's also sandwiched in the middle of the KTV building. You can't even see it from the outside. Plus the amenities and layout of the place. And the conversation between the man and the waiter earlier. Cloudy could only think of one place. It's hard to stay around a big star. Though, with such a small space, cramming two people in is the limit. Neither could move. It wasn't long before the sound of high heels came from outside the house. Knocked on the door first. Only a woman's voice came. Boss, The man shouted. Come in. Drop. The woman swiped her card and walked into the room. Cloudy couldn't see the full picture. Just two long sexy black stocking legs. Boss, please select the package item you need. After a while. There. Boss. Full body massage plus maintenance. Total time 2.5 hours. May I start now? Let's get started. I'll need a nap afterward. Okay, boss. Yun Xiao's head was filled with black lines. Doesn't that mean he'll be down there for 2.5 hours? This is a nasty fuck up. Chapter 131, The Anti-Pornography Brigade. What? Yun Xiao has become a whoremonger? I can't. Can I? It can't. Right? It shouldn't be. I'm a guy who's never even been to a nightclub. Is this a live broadcast I should be watching? Crap. I'm not sure if you're a good person. But I'm a good person. I don't deserve to dream about this. Ha? Why can't I understand what's being said? I'm really the clear stream of this world. Always out of place and not fitting in with you guys. Come over, people, advise everyone a word of advice. This live room is not you can grasp. There is time to read more newspapers. More study. Never in the age to struggle to fall. This is not good for you. And I am different. I am a person of self-degradation. So see, such a picture does not have any sense of guilt. The Cloud Cuckoolander went numb. But the manager is still out there. It's time to go out. Aren't you just shooting yourself in the foot? Suddenly. Boom. The door to the room was pushed open with great force. A bunch of people hooted and hollered and barged in. Don't move. Police. Pornography. The atmosphere of the room stood still for a moment. Yun Xiao and Bai Lu were also dumbfounded. It really just doesn't work the way it's supposed to. I can't believe I'm running into a vice squad. But turn your mind. It's not like we're sweeping them for pornography. Afraid of what? There's no point in hiding since it's the police. The two were just about to come out. Another shriek came. Ha! Why is there someone else? The crowd was stunned. Nice guy. Catching one isn't enough. It's a double whammy. The most incredible. And count the man and the woman. The community died on the spot. Yun Xiao and Bai Xiu stood there with an embarrassed look on their faces when they arrived. Uncle Policeman. Just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by a wave of the police officer's hand. Ooh, you two are hiding deep enough. Ha! No matter how cunning you are, you can't escape the law. Go over there and crouch down with your head in your hands. Cloudy? Shiro? Crap. What's the situation? Both men's eyes glazed over. The words that Yun Xiao had just opened his mouth were also held back raw. This is, sweep them both. As if they were pornographers? Yun Xiao's face turned green. Nima. It's not shit if it's yellow mud falling down your pants. You didn't burn any paper today, did you? It's just a song. This wave after wave didn't give him a whole breakdown. That's, police uncle, you've got it wrong. We're both here to sing karaoke, not to do that. Those two are. Yun Xiao hurriedly explained. The yellow sweeper captain slanted him a glance and sneered. Do you take me for a fool, singing under the bed? Those who come here are special guests, and they say the same thing when they get caught. Ha! The corner of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched. The captain said in a stern voice, I tell you, if there are more than 3 people, it's a mob. Do you think it's useful to argue? The 4 of you are extremely bad in nature. You, in particular, have added to the offense by trying to hide under the bed. Now that the evidence is all there, I'll take them back and interrogate them properly. Seeing the police handcuffing Yun Xiao and grabbing him into the police car, the live feed went boom. Crap. For real? One could only say that Cloudy was indeed unlucky enough tonight. Sing a song and get chased by punks. Hiding under the bed. He was caught again by the anti-pornography office. The moment the police came in, Cloudy thought it was saved. As a result, he was inexplicably labeled as a gatherer of silver chaos. Key. The police didn't even listen to his explanation. And, to Cloudy's attempt to muddle through, it was stated that it would be dealt with severely. Make an example of one. Star Ocean Entertainment Agency. 10 o'clock at night. Lon, the agent, rushed into the boss's office in a hurry. Boss, something's wrong. Because, lately, there are more company variety shows. The boss is still working overtime to read the plans. He looked up in surprise at the words. I saw Lon running in a panic. With a puzzled look on her face, she asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? As far as he remembered, Lon is a typical strong woman. Gold medal agent in the circle. Even if you're in a big situation, you don't have to panic so much. Sister Lon gasped for a few breaths before saying, It's Shiro. Shiro who's been captured. The boss froze and frowned as he asked, Isn't she filming a variety show? How did she get caught? Could it be a program effect? No, it's suspected of gathering a crowd of people in silver disorder and being arrested. What the hell? The boss was so shocked that he barely fell out of his chair. Speak clearly. What was arrested? I didn't hear you. I also just got the news that Shiro went to sing at a KTV and was arrested by the anti-vice brigade. Seeing the boss's shocked face, Lon smiled bitterly. You're kidding me, aren't you? The owner rubbed his face in confusion. Unbelievably, he said, Bai Lu, the national goddess, she would go and do that, and was arrested by the police? Are you out of your mind? Today, it was the biggest joke he'd ever heard. A new generation of geek goddesses. It has a large fan base across the web. Giving up a great career to sell? What's on your mind? A pit in the head doesn't even make such a big hole to leak out of. Where the fuck did you get that information? I just believe my wife cheated on me. And I wouldn't believe she'd sell it. And by the police pornography arrest, it is even more impossible. In the future, like this kind of black people's speech, there is no need to report to me. Find out all lawyers' letter served. The boss thought that there must be a little black fan throwing dirty water. Or the bad press is deliberately creating rumors. Hired sailors. Go ahead and choreograph their company's artists. Sister Lon was embarrassed for a moment and said stiffly, Boss, I thought it was a rumor from the blacks at first too. But after checking the live broadcast, Bai Lu was really taken. If you don't believe me, turn on the live stream and watch it. It's all there. The owner didn't take it seriously when he finished. This type of fake news. It's all too common in the entertainment industry. It's just eye candy. It is often rumored that a well-known artist has died. As a result, netizens have just eulogized people. Benji came right out and dispelled the rumors. As an entertainment company boss, he had long been used to it. But not this time. Seeing that Lon didn't look like she was lying, the owner can't sit still now. Could be a real message? The boss hurriedly opened his cell phone and searched the internet. Sure enough, the video is seen with Shiro in handcuffs. Get in the police car. The boss of Ailua Mother Hey, eyes rounded. That's all there is to believe. Looked at it several times to make sure it was really Shiro. All of a sudden, he was completely confused. This ninny, did you really sell it? And get caught by the Vice Squad? Why? He couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Until Lon finished giving him the details of what happened. His eyes popped as he listened. Nice guy. Went to a KTV and sang and cried to a bunch of princesses. What level is this? This valet driver. If he signs on to their company, with a little packaging, it's bound to burst into flames. But these are irrelevant. Shiro was implicated because of Cloudy. There was a nasty incident where one of their own artists was arrested for pornography. This Cloudy. What a spoilsport. Shiro is confused. She's a big star, running off to fool around with a chauffeur, and she's still innocent. Doesn't she know who she is? If popularity slips because of this, who will bear the company's losses? The boss slapped the table and threw a fit. Next to it, Sister Lan dryly laughed. Boss. In fact, because of yesterday and today, this chauffeur driver Yun Zhao's appearances brought by Lu quite a lot of popularity, and the live broadcasting room gained 2 million more fans. Question mark. The owner had a face of all caps cluelessness. Added 2 million followers in just one day. What's more, he opened the live stream in disbelief. At first glance, it looked like a bomb had been shoved in his head. The blast made him dizzy. 3 million online in the live room. $2 million, all brought by the clouds. Hiss. The owner sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Who is this Yun Zhao? Surprisingly, more popular than the stars? 1 second he was scolding Cloudy. The next moment, it just smelled too good. Enough to send 2 million fans to Shiro. He even wondered if he was too much of a criminal. In the beginning, the reason why the company let Shiro come to the show, it's all about trying to further increase visibility. Let the goddess fall to earth. Become more grounded. However, when the popularity of the live broadcast rose to 1 million views, it was as if they had reached a bottleneck and could not advance an inch further. For this reason, the company has thought of countless ways to do this. Take commercials, get endorsements, release a new album, but none of them are satisfactory. These days, he's having a headache, thinking about asking a big director to get in touch. Overtime is mostly because of this. As a result, you tell me, popularity has gone up to 3 million? He was feeling a little dazed, but clearly, this is not the time to celebrate. Shiro has just been taken away by the police. Rumors are already making the rounds online. Once it's been hyped up by the media, a personal attack on Shiro, it will greatly affect her popularity. Imperative. It's trying to figure out how to fish people out. Minimize the scope of the incident. Chapter 132 Star? It's not good for anyone to fish. Ninghai Police Station. After a busy night, the police department has just finished its full promotion. A number of dens of evildoers have been dismantled, just as Bureau Lu commanded the manpower. When the members of these evil sects were apprehended, suddenly I got a call from the Qin team. It's a coincidence. After parting with the clouds, when the Qin team returned to the station, they were notified of the merit promotion. Before he had time to be happy, the Bureau then launches a siege operation against the cult organization, for being responsible for that afternoon homicide. So, he is not part of this operation. After docking with the Yen City Police, he left work early to go home. Idle. Then he laid down on the bed and opened the Cloud Live. Zin looks. You can't help but be mesmerized when you look at it. I didn't realize that Cloudy's livestream was so much fun. Without realizing it, it was midnight. Until he saw Cloudy hiding under the bed and was taken away by the pornography sweeper brigade. The Qin team let out a crap, bounced out of bed, eyes wide. Don't go too far with this oops. He subconsciously tried to call over to fish for someone, but on second thought, you don't even know people. And the pornography sweeping captain, he's not in the same division as him. No matter how long your hands are, you can't control the anti-pornography office. Plus he's a squad leader. Who would sell him face? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you couldn't fish someone out? Thinking of this, Team Qin immediately dialed Bureau Lu's phone. Hello, Xiao Qin. What's up? Bureau Lu just loaded the man onto the car. It's springing to life. Not only were you promoted today, and taking the opportunity, a potpourri of those evil organizations harboring in Ninghai. It can be a double whammy. It's all thanks to Cloudy. I'll have to thank him later. Bureau Lu, it's not good. Yun Zhao has been arrested by the pornography sweeping brigade. Team Qin next sentence. It made him barely choke on his saliva. Ahem, what did you say? The pornography brigade? Cloudy takes you to solicit prostitutes again? Due to that last incident, he instinctively thought of that. Nah, I wasn't there. He was on his own. Ugh, not right either. Cloudy was live at the KTV and then he was taken. It was all an accident. Bureau Lu was listening to the clouds. Get this straight. What's going on? Here's the deal. The Qin team gave a general account of what happened. Speechless said, the one who arrested Yunxiao was the Dongping District Branch Anti-Pornography Brigade. I'm not familiar with them. That's why I thought of calling you. Bureau Lu finally listened. Relieved. Scared me. Thought the kid was really going to solicit prostitutes. Since it's a misunderstanding, I'll make a trip over there right now and fish the person out. This bunch of pornography control office. Their brains are really shafted. Arresting Yun Xiao? Don't you know that this kid is the treasure of Ninghai City? If Secretary Zhao finds out, he'll be furious. Hang up. Bureau Lu commanded to take the person back. Just drove to the Eastpak precinct. Yun Xiao and Bai Lu returned to the station in a police car. It's straight into the interrogation room. The 4 men who were recaptured were kept in the same room. Mobbing. That's a big charge. Out of importance. It was interrogated by the pornography sweeper captain himself. Su Hui sat upright in his chair. With a slate, he looked across the room at the man. Name? Chao Hongjun. Age? 29. Honestly, what is your relationship? Ah. The man was flabbergasted. Look at the clouds. Then at Shiro. Bitterly. Officer, I don't know them. Su Hui sank his face and said, how dare you argue? The human and material evidence are all conclusive. If you don't recognize each other, you would be in the same room? Hear that? The man was even more aggrieved. Officer, I'll be honest. I really don't know them. Why were they in the room? Maybe it's because the last wave hasn't left yet? Snap. Su Hui slapped down a slap and sneered. You think I'm stupid? If you don't admit it, someone will admit it for you, said the man, shifting his gaze to the woman. Confess to the truth. You 4, who was the organizer and who was the initiator? The woman shook her head with a dull expression. Officer, I'm alone. No one's organized. What about him? I don't recognize it. What about her? Neither do I. Su Hui was infuriated. What? Dare to do not dare to act? You all don't know each other. Did the 2 of them sneak in? The 2 men looked at each other. In unison. It's really possible. Fart. Su Hui's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This is a police station, not a food market, let alone a place for you to pass the buck. However, what made him even angrier was this. Anyway, the woman said she didn't even recognize it. Officer, we don't have her at any of our sittings. Maybe it's someone else. Other family? Su Hui got up with some annoyance. This trial today, it really opened his eyes. People who have been brought in the past, who wouldn't just give in and tell us everything they know. But these 4, not only is it uncooperative, and a dead giveaway that they don't know each other, it is better to admit to soliciting prostitutes than to give up the organizers. This made him even more suspicious of Yun Xiao. It's scary to think about. It can be so deadly. What if it's a bigger crime? While being led into the interrogation room, Cloudy's live equipment has been impounded. But on him, there's a hidden camera that's recording it all. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Pohahaha, a round of questions down. The pornography captain people are confused. Say who in the end is the organization? It's just a yellow sweep. Why is it more difficult than interrogating a major case? But whenever he took a look at the live broadcast, it wouldn't have caused such a misunderstanding. However, how can Yun Xiao prove his innocence? Ha 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 ha. To be caught under such circumstances, it's a person who would find it problematic. Yun Xiao is afraid to be sent in to step on the sewing machine. What are you thinking? With Cloudy's current popularity, the program group won't do anything regardless, or the program will have to cool off. When the misunderstanding is resolved, it will be the turn of the pornographic captain to be punched in the face. Aren't you guys tired of watching Cloudy pretend to be a bully every day? It's rare to see him suffer a defeat. So watch and cherish. We don't get many chances like this. In the meantime, an MPV commercial vehicle parked in front of the police station. From the car, down came the old president of Star Ocean Entertainment and the agent, Sister Lan. In a hurry, he burst inside. Stop, who are you guys? What can I do for you? The police officer on duty stepped forward to stop it. Sister Lan hurriedly said, Officer, did you just arrest 2 people back? The police officer on duty frowned. You're here to fish for people? Right, that's our company artist Bai Lu. You've arrested the wrong person. It's a misunderstanding. Lan finished her sentence in one breath. What the hell? Artistes? The police officer on duty was confused. Celebrities are so spontaneous nowadays? Out selling in the middle of the night? However, listen to the meaning of the other's words. Looks like they caught the wrong one. Don't understand the situation though. But he reported the situation anyway. Return to the duty booth and call Su Hui. Captain Su, there's a situation. Su Hui is haunting the interrogation room. Impatiently, he asked, what is it? Someone just came fishing, saying that one of the people we took was a star named Shiro, saying we had the wrong person. Shiro, the star? Don't know. Su Hui skimmed his lips. For a public servant of his age, would have paid less attention to the entertainment industry. Another new actress out. Never heard of Normal. Sure, even if he knew who it was, he wouldn't let it go. Caught in the wrong place? Doesn't exist. I caught him red-handed. There's no misunderstanding. Tell them to forget it. A prince is as guilty as a commoner, and a star is not superior. Hang up when you're done. The police officer on duty walked out and said lightly, "Our captain said that there was no mistake in arresting him. It's impossible to salvage him. Hurry up and go." The boss and Lon were dumbfounded for a moment, then thought to report Shiro's name. Look at the stars. The police department will definitely release them. As a result, people didn't give a damn about them, didn't take the stars seriously. The man can't be fished out. Things are bound to get worse, no matter what is right or wrong under the ferment of public opinion. By then, Shiro's reputation will be ruined. The damage to the company is even more incalculable. The two men were in a hurry to regroup. All kinds of phone calls to set up relationships. Again, contacting people in the circle, contacting lawyers. See if you can fish out Shiro first, even if it costs a little more. But after a flurry of work, once they heard that they were arrested by the anti-pornography office, they didn't want to touch them. The owner was so angry he almost dropped the phone. Just when the two were hopeless, a police car suddenly pulled up to the front door of the police station. A middle-aged policeman got out of the car and sauntered toward the duty room. "Little son, where are the men you arrested? Where are they?" The officer on duty was playing with his cell phone. "I'll look up." Scared to death. Bureau Lou, how did you come? Chapter 133, shocked by the anti-pornography office. This stabs the sky. Bureau Lou frowned. Cut the crap. Where is everyone? Constable's son's heart stuttered. Look at Lou's posture. Why is it a bit like an offense? He weighed his tone. Inside, Captain Sue is interrogating it. Tell him to hurry up and release the people. Bureau Lou interrupted with a wave of his hand. This. Little son was confused. I can't figure out what Lou's path is. Can't you understand human language? Let go. Bureau Lou didn't bother to nag him and said impatiently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sun looked embarrassed. Bureau Lou, this isn't too good, is it? Why don't we talk to our director first? Bureau Lou sneered. Good. Holding your director over me, right? Do you know what you've done? Seeing me come over here to demand someone and not having the slightest thought? I'm putting my word down today. People, I have to take them away. It's useless even if your bureau chief Chin comes. Tell him again. If he doesn't release the person, there will be consequences. Hiss. Sun's eyelids fluttered. Never have I seen such a strong tone from Bureau Lou. It's just a pornography crackdown? How do you even piss this one off? Is it hard to believe that you're afraid of taking the credit for it? But a director personally. It's not that bad, is it? A commissioner exerts pressure, which he can't afford to carry as a petty constable. Quickly grabbing the phone, he called Director Chen, and respectfully invited Bureau Lou inside. This scene made the boss and Lon who were standing in the doorway. Both looked thoroughly confused. Boss, do you know this Bureau Lou? Don't recognize it. Then how did he come to fish for Shiro? Could it be a relative of her family? The two mulled it over for half a day. I couldn't understand the situation either, so I just went along to find out what was going on. Lou was taken into the interrogation room. Suhui greeted him with a surprised face. Bureau Director Lou, what brings you here? Only when he saw that Jin Xiao was safe and sound did Lou bureaus turn their heads. Full of seriousness, he chided. You captain, do you not want to do it? Come up and get a lecture. Suhui was at a loss for words, but the heart is not happy, no matter what. It's not the turn of the director of another district to lecture, is it? What do you mean? He asked patiently. Bureau Lou pointed at Yun Xiao and asked really, do you know who he is? Suhui froze. I know. His name is Cloudy. You know you're still arresting? Suhui was puzzled by the question. Know him, and I'll catch him. Is there a connection? Bureau Lou, his name is Yun Xiao, but do you know who he is? Suhui? He was completely sidetracked by that. I don't know how to answer that. I thought to myself, is Bureau Director Lou drunk? Why are you talking incoherently? Bureau Lou then asked. You said you were sweeping pornography and arrested the man, but did you see him doing his job? Catching a thief and catching the stolen goods. Still need me to teach you? Suhui just wanted to retort. Suddenly his heart fluttered. He was from the bed hole, pulling out the clouds. The instinct was to assume that people were present. It must be a gang. This is not available. But if you don't have one, what gives you the right to arrest someone? If you really want to talk about errands, who does them under the bed? Suhui was instantly confused by the question. Stammers half-heartedly. Lou Bureau sighed. You this brain In addition to the case, can not be flexible a little? I told you explicitly. Cloudy didn't break the law, much less solicit a prostitute. Would I have come over here in the middle of the night and broken it up with you if I hadn't arrested the wrong guy? If you don't believe me, he's in the middle of a program. Go back and check out the replay video for yourself. With that, he turned the tables. I just asked you if you knew who he was. You said you knew. Then I'd like to ask you if you know who caught the armed robber at the children's park? And who defused the bomb at the scene? Do you know who caught a transnational human trafficker in the harbor today? And who recognized the identity of a member of an evil sect? Do you know who was the person that Secretary Zhao wanted to thank in front of the media reporters? And who was the person that the State Ministry of Public Security praised by name? Do you know who it's because of? Raising the awareness of the entire population against fraud? And who is the reason for this credit for tonight's joint effort by the Ninghai Police Department to destroy the evil den? Your bureau chief Chen here would have personally said thank you to him as well. If I don't come, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep this, Captain. Not to accuse you, but to tell you that some people are not to be vilified. Saying that he's gathering people for debauchery is smearing his reputation. And when that happens, what will you, Bureau Chen, think? What will Secretary Zhao think? What will the leaders of the Ministry of Public Security think? Have you thought about the consequences for yourself? Su Hui was taken in by this series of sayings, bombarded with dizziness. He was aware of the Cloudy name, but pressed to think otherwise. After grabbing Cloudy, he subconsciously treated him as a solicitor. I can't believe it. Offenders at his hands. It's the same blessed star that's being celebrated by all of Ninghai City's police force. After returning to his senses, Su Hui turned pale, thinking that not only did he capture the man, and all sorts of picking fights to make things difficult. Cold sweat, can't stop it from pouring down. It would be light to let Bureau Chen know and skin him. If you let Secretary Zhao know, you won't be able to work in the police in the future. A man praised by name by both Secretary Zhao and the Ministry of Public Security. Instead, he was brought back as a vice sweeper and interrogated. Su Hui's face was ashen, slumped in his chair. Next to them, the boss and Lon who witnessed the scene, shocked until one goes numb. Especially this Star Ocean Entertainment boss. In his eyes before, Cloudy is nothing more than a chauffeur. Despite the popularity, Shiro is also because of this, skyrocketed 2 million followers. But at the end of the day, he's a vegetarian, can't compete with the stars. Even more so, because of this pitiful creature, Yun Xiao. He dragged Bai Lu to be arrested. The boss was even less impressed. But what he didn't expect was to make several phone calls himself. All were politely declined by others. Don't want to get into this mess. Confidence was high before I came. But as it turned out, there was a snub. Even when Bureau Lu was there in person, he thought he was dipping his toe in the water. After all, the most valuable person is Shiro. But the reality is, his face was stepped on and rubbed hard on the soles of his feet. He had also heard of the deeds that Bureau Lu had said, but I didn't realize it was all Yun Xiao's doing. What was even more incredible to him was this Yun Xiao was much more bullish than he had imagined. The director, the municipal secretary, and even the head of the Ministry of Public Security, all were impressed with him, at his level. Of these people, not to mention the Ministry of Public Security, it's the city clerk. He has to be respectful when he sees them. Of course, he doesn't always get to see it even if he wants to. The owner woke up with a sudden shock. Shiro's popularity wasn't traded for being paired with Cloudy. Instead, they were dragged up hard by the terrifying popularity of the clouds. He is chauffeur. It's a big mistake to really think it's common. An ordinary person would make the director come to fish for him personally? It would make the city clerk speak up and thank him? Would it make the yellow sweeper captain, knowing his identity, so fearful? It's not just Boss Shiro, the man and woman who were caught soliciting prostitutes. After listening to it from start to finish, the mouth was open enough to fit a large duck egg. Originally, they were still full of contempt for Yun Xiao, hiding under someone's bed to spy. Not a pervert and a poor loser. Who in their right mind would do that? To death. I didn't think that people's identities were so awesome. Knows the mayor and the commissioner. And it's live. He's on the verge of tears. You're so cool. Get a room. You came to drill a hole in the bed for a thrill? Now the whole country knows he solicits prostitutes. The woman has no face either. Itself part-time, going back to be beaten to death by my husband. As for Shiro, I've seen the live stream of Cloudy early on. Surprise was the lowest of the few. Boo! Su Hui suddenly jumped up from his chair. Though he was very wrong, there is still salvation. Luckily, Director Lu came over to fish for him. Otherwise wait until tomorrow. When the matter reaches the commissioner's ears, he will surely be told to roll over and get lost. But now, if we can gain Cloudy's forgiveness, there is still room for redemption. Thinking that, he hurriedly walked to Yun Xiao. Respectfully, he bent down and said, Mr. Yun, I'm sorry, I sincerely apologize to you. Please forgive me. Yun Xiao smiled unconcernedly. Forget it. Sweeping pornography and arresting people is your duty. There is nothing wrong. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gotten out that easily. That was a shameful thing to say to the two people next door. Su Hui looked at Yun Xiao gratefully. Another word of thanks. Cloudy wasn't being polite. In that situation at the time, Su Hui did put him out of his agonizing torment and rescued him. There was a bit of a misunderstanding though, but he'd rather be misunderstood. Don't want to take it down there either. The shadows are too damn big. One look at the clouds coming out. Bai Lu boss Miso ran forward and greeted him with a smile. Officer, together, we are together. Can you release my family Bai Lu as well? This, Su Hui subconsciously looked at Yun Xiao. The boss pleaded. Mr. Yun, my family Bai Lu is also innocent. Can you? Yun Xiao smiled and looked at Su Hui. Almost forgot. She is my friend. We both went to sing together. Not some little sister Anon. Let the people go too. Shiro was uncuffed. Curious, Su Hui asked. How did you two end up under the bed? Ahem, this is a long story. Lu Bureau laughed. Really, you kid? Last time to take the police to solicit prostitutes. This time to take the star to sell silver dens. You can still do what unreliable things? Cloudy, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Police station entrance. Another car drove by. A middle-aged man in a police uniform hurried down. This person was none other than Chief Chen of the Dongping District Police Department. Chapter 134, New Round of Drawing. Heavenly Star Feng Shui Technique. Little son. Where's old Lu? Is he in? Director Chen asked anxiously. Xiao Sun pointed inside with a bitter smile. It's still there. Director Chen immediately jogged in. Upon entering the interrogation room, he saw a bunch of people gathered here. Old Lu, if you're promoted, you're promoted. What's the point of coming to me in the middle of the night? And you say you're responsible for the consequences. I'd like to see how you're going to make me responsible. Director Chen pulled a face. Bureau Lu smiled and asked, Old Chen, do you know him? Follow the other man's finger. Chen Bureau froze and stared twice. Yun Xiao. Bureau Lu smiled even more happily. Guess why he's here? Bureau Chen rolled his eyes. How would I know? But Yun Xiao came here. I have to say thank you to him. If it wasn't for him this afternoon, and really let that gang of cultists have their way, I'm afraid I'd have to retire early as a director. Next to him, Su Hui listened in shock, wiping cold sweat non-stop. Luckily, Yun Xiao didn't bother with him. Bureau Lu hemmed and hawed. I'm afraid I have to ask you about that. Old Lu, what do you mean? If I had known that you guys had invited him here, I definitely had to come earlier. Invited? He wasn't invited. He was captured. Bureau Lu was full of flirtation. What? Catch? Bureau Chen's heart was stunned. You mean, my men got him back, and then you came to fetch him? Lu shrugged. But it's not. Crap. Chen Bureau's burst out, directly jumping up in place. Who is it? So blind? Step out of the way. If you want to die yourself, don't drag me along. Su Hui was full of bitterness. Director, it's me, said the man, giving a brief account of what had happened. Bureau Chen was so angry that he almost didn't close his mouth. Xiao Su, you're usually quite a smart person. Why don't you have a good brain? Secretary Zhao just praised him. The Ninghai Police Department are all proud of him. You've captured our great hero. Where do you want me to put my old face? Director Chen really wanted to whip up a big pussy pocket. Give him a shot at the wall, and you can't even pick it off. Su Hui was sprayed with saliva. Hard to move. Director Chen, this is not to blame him. Itself is within the scope of his duties. Moreover, he rescued me in time. I am not too late to thank. Seeing Yin Xiao standing up for himself, Su Hui was moved to tears. Director Chen went down the slope and glared at Su Hui. Listen, if people hadn't begged for mercy, I would have cursed you to death today. How many times have I told you? You can't rely on subjective assumptions to handle a case. You have to pay attention to evidence. Yun Xiao was only in the room and you said he solicited prostitutes. So if he was at the murder scene, are you still saying he killed someone and should be brought back and shot? Without him, Ninghai City would have to turn upside down today. Can we stand here and chat properly? Su Hui nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Sincere attitude. Obviously knows it's wrong. See this. The livestream was a collective sensation. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Popularity +1+1+1+1. I am not sure if I can do it. But I'm not sure if I can do it. I thought I could watch Yin Xiao eat his words, but I didn't realize that this pussy was letting him play again. The key is that he didn't do anything. He just went in to go through the motions, and was respectfully invited out. Fucking outrageous. Look at the yellow sweeper captain, being trained like a grandson by their director. He used to be the one to train the prisoners like this. This time it's his turn to be reprimanded, and he'll have to thank Yun Xiao for that when he turns around. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the expressions of Bai Lu's boss and agent, they're probably still skeptical at this moment. The sign of a big star doesn't work as well as a chauffeur. Who let him be cloudy? This anchor has long since ceased to be the poor loser that he was. The program team can do without anyone, but try without Yun Xiao. Misunderstandings are cleared up, so naturally they go their separate ways. After leaving the police station, Bai Lu and Yun Xiao said their goodbyes and got into the company's business car. It's just that look back when we parted, making the boss and Lon look at each other. A hopeless shake of the head. Change before. The boss will definitely give Cloudy a stern warning to stay away from Bai Lu, but now, he couldn't wait until Bai Lu could dip more into Yun Xiao's popularity. The energy behind the other side is ridiculously high. It's not for him, an entertainment company boss, to offend. Just, he could see that. The eyes of the two were distinctly different. A radiant one, flat as a pancake. Back to the villa. Cloudy washed up and threw himself on the bed. Opened the system panel to view the points. When you see that there are over 70,000 points, Yun Xiao's eyes lit up. System, draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Star Feng Shui technique. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tomb Raider's Book of Knowledge. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the powerful sand fixing gel. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining level 10 in beast language. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the master beast taming skill, animal affinity plus 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the power Vajrapam, strength attribute plus 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the gynecology sage skill. Hearing a series of prompts in his head, Cloudy froze for a moment. Suddenly, his ass sat up in a flash like it was on fire. What the hell? I'm a chauffeur driver. What's the use of having the Star of Heaven Feng Shui technique? I'm a chauffeur. What's the point of having knowledge of grave robbing? I'm a chauffeur. What's the point of having a gynecological saint? Cloudy was baffled. I don't show houses. It's not like we're robbing graves. It's not like you're a doctor. System, is it reasonable for you to give these skills? He thought carefully. It's very unreasonable. It's got nothing to do with the chauffeur. It's just fucked up. But you don't ask for skills in the system. To ask is to be sure to use it. After the first few times, he'd gotten used to it a long time ago. As for the beast language and master beast taming skills, Cloudy couldn't read it. But multiple skill presses are never a bad thing. Rather, it was that powerful Vajrapam skill that surprised him. Kung Fu has been acquired before. Powerful Vajrapam? It's more on the power side, right? There are also strength attribute enhancements. Yun Xiao could clearly feel his strength improve. As for how much it was elevated, he couldn't really tell. One can only go back and try again. Sleep. Lay back down on the bed. Cloudy just closed his eyes. The cell phone suddenly rang. It's the janitor calling. Said a couple of people came to see him claiming to be the director of the program. Cloudy was puzzled for a moment. Director? Looking for him? What is it? It seems that since participating in this program, haven't met the director yet. After thinking about it, Cloudy put on his jacket. Tell the doorman to let them in. Villa entrance. The director and his team, waiting for half a day. Finally, I was told I could go in. A few people carefully walked into the villa area, all the way near the cloud house. Director, Yun Xiao actually lives in such a nice place? A supervisor was filled with awe. Just now, they ran to the hotel before the clouds. Instead, he was told that Cloudy had checked out. All at once a few people were dumbfounded. Finally, it's still on the air. It was only through the narration of the webmaster that it became clear that the clouds had changed places. Find it here. Upon seeing Yun Xiao, living in such a luxurious villa area, thinking about coming to Cloudy tonight, not by heart. What are you worried about? It's not like he bought it. He was renting it. Right, he's still a program contestant, so we'll have to take the opportunity to knock him around a bit later, so we don't lose control. But we didn't send him $10 million and a brand new concession contract, so he'll have to thank us. Several supervisors said in a chorus. The director said nothing. Came to the clouds before and after the villa. Only then said, just according to the previously discussed to come, you wait to see my face. First keep polite. When he took the money, a little knock on the line. Do not go too far. Yes, take a deep breath. The director stood in front of the villa door and rang the doorbell. Chapter 135. Don't even want to give away money? The director of the crash. Yun Xiao opened the door and was surprised to see the director. So late. And the showrunner came to him personally? The director is standing outside the door. A polite smile piled up on his face. Hello Yun Xiao. I'm the program director of Heaven's Choice Beating Workers. I've come to interrupt so late because I have something to discuss with you. Seeing this scene, Yun Xiao didn't feel it. If it were any other player, it must be flattering. The director of the program was personally received. It's a great honor, whether filming or recording a program. The director is the greatest authority. The average person can't breathe. The director's attitude towards the contestants was also loving. But in front of me it's the complete opposite. The director piled on the smiles and there wasn't even a rack in sight. Yun Xiao nodded and smiled. "Oh, then you guys come in." The director and two supervisors walked into the villa, just getting ready to sit down. However, he saw Yun Xiao return to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. The trio's heads were full of black lines. It's not good to sit. It's not good to stand. Key, who entertains guests and runs away to lie in bed by themselves? Seeing the three standing there awkwardly, Yun Xiao leaned on the bed and propped his head on one hand. "Don't be polite. Feel free to sit down. Amount." The director's mouth twitched and he waved his hand. "Forget it. Let's stand and talk." The two supervisors, looking at the big soft couch in the living room, one can only shake one's head regretfully. "What are you guys looking for me for?" Cloudy asked suspiciously. The director pulled a receipt from his pocket. Smiling, he handed it over. "Yun Xiao, here is 10 million. Please take it." "What? 10 million? Cloudy was nonplussed and glanced toward the receipt. Into the eyes that series of numbers. Give him a giddy look. Seeing Yun Xiao's face full of shock, the director was very flattered. And that was the effect he wanted. "Oh, this is the money rewarded by the netizens in your live broadcast. According to the 9:1 split, the program team has already taken it out for you. A total of 10.5 million. Cloudy was confused for a moment. Silently collect the receipt slip. The director and the two supervisors, the smiles on their faces grew even wider. Next, Cloudy made a move that shocked them out of their eyes. Straight away, I took the receipt slip and rubbed it into a lump. Throw it in the trash. What are you guys up to? Which hidden program again? How dare you forge fake receipts? Karma. The smiles on the three men's faces froze. 10,000 straw horses ran wild inside. How come the plot is going in a direction that doesn't match what they want? That said, Cloud should not be full of excitement? Grateful to them? I can't believe I threw away the receipt. Crap. That's $10 million. You're just gonna throw it away? The director was so shocked that he almost didn't bite his tongue off. No, the money is real. Didn't lie to you. Cloudy leaned lazily against the bed, looking askance at the three. Really? Treating me like a child? It's just a receipt. I even said it was $100 million. Give me the money if you can. The director hurriedly pulled out another gold card. The money is here. It's all in there. Yun Xiao skimmed his mouth and laughed coldly. Oh, what era is this? Still playing this kind of trickery? I'm not going to fall for it. Hurry up and go. I'm going to sleep. If you keep pushing, I'm not going to record the show. Pust. The director man is stupid. Brain buzzing. Almost didn't give him a knee on the spot. Yun Xiao, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. The program can't be without you. There is real money in the card. Little ancestor. Can I beg you? Just take it. The director was bitter and wanted to slap himself twice. All the previous strategies fell apart. What's all this knocking around for a good cause? It's all falling apart now, isn't it? In case people really don't record. Isn't it just a matter of lifting a rock and stoning yourself? He was bitter in his heart. These days, people don't believe him when he comes to give away money and take him for a fool. Isn't there any basic trust between people? Other people work as directors and subvert actresses. He became a director and begged to be paid, and didn't even want it. People still love them. Yun Xiao stared suspiciously at the director trio. Are you guys really from the show? That's quite a show. Couldn't have graduated from some movie school and come here to pretend to be a director and commit fraud. Could he? No. I have to make a call to Team Chin and arrest you guys back for interrogation. Seeing that Yun Xiao really pulled out his cell phone, the director was inwardly lying. Nima. Not only do people not trust them, and you're calling the police as if it's a scam? If this is arrested back, will he still have the face to be in the director's circle? Big brother. The director was on the verge of a breakdown and let out a yell. I'm really the director of the program. What will it take for you to believe I'm here to deliver the money? Hiss. See this director jump up 3 feet in place like a scurrying monkey. Yun Xiao's eyes danced. What the hell? I'm renting this house. You can't afford to pay for the ceiling if you break it. I won't believe you're for real until you can get the money out or transfer it to me. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Netizens covered their stomachs and collectively burst out laughing. Pohahaha, I can't imagine Cloudy has such a funny side. Look at the director. He's almost crying. Nima. It's so funny. Director, family members. I was never expected. Give him to send money. He does not want, but also said I am a liar. To call the police to send me in to step on the sewing machine. This old six I fucking really convinced. Supervisor, came well, but the first step turned over. Even to go to the bureau to experience a free meal. I am now panicked to batch. Ha ha ha, this money does seem to be rewarded by netizens, but Yun Xiao is dead set on not believing it. Laughing so hard that my stomach hurts, so let me slow down for a while. It's normal, not to mention $10 million. Anyone who wants to suddenly send me $1,000, I think it's a liar. How can there be a good thing in the sky? I've never seen anything like it. If I were this director, I'd just die by hitting a block of tofu. The worst director in history. The director's expression froze. The eyes began to grow red. Is really going to cry. Where is he going to get the money at night? The bank doesn't open until 8 a.m. Tomorrow morning. As for transfers, he drifted off. It can be transferred through online banking. With hope in his heart, the director pulled out his cell phone just to transfer the money. Next to him, a supervisor came quietly. Turn a hair. He doesn't have a real name bank card. Karma? The director's entire body froze. A cute face. After a few moments, he actually sat down on the floor like a child. Aggrieved, he called out, "Brother, you are my brother. I really came to deliver the money. Why don't you believe me? Why don't you believe me? Send money you do not want. What else? You tell me. Why is it so hard to send money? Who the hell am I talking to? Just believe me, okay? Woo woo." At the end of his words, he lunged up and grabbed Yun Xiao's thigh. A snotty cry. Look confused both live in the booth and on the floor. Cloudy's head went numb. That said, are all scammers this pompous when it comes to scams these days? See the director who rubbed his pants leg with snot all over it. The corners of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched viciously. I wish I could kick him out. But people hugged them so hard that they couldn't get rid of them. Okay. I believe it. Okay? Stop crying. These are the only pants I have to wear tomorrow. I'm convinced. What's the point of having just one program? It's like a dead mom or dad. I take the bank card. Hurry up and get up. Hear me? Otherwise I kicked off. Crouch. Your sister do not rub in my bed. The nights still have to sleep it. Seeing that Cloudy agreed to take the bank card, the director then wiped his nose and stopped crying. Stand up and respectfully offer your bank card. Seeing him cry for half a day without a single tear, Cloudy was speechless. This acting? Did you graduate from the Academy of Abstraction? The password is on the back of the bank card. If you don't believe me, you can go to the bank and look it up. Okay, I know. Yun Xiao waved his hand. Seeing that the other party hadn't left yet, unable to help himself, he asked suspiciously, anything else? The director smiled awkwardly. Another file pouch was removed and opened. We have come to see you, and in addition to delivering the money, we have one thing to discuss with you. Chow, I knew it. In the face of contempt, the director can only pretend not to see. It's like this. After the program team's discussion, we are going to back up your video footage and sell it to the TV station for broadcasting at a high price, and would like to ask for your permission. The words were not finished. Yun Xiao then waved his hand and interrupted. I don't agree. Now, all three were dumbfounded. Why? No reason. It's too personal to divulge. The director's brain exploded. It was really hard to figure out Cloudy's brain circuits. You're all on live. Still care about privacy? After freezing for a moment, the director hurriedly said, don't be in a hurry to reject it first. Hear me out. This is a good opportunity to publicize you, and it doesn't require you to do anything. The editing and placement will be handled by the program team, and in the end all the benefits all go to you. All the proceeds? Are you sure? Is there really such a fool in the world? Yun Xiao's gaze was odd. Sure. Oh, we're not stupid. Not stupid? Why do you act like a fool if you're not? Okay, hurry up. I'm going to sleep. The director was almost spitting blood from Yun Xiao's anger. The face twitched wildly. Just a few minutes. He felt like he'd been through a century of pain. See the three still coming. Yun Xiao was startled and hurriedly sent them out the door. You're not stupid. You're smart. Okay? Don't yell. Don't yell. Don't yell. Don't yell. Don't yell. The director, the three of them, were directly crushed out of the villa. Stand in the doorway. Wanted to cry. Originally, it was intended to take the opportunity of sending money to give Yun Xiao an opportunity 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 to give Yun Xiao an opportunity. The latter is so popular. The programmers are no longer in control. Seeing as they give money and concessions, they have to at least listen. But whoever thought? Cloudy doesn't play by the rules. Make it look like the three of them are the clowns. In the end, the people reluctantly accepted it, also because they looked at them with pity, instead of gratitude. Send money to this. Throughout the ages. Is there any worse luck than theirs? If this were to be rumored, it would be considered a complete loss of face in the director's circle. It's so damn outrageous. Cloudy gave the contract a cursory glance. Make sure it's in your favor. As the director says, even if it's not for the money, it's worth signing the contract for the popularity. See the clouds and sign your name on the contract page. The director finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Take the contract and wriggle out. Where is the idea of suppression? Just want to get the hell away from this place right now. It's so fucking embarrassing. Chapter 136 Extremely Good Three Sisters. Old driver driving. Early the next morning, Cloudy washed up and finished breakfast. Just start taking orders for work. Before that, though, he made a special trip to the bank. See if there's really money in the card. Last night always felt a little weird. 10 million. Just give it? The program is brain dead, right? Really want to engage in special activities. What kind of person delivers money at the door? Arriving at the bank, Cloudy went straight to the self-service ATM. Insert your bank card and enter the PIN number on the back. Next, a series of balances popped up in front of my eyes. Cloudy rubbed his eyes, hurriedly came closer to count. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. Holy shit, it's fucking real. Yun Xiao opened his mouth wide with a shocked face. I'll go. It's not a scam. It's really here to give away money? Dizzy froze for a long time. Cloudy tried to take out 100 pieces. When touching real money, he drew back a cold breath. People are confused. $10 million. When did it get so good? Last night he pressed on. Even threw away the check. The instinct is to think of people as liars. If it wasn't for their pity, he wouldn't even bother to take his bank card. After being confused for a long time, Yun Xiao came back to his senses and muttered to himself, is there really such a fool under the sky, giving away $10 million for nothing? That's awesome. In the meantime, the director who was watching the live broadcast spat out a mouthful of blood. Numb nuts. Giving away money and being called a fool. Who's as aggrieved as he is? Cloudy put away his bank card. The more fools like this the better. Mounted on a small electric donkey, he bared his teeth and scurried out. A beautiful day has begun again. A huge new addition. Even the luck has changed and I've only just left the house. Just get a new order alert. Ding. Departure point, south gate of Ninghai University. Destination Safari Park. Estimated mileage, 6 kilometers. Estimated cost, $30. Do you take orders? With a small hand, the order was taken successfully. 10 minutes later, Yun Xiao arrived at the south gate of Ninghai University. At the entrance to the school, there were a number of students scattered about. All of them are youthful and full of energy. There were 3 girls in the crowd that stood out. Don't say boys. Girls can't help but look at it. A proper schoolgirl price level. One is conspicuous enough. 3 together. It's hard not to pay attention. Seeing that the 3 girls were actually coming towards them, the clouds lit up before his eyes. Crap, it can't be them, can it? Watching the 3 sisters, getting closer and closer, Cloudy got excited all of a sudden. Rulai Buddha, Goddess of Mercy, Qi Tian De Shang. I'm willing to use 10 years of my brother's lifespan in the live broadcast room to exchange for these 3 sister clients. Yun Xiao clasped his hands together and recited in his heart. Handsome, we're the ones who called the valet. One of the sisters said with a slight smile. Wow, Cloudy's heart blossomed. As if 10,000 wild horses were running wild. Is it license plate number 09XXX? Yun Xiao revealed a dashing smile. It's us. Where's the car? In the parking lot. Seeing Cloudy as chauffeur, being led away by 3 extremely beautiful girls, there was a moment of surprise in the crowd. The boys, especially, had their mouths hanging open. Crap, is it so popular to do chauffeuring these days? If I had known, I would have picked valet for my senior internship. I'll change my job now and block the school entrance every day. The live audience saw 3 sisters, also wailed with excitement. The girl is often there, but 3 girls with very different styles coming together. It would be too rare. Besides, it's a college student, the age of 18. Just what Cloudy likes best. There is youthfulness everywhere. What's more exciting is the way they dress. One was wearing a goose yellow dress with long bare legs and a youthful spirit. A hot body in a short-sleeved t-shirt and tight jeans. One in a white shirt. Imperious. Milk-white Yuko calling out. Lovely. Sexy. Royalty. Bring out the best in everyone. Plus light makeup on the face. Standing there, it's definitely a beautiful sight. Any man would be moved. The eyes of all the wolves on the air were green. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Brothers, we're going to send our daughters-in-law for the new year. Which of these 3 girls do you like? I'll take the one who's a royal lady. The others are up to you. Fuck, I'll take all of them. Seatbelts fastened. Old driver about to start. The anchor's luck is really good. The first order of work today. There are 3 girls looking for him to drive. Cool, this is the life I dreamed of. I have to say, the quality of the 3 girls is really high. Is there any alumni of Ninghai University to say something? These 3 are the schoolgirls of Ninghai University. The one wearing the goose yellow skirt is called Lu Miaochan, a rich girl. The one in jeans is called Jiang Mengqing, who works part-time as a graphic model. The white shirt of the imperial sister called Xia Shui, Opened a lingerie store on the internet as a boss. All three of them are in the same dormitory, occupying the top positions on the school flower list, and are considered the dream goddesses of countless male students. TSK, Yunxiao is blessed. At this time, Yunxiao and the three sisters got into the car, a red Audi R8. The owner of the car is Lu Miaochan, a rich girl. The car, which was just her 20th birthday gift from family, for not having a driver's license. She can't drive it herself. Of the three girls, only Shay Shay has a driver's license, but she wouldn't dare drive such an expensive car. It's the weekend. School's out for the holidays. The three of them went on a safari. A combined total. Simply get a chauffeur. Cloudy drove down the road. The mind flew out of the room long ago. The car had a light scent. I don't know if it's aromatherapy, or natural body odor. Out of the corner of his eye, he drifted to the rear mirror. Cloudy gulped. Was about to say something. Suddenly, the sister next to her but spoke with a playful smile. Do you have to be so handsome to work as a valet these days? The two sisters in the back nodded their heads in unison. Pretty cool indeed. Chauffeur little brother, this face value. Comparable to the stars, yeah. Yun Xiao said in a serious manner. Beautiful women. Handsome is only the most inconspicuous advantage in my talent. I hope you can understand me deeply. The three beauties froze. The valet boy was interesting. Especially after a few rounds of conversation. They found that Yun Xiao spoke with quite a sense of humor and wit. Putting down his cell phone, he was excited to find him and talk to him. Handsome, do you know what it's like to be in love for the first time? Shay Shay, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked playfully. When I first drove my first car, I loved it. Even when I changed cars several times, I couldn't get enough of it. The girl looked puzzled. Not your first love? What's with the car? Have you ever had an online relationship? I never cybersex. For what? It's like calling an internet car, where the model doesn't always match your expectations, and being in a position to drive yourself and then have one-on-one maintenance. Take the money and go. No hassle. Live, cowpokes. The girl still doesn't get it. And again, why are you men always thinking about other people's wives? Yun Xiao smiled faintly. It's simple. You go watch a soccer match. Would you feel wonderful if there was no goalkeeper? The girls thought it over and nodded. Indeed. It's exciting to have a goalie. Live, kneel for the big man. But they still can't figure it out. Yun Xiao pressed for a positive answer. Seeing this, Yun Xiao hemmed and hawed. Then I'll ask you again. Which one do kids like? The toys at home or the toys in the store? This time, the girl replied without thinking. The store. That's right, they didn't play it in the store. The live broadcast exclaimed. God man nah. The girl cocked her head in thought for a moment. Feels kind of reasonable. But that has nothing to do with the question I asked. Does it? Suddenly, Jiang Mengqing, who was lying on the seat in the back row, seemed to think of something. His face flushed red in a flash. I know, he's an old driver. At that, the two remaining sisters drifted off. Ah, handsome. You're so bad. Drive without a fight. The car. Came the sound of silvery bells of petulant laughter. Chapter 137 Wildlife Mayhem? Curmudgeon Scene. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Gave Yunxiao a knee. Driving in front of three sisters, but also was serious so that people cannot hear. Not ashamed to be an old driver. I just want to ask the live broadcast old brother. There are a few listening to understand? Po ha ha ha, I can't hold it in. My stomach hurts from laughing. The key old man is at work touching the fish. I'm the only one slapping the table and laughing. And everyone is looking at me the wrong way. What does that mean? I don't get it. Can someone explain? Isn't it normal? Is it possible that it's not what it seems? Upstairs brother. No problem. It means literally. Please stand your ground. Keep your heart pure and don't be polluted by this dirty world. Cough, listen to my advice. Do not understand if you do not understand. Turn off the live broadcast. Go out for a run. Listen to the song. Otherwise, when you really get it in seconds, you'll realize that the first half of your life has been in vain. All the way. There was a lot of laughter in the car. The three sisters all felt that Yunxiao was interesting. Yap 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 yap. At school, they maintain a high-flying persona. Not really that cold. Rather, the boys at school were so boring. It doesn't interest them much. But the clouds were different. You come up here and you're driving in a serious manner. And you're telling a lot of jokes. Didn't think of them as goddesses. Instead, it brought a special feeling to the three sisters. Let go all at once. Of course, it's limited to the face value. Change it to something uglier. The girl was a straight-up pervert. 20 minutes later, the car arrives at the safari park. It's in the middle of nowhere. Because of the weekend, there was quite a bit of traffic on the safari. The girls were all impressed with Cloudy. When they got off the bus, they begged Cloudy to accompany them on the tour. Just in time to go back without having to call a driver. The girl is treating herself to a playdate. Go back and make a double run. Such a good thing. Of course Yun Xiao agreed. So the group bought tickets and came to the gate. The zoo gates are very grandly constructed. Many passengers are lined up here. And the inside of the zoo isn't exactly flat. The natural forest structure was modeled. There are mountains and rivers, plains and meadows. Wildlife is divided according to the type of community. For viewing, lions and tigers are fierce beasts, stocked in a specific area, fenced with fence posts. Special tour buses are required. Upon entering the zoo, seeing all those cute little wild animals, the three girls yelled with excitement, sightseeing as they went. Yun Xiao had a happy face. He has no interest in animals. On the contrary, there are quite a few pretty ladies here. Dress cool and stand with the critters. Strike a variety of loving poses. Show him the sights. Especially Shay Shay. Being the Mikado of the three girls is a lot of material in its own right. The white shirt was unbuttoned twice and he was bending over to feed a small animal. The milky Yuko was about to be squeezed out. It shook Cloudy's eyes. Straight up can't stand it. He hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Damn it. I'm going to make a fool of myself if I keep watching. Just then, the neighborhood radio suddenly went off. Now inserting an urgent notice. Please pay attention to the safety of all travelers. Do not go near the railing. The little animals are a little out of control. Wait for the staff to go to calm down. Then visit again. This announcement was repeated over the loudspeaker. There was a commotion in the crowd. Many staff members were in a hurry, running forward with tools in hand. What's the situation? It looks like something happened? Don't you know? There was an animal fight and a lot of blood. Crap, is it really fake? Is that so awesome? Animal fights? Quite rare. Go over there. Together. The tourists were curious. Follow the direction the staff member ran off in. A swarm of them all gathered around. A few people from Yun Xiao were also in the crowd. Come to the front of the area where the feeder gardens are. See the scene in front of you. The crowd's eyes went to the floor. Because this captive area, it's called chaos. All the animals are rioting. A couple of male baboons hugged each other with open teeth and claws. Fighting, wrestling, smashing ollie gives. Even certain underhanded tricks are used. Knowing is fighting. If you didn't know, you'd think a bunch of gangsters were brawling. But the question is, what kind of person looks like a baboon? Xia Shui opened her mouth wide. Is this a baboon? Why do I feel like I'm in a kooky movie? The garden next door. Several kangaroos disguised as boxers in the ring. Left hook, right hook. Only they are fiercer than boxers. Coldly give you a teasing kick. Exploding eggs hit rate. %. Ostriches, peacocks and other birds of prey in the side garden. It's like a fight with a shrew. Caught each other pulling hairs like crazy. Especially a couple of male peacocks with that beautiful tail plume. It's all about to be gripped bald skin. Hiss. The crowd all drew in a breath of cold air. Thought it was just a couple of animals fighting. I didn't realize that it was a big collective animal fight with each other. This rare scene. Many people took pictures and posted them online. The staff is busy, even if they rush up and separate the animals. But when people leave, they fight together again. It's like having a grudge. Critters are okay. Can baboons, kangaroos, these aggressive animals, how do you talk them out of it? The keeper yells and doesn't even listen. Especially kangaroos. Just for that egg popping rate. If a person takes a hit, mustn't lie down on the spot. Breeder man numb. Never seen animals riot like this. I can't be persuaded. We can't just let them keep fighting. Can we? The head gardener is here. At that moment, shouts came from the crowd. Make a pathway around it. A middle-aged woman rushed in and asked Drilly, what's going on? How did the animals get into a fight? The keeper was bitter. I don't know. It was fine before. At first it was these baboons who fought. Then all the animals fought as if they were infected. They couldn't even be pulled apart. The gardener was confused in capital letters. What? No special reason for a good fight? Yes. The crowd was speechless. After all this time, they're fighting for no reason? At first it was learned that animals fight. The gardener thought it was sick. Usually when animals are sick, they are emotionally unstable. Just keep them isolated. She even called the vet. It turned out to be no problem at all. What about the animals rioting and fighting? Medieval? At the moment, there is still a big fight going on with the animals in the garden. Though the keepers fought to pull away. But there can't be too many animals. At the moment, the prettiest peacock in their garden. It was mobbed by several male peacocks. It's almost a bald peacock. Miserable. The crowd looked on with eyes popping. It's too hard. This animal fights better than people do. Once this hair is pulled out, peacocks can lose their value. The breeder said anxiously. Head gardener, hurry up and think of something. How about anesthesia? The gardener smiled bitterly. We don't have that much anesthetic either. Wait for the vet to arrive on the scene. The gardener looked like he had grabbed a lifeline. Lao Yang, take a look. What's going on? See the animal mayhem scene. Veterinarian Young was flabbergasted. In all my years as a veterinarian, I've never seen a fight go down like this. Smiling bitterly, he shook his head. To be honest, I can't tell what kind of disease this is. It's not unusual for animals to fight either for food or for mates, but hundreds of animals in a big collective riot. That's not getting sick and fighting over territory. Could there be a plague at the zoo? Dean shook his head. Impossible. We all check and vaccinate our animals regularly. So if there was a plague, we would have known about it in advance. See young vet contemplating. The dean said anxiously. Old Young, you can't just ignore it. If anything goes wrong with this batch of animals, I, the director of the garden, can't absolve myself of the blame. Tell me what happened first. The breeder went over what had happened again. After listening, Veterinarian Young was even more dumbfounded. This is so weird. Animals fight for a reason, but this fight without warning is clearly unreasonable. Think carefully. Have you missed any key clues? A female keeper suddenly exclaimed. I remember. Just recently, there was a fight at the zoo between visitors, with relatives from both sides joining in the fray, which intensified, and it was only after the police were called that the people were taken away. After that the baboons mimicked human fights. The keepers didn't take it seriously at the time. Now I wonder if that was the trigger? The crowd fixed their eyes on it. Indeed. The way the animals fight, much like humans. What with the crotch kicks and swinging slaps? Which loss use which? It was simply interpreted and brought to life. At first glance, I thought it was played by a human being. Crap, animals watched humans fight and then started imitating them, triggering a zoo brawl? I give this explanation full marks. Sounds outrageous. Maybe it's possible. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why these animals are fighting en masse. Don't underestimate the mimicry of animals. Parrots learn to speak. Cats and dogs imitate their master's behavior, and black baboons even mimic human beings by smoking cigarettes and ironing their hair, all of which are well documented. In the past, it was all animals performing for humans to see. This time we can count on being famous in the animal world. The key is that these animals have learned the style, and they have all become elves. The question is, how do we get these animals to stop? If they keep fighting, something will happen. Veterinarian Yang's face twitched. This is all right? Old Young. What now? Veterinarian Yang smiled bitterly. Head gardener, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm a veterinarian. I'll treat animals when they're sick, but how else am I going to treat them when they're mimicking humans and fighting? Either just sedate it, which will provide temporary relief, or have the breeder psychologize it. But the key problem is that after having this behavior once, it may be etched into the animal's genes, and it may fight again in the future, creating a vicious cycle. Now, the crowd was all dumbfounded. Chapter 138, You still know how to tame animals. Is this really a chauffeur? Veterinarian Young continued. Sedation stops the fights, but when the medicine wears off, the fights may be repeated, and it's expensive. So, my approach would be to suggest that the keepers go and communicate with the animals, who are familiar with the animals themselves, and it might work. At those words, the gardener's face but became even more ugly. If the keepers can really persuade the animals, they won't fight. I can't. As soon as I went in, that baboon even hit me. Usually it listens to me when I talk, but today it's like it doesn't recognize me. Luckily I ran fast just now, or else it would have been disastrous. Me too. That peacock I have raised for 3 years. It has a very gentle character, but today I don't know what kind of evil has hit it. The fur is almost plucked out but still want to fight. Just pull it away and then wailed and rushed up again. See that? Those two kangaroos kicking their crotches face to face. Who dares to go near them? I don't want to get my balls blown off by the animals I raised. Several of the breeders have poured out their frustrations. Veterinarian Young sighed darkly as he listened. This side of the movement attracts more tourists to gather around. Seeing this rare scene in front of him, both Sked, Cloudy and the three sisters were also in the group. However, it was different from the crowd's watching mentality. Watching the scene of the animal's seizure, he leapt to his feet instead. He knew that if he didn't bother, the animals certainly won't stop today. Maybe, there will be a riot of animals being killed. Just as the head gardener and others were looking worried, Yun Xiao squeezed through the crowd and stepped out. Can you guys open the door? Let me go over and communicate with the animals and see. The three sisters looked surprised. What's this guy doing at this hour? The crowd looked to the clouds, seeing it was a youngster. All confused, the keeper said incredulously. Crazy, right? The animals are in danger. Aren't you looking for death by going in? Veterinarian Yang frowned and looked at Yun Xiao. Young man, are you also a veterinarian? This group of animals are just emotionally manic. They are not sick. Ordinary treatments won't work. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. I know, The crowd froze. No what? You know that and you still say that. Young people these days are so clueless. The gardener shook his head helplessly. Young man, we appreciate your good intentions, but even veterinarian Yang and the keepers can't do anything about it. And even if you've studied taming and veterinary medicine, it's impossible to handle an animal that's gone berserk. Sighing, she said to veterinarian Yang, old young, sedate the animals. If it continues like this, it might really kill or injure a large portion of them. Veterinarian Yang nodded. For today's solution, it can only be so, but I still have to remind that anesthesia can't cure the root cause. You still have to rely on yourselves afterwards. Understood. I'll have the breeder do a good job of psychologizing. Seeing the two of them, you say one thing and I say another. Press didn't take his words seriously. Yun Xiao rubbed his nose and didn't open his mouth again. People don't believe him, and no need to put a hot face on a cold ass. However, thinking about the beast taming skill given by the system, Yun Xiao still couldn't help but be curious. Walked to the baboon's garden, yelling at the baboons tearing themselves apart inside. Blackie, Yellowy, listen, you guys, stop fighting for a second. Unexpectedly, several baboons at each other's throats. A jolt ran through his body, as if he had heard the words, quickly looking in all directions. The scene was extremely spiritual. It's like a familiar person called by name, trying to see where the sound is coming from. The crowd was confused. With that, there were cries of alarm. Crap, what did I just see? One word from him and the animals actually stopped fighting? Coincidence, right? How could he have understood it when he shouted? It's not like he knows beast language. Blackie, Yellowy, you guys sit down. My ass, do not give a shit about me. The gardener and veterinarian Young, among others. There was a discussion about how to administer the anesthetic. Suddenly he was drawn to the crowd's exclamations of surprise. Fix your eyes. The baboons did stop fighting. Was looking around like he was looking for someone. This amazing scene gave them all a stare. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Yun Xiao shouted again. Fighting is bad. Especially bad. Spread out. Swish. In plain sight, the baboons that were cuddling in the garden. Suddenly they parted as if electrocuted. Eyes flicked to the clouds. The live feed was also stunned. Popularity +1+1+1+1. What do you mean? Cloudy still knows how to tame animals. And he's a chauffeur who still knows this stuff? What did Cloudy do? He didn't do anything. Why did the animals stop? Facepalm. I thought Yun Xiao was here to cause trouble. I didn't realize that making the animals stop fighting based on 2 words would be outrageous. Crap, he told the animals that fighting was bad. And he really stopped? Why does it feel like he's like a big flimflammer coaxing a small child? Breeders and veterinarians can't handle it. And Cloudy doesn't fight when he comes. Is this a nasty joke? IQ are being held down and rubbed on the ground. Rare. Brothers, I've already peeked into the heavens. This is the long-lost ancient immortal art of beast mastery. This baboon may have the bloodline of an exotic beast, descended from a great demon of the ancient times. Monkey, is that you, Monkey? In the minds of the netizens, this scene is so metaphysical. It doesn't make sense. Hiss. The crowd also all drew in a breath of cold air. One looked dumbfounded. Young Vet's brain felt like it had been struck by lightning. It just feels so ridiculous. A few random words to make the animals stop fighting? The breeder broke down inside. Fighting is particularly bad? Fuck, you're fooling a 3-year-old. He felt like he had learned all of this beast taming skill for nothing. That's no way to insult someone's intelligence. The head gardener came over with a big stride and looked at Yun Xiao in shock. Young man, the animals can understand you? I'm not sure. I just shouted anon. Anyway, you all say I'm messing around. So I'll go. Cloudy just turned around. The baboon hugged and started choking again. The gardener was so shocked that he almost bit off his tongue. That's called regret. Hurriedly accompanied by a smiling face to go forward. Young man, I'm sorry. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize Tai. Please help. Don't let the animals fight again. I'll give you a thank you payment on behalf of the zoo if you'd like. Ain't so? Yun Xiao pretended to think for a moment. Alright, I'll just go in and communicate with them, but it's hard to say if there's any effect. Yes, please. The gardener respectfully invited Cloudy over. The keeper said uneasily, Handsome, I still have to remind you, this group of baboons is very manic and extremely aggressive. The lions and tigers in the zoo have all had their asses touched by them, so don't underestimate them. I know. Open the door. Hey, I'll be right behind you later. In case there's any danger, I can still lend a hand. After that, the keeper pulled out a key to open the bars. Walk in through the side door. The garden has a very bad odor. There were balls of shit thrown by baboons everywhere. You can get a foot in the door if you're not careful. Just inside. The keeper's pace was gentle, but Cloudy didn't have a care in the world. Stride toward the baboon. The breeder was shocked. Is this kid so tough? What if the baboons are alarmed and mobbed? As a matter of fact, just as he thought, as soon as he saw two humans breaking in, the baboon bared his teeth and became unusually manic, hooting and hollering all at once. The breeder's legs gave out and he fell right to the ground. Ah! Many in the audience also covered their eyes and screamed. The gardener's face went white and he shouted, "Look out!" The three sisters also exclaimed, "Cloudy, run!" The breeder shivered and climbed to his feet. Cold sweat covered his head and both legs were shaking. Not good. The baboon is even more rabid than earlier. Go! However, Yun Xiao acted as if he hadn't heard it. Still standing in place, in the twinkling of an eye, they were surrounded by an army of baboons. Among them, the lead baboon was the largest, majestic as a gorilla. Standing upright, he was taller than an adult, weighing up to 200 kilograms. Arms thicker than his thighs rushed at Cloudy and hammered his chest. Provocative. The breeder's face went white and he dropped to both knees. It's over. It's over. It's dead this time. He regretted why he hadn't discouraged the gardener earlier. Yun Xiao stood there, not backing down in the face of the baboon leader's provocation. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. The baboon leader swung both fists. It was expected that it would be able to scare off this human who had trespassed on its territory. Turns out people don't take it seriously. That's going to piss it off. Grinning, he let out a squeak. Swinging both fists, he smashed towards Yun Xiao. Phew! The air carried a cracking sound. You can see how strong this force is. Stand still or I'll kick your ass. When everyone thought that Yun Xiao was going to be punched, no one expected that. He actually mouthed off. Say something like this. The breeder's jaw hit the floor in shock. Even the baboon leader on the opposite side of the room looked stunned. It was as if he had understood Yun Xiao's words. Both fists froze in the air. On a monkey's face, a humanized dullness appears. Chapter 139, Countering Violence with Violence. The wonderful use of the powerful Vajrapam. The moment Yun Xiao said this, the entire room was shocked. That breeder had a cramp in his leg and stomach. A look of madness. You said come in and communicate. Is that what you call communication? Damn. Am I out of my mind or just out of my mind? I can't believe I'm serious enough to believe you. Oh, shit. Don't think just because a baboon looks like a monkey. It's really a monkey. It's a typical beast. If he dares to provoke like that, isn't he afraid of getting his ass kicked? Baboons can really understand human language. Cloudy would be in trouble. No, having angered the baboon leader. What should we do next? Cloudy doesn't think he can tame wild animals. Does he? Silly brother. Don't try to be brave. Run quickly. We can't do the animal is not shameful. The program group is also too much. Actually let the anchor challenge such a dangerous link. If you can't do it, don't shoot. Come to Auntie. If you don't want to work hard, Auntie will support you. I have 2 listed companies under my name. If I let you be an executive, you can save 40 years of detours. Auntie, I'll show you a trick to lick the plate. Auntie, I don't want to make an effort either. Do you accept under 18? Z, the baboon leader, red-eyed, bared his teeth at Cloudy. On safari, it's used to running roughshod over the tiger's ass. When have I ever seen such an arrogant person? All at once more angry. I will make this human look good today. Jumped up in place and slammed his arms down as hard as he could, like the bears who come to visit. As soon as it sets its sights on you, a slap on the wrist. Who wouldn't fall down and cry? The crowd gasped in amazement. Many of the timid covered their eyes, but the next second, the screams were like a pair of large, invisible hands, strangling the throat. The collective disappeared. Cloudy's slender arms. With an upward push, he braced himself against those 2 large fists. The attack was easily neutralized. The breeder's jaw dropped and his triple vision shattered. This baboon is the king of the zoo, much taller than the average baboon. A pair of iron fists, like meteor hammers. Cloudy took on a human body. How can you resist and not move a muscle? But his shock was far from over. Those seemingly weak hands, after blocking the baboon's fist, Cloudy grinned. Quick as lightning, he flung out his other hand. Snap! A big pussy pocket just jerked it over. The baboon leader took a solid hit. It turned 360 degrees in midair, snapped, and hit the ground hard. The fall was dizzying. The crowd had seen a ghost. How strong is that? Ooh, quite the bearer. The baboon leader who got a slap on the wrist. Instead of fainting, it became more aggressive. Once again, he bared his teeth and lunged to bite. Nima, can I give you a hard time about this? Yun Xiao freed a hand and choked the baboon leader's neck. Give it a straight lift in place. With the other hand, up went a couple of bigby pockets. Shine a light on the left and right side of its face and agitate it back and forth. The powerful Vajrapalm was utilized to the extreme. Pop 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 pop. Convinced? Still fighting or not? Fighting is not a good boy. You know? slapped the baboon leader straight in the face. Crouch. The breeder looked horrified. I don't know how to describe the shock at this point. The crowd looked on with dancing eyes. Originally they were worried. It was all open-mouthed and collectively confused at the moment. Envisioned countless scenarios of taming the beast. Upon seeing Yun Xiao being attacked by the baboon leader, many were teary-eyed and brewing with emotion. And the result? You're teaching a kid a lesson in a fucking garden. One Bigby pocket after another. It's a violent maniac. Ghoul. The gardener swallowed hard, looking at the baboon who was single-handedly picked up by Cloudy and slapped furiously. Inside, 10,000 grass horses were running wild. Nice guy. Is that how you communicate with animals? Don't let the mania go untreated and the animal hiccup. But no one dared to squeak. In their eyes, clouds are more dangerous than baboons. For personal safety, everyone chose to shut up en masse. The breeder fell to his knees. The man numb. Cloudy's image was instantly taller and more powerful in his eyes. Popularity +1 +1 +1. Pooh ha ha ha, I'm fucking convinced. I guess this baboon will be honest for the rest of his life and never dare to fight again. Worthy of an anchor. Remembering the way my dad beat me up is like chewing on Hyun Mai and not being able to stop. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, animals, like people, are all bullies. If you persuade it and it doesn't listen, it will be honest after a beating. He can pick up such a big baboon with one hand. Such a big baboon. He can pick it up with one hand. Is he going to fight a tiger in Jingyangang? Hey, the anchor finally stopped. Smoked for a few minutes. Cloudy finally stopped. Not a bad system. Powerful Vajra palm and strength attribute enhancement. It's really extraordinary. He felt hearty after an activity. And that baboon leader, beaten up and shivering, honest squatted in front of Cloudy, holding his head in his hands. Just like a child who made a mistake. Where's the manic look from before? As for the other baboons, even the leader is like this. They are worse. Straight up pissed on the spot. Lie down on the ground and don't move a muscle. In the whole garden of baboons, only Cloudy was still standing, as if they were their king. All the children of the people submitted to him. They all seemed to sense the raging of the clouds. Baboon leader. It's the biggest beast in the area. Watching him get beaten up, the other baboons are all incapacitated. Yun Xiao faintly said, fighting is not right. A good boy cannot fight. Do you know? What's amazing is this. Surprisingly, the other man understood and nodded his head vigorously. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they watched. Next, Cloudy asked the three sisters for candy. Then wave at it. The baboon winced and hesitated to come forward. Yun Xiao smiled. Come on, eat if I let you. Don't be polite. It was only then that the baboon bounded up and grabbed the candy, showing his teeth and grinning. This spiritual performance left the crowd speechless. Nice guy. You're really teaching it like a child's lesson. And a candy bar after? See the baboon who peeled off the candy paper and gleefully ate the candy. Everyone's brain is a little dizzy. Cloudy walked back and patted the handler on the shoulder. Come on. There are other animals waiting to be settled. At that, the gardener was shocked. Laughing bitterly, he said, young man, it's not that I don't know how to honor you. Can you do it in a different way? If I let you beat me up like this again, the animal is not fighting, but it will be killed by you. Yun Xiao laughed. There's no need to beat it up. Just have that baboon follow me. What? Follow you out? Everyone backed off en masse. In unison, they all shook their heads. Isn't this nonsense? It's honest for now. But who can guarantee that when it's released, and it won't hurt anyone, you can fight again? But it spread its legs. I don't know how many tourists will suffer when they get manic again. No, it's too dangerous. Once it causes accidental injury or death, who will take the responsibility? The gardener looked embarrassed. Cloudy waved at the baboon leader. Come here, and as a sign of your sincerity, put on a show for the big guys. The baboon came running over with his teeth bared. The hands danced in place. That's all you got? Do a high one. The baboon bumbled around, suddenly run to the railing, both hands on the ground and a right leg lift. Surprisingly, it mimics a dog. A big yellow piece sizzled out. The crowd froze. Crap, this baboon's become a savage. Not only do you learn how to fight, but you also learn how to pee like a dog? Luckily, the neighborhood ran fast. Otherwise you really get a face full of nuisance. After peeing, it put its hand behind its ass again, pulled out a hot pile of ollie to give on the spot, twisted his head and threw it at the gardener. Wow! The whole room roared. Hooting and hollering, he scattered away from the railing. The gardener reacted quickly with a black face. Otherwise, it's really going to be this stuff on your face. With a stunned look on his face, Cloudy watched the baboon perform his special program. This mimicry is unbelievable. Where did it learn it? Like today, for seeing humans fight and learning to imitate. It was only then that the infection spread to other animals, triggering a riot at the zoo. And the skill of throwing shit balls. It certainly didn't come out of nowhere. The keeper laughed bitterly. Before the zoo there were passengers littering, and bear children taking mineral water bottles to smash them. Then they learned. Except that they had nothing to throw but this, and several bear children were smashed and cried. As for learning to pee from a dog, that I don't know, but they're great imitators and probably learn it from wherever they see it. Speaking of which, the breeder grew more and more amazed at the clouds. It's not uncommon for baboons to understand human speech, but how did you do it? Communicate with them unimpeded? He had never seen any beast tamer like Cloudy. At the moment, the other garden animals are still fighting, especially the male peacocks. It's getting to be a bald chicken. The tail was covered in blood, still fluttering to join the fray. The head gardener gritted his teeth and could only choose to believe Yun Xiao. The longer it drags on, the more animals will be killed or injured. The keeper opens the barred iron gate. They all knew that this young man was not ordinary. It's easy to get a baboon to listen. Maybe it will calm the other animals as well. Such taming skills are not theirs to possess. Earlier, when Yun Xiao violently beat up the baboon leader, it gave them a great shock. Stay close to me and don't move a meter out of my line of sight. Looking at the baboon following him, Cloudy warned. The baboon thumped his chest and nodded vigorously. That expression was like a little fanboy. Fully show your loyalty. Seeing the guy's face was stoic and well-behaved, the crowd only exclaimed comical. Ming grew so tall, like sitting on a small mountain. But at the moment it was following behind Yun Xiao, but obeyed like a child. Where's half the ferocity you had before? To avoid mishaps, the crowd retreated a dozen meters away. Cloudy led the baboon into the peacock garden, shouting at the peacocks plucking each other's feathers. Hey, 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 all stop. Same as before. Peacock stopped in total confusion and looked around. Yun Xiao continued to shout, fighting isn't right, so stop it all. If you don't want to be beaten up like it, stop it. Ouch, ouch. The baboon cooperated by spinning in place. Hold your head high and pound your chest, as if to say, if you want to fight, I'll go in and fight you. Swish. The peacocks parted with an electric shock, showing extremely human fear. There was also a hint of a pleasing expression mixed in. The crowd was all stunned. They still wanted to see how Yun Xiao would settle it if he didn't make a move, and that's it? A few other gardens cloudy as hell. The animals all showed their submission. Perfect for the riot fight conundrum. Especially boxer kangaroos. It's really just a death blow. I've kicked my balls off. I'll really have to collect my body later. Finally, under the respectful gaze of all the animals, Baboon returns to the garden with a view. After so many years of coming to the zoo, it's never been more out of breath than it is today. Although he was fatally beaten by Cloudy, but the feeling of a fox and a tiger is so damn good. Therefore, it expresses dismay at the clouds. Yun Xiao patted its forehead and laughed. Silly boy, you're their boss. Following me, you're a little follower at best. Go back to being your boss. The baboon shook his head nervously. Bummer. Cloudy was just about to leave, but the gardener called out. Hold on. Young man. Chapter 140, Endangered Protected Animals. Difficulty in delivery of snow leopard. Cloudy looked over in confusion. I only heard the director of the garden smile. Thank you very much for reaching out in time to help us solve the animal riot. In order to express my previous apologies, I have asked the staff to prepare small gifts and animal dolls. If you like them, you can go to the visitor center to collect them later. At those words, the three sisters' eyes immediately lit up. Girls have no resistance to cute dolls. Yun Xiao smiled indifferently. Thank you. Just as the group was about to leave, a breeder came running over in a panic. Upon seeing the head gardener, she hurriedly said, Head gardener, something's happened to Nyo Nyo. The gardener who had just breathed a sigh of relief. Heart pounding. What's wrong with Nuna? He won't eat or drink. He's been lying there listless and frenzied, and he's usually very tame when he sees me, but today he bit me as soon as I got up there. The state is very wrong. I'm afraid something will happen if we go any further. The gardener said sharply. It's pregnant. Didn't you take care of it? The breeder was on the verge of tears. I don't know what's going on. Veterinarian Yang seemed to think of something. Immediately, he said, Go over and take a look. Good. The gardener made a snap decision and had no time to blame him. The crowd hurried over, followed by a number of watching crowds. Cloudy was also dragged over by the three sisters. They were curious. What kind of animal is an nymphet? Go around a couple of parks. Follow the steps up the small hill. Tall buildings resembling snow-covered mountains appeared as the road ahead opened up. Inside the large glass railing, a luxurious wigwam was built, as well as caves. A large cat with white fur and black spots was lying on the ground. The front paws pawed the ground, breathing heavily and very anxiously. The three sisters let out a gasp of surprise. Wow, it's actually a snow leopard? Aren't snow leopards on snowy mountains? How come they're at the zoo? It looks like it's in pain. Is it sick? Smiling, Yun Xiao explained. Snow leopards do live on snowy mountains at altitudes above 3,500 meters, and are the top predators of the Great Snowy Mountains. But because of the environmental deterioration in recent years, the number of natural wild snow leopards has become drastically smaller, and is already lower than that of wild pandas. To protect this population from extinction, so zoos simulate the snow leopard's environment and then breed them in captivity. But because they are poorly adapted to the climate and oxygen concentration of low-altitude cities, rearing is highly susceptible to illness and a series of other problems. Judging from the state of this snow leopard, it should be difficult to give birth. Sure enough, veterinarian Young stood in front of the railing and watched carefully for a while. Give the verdict. Nyonya had a difficult labor. This next. Several of the sisters looked at Yun Xiao with odd gazes. It's just a matter of being able to tame animals. You even know about gynecology? Yes. Nuno's labor is in the next few days. Veterinarian Young, do you have any ideas? Veterinarian Yang smiled bitterly. Generally the labor and childbirth of wild snow leopards are done independently by the female snow leopard. And although this is only artificial breeding, its habits will not change, and the human being only plays a supporting role. Moreover, if human beings interfere excessively, it will degrade its reproductive function, and I'm afraid that it will become difficult to give birth to children in the future. So it will be more troublesome for snow leopards to have difficult births. With that said, he looked to the breeder. How many days has it been in labor? A day and a half or so. So long? Veterinarian Yang was shocked and shook his head helplessly. The normal length of labor for a female snow leopard will not exceed 48 hours. It's been a day and a half. It's very likely that the fetus will die. Garden manager, you have to be psychologically prepared. There were gasps of surprise from the onlookers. The snow leopard had a hard time giving birth. Fetal death. That doesn't bode well. Watch the snow leopard growl low in pain. Some girls can relate better. To give birth to a child is the destiny of a mother's life. Whether human or animal, neither wants to die without a baby being born. The gardener's face swished. Veterinarian Young, you've got to do something. The number of wild snow leopards in our country is already scarce. It is a rare and endangered protected animal, and it is extremely difficult to get pregnant naturally, so there can't be any accidents. Veterinarian Yang pondered for a moment and said, I'm not sure if the fetus is dead or not. If it's dead, it can be taken out with anesthesia. Right now I'm afraid that the fetus isn't dead and it's a difficult delivery. The consequences will be very serious. Can't you just deliver the baby artificially? No, the fetus has been soaking in the amniotic fluid for so long. It will most likely not survive the anesthetic. And approaching hastily, the snow leopard will hurt someone. And the snow leopard's temperament is so proud that if it can't give birth and it's painful, it simply won't give birth. And then the fetus will still be stuck in the reproductive tract and suffocate alive. It's a miracle it lasted this long. Hearing this, the gardener's heart went cold. Silence followed the scene. No one can accept this result. Obviously just a foot away from the proverbial door. It would be a shame for the fetus to die at this point. But if labor continues, it leads to intrauterine hemorrhage. The snow leopard mom is also in fear for her life. I'm afraid it's just one body. Protecting the big or the small? The gardener is in a struggle. In the end, she clenched her teeth and said, Veterinarian Yang, administer anesthetic. The baby can get pregnant again if it's gone. But nothing can happen to Nyo. Help it take out the fetus. Natural pregnancies in snow leopards are rare though. But Nuno's life is more important. There's only one snow leopard in the zoo. When the time comes, they will also have to be released back into the snowy mountains and return to nature. She can't afford it if something really happens. Everyone is on the same page. 2 for 1. Only the fetus can be sacrificed. Veterinarian Yang nodded dryly. Okay, I'll go fetch the anesthetic. But that's when. A bashful voice came from the crowd. You can't fight, or you will surely regret it. The words fell. The crowd craned their heads in unison. Upon seeing the clouds, each one was shocked. What? And he knows veterinary medicine? The head gardener looked at Yun Xiao in surprise. Young man, it's you? Yun Xiao rubbed his nose and walked out. It's me. Veterinarian Young stared and asked. What does that mean? Cloudy, literally. Crowd? Pointing at the snow leopard. Yun Xiao asked. What do you guys think? For an animal that hasn't eaten or drunk for a long time and is physically very weak due to a difficult labor, how much harm would it do to it to administer anesthesia at this time? At those words, there was a collective silence. To anesthetize a snow leopard and remove the fetus, the dosage can't be small, can it? The snow leopard itself is not suited to low-latitude climates. Just like a human going to a plateau would suffer from high-altitude sickness, and coupled with overexertion from a difficult birth, it might just kill it. Veterinarian Yang hesitated. But, without anesthesia, Nyonya definitely won't survive this afternoon, and we can only take a chance during special times. All you think about is helping to take it out. And you don't think about whether or not the fetus in its belly is alive? Veterinarian Yang's eyes stared. You mean? Yun Xiao smiled faintly. I can tell you that the fetus is still alive. Wow! The scene was sensational. The gardener exclaimed incredulously. You even know about veterinary medicine? Veterinarian Yang stared at Yun Xiao. Young man, you surprised me, but powerful beast tamers usually know a little bit about veterinary medicine. But how can you be 100% sure that the fetus must be alive? Hearing this, everyone was curious. So far away, not by medical instruments, with the naked eye alone, you know the baby in your belly is alive. That's outrageous. Yun Xiao shrugged. Stick your hand in and touch it, won't you know? What? The crowd was dumbfounded. It's a snow leopard. It eats people. Even the keepers are afraid to go near it. Reach in and touch? How many hands do you have enough for it? Good on. Yun Xiao quickly gave a reasonable explanation. I think that animals have emotions, let alone their own children. If the little baby was really stillborn, there's no way it would have lasted this long without eating or drinking. Since there was a strong desire to give birth to the child, it must still be alive. Its own children. It knows better than any of us. Veterinarian Yang shuddered. Enlightened. Yeah, animal emotions are more primitive and instinctive than humans. A mother who doesn't give up her child so easily. The fetus is really dead. It won't fight so hard. We are not in a position to deprive it of becoming a mother. Gardeners, I suggest continuing labor and delivering the baby. Chapter 141 King of the Snowy Mountains. Delivering a snow leopard mother. Hearing this, the gardener was visibly hesitant. But she wanted to keep the fetus though. But don't dare take the risk. What if there's an accident? Just in the middle of a dilemma. Yun Xiao sighed. That's just it. Let me go in. I'll deliver Nyo Nyo. Although the fetus is still alive, it shouldn't last long, and if it drags on any longer, it's going to be really troublesome. What? The gardener looked at Yun Xiao in shock. You can still deliver babies? The crowd also looked oddly. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. If I'm not mistaken, this snow leopard should be the first litter? Yes. Nix is 4.5 years old and is pregnant for the first time. The breeder replied. Yun Xiao thought about it and shouted to the head gardener. Please prepare white gauze, scissors, hemostatic forceps, disposable gloves, etc. Oh, and diapers, oxygen masks. By the way, prepare another copy of the usual food for Nyonya. Since she's going into labor, she must keep her strength up. Veterinarian Yang froze for a moment and exclaimed. You're crazy. Are you really going to deliver it? Don't forget this is a snow leopard, not a baboon. And it's dangerous. The three sisters pulled him and advised. Don't be a hero, even if you've studied veterinary medicine. But this is a snow leopard. It will bite. Yun Xiao's face was as normal and he smiled faintly. I know, isn't it just a big cat? Don't you guys forget who I am. Hearing this, the crowd was speechless. People are called big cats, not a real cat. Snow leopards are the top predators of the greater snowy mountains. Even the tamer, even with no equipment. Going near a snow leopard was also a pure death wish. Just your little arms and legs. It's not enough for someone to take a bite. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live stream pops up like a blowout. It triggered a nuclear bombing. Oh, shit, Cloudy is for real? He's a man and he knows how to deliver babies? Don't really know. But he just quelled an animal riot. He even knows how to tame animals. So what's a little veterinarian? He might even be a gynecologist. Yun Xiao is really crazy. If he can beat a baboon, he can beat a snow leopard? Don't think it's really a cat just because it looks cute. The snow leopard is called the king of the snowy mountains. A big cat second only to tigers and lions in size. One bite and your thigh will be amputated. It's true. Don't be fooled by Wusong fighting a tiger. It's impossible for humans to wrestle with large beasts. This is a risky decision by Yun Xiao. One slip up and you'll have to eat your seat on the spot. I'm just wondering. It makes sense that he'd be able to connect births all the time and turn around and have a baby, doesn't it? Away from the original spectrum. A chauffeur who can tame animals and deliver babies. What else can he do? Does he have to build an atomic bomb someday? Or weld nuclear carriers? No matter what others think. Once Cloudy got his tools, he began to prepare. Put on gloves, change into a down jacket, and sanitize your entire body. Led by the keeper. Enter the cryogenic park and slowly go near the nymphets. The rest of the group gathered around the railing glass and watched curiously. The scene was silent. It was as if even his breathing had stood still. Didn't take 2 steps. Nui Nui, who was lying on her side under the wigwam, suddenly turned her head and stared at the two. Baring his teeth, he let out a low hiss. The sharp teeth are chilling. The breeder was too scared to move. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he quietly pulled on Cloudy. Don't come any closer. The nymphette is very impatient. It was just a warning, and if you continue past it it's likely to bite. At this point, everyone was sweating for Yun Xiao. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Can't even get close enough. How else can you deliver a baby? Yun Xiao frowned, staring daggers at Nyo. Suddenly he spoke. I know. You want to have the baby so badly. And are you in pain right now? Just like before. It was as if Nix understood the words. Stayed and put away his mouth full of sharp teeth. Doubt cocked his head and stared at Cloudy. Cloudy continued to try and say, you're very brave and a great mom. But you don't eat or drink like this. It's very easy to get deflated and it's very bad for the baby. Now you need someone else's help. Lie still and I'll deliver your baby. If you agree. You nod. After saying that, Yun Xiao continued to step forward. This wave of maneuvering shocked the eyeballs off the ground. The crowd stared blankly at Cloudy. It just feels like an insult to the intelligence. You just fucking say something. That's all it takes to handle a beast? And make it nod? Point your sister. This is afraid that it is not an escape from the mental hospital, right? However, a shocking scene occurs. As the clouds approached, he has an animal affinity index that makes chicks feel good. Surprisingly, he really listened and nodded. Just lay down on all fours with your belly exposed. It was a scene like a cat in a pole house pampering itself like its owner. Give everyone a dumbfounded look. Inwardly, he cried out in a straight line, especially when the clouds approach and crouch down. Reaching out, he stroked Nix's head. Nyoko's eyes were half closed, enjoying herself immensely. It looks like a big, docile cat. Where's the majesty in that? The breeder was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue off. This shit. Are you sure you're not jerking off? He wondered if this was the chick he'd raised to be his own. Even he was afraid to touch it that way. How the beast is bred again. The pride in your bones will not diminish. But to a stranger, Nix is unsuspecting and behaves so intimately. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. The live feed exclaimed. Blindness, is this still a snow leopard? The king of the snowy mountains? Hiss, my cat isn't even this tame when she's jerking off. I have to record this video for my dog to see. Every time I call him to come and jerk me off, he ignores me. This rebellious son of a bitch is not as obedient as a snow leopard. Cow pokes, this snow leopard is really a big cat. I'll never call my wife a tigress again. She doesn't deserve it. She's much more vicious than a tiger or a leopard. After jerking off the big cat for a while, Yun Xiao shouted, what are you gawking at? Hurry over. The breeder then woke up and carried his tools up to him. Thumbs up. Man, I'm really impressed. I've never seen Nui so close to anyone. Not even me. Yun Xiao smiled slightly. Animals are no less emotional than humans. They're just very wary. He said, grabbing a frozen chicken and handing it over. Put it in front of Nyonya's nose and gave it a sniff. You're full so you have the strength to have a baby. Chickie stuck out her tongue and licked it. Bite into the chicken as the keeper stared in disbelief. Crunching and eating is beyond sweet. The breeder laughed bitterly. He fed the chick for 2 days without asking. A word from the clouds. Eating more cheerfully than anything else. Who's the breeder? Anyway? Taking advantage of the time when Nyonya is eating. Cloudy looked at its reproductive tract and touched his stomach again. Fetal pulsations are slightly weak, but it did live. There is a very urgent desire to get out. Cloudy was overjoyed and hurriedly pulled out a diaper to pat it. There are many reasons why animals have difficulty giving birth. Malposition, or slow fetal development, with complications. Also, there can be individual differences in circumstances. For example, a narrow pelvis in females can also lead to difficult labor. The fetus is stuck in the birth canal and can't get out. Of course, there is another important reason. It's the external environment. Snow leopards are adapted to survive in high altitude in cold environmental climates. Suddenly the natural environment changes. Not only are they prone to illness, but they also increase the probability of difficult labor. This will require manual intervention. Cloudy wanted to think about what caused Nix to have a difficult labor. He started by using the root of his left palm, pressing and rubbing around the tailbone to ease the pain. The palm of your right hand follows the frequency of the contractions. Along the small of Nyonya's abdomen, push it down over and over again. Normally, as long as the head of the fetus is showing a little, it will be a smooth labor. But soon, Yun Xiao sensed that something was wrong. Surprisingly, there was not the slightest sign of showing. It's like being stuck with something. The nymphets were also cooperative and contractions intensified in frequency. But after half a day of waiting, there was still nothing. He determined that it could be malpositioned. Just like when humans give birth, the head usually comes out first. But if it's a foot, it's more problematic, because the airway gets stuck in the uterus, resulting in the drowning of the fetus. If that's the case with Nuno, it's bad. Cloudy continued to push down a few times. It was changed to an inch-by-inch hand. After some careful experience, sure enough, that judgment was confirmed. The fetal position is clearly transverse. In other words, the baby snow leopard was stuck in the birth canal. No wonder you can't give birth. Luckily, it was discovered in time. Any more delays and the baby will surely be smothered. Yun Xiao's brows knit into a pimple. There is no other way out of this situation. The only thing that can be done is to push the fetus back through the opening of the birth canal and restore it to a good position. And then a smooth birth. It's easy to say, but it's a lot harder to actually do this. Cloudy didn't act rashly. At the moment, the spectators outside looked halfway through the show. One can only wait anxiously. Old Young, go and take a look, the gardener commanded. The corners of Veterinarian Yang's mouth twitched, but see that the clouds and the keepers are all right. Then he bravely and carefully entered the garden. How's this situation going? Not too optimistic. I just checked it over and the fetus is stuck sideways in the mouth of the uterus and needs to be pushed back to adjust its position. Veterinarian Yang was shocked. After so many years of being a veterinarian, first time I've heard that a fetus can be pushed back and started over? Are you sure? Would it be too risky? Take a chance and try. Young Vet's eyelids fluttered. But, you look at the way the chick is in pain. If you push it back, it will probably cause the wound to tear twice. And then what if it gets out of control and goes berserk? You're great at taming beasts, but a snow leopard that's gone berserk, I don't think you'll be able to carry its 3 big bites. Cloudy grinned. It's okay, I'll just talk to it. Veterinarian Young? Breeder? Straight from the booth? Nice guy. What's your relationship? And say yes? Do you really think it's human and understands human language? This guy is getting more and more outrageous. Chapter 142, Witnessing a Miracle. Quadruplets named. The corners of the breeder's mouth twitched hard, although he didn't think Yun Xiao could do it. But emotionally, of course, I hope the snow leopard mom has a successful delivery. It's like having your own pet. He couldn't bear to see Nyonya in so much pain. Yun Xiao stroked Nyonyo's big head and laughed. Later on, I'm going to push the baby back into the birth canal so that it recovers its fetal position. But you'll be in a lot of pain. Can you stand it? The scene that stunned everyone happened again. Nyx really nodded her head, looked to the clouds with a prayerful gaze. The crowd only felt that their intelligence was being held down and rubbed repeatedly. Crap! Is it hard to believe that he's not speaking in a human language? Why do animals really understand? That's a big departure. After Cloudy had sterilized himself, he put his hand inside the birth canal. The Nyonya's birth canal had been injured long ago due to continued labor. At this moment, Yun Xiao put his hand in. The wound tore, intensifying its pain. After Cloudy touched the baby, hold it in your fingers and gently push it back a little. The pain made Nyx hiss on her back, let out a deafening roar. Veterinarian Yang and the breeder were pale with fear. Niso took several steps back. I'm afraid that Nyoko will explode and hurt someone. This kid, he's a fucking tiger. You don't even use lubricant. You just push it? Feeling Nyx's body rising and falling violently and gasping for air, Cloudy comforted it while continuing to push in. Ho ho ho. Nyx screamed in immense pain. However, he did not move at all and nestled in place, obediently allowing Yun Xiao to do his bidding. The eyes of the crowd were glazed over as they watched, not to mention a beast that produces its own cats. You give it a little bit like this, it's bound to bite you, too. Yun Xiao moved carefully, his forehead dewy with fine sweat. Follow the birth canal and push in little by little. It lasts 10 minutes. It was hard to push the stuck fetus back. Luckily, I had given food to Nyonya earlier. Replenish your strength, or I'm afraid you'd be out of it by now. When Cloudy drew back his hand, the white glove was stained with blood. It was too late to deal with it, and he immediately shouted, "Hurry, put the oxygen mask on Nyonya. Labor is going to start all over again." The keeper's hands were full, helping Nyx put on her mask. Veterinarian Yun's eyelids fluttered as he watched. One could not help but have a little more respect for Yun Xiao. Everyone held their breath, because they knew that they could only rely on Nyoko herself for the rest of the day. It's a success or a failure. It's up to it to get through this most treacherous of passages. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The moment. The netizens of the live stream were shouting and cheering for Nyonya. I hope Nyonya's labor will be successful. If it is difficult to deliver again, the fetus will definitely be deprived of oxygen after being held in the birth canal for such a long period of time, and the possibility of delivering the baby again is almost zero. Seeing Nyonyo in so much pain reminds me of my own childbirth. Especially difficult labor is a nightmare for women. If you don't have a strong will, you won't be able to handle it, so Nyonyo will do her best to give birth to a healthy and cute snow leopard baby. If it were any other animal, it would definitely not give birth. And even a human with a difficult labor would choose to have an operation. But Nui Nui is really strong. It will be a qualified mom. Every snow leopard is a national treasure. and the number of naturally wild snow leopards is now rarer than that of giant pandas. So if Nyo Nyo can give birth to this baby, it will definitely be a cause for celebration. It's true that a woman is weak and a mother is strong, even for animals. After doing this, Cloudy handed Nui Nui an encouraging look and just watched from the side. The nymphette seemed to sense that the fetus was being pushed back as well, took a few breaths, started pushing again with renewed vigor. By observation, the frequency of contractions intensifies significantly at this moment. The cloud went down to his stomach and helped push it down one at a time. Little babies also have a strong desire to live. It began to move ever outward down the birth canal. Finally, it lasts 5 or 6 minutes. The fetus was released from the birth canal with a low growl from the nymphette. A small meatball-like object fell to the ground. A newborn snow leopard cub, pink and tender, covered with sparse white hairs. At first glance I thought it was a big rat, grunting and squirming on the floor. The crowd was amazed to see the baby snow leopard born. Did you really deliver the baby? Cloudy breathed a sigh of relief and held the little snow leopard up. Hurry, clean it up. Don't block the airway. Veterinarian Yang was quick on his feet and pulled out a cotton swab to unblock its mouth and nose. It's been held in the birth canal for so long. The little guy opened his little mouth and breathed heavily. The keeper brought a towel to dry it off. After a simple treatment, Yun Xiao held the little snow leopard and placed it in front of Nyo Nyo. Look, here's your baby. It's healthy and you're brave. The girl's eyes were gentle and she stuck her tongue out to lick the little baby, and put his nose over and sniffed hard. It seems to memorize the smell. Snap! There was thunderous applause. Everyone was cheering for Cloudy. In their eyes, this is not only the doctor who saved the snow leopard mother and child, more of a hero. Everyone was unabashed in their applause and compliments. Animals deserve to be honored just as much as humans do. Miracles in times of crisis not only save the endangered protected animals, but also continue the reproduction of this race. And in this midwifery rescue, they see more of a dedication to life and not giving up. It's also full of emotion. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, the Nyonya that has been delivered. Suddenly there was pain on his face again. The breeder exclaimed, "What's going on? Isn't the birth over?" Yun Xiao smiled. "Don't worry, there should still be babies. Snow leopards can give birth to 1.5 litters per delivery. As long as the position of the fetus is correct, the next all can be delivered smoothly," said. Yun Xiao squatted down and patted Nyo Nyo's big head. "No problem. Trust yourself." Nix hissed in a low voice. Den straightened his hind legs and made another effort. Not 2 minutes. Snap! Another little pile of meatballs rolled down. The sparse fleece is covered in amniotic fluid and squirms on the ground. The crowd roared. It was hard to hide the joy on everyone's face. Second child. Alive! But the surprises don't end there. Snap! A third little baby was born. The room instantly boiled over. Good lord! 3 snow leopard cubs, and Nyoko gave birth to 3 babies. 2 cute, adorable old man's teenage heart. Really want to adopt home to raise one. You are very criminal, not to mention whether you can raise every day dozens of pounds of fresh meat. Just eat this aspect can make you go bankrupt. They're also not suited to the plains climate. They'll still be released to the highlands later. The crowd whispered. I thought it was time to end it after having 3 children. As it turned out, Nuno had a hard time with her 4th child. 4 healthy snow leopard cubs, snuggled up to their mother. The picture is extremely harmonious and cozy. It is important to realize that snow leopards have an extremely low natural pregnancy rate, and it's on the plains. Being able to have a successful birth is even more pathetically low. Quadruplets, so to speak, for the reproduction of this colony. Make a mark. The gardener was smiling from ear to ear. The surprise came as a surprise. In one fell swoop, they added 4 snow leopards to the zoo. Fame is bound to skyrocket in the future. There will be a steady stream of guests coming here. It's just too exciting to think about. Not only her, but everyone in the room was happy, surrounded by 4 baby snow leopards and kept taking pictures. Yun Xiao gave Nyo Nyo a thumbs up. As a mother, you're great. You successfully gave birth to your babies. I hope you can take good care of them. I'll visit you guys more often when I have time in the future. Nui Nui rubbed her big head against Cloudy's pants leg. Indicates extreme intimacy. And then out of nowhere, I don't know where the strength came from. Pick up 4 baby snow leopards in your mouth. Putting it into Cloudy's hands, he was filled with a proud expression. Yun Xiao was amused by this warm scene. For Nyonya, the 4 little babies are its greatest masterpiece. Showing it to Cloudy was an expression of full trust in him. At this point, the head gardener walked over and said with a face full of gratitude, Young man, thank you so much for today. If you don't mind, could you please give the 4 snow leopard babies a name? Cloudy froze. What? I'm taking names? The head gardener smiled. Yes, without you delivering the baby, Nyonya would have been in danger today, and the 4 little babies wouldn't have been born. To Nyonya and the baby, you're their savior, and it's most appropriate for you to take the name. Well, Cloudy didn't push back any further. After looking at the 4 little snow leopards and pondering for a moment, he said, then how about calling them Ping Ping, Anun, Tuan Tuan, and Yuan Yuan, which together means peaceful reunion? How about that? The gardener's eyes lit up. Peaceful reunion? That's a good moral. They were born without incident, which is peace, and hopefully, when they grow up, they will be reunited with their pack as well. It's the best blessing for them. Chapter 143, Seafood Fried Noodles Without Seafood. Strange boss. Things are finally coming to an end over here, but the follow-up effects are far from stopping there. It's conceivable, when the video was edited down and published online, how much of a stir will it cause? Cloudy succeeded in delivering a baby for a snow leopard mom, giving birth to quadruplets. The self-publishers certainly don't miss the hotspots. Fire across the internet is a given. Cloudy took off his down jacket and stepped out of the cryogenic park, after sanitizing and cleaning. Then he and his 3 sisters were ready to leave. All the way. The 3 sisters all opened their eyes wide and surveyed Yun Xiao in amazement. Yun Xiao touched his nose. I know I'm handsome, but please restrain yourselves from lusting after my beauty. It took the 3 sisters a moment to come back to their senses. Yun Xiao, you're too good. You'll even deliver a snow leopard's baby? Did you graduate with an animal degree? Then how did you get into chauffeuring? I was so anxious. But then I was moved to tears when I saw 4 baby snow leopards being born. Listening to the girl yakking and asking questions, Yun Xiao said in a serious manner, I told you guys a long time ago, don't pay too much attention to my appearance. Talented is my merit. This time believe it, right? So do the tourists. Previously, they were envious of Yun Xiao's ravishing fortune, but now more people envy the 3 sisters, especially a young lady with a bit of poise. Hate to take over. Just a few people had just left the garden. Unexpectedly, the gardener came rushing over again. It is difficult to open his mouth. Young man, I have another unkind request here. I hope you can help. But Cloud Cuculander was confused, opened his mouth and said, no, what do you mean? Are you really treating me like a toolman? I came here to play, not to help you animals tame animals. The head gardener's old face reddened. It also feels abrupt, but there's no way around it. No one else could handle it except for Cloudy. This, handsome man, I won't let you help for nothing. I'll give you $3,000 for your labor when the time comes. Okay? The gardener smiled awkwardly. The crowd gasped when they heard that they were going to give Yun Xiao $3,000. All of them showed a face of envy. This one day's income can be worth a month's salary of an ordinary person. Who wouldn't? Even the head gardener felt that the fee was given generously. There's no reason for the other side to refuse. But who knows? On the contrary, there were people who recognized Cloudy, immediately exclaimed, I'll go. He's Yun Xiao. No wonder it looks so familiar to me. You guys can go online and search. What happened in the harbor yesterday was related to him. The general manager rewarded him $2 million. Not only that, last night the director of the program came to his door and gave him $10 million. He didn't even bother to ask for it, or the director cried and begged him to accept it. The gardener, give 3,000. Not that I'm blowing you off. I'll lose if people even look at it. The whole room was confused when this was said. The eyes that looked at Yun Xiao were all wrong. Many people pulled out their ears, wondering if they had heard wrong. A reward of $2 million? And a door-to-door delivery of $10 million? Crap! Earn $12 million in one day? Am I up and about and still dreaming? Bragging is not a good idea. You think it's Zimbabwe dollars? It's true. He's Yun Xiao. Don't you guys know? The ace contestant of the program, Heaven's Chosen Fighting Worker. I think it's possible. This young man is unusual and mysterious at first glance. Who visits the zoo would help a snow leopard deliver a baby, and easily quell a big animal riot? People that is really powerful. The crowd. A young man furrowed his brow. Wife, hit me. See if I'm dreaming? More than $10 million in one day? Crap, is this money paper? So easy to earn? Next to her, a lanky sister. Without saying a word, she slammed her small fist into his chest. Get lost? Think anyone's a punk like you? The young man was smashed to the ground and looked blankly at the sky. Still not convinced. Now it's all imploded to this point? You can make so much money just by working? Crazy. Even crazier. Hearing that Cloudy had made so much money, the older women in the crowd had green eyes. Roll up your sleeves and come forward in droves, tugging at the clouds to introduce their daughters, or relatives, to each other. I'm afraid I'll let this golden son-in-law go. One moment. The crowd was in disarray. Cloudy Man was also numb, listening to the Amazons talk about it. Heads are spinning. Are introductions this crazy now? Enthusiasm knows no bounds. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. the live room couldn't be helped. Some unattached gay men, transformed into a lemonade. The lemonade expresses its indignation with righteous fury. I'm sorry, but I don't know what to do with you. Originally around the resource tension, Cloud Xiaohao also as the emperor began to choose concubines? It's really a flooding death. Drought aunties, please don't just grab a tree and pull wool over our eyes. We only seedlings are dying of thirst. Fortunately, I already have a girlfriend. Not the slightest panic inside. Why do I seem to see my future mother-in-law in the crowd? Crap, auntie, you just don't go to join in the fun, okay? Pohahaha. Heartbroken upstairs brother, but if I were a woman, I'd definitely choose Cloudy. More than $10 million a day. I can lie flat in this life. What's $10 million? Don't forget, with Cloudy's current popularity, winning the title is a foregone conclusion. The final grand prize of $1 billion is the main event. What he said makes sense. Yun Xiao, wait for me. I'll buy a plane ticket right away to go to surgery. The gardener's mouth dropped open. It was like something was stuck in his throat. Non-stop gagging. Make over $10 million. Still one day? It's completely out of this world for her. He froze for a long time before shaking his head bitterly. Turns out, people don't care about her little money. Trying to get him to help is probably impossible. Then, forget it. Was going to ask you to clip the nails of the hippos at our zoo. This hippo is old, but his keeper has resigned and hasn't been clipping his nails lately, and they are getting longer and longer, which can have an effect on the hippo's life expectancy. Next to him, the keeper said awkwardly, the hippo and its keeper have a very good relationship. Except for him, no one else is allowed to get close to it. We can't help it. We can't cut a nail and still use anesthetic, right? Cloudy pondered for a moment, decided it was better to help out. In passing anyway. The key to that is that the Amazons are too enthusiastic. Can't stand it. Okay, take me there and prepare the tools ahead of time. I've never cut my nails though. You guys need to show me how to do it. No problem, there will be a keeper to lead you then. Just follow his steps step by step. Or you persuade the hippo and tell him to cooperate. The head gardener was overjoyed and led Cloudy towards the hippo's park. After the previous shock, the tourists naturally followed suit. Soon the group arrived at the wide creek. In the creek stood a massive East African hippopotamus. It looked like a small mountain from a distance. Cloudy was astonished. I've only seen hippos on TV before and didn't have much of a concept. Get up close and personal. Only then did I realize that this thing was far bigger than I thought. Like an elephant. The male lion in the garden next to him was like a younger brother in front of him. The hippo stood in the water with half-smiled eyes. The arrival of the head gardener and others was not heated in the least. The hippo's keeper was puzzled and asked, Gardener, what brings you here? I promised to clip his nails off today, and now he doesn't repel me from coming near him. The gardener smiled and said, No, I've found someone to do that. The keeper was startled. Who? The gardener twisted his head to look at Cloudy and explained briefly. Look at that extremely young face. The keeper was surprised. Him, not me. Gardener, but he's really good? Don't worry. Cloudy stepped forward and calmed the hippo. That tall body as strong as a small mountain. Immediately became relaxed. It caused a gasp of amazement at the scene. The breeder, who witnessed this firsthand, almost gave in. The problem that had plagued him for days was easily resolved by Yun Xiao. Next, the Clouds were finally able to take a nice stroll through the zoo. It wasn't until 12 noon that he accompanied the three sisters. Played all morning. Several people were hungry. When we finish eating, we'll send them back to school. Then simply choose a noodle shop near you. This is a noodle shop that looks like it is decorated in a nice style. The billboard at the entrance reads Seafood Chow Mein, but it was puzzling that there was no one there at high noon. A few people didn't care. I guess it's a new store and not many people know about it. Cloudy and the three sisters all ordered the store specialties. 4 bowls of chow mein. After all, it's a signature. It shouldn't taste bad. After waiting a while, all 4 bowls of noodles were served. A few people were all dumbfounded, because a big bowl full of chow mein. Surprisingly, there's no meat at all. Cloudy didn't believe it and turned it over with his chopsticks. It was close to diving headfirst into the bowl to find it. So did the three sisters. A whole big bowl of stir-fried oligo noodles. What the hell? Isn't it seafood chow mein? Where's the seafood? Stolen by the boss? Yun Xiao was furious and happy and yelled inside. Boss, come out. What is it? The owner ran out with an impatient look on his face. He's as big and thick as Peggy the boar. Isn't it seafood chow mein? Where's the seafood? Where's the seafood? Yun Xiao's attitude was quite polite. Maybe, people's bosses really forgot. Who knows? The owner justifiably bristled. No, there's no seafood in my chow mein. Crap. Yun Xiao was disliked by him and didn't react for half a day. It was the 3 women who were the first to react. Jiang Mengqing shouted coldly, without seafood, What kind of seafood fried noodles are you writing? Isn't it a consumer fraud? That's right. You dare to sell a bowl of fried noodles for 30. However, the boss is thick-skinned beyond imagination, without a care in the world. He said, "Excuse me, did I mention there's seafood in the noodles? I'll call it seafood. What's wrong with my fried noodles? If people can call it wang ma shu gua, why can't I call it seafood fried noodles? Where's the pitfall? You said $30 and you want seafood. What are you thinking? Nima. How else can it be?" Yun Xiao and the three sisters were shocked. First time I've seen this kind of boss. You say he's wrong, but he's not. But you have to say it's true, right? A bowl of chow mein can fetch you 30. Hanging a sheep's head to sell a dog's meat. Isn't that a pure pitfall? Chapter 144 Fortunate Star Calamity? The eye-popping reverse maneuver. Yun Xiao said in a bad mood. Boss, can you be reasonable? Doing business like this will make you no friends. The boss didn't feel the slightest bit guilty, but instead justified himself by saying, "Am I wrong? Bite me. Who told you that there must be seafood in the chow mein? Let me ask you. Is there a donkey in donkey roll? Is there mappa in mappa tofu? Do I have to send you a Buddha for the Buddha jumping wall?" The three sisters were dumbfounded. The pit can still be justified by him. No wonder. This boss has no business. Anyone who goes up to this house for dinner is an ingrate. The live broadcast and the three sisters all thought that Jun Xiao would teach the boss a lesson. But surprisingly, the guy actually laughed. Forget it, go get busy. The owner returned to the restaurant in triumph. Now, all three sisters had an odd look on their faces. I wonder what cards Cloudy is playing. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live stream was also dumbfounded. Good guy, Cloudy Sky. This is a change of character? This is not the him I know. Always he has revenge. Never overnight. Today why is a peacemaker? I don't know what to make of it. Will he change his mind? Even a sow can climb a tree. He's not even afraid of snow leopards or hippos. Why would he be afraid of the boss? I don't believe it. I don't know what's going on here. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Watch. I have a hunch that the boss is going to have bad luck next. Every time Yun Xiao reveals this smile, things are not simple. It is estimated that he is holding a bellyful of bad water. Wonder how to fix the boss. It's better to just beat up and call the police. He's the one who bullied the customers anyway. So I'm afraid of what? Under the puzzled gaze of the netizens, Yun Xiao pulled the three sisters and sat down again. Lu Miaochan, lend me your cell phone. Ha? Lu Miaochan was confused. It's even more incomprehensible. After asking for a cell phone, Yun Xiao opened the takeout software, changed the location to the neighborhood, find the online store for this noodle store, ordered another seafood chow mein in front of the three girls and the netizen. They exclaimed, "Yun Xiao, what are you doing? Crazy, and point? Haven't been punked enough." All three women looked dumbfounded. Yun Xiao hemmed and hawed. "Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry." Back room. The owner suddenly heard the takeout alert. "Ding, you have a new order for tail number XXXX. That's going to make the boss happy." I thought to myself, business is good today. I've slaughtered another wrongdoer. Then he joyfully ran off to fry the noodles. 5 minutes later, the delivery man arrived. Just finished picking up a packaged meal for delivery. Cloudy waved. "Dude, this way." Delivery man? Boss? Crap. Even the boss felt it. Did Cloudy come to give him money? It's good luck to run into a guest like that. The delivery man hesitantly looked at Yun Xiao and asked, "Excuse me, is this MS? Lu Miaochan?" "Yes." Lu Miaochan responded helplessly, picked up his cell phone and showed him the order. "Thank you guys. I've never delivered takeout so fast." After confirming his identity, the delivery man excitedly left. The three sisters were wide-eyed and looked at Yun Xiao in unison. Cloudy rubbed his nose. "Carry the takeout and leave as well." Looking at the backs of several people, the boss was filled with confusion. "Doubtful of even your own cooking skills. You said it was good cooking, right? People didn't eat a bite of their 4 bowls of noodles. But it's not good, is it?" Cloudy ordered another one to pack and take away. The genus is unreadable. After leaving the noodle shop, the three sisters immediately grabbed Yun Xiao and didn't let go. "Yun Xiao, don't sell yourself short." "Yeah, what the hell does that mean? Come on, I'm dying of curiosity." Cloudy walked and looked around, seemingly looking for something. Suddenly there was a flash of light. "Follow me," said the man, running to a seafood buffet in front of him. "Boss, how much is the seafood?" $100 for all you can eat. "Here." Cloudy pays $100 in style. "Then take a plate and chuck in a plate full of seafood. Open the box. Spread the seafood all over the chow mein noodles, piled high. It's tempting to look at it." Originally, the three women were still curious. What is Cloudy going to do? It was all wide-eyed now. You packed a chow mein just for seafood? The girls won't be able to do the whole thing at once. Cloudy ignored it. Ask Lu Miaochan for her cell phone again, clicking and snapping away at the seafood chow mein. Next. Again. Take the finished photos and upload them to the previous order reviews. Quickly edited out a paragraph. Satisfied. This is the most conscientious store I've ever eaten at. The seafood chow mein is all seafood. The noodles are invisible. Folks, look. I asked the boss to add more seafood. He gave me a pile of fast falling. Seafood is like no money. The aroma is overflowing. The service is so good. The boss is so generous. Brothers, give me duck. It's a great value. Trust me. Buy it right. To the shocked eyes of the girl and the live feed. Point full 5-star reviews. Then send it. Do it all. It was only then that Jin Xiao clapped his hands and returned the cell phone to Lu Miaochan. The three women's heads were dying from watching this wave of tawdry maneuvers. Think about it. And I don't understand what the clouds are trying to do. Jiang Mengqing asked incredulously. No, Yun Xiao. This boss is so pitiful. And you're giving him favorable reviews? You're kidding. Yeah, aren't you doing him a favor by doing that? I couldn't read it. I thought you were going to do something, and it turned out to be this? All three girls were speechless. Just don't look for trouble. You're giving me a good review? There's no such thing. Yun Xiao laughed. That's something you don't understand, isn't it? Let me ask you guys. How would a customer feel if they ordered from his house and saw this comment of mine? Xia Shui rolled her eyes. What else can one think? Definitely thought that this boss is affordable and gives a lot of quantity, and didn't hesitate to place an order. Yun Xiao asked again. Then do you guys think that the boss will give so much seafood? Definitely not. Lu Miaochan had a dumbfounded look on her face and hadn't reacted yet. Oh, will customers be angry when they realize they've been duped and there's no seafood in the seafood chow mein they ordered? Of course. The three women nodded vigorously and they became angry. Yun Xiao spread his two hands. Isn't this the end? Once the customers get angry, they will definitely complain about the boss and give bad reviews. Hiss. It dawned on the three women that they couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Fucked up. So this is where the pit is? Whoa, dare I say that? Cloudy. You're so smart. Doing the opposite. If I were a customer and ordered his chow mein and found out I was tricked into not having any seafood at all, I'd have to blow a gasket. Ha ha, this is obviously false advertising. Call the police to arrest him. Now. The three sisters looked at Yun Xiao with different eyes. Popularity +1+1+1+1. The live broadcast room also exploded, with pop-ups flying up like snowflakes. Crouching Le Groove. This move is too perfect. Who wants to read the comments and order his fried noodles will not spray the boss to death? The promised seafood is not one. Then the store is full of bad reviews. Who still go to his home consumption? 666. Worthy of being cloudy sky. This wave of reverse operation. I am really convinced. To the big brother kneeling. This trick is really bad. The boss is still staring at the positive reviews and giggling. But tomorrow morning when I get up all the bad reviews are flying all over the place. I guess I have to be dumbfounded. Admirable. Ha 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 ha. The boss never dreamed that a favorable review ruined everything. As long as enough people complain, there is a reason to seize him. And then cannot get a penny. Too damn ruthless. And also do not have to bear the responsibility. Yun Xiao do not have to do their own hands. Let the boss go bankrupt and close down. Crouching. This is the master. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? All the positioning changed to Ninghai City. A small handshake. The order to hand. If such a black store doesn't close down, I'll go upside down. It's like discovering a new continent. The netizens all turned on their cell phones and switched locations. A brainstorm to place an order. The shipping address is random. Not for food anyway. Just to give the owner a no-star bad review. Inside the noodle shop, the boss who was lazily lounging in his recliner, swiping through short videos. Suddenly, there was a bombardment of takeout orders. Ding! You have a new order for tail number XXXX. Ding! Ding! A series of order beeps. It blew the boss's mind. What's the situation? The usual ghosts don't have a single order. Actually piling in today? The boss came down with energy and his mouth split open with a smile. Joy ran off to fry the noodles. A bowl of noodles makes 20. 10 bowls of noodles for 200. 50 bowls of noodles will easily break 1,000. Inside the owner was like New Year's Eve. What kind person sent him this great gift? The store has been out of business these days. There is no way around it. All he could do was cheat. If there's no more business, we'll have to dish out the store. Who knows? 3 wrongdoers came to the store today. Just start popping orders. But what the boss doesn't know is this. Is it a blessing or a curse? Soon he will understand. Chapter 145, Faulty Orders. Surprising grave robber gang. Cloudy and the 3 sisters had a big meal at the seafood buffet. The seafood here is filling. A few people left after eating until they couldn't hold out any longer. After driving them back to school, Only then did the three sisters bid a reluctant farewell. Cloudy rode a small electric donkey and resumed taking orders. Wandering aimlessly along the road, he unknowingly came to a piece of Old Town, just in time for the midday meal. Not much foot traffic on the street. It's Old Town again, so I guess there's not much of a list on this side. Cloudy turned around and there weren't even many cars. Then he planned to turn around and leave. Go to other places to find customers. Ding. Off the top of my head, a new order alert popped up. Tap on the order taking window. Departure point, sand and gravel quarry next to Nanman Old Street Guesthouse. Destination? Estimated mileage? Projected costs? Do you take orders? Cloudy was filled with confusion. What's going on? Everything is unfilled except for a departure point. First time I've ever run into a list like this. Look at the distance. It's not far. It's in the neighborhood. Cloudy intended to go over to see what was going on. Ding. Order successful. The little electric donkey whooshed out. The narrow streets are lined with acacia trees, covering the sky. The verdant pavement is covered with yellow leaves. On the side of the road, an occasional concrete house addition can be seen. The people who live here are the older generation. Convert your home into a guest house if you can. It is provided for those who are migrant workers to live. Because it's cheap. Very popular with outsiders. 5 or 6 minutes later, Cloudy arrived at the stone factory next to the guest house. Just in time to see a tank buggy pull over. The body of the car, covered with dust and mud. It looks dirty and I don't know what mud pit it came back from. Eyeballed the license plate number. Yes, this is the car. Cloudy stopped his little electric donkey and curiously walked up. Always thought the car was a bit strange. First of all, the trunk just didn't close tightly enough, exposing a large gap, like it's stuck from the inside with something. Secondly, the car was not parked very regularly. The ass is crooked out halfway. If you run into a traffic cop, he'll give you a ticket. Think of the previous unusual order. Cloudy guessed. Guess the dude was drunk. Ha! Sure enough, as he approached the car glass, just saw a man sitting in the back seat, eyes closed, not moving a muscle. Drunkenness. Cloudy just wanted to wake him up. Suddenly it's not right. It's a hot day and the doors and windows are closed. The car stalled again. It's scary hot in here. You'll be smothered to death. Won't you? Cloudy reached out and touched the doorknob. It burned him and immediately retracted. Looking again at the man in the car, his gaze was full of strangeness. It's like a furnace in this car. It can be breathtaking in minutes. How much wine does that take? Don't roast yourself. Hey, dude, wake up. Don't fall asleep. Did you call a valet? Cloudy knocked on the car window and shouted. The man in the car didn't respond. Cocking his head, he leaned back in the back seat. Wake up. If you go back to sleep something will happen. Yun Xiao gave birth to a trace of vigilance and shouted again. However, there was still no return. His eyelids snapped open. There was a sudden sense of foreboding. Buckle the car door and pull. It's unlocked. Wait for the car door to open. A wave of heat greeted the car. Yun Xiao stepped forward and pushed him. Dude, are you alright? The words were not yet spoken. He looked appalled. Nope. Doesn't smell like alcohol. This guy doesn't drink? The thought had just risen. And the man he had just pushed violently. The body actually fell straight down. Cloudy subconsciously wanted to assist. Next, the hand shook as it touched the other's breath. Scared him like a bowed-up jumbo lobster. Jump back. Crap. Dead? Cloudy was dumbfounded as he looked at the man sprawled on the chair. 10,000 straw horses ran wild inside. Just then, a prompt box pops up in front of you. Deceased, Yang Wanli. Age, 43. Identity, leader of a gang of grave robbers. Time of death, more than 8 hours. Cause of death, asphyxiation. After freezing for a moment, Yun Xiao had a horrified look on his face. Really dead? Due to preconceived notions, he had always thought the man was drunk and sleeping. It can be clearly unreasonable. Confined interior space. It's impossible to stay at all. Sleeping here is a death wish. Besides, he didn't drink at all, much less sleep. No wonder no one responds to any call. And this man's identity, he's a grave robber? Suddenly, Yun Xiao thought of another problem. Since he's long dead, then who just placed the order? A ghost? In the middle of the day, Yun Xiao felt cold all over. The treadmill is so evil. It took a long moment before he stepped forward to take a closer look. I hadn't noticed it before, but this was a surprising realization. The man was covered in sand. Especially the mouth and nasal passages are full of sand. It's like digging out of the desert. Even the back seat of the car was strewn with grains of sand. No wonder the system gives death by asphyxiation. It should have something to do with that sand. Because if one is strangled, or other reasons such as hanging or drowning, there's no explanation for all this sand. Then the system wouldn't give asphyxiation, but rather homicide. From previous experience, the system didn't give every hint blindly. so Sandy must have been the cause of his unto death. As for where the sand came from, Cloudy guessed that it had something to do with grave robbing. Buried in the sand under irresistible circumstances. It's the loss of oxygen. After a brief inspection, Yun Xiao then didn't move the corpse again. Went around the car and came to the trunk. He'd thought something was fishy before. Bending down, I did see a shoe through the crack. After opening the trunk, another person curled up inside. Not a single movement. His body was stiff. Deceased, Zhang Peng, age, 35. Identity, member of a grave-robbing gang. Time of death, more than 8 hours. Cause of death, asphyxiation. Cloudy frowned. Same grave robbers, same suffocation. Length of death 8 hours. It seems that these two are all in this together. Sand was found in his shoes and on his pants legs. There were also some white clumps of mud. Cloudy immediately pulled out his cell phone to call the police. Seeing dead people again. The netizens of the livestream are not calm. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. My mom, why did you meet another dead man? 2 at once? Why is Yun Xiao so unlucky? He can't live in peace anywhere. He's the reincarnation of a bad luck star, isn't he? I've never met a dead person in my life. I'm afraid something will happen to him one day. Something's wrong. Am I seeing things? Did someone place an order? How long has it been? Less than 10 minutes. Why is he dead? But look at them both. Their bodies are frozen. Obviously not just dead. They should have been dead for more than a few hours. So who placed the order? Hiss. Think very carefully. Don't scare me. Why do I feel a gust of wind in broad daylight? It's not their souls coming back for revenge. Is it? Bullshit. There are no ghosts in the world. Even if there is, why would they follow the net to find you? With millions of netizens in the live broadcast room, wouldn't the ghosts be exhausted to death? 10 minutes later, 2 police cars arrived at the scene, confirming that someone was really dead in the car. A cordon was immediately set up around the perimeter. Coincidentally, the visitor was again Team Chin. Seeing Yun Xiao, Team Chin saw a ghost. Yun Xiao, how come it's you? When calling the police, Yun Xiao specifically dialed 110, didn't bother calling Team Chin's private number. It's all about avoiding unnecessary embarrassment. As a result, it's still a good idea to bump into it. Ahem, Team Chin. What a coincidence anon. Cloudy had to greet him cheekily. The Chin team's eyes danced. I heard the operator say the murder. What? Did you find out again? Yun Xiao touched his nose and smiled sarcastically. I don't want to who let me meet? Team Chin was speechless. Tell me, what's going on? Cloudy told a rough account of what had happened. Anon, that's it. I came over to see that the people were dead and the bodies were cold. It really has nothing to do with me. A row of crows croaked on Team Chin's forehead. Next, look back and forth around the body. Turning back, he said, you don't know how to do an autopsy? Just in time to help me analyze it, so I don't have to call the coroner over again. Yun Xiao's face twitched. So, you're using me as free labor? But, he really had to say something about this case. 2 grave robbers, possibly involving national treasure artifacts. I've just checked. This is not the first crime scene. The body was deliberately moved here. Team Chin nodded. This one is generally obvious. Who kills someone in the street? In a car? And? Yun Xiao asked without answering. You don't feel that there is anything wrong with these 2 corpses? Wrong? What's wrong? No blood. The pupils of Team Chin's eyes shrunk. Could it be that they died from poisoning? No, it's not poisoning. It's suffocation. What? Team Chin was shocked and said suspiciously. They were strangled to death? It's also not right. There are no strangulation marks on the necks of these 2 corpses. Yun Xiao, don't play dumbfounded. Yun Xiao smiled and said, Team Chin, I can make one thing clear. The cause of death basically rules out homicide, and I'm not wrong. The death is only superficial. There should be a bigger case involved behind this. Chapter 146, Chin and Han tombs? It's possible that it's a big tomb for princes and lords. Team Chin looked shaken. And a big case? Seeing that Yun Xiao didn't look like a liar, his expression became grave. Yun Xiao nodded slightly, adjusted his tone and said, I just showed both of them. The cause of death was exactly the same. Both were suffocated. Asphyxiation has a variety of factors, broadly categorized as hanging, strangulation, choking, etc. But without exception, none of these are consistent with the state of the deceased. In addition, the victim's face was bruised and his tongue was protruding, all of which confirmed the characteristics of death by asphyxiation. This is because when a person is deprived of oxygen, the throat becomes edematous, protruding out of the tongue. The blood flow would also stagnate and form a blood-pooling bruise on the face. Notice the dilated pupils and the varicose veins of the deceased, both of which also corroborate that they died of asphyxiation. In this category, the corpse spots will appear earlier than in other ways of death. and most of them are dark purple in color. If you don't believe me, you can lift up their sleeves and take a look. At those words, Team Chin stepped forward and rolled up the sleeves of the two men. The pupils shrunk slightly. Sure enough, dark purple necrotic spots in an irregular pattern were seen. Yun Xiao faintly said, "Normally it takes 2 or 3 days for the dead to show up with corpse spots, but with the current weather and in the confined space of the car, not to mention 3 days, a day or two the body can stink." But there was no unusual odor in the car other than the stifling heat, so I deduced that the deceased could not have been dead for more than half a day. Also, I just looked at their teeth and there is a brownish-red infestation on the surface of the neck of the teeth, which is known as rose teeth and is one of the characteristics of death by asphyxiation. There were no wounds on their bodies and no signs of poisoning. Death by asphyxiation is the most plausible explanation. If a forensic autopsy was performed, the dead man's lung cavities must have been dried out. Team Chin froze and looked at Yun Xiao, although he guessed that Yun Xiao might analyze it. Still, it was a shock to hear it. Even if there hasn't been a forensic autopsy, he had been convinced that the deceased had died of asphyxiation. But as a police officer, professional attributes keep him highly suspicious. From what you're saying, it seems to rule out the possibility of homicide? Team Chin asked curiously. Exactly. Yun Xiao nodded. His killing will definitely leave a mark, such as artificial strangulation, or strangulation with a thin wire, etc., which will cause blood to flow back to the head, causing facial swelling, purple lips, bleeding under the eye's ciliary membrane, and will leave the typical cracks at the wound. But none of these symptoms can be found in the deceased. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live streamers were shocked to hear the whole thing. I said, "Good for you. He really does know everything." But when I see him showing off, why do I want to punch him? Even the characteristics of death by asphyxiation can know clearly, say he really has no previous record? Who in their right mind would know about this? It's too much. Fade, you've all been watching the anchor for so long. Why are you still so shocked? If one day Cloudy says he doesn't know, only then will there really be a problem. Even I, a non-forensic scientist, understood it. I like to watch the anchor's serious science. But why do I still feel strange? If he didn't kill her, why is she here? He didn't die of suffocation in the car, did he? And what about the previous order? Netflix can think. Team Chin naturally thought of it, immediately asked, but why were they in the car? Ruling out homicide. Who got them here? It can't be that they smothered themselves, can it? That explanation. It sounds reasonable, but it's still weird when you think about it. Yun Xiao shook his head. I didn't say they were smothered to death. I suspect that someone threw them here on purpose. What? The Chin team froze, confused by this. It was really hard to figure out Cloudy's brain circuits. Wouldn't you say? Rule out homicide? How come there's someone else? Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Under normal circumstances, that person who left them behind would most likely be the murderer. Because if it was a normal person, they would definitely send the body to a hospital, or a funeral parlor, and wouldn't throw it here. But it's hard to tell if it's an abnormal situation. Team Chin, have you forgotten what I told you before? I was given an order, and by the time I came over, they had been dead for a long time. Team Chin's pupils shrank. You mean, someone left them here on purpose and then called for a chauffeur on their cell phone? That's right. Team Chin's face twitched slightly, even more confused. Who on earth would do that? Yun Xiao continued. I guess this is a gang, because in the middle of the process, the two of them had an accident, and their accomplices didn't dare to call the police, so they could only use this way. The Chin team immediately stared. Don't dare to call the police? It's hard to. They're not ordinary people, and that thing they're going to do, they're not going to see the light of day. Cloudy put words in his mouth for him. After a pause he added, Team Chin, remember that big case I was talking about earlier? Team Chin nodded gruffly. Cloudy walked over to the trunk and bent down. Snap off a piece of mud from the dead man's shoe. Check it out. A piece of mud. What's there to see? Take a closer look. Team Chin frowned. After a few glances, exclaimed, it's not like normal mud. White with a little greenish gray? Yun Xiao nodded. Right, this stuff is called green paste clay. It's not just any clay, because it's denser and has little water permeability. It's usually used in the middle of ancient tombs, and it's a great curtain from the Qin and Han dynasties. Team Chin's mind was blown. Green paste clay? Qin and Han tombs? Crap, the two of them won't come out of the tomb, right? Yun Xiao laughed. 8 or 9 is not far from it, and the general Qin and Han tomb regulations is not going to use the green paste mud. Ancient hierarchy, only the princes and nobles, or to a certain social class, will be specially authorized to use. That's why I deduced that it must be a great tomb at the level of princes and lords. The Qin team was confused, eyes whiter than brass bells. Never thought of that in death. 2 corpses that actually implicate a princely tomb? This. He was a little incoherent with shock. Then, doesn't that mean that the 2 of them are grave robbers, and are stealing from the great tomb of the princes and marquises? Yun Xiao's expression was slightly heavy. Many of our country's ancient burial complexes can survive thousands of years and remain intact. In addition to the ancient people's advanced anti-theft technology, it has to do with the green paste mud. This clay is stacked on top of the grave because it is sticky, airtight, moisturizing, insulating, waterproof, and keeps the chamber dry for a long time. Bacteria and water sources can't get in, and with embalming techniques, the body can stay put for 1,000 years. Team Chin took an incredibly deep breath. Look at the tiny lump of clay in your palm. I can't imagine that this stuff is so effective. Yun Xiao continued. Of course it's not just tombs that will use green paste clay. Some special places, such as in factories, will also use it. But the reason I'm sure they're grave robbers, besides the green paste clay, is that there were all grains of sand found between their mouths and noses and on their clothes. They died of asphyxiation and there was sand on their bodies. What does that mean? There must have been an accident during the grave robbing and they were buried by the sand, which led to death by suffocation. Also, what do you see in the trunk again? The Qin team moved over the body curiously. Surprisingly, there were 2 Luoyang shovels pressed underneath his body. It was similarly stained with a lot of green paste mud. Putting all this together, the identity of these 2 men cries out. Yun Xiao thought for a moment and said, according to my analysis, the 2 might still have breath at the beginning, and only suffocated and died violently halfway through when they were out of the tomb. Otherwise, their accomplices wouldn't have gone to the trouble of bringing them out and dumping them here, preferably to bury them on the spot, which is purely asking for trouble. And their deaths, it is estimated that the sand blocked the windpipe, which led to a step of asphyxiation shock. His accomplices thought there is still help, before looking will to the chauffeur, but it turned out that halfway to death. Qin team listened and nodded. This possibility is very high. It seems that 80% of them are grave robbers. Because of being a thief, they do not dare to send the person to the hospital. After the person is dead, they casually throw themselves and run away. Chapter 147, Strange Murderous Tomb, Quicksand Accumulation Tomb. From the cloud's current analysis, everything makes sense. With Team Chin's professional experience, can't find anything wrong with it either. It is not yet finalized, but so many clues from just these 2 bodies undoubtedly helped them a lot in solving the case. Of course, the biggest surprise of them all. Still, a large tomb of princely proportions has been discovered. The value of any ancient tomb is infinite. In our country, the artifacts unearthed from each of the great tombs of the princes and lords will amaze the world. Just as the Qin team was lost in thought, Yun Xiao suddenly changed his face. Not good. Before, I couldn't figure out why the grave robber's accomplice called for a valet. Wouldn't it be better to leave the body here unattended? And to think that this thief is quite stupid. This is like exposing himself. But the possibility suddenly occurred to me that maybe he did this on purpose, or perhaps to distract the police, thus covering up his next behavior? Hearing Yun Xiao's self-talk, Team Qin was surprised and asked, what did you think of? Cloudy organized his thoughts, and then he said in a deep voice, Team Qin, if my analysis is correct, this tomb raiding gang will do 2 things next. For one thing, it's the thieves who continue to go on digging and robbing the tomb, and this great tomb will surely produce irreversible damage after their many visits. The second is to take the artifacts from the excavation and sell them at a high price. And this kind of theft and selling of artifacts is commonplace for grave robbers. Whether it's continued grave robbing or trafficking in artifacts, it will cause incalculable damage and must be stopped. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Crap. From 2 ordinary corpses, he deduced that they died of asphyxiation. And then he deduced that grave robbers and princes and lords had large tombs. And now he is also involved in the smuggling of national treasures. I feel that the criminal investigation master is not as good as him. If all this is true, Yun Xiao is enough to seal the god. The next pressure is given to the authorities to hurry up and arrest Yun Xiao. Dissect and study him to see if this guy really has alien genes? I'm numb from being hit by him all day long. Another autopsy, another analysis of the case, another grave robber. Do you think he'll stop there? No way. I seriously doubt that he's going to take an expert to archaeology next. Maybe he'll even rob tombs. We'll see. Cloudy, the atmosphere is all baked here. Showdown. No more pretending. I'll perform a tomb raiding for you all. Team Qin's expression also stared down. Over the years, by grave robbers through illegal means, are there fewer artifacts being smuggled and trafficked out? A national treasure, once smuggled out of the country, it's 1,000 times harder to redeem it. It even costs several dozens of times more to buy it back than it did when it was sold. It's too big a price to pay. How many national treasures are still stranded overseas today? It is heartbreaking for countless people in the country. With so much at stake, Team Chin immediately called Bureau Lu. Report the matter back. Extra manpower is needed to cordon off the site. Hanging up the phone, Team Chin had a sad face. The clues are there, but where to arrest someone? One can only cast a look of help to Yin Xiao. Don't just analyze. What do you have in mind? Cloudy was speechless. You're the cop. You want me to do it for you? After thinking about it, he had to say, first, go check the information of the SUV and see who the owner is. Is it a license plate? If the information is true, then the owner is very suspected of committing the crime. Go back to the car's surveillance, focusing on the hours between last night and the early hours of this morning, when gang members are in a hurry to save lives and are at their most lax in their vigilance. If we figure out its route, won't we be able to follow the trail and find someone? Team Chin slapped his head. He was also concerned and his brain froze for a moment, passing through the clouds to mention a point. Immediately flexible, he smiled bitterly. Listening to you say so much, my brain is too lazy to move. I'm going to check the surveillance. Wait until the coroner arrives. The autopsy results were exactly the same as Cloudy. This is something that Team Chin has long been accustomed to. After a few rounds of strikes, all of his mental strength is strengthened. At 2 p.m., Team Chin received a call. Immediately, with a happy face, he said, the members of the Toon raiding gang have been caught. Yun Xiao was a bit surprised. Caught it so soon? Wasting that analysis you just did. We found information based on the surveillance that this car was driven out of Daeong village last night and didn't go anywhere else in the middle of the journey, but drove straight here. But there is no surveillance in the village. The situation over there is not clear. There were 3 people in the car. Only one person got down and found a hotel nearby to stay in. The man was still sleeping when the police touched the door and gave him the slip. After listening to Team Chin's words, the crowd was not to be delayed. Rushed to the hotel immediately. Just got to the door. A man was seen cloaked and held down on the bed, a face covered in gaunt, bearded scruff, visibly horrified at the sight of a room full of police. Report, artifacts found under the bed. A police officer came forward to report. Team Chin nodded and lifted the sheet. A large box was dragged out of it. When opened, it was stuffed with quite a few artifacts. Where did that come from? Team Chin asked, pointing to the box. The man's eyes fluttered and shivered. Officer, this is what I collected up. Team Chin sneered. Received? Let's see. You stole it from the tomb, didn't you? The man's face changed drastically, and he panicked all of a sudden. No, I didn't steal it. It really has nothing to do with me. Not you? Was it your 2 accomplices? They're both dead. Hearing this, the man's pupils dilated violently. Dead. Both of them. Dead? He looked horrified, as if hearing some shocking news. Seeing the change in his demeanor, Team Chin frowned. What? You didn't know they were dead? The man shriveled up at once and said honestly, the tomb was stolen by them. I was just letting off steam. Who knew that after they went down, they were suddenly buried? I got away with it because I was outside. I thought they were both dead, but I ended up pulling them out when I realized something was wrong because of the tether. They were already in a coma, and I was going to take them to the hospital, but I was afraid of exposing my identity, so I drove the car here. What the man said was basically the same as what Yin Xiao had deduced. Cloudy thought for a moment and then asked, so, you took the artifacts, thinking you could sell them for a profit, and deliberately called a valet to confuse things? The man stared at Cloudy with his mouth wide open, apparently not expecting to see how his ploy was seen through. Cloudy didn't bullshit either, opened his cell phone order and showed it to him. The man was dumbfounded for a moment. Being smart yourself, how could he think? A chauffeur with a crack mind? A random analysis solves the case. Next, the man knew he couldn't escape. After a police interrogation, give a brainstorm of what you know. Since then, the Chin team and others have gained a more detailed understanding of the tomb. The reason the grave robbers were drowned in sand. It's touching the quicksand cumulus tomb. It is known as the first murderous tomb. The level of burglary in this type of tomb is a ceiling, and menacing. The designers started with a flat slab at the top of the tomb. The bottom is filled with mercury. If the ceiling soil is lifted from the top and the slab is removed, the mercury from below would have penetrated the chamber, destroy the catacombs. It almost cuts off the possibility of entering from the top. However, it is even more impractical to enter from below. A layer of quicksand covered the perimeter of the chamber. Whenever you make a burglary hole, it will be backfilled with sand. One can easily get trapped and buried alive. Also, quicksand goes to squeeze the cumulus. Each stone weighed 100 pounds or so and had sharp edges. Quicksand will push the rocks and attack downwards. An ordinary grave robber entering would probably be crushed into a meat pie. The gang of grave robbers racked their brains. I can't believe I thought of building a passageway out of planks. Digging and building as you go. Insulating the quicksand from the outside. Finally, We reached the crypt without any danger, and pile up explosives and blow an opening through the corner of the chamber. A great deal of treasure was found inside. They were ecstatic. Send the stuff up before just going down. Accidents happen. Quicksand cumulus tomb. There's not just quicksand. There's cumulus, because of the shockwave created by the blast. Shook down the boulders in the quicksand. Sharp boulders squeezed downward. The boardwalk collapsed. The two were then buried by the raging quicksand. Luckily they don't go down too deep. It was only when the man realized in time that he pulled out, but also suffocated because quicksand blocked his airway. The grave robber man turns out to have planned it all. When the artifacts change hands and are sold, get the money and go abroad to get away. That's enough money to spend for the rest of his life. He's already contacted the buyer. Get ready for an afternoon trade, right here in the hotel. But dream on. I'm lying in bed myself, dreaming. It wasn't the buyers who came to his door. It was the police. Only then did he escape with his life. And that resulted in an arrest. No doubt about it. Stealing national treasures is enough to put him behind bars. Chapter 148. A national treasure fitted into a matchbox. The vegetarian Zen coat. From the man's mouth. After learning the clue to the tomb, the crowd lapsed into silence. The quicksand Jaeger tomb, known as the first murderous tomb in China. But to this tomb is added a large amount of mercury. That's a pain in the ass. The prime example is the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. Due to the large amount of mercury in the tomb, even the experts have headaches. The general archaeological team found large tombs. Will enable crane cracking in the easiest way possible. Open it from above and break through the layers of rammed earth. Gradually dig down deeper. This will ensure the structural integrity of the chamber and still not damage the artifacts. But this quicksand tomb is also filled with mercury. Just to prevent lifting the top of the tomb from above. The crane approach wouldn't work, but you can see it in this as well. The anti-theft devices are so sharp. It must be a big tomb without a doubt. One could imagine how shocking the exotic treasures in there would be. And again, excavation has become a major challenge. Just as the crowd was lost in contemplation, a voice suddenly came from the quiet room. Team Qin, I suggest you call the Cultural Relics Bureau. Brush. The eyes of the scene, all of a sudden, converged on Yun Xiao. He was seen crouching in front of the large box from before, drumming a matchbox-like object in his hand. The eyes were slightly heavy. Team Qin curiously approached. Did you find something? Cloudy nodded. Spreading out the matchbox in his hand, he showed it to the crowd. Everyone looked over when they saw it. This matchbox, very fine, very light and thin. Can't tell what the production is. It should be some kind of special wood, but if it can be brought out of the tomb by grave robbers, it must be a treasure. Cloudy. What is this? A matchbox? The Qin team came over and took a couple of glances. The others gathered around and watched curiously. They don't understand artifacts, so the box has been sitting on the side, untouched. At this moment, he saw Yun Xiao and pulled out a matchbox from inside. Both were 1,000,000% surprised. Call it a baby. It's too small. Say it's not a treasure and it's in the artifact pile. It's puzzling. Such a thing. About the size of a baby's palm. How much is it worth? At this moment, a prompt box popped up in front of Yun Xiao. The master treasure hunter skill has been turned on for a long time. Western Han Dynasty straight train Zen coat. Age, Han Dynasty. Specification, state-level cultural relics. Introduction, 2 pieces of garment were unearthed in the Mwangwi Han tomb, one of which was accidentally destroyed. And this is the 3rd piece of garment, one of the only 2 in existence. The garment is made of fine silk, 49 grams, so light that it can fit into a matchbox. Read the introduction given by the system. The clouds were astonished. It's hard to imagine a silk singlet from over 2,000 years ago, highly skilled to that extent. When folded, it actually fits into a matchbox. Even modern technology can't do that. How thin does this have to be? Moreover, the system also gives a very crucial point of hints. This garment, not the 2 previously unearthed. Instead, it's the 3rd piece. It was brought out of the tomb by grave robbers. This is a major discovery. Sure enough, the owner who could design a tomb like the quicksand Jaeger tomb. Never normal. Next, Yun Xiao opened the box in front of everyone, gradually revealing the real appearance of the garment inside. With the eyes of the entire room watching, the thin, cicada-like, plain garment was taken out bit by bit, then pinch the 2 corners of the dress and gently unfold it. Wow! The moment when the veil lining was fully revealed, the whole room roared. Everyone was dumbfounded. A matchbox with a dress tucked inside? Crap! Who the hell can imagine that? It has a texture that is light as yarn. It's intact, though it looks worn. It has survived thousands of years without damage. The value of this dress can be imagined. Even under the light, it was as if it was transparent. Directly behind you, you see the clouds. This process, far away from those modern so-called lace and sarongsa street. Even if you don't know anything about artifacts, you can tell at this point. This thing is not simple. Team Chin rubbed his eyes in shock. At first, seeing that matchbox, he didn't take it seriously. It is thought that even if they are artifacts, they will not be worth anything. But I didn't expect the matchbook to open and pull a dress out of it. And he sensed something was wrong. A dress this big, stuffed into a box this small? Hardly any as far as he could remember. That's a stretch. After reacting, immediately called the Department of Antiquities. Elder He, please come over. We've just checked a bunch of unearthed artifacts. The call was answered by none other than Prof. He from last time. Smiled and said, Xiao Qina, your workload isn't small after this promotion. You've checked the artifacts again? Then send me the location. I'll send someone over to take a look. Anan, tell me specifically what the artifact is? It's good to get ready over here. The Chin team casually said. A silk singlet. Very light and thin. Just taken out of the matchbox. Ow. Clothes? I'll send someone. Suddenly, there was a tone on the phone. Breathing sounds intensified. What did you say? Say it again. Team Chin looked puzzled. I said clothes. Not this one. The next one. Where was it taken out? Ow. Matchbox. Crap. Really? What? Team Chin grinned. Why did it feel like Professor He wasn't quite right? I want to be quiet. What's the name of this dress? Team Chin turned his head to look at Cloudy. Tell him it's called a veil lining. Cloudy said it's called a veil lining. What the hell? Cloudy is there? Professor He was stunned. Immediately following the poof, the old professor fell straight out of his chair. Brains are fried. HSSS a veil lining? Are you sure? I don't know Anan. Cloudy said so. Team Chin was confused by Professor He's startled attitude. Huffing and puffing, the opposite side gasped dramatically and loudly. He said it was. It should be. I'll inform the chief. Coming right up. Team Chin froze in place. The mind is still a muddle. Doubtful murmured to himself. Strange. Obviously still said to send a person? How come you twisted your head and went to the director? Yun Xiao laughed at the situation. Team Chin, people are aware of the weight of this thing. Of course they have to pay attention to it. Western Han Dynasty garment without a lining. There is currently one and only one in the country. It's a national level artifact, and it's permanently banned from being exhibited abroad. Boom! This statement was made. The crowd's brains were bombarded with dizziness. They were all dumbfounded. State-level cultural relics. Permanent ban on foreign exhibitions. This. The grave robber was also confused. Jaws slammed into the floor. The others are no better. One by one, all mouths were open and closed. If you didn't know, you'd think you'd been given a shock point by a martial arts master. After a few moments, the scene exploded. I didn't hear it wrong. Did I? An inconspicuous piece of clothing is so valuable? Crap, if Yun Xiao is serious, it's a good thing we caught him. That's a lot of damage to be smuggled and sold. That was close. I almost let him have it. One time, everyone abhors grave robbers. The aftermath is a blessing. If it weren't for the clouds, helped them solve the case in time, perhaps, a precious national treasure artifact is about to be lost. Team Chin's jaw dropped. The shock in his mind was no better. Yun Xiao, is this dress really a first-class national treasure? It's not woven of gold or jade. Why? Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Let's take a simple example. Do you guys think that it is the ancient technology that is bullish, or the modern technology? At those words, the crowd looked at each other. Although neither said anything, their expressions already told Cloudy. Oh, I'm sure you already have the answer in your hearts. But I will tell you this. This veiled garment, do you know how long it would take to imitate it with our country's technology? Amount. The scene was whispered. Some say 3 years. Some say 5. Others even give months and days. But the clouds all shook their heads in denial. Team Chin hesitated. Is it hard to believe that it took 10 or 8 years? Is that possible? The crowd followed in agreement. It can't be. Can it? It's just a dress. How can it take so long? It is. Ancient technology is all backwards. 3 years max. No more. I don't believe it. For the sake of imitating a dress for more than 10 years? To this. With a calm face, Yun Xiao slowly compared 3 fingers. Not 3 months. Not 3 years. But 30 years. Don't underestimate ancient technology. The exquisite craftsmanship of this veiled garment has long been lost. Even with modern technology, it would be impossible to completely imitate it. And the final product, which is 0.5 grams more than a real veil singlet. Will you still underestimate the dress? Chapter 149 Han Dynasty Jade Wenming, Great General Huaguang's tomb? As soon as the words left his mouth, the whole room was in an uproar. It took 30 years to produce a copy of the garment. This timeline would have been beyond belief. As it turned out, it was 0.5 grams heavier than the genuine article, spanning 2 000 years. With technology being so advanced today, even an ancient silk singlet, none of them can be accurately 1:1 restored. Does it still show that modern technology is necessarily better than ancient technology? You can tell from this. Silk textile industry in the Western Han Dynasty. How prosperous and developed. It is no wonder that the Silk Road, in ancient times, stretched east and west for thousands of years. One has to exclaim, the wisdom of our old ancestors. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing this, a shocked cry of Crouch came out from the live broadcast. Seriously, I am studying archaeology. The Zen garment was unearthed in 2 pieces. Because of improper preservation accidentally destroyed a piece, and that piece became an orphan. I didn't expect to find a piece today. Congratulations! Preserved for more than 2,000 years without decaying or destroying. After today, it can still be stuffed into a small matchbox. The wisdom of the ancients is indeed beyond imagination, which is not only a national treasure, but also represents the peak of ancient weaving technology. It's said that when the Zen garment was copied, experts tried many times, but the result was over 200 grams, 4 times the weight of the artifact itself. Yet 10 pieces of the garment, stacked together, don't weigh as much as a modern man's tool garment. Today is not a cloudy day. Letting this group of grave robbers smuggle and sell national treasures would be a truly great sin. We've lost too many national treasures overseas. We mustn't let such a tragedy happen again. The ancient Silk Road, which transported the exquisite crafts and silks of China to the whole world, allowed European nobles to see our power and prosperity. It is said that at that time, the emperor of the Roman Empire, in order to wear fine Chinese clothes, not hesitate to put down a lot of money to buy, and the nobles also competed in imitation, are wearing Han Dynasty silk as a matter of pride, resulting in a large amount of gold into the Chinese, and indirectly collapsed the Roman Empire's finances, because of a silk, almost dragged down a country, enough to show how high-end its craftsmanship, worthy of a first-class national treasure. Look at the veiled garment in front of you. Everyone's faces were shocked and overwhelmed with emotion. Think of the once greatness and splendor of the ancient Silk Road, the era that stood on top of the world of craftsmanship. It has made countless people in the country proud and honored. It was an honor that came from the bones of a Chinese person. Such technology, putting it into context, it's also pretty bombastic, and such a national treasure. And yet, they are going to be trafficked privately. The police officers present looked at the man as they did so. Both had cold gazes. If they didn't care about their status, they all wanted to go up and punch someone. Team Chin also understood. No wonder. Yun Xiao told him to call the Cultural Relics Bureau. Such a national treasure. It's the director of the Palace Museum who has to be alarmed. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and had a shocked look on his face. One random item unearthed from a tomb. It's the top national treasure. So what are the specifications of this tomb? Princely. Fear is still underrated. Cloudy realized this as well and retraced his steps back to the box. From this, the answer should be found. Brush. The crowd's eyes. Both looked to the remaining artifacts in the chest. A veiled garment is worth that much. What about the other artifacts? And what must it look like? Donghan Yuan Ming, Ancient Burial Jade. Introduction. Jade warming is a kind of burial jade given by ancient kings after the death of military generals. It is shaped like a square barrel with openings on the side, in which a mirror is placed and hung above the body of the tomb owner in the coffin. The prompt box popped up again in front of my eyes. Seeing Yin Xiao holding a jade artifact, the crowd was curious. Jade has 2 components, set by a jade jewel on a special wooden box. The carving is finely carved and the top edge is dressed with ornamentation. The 4 corners are also edged in gold. Wooden boxes are put together by mortise and tenon construction, separately carved with 4 golden she-dragons. The 4 sides of the jade jewelry are also imprinted with different patterns, and all of them are embedded with gold leaf. The crowd came up curious. Shocked looked at the wooden box wrapped in gold and jade. Don't understand what this is, but when you think of the previous national treasure, the vegetarian Zen, you all know that it must be worth a lot of money. Team Chin asked, Yun Xiao, do you recognize this thing? Yun Xiao frowned slightly. This is Yuan Ming. Jade warming? The crowd all had a blank look on their faces. Never heard of it. Seeing their expressions, Yun Xiao explained. Jade Wan Ming is a high-specification burial jade artifact of the Han Dynasty, and in the historical records, it needs to be suspended above the head of the deceased, signifying that it can ensure that the soul of the deceased will not be dispersed and will continue to enjoy the blessings after going underground. There is very limited information about it in the history books, with only 2 accounts, namely Hua Guang, the head of the Western Han Kirin Pavilion, and Gung Yu, one of the 28 generals of the Eastern Han Yuntai. However, the Jade Warm Bright owner was a highly decorated military general, and it has never been unearthed before. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. It's never been unearthed, so it's a one-of-a-kind? Damn it, it's not another top-notch artifact, is it? New Beezy, how big is this tomb? The two things dug out at random are so exaggerated. Although inlaid with jade jewels, the box is so badly decayed that this should not be considered a national treasure. What I'm wondering is, what hasn't been unearthed? Why did Yun Xiao know it by looking at it? I really want to split his head open to see what's in it, provided you can beat him. I'm afraid that after you go over there, Yun Xiao will strangle your human center and beg you not to die. Crap, what did he just say? The Unicorn Pavilion and the 24 Generals of Yuntai? Can't it be that this is the tomb of Huoguang or Gengyu? It's not just the live feeds. The scene was also shocked numb, though they don't understand the value of it. But Great General Huoguang and Gengyu of the Eastern Han Dynasty always heard something. The history books only record the two of them being rewarded by the emperor. And in ancient times, Chi dragons were a symbol of power. Generally princes and nobles are not worthy to use it. Wouldn't that mean that? Team Qin asked excitedly. This wouldn't be a royal tomb, would it? Yun Xiao shook his head. It's too early to tell. Previously judged by the green paste clay, it's a large Qin Han tomb. But at this moment, the thought faltered. The tomb also unearthed a Western Han Dynasty garment without a garment and an Eastern Han Dynasty Jade Wenming. That's a bit unreasonable. Jade Wenming, a burial vessel placed in a coffin. This gang of grave robbers didn't even open the coffin. It's just a dynamite blast to open the side door of the crypt. Fishing around in the ear room. Could it be the tomb of the great General Huoguang? Nope. Huoguang is from the Western Han Dynasty. Or the tomb of Gengyu of the Eastern Han Dynasty? From the tomb of the Eastern Han Dynasty, something from the Western Han Dynasty was unearthed. It still explains it. But immediately afterward, Yun Xiao overturned this inference. The next few artifacts, it shook him even more. Dokushun seal, date, Western Wei, Northern Zhou. Owners, first owner Dokushun, second. Introduction, the texture of the coalescence stone. Octagonal polyhedron, a total of 26 seals. Due to corrosion over the years, the surface has shown a number of cracks. The local seal body flaking, corners have wear, but basically intact. Tang Dynasty 11 Face Guanyin White Sandalwood Statue. Date, 7th year of Jingguan of the Tang Dynasty. Introduction, 11-faced Guanyin statue, known as variant Vajra in Tantric Buddhism. One of the 6 Guanyin, the first 3 faces are in the phase of compassion, the right 3 in the phase of anger, the left 3 in the phase of exodus, and the last 3 in the phase of Rudra. Zhu Yuanzhang's Golden Strategy. Hereditary Seniority List. Year, Ming Dynasty. Introduction, Zhu Yuanzhang set the name lineage chart for his 26 sons, and all the descendants of future generations will use this generation table to pass on to the 10,000 generations. After reading the system introduction, Yun Xiao was instantly confused. Seal of Dugu Xian of Western Wei in Northern Zhou. A statue of the Guanyin, goddess of mercy, from the Qingwen period of the Tang Dynasty. Ming Dynasty Zhu Yuanzhang name lineage chart. This nigga, sure it came out of a tomb? Plus a Western Han garment without a lining and an Eastern Han jade warming. All different dynasties. This cannot be described as strange. It's just unheard of. But it was clearly another grave robber. From the same tomb. It doesn't make sense. Cloudy was sidetracked. No idea what's going on at all. Right now. Trying to figure out the real reason. Guess we'll just have to visit the tomb. The other side. Director Shin of the Department of Cultural Heritage, after receiving Professor He's report, put off all the work at hand. Fire rushed to the scene. At the moment, he was so nervous that his palms were sweating. The few experts who accompanied them, his face was flushed and he was already overwhelmed with excitement. A garment without a lining. I can't believe another garment of the veil was unearthed. Learned this when Director Shin was happier than when his wife gave birth. I couldn't resist the first time and decided to come over and see for myself. An artifact of this caliber. Not to mention him. The director of the Palace Museum knows. Probably all had to book flights on the spot to get here. So, Director Shen was thrilled throughout. Kept urging the driver to hurry up and drive. And almost ran a red light and got stopped by a traffic cop. He could imagine when the time came for the news to get out. The national archaeological community would have to cause a major earthquake. The value of a small plain coat is immeasurable. It's well known. Unlike gold, silver and jade, silk fabrics are very susceptible to corrosion. From ancient times to the present day, there are not many pieces that can really be passed down. Many of the clothes unearthed in the tombs, as soon as they came into contact with oxygen, it will then quickly oxidize and be damaged. Especially with a dress like this that can't be replicated. Absolutely unique. A national treasure among national treasures. As soon as Director Shin got off the bus, he went straight to the hotel. Upon seeing the actual veiled garment in person, he was struck by lightning. Dumb as a board. It's like having a band switch flicked. A few of the experts who accompanied him also had blank brains. Breathing gradually became rapid. That color, that texture, that translucency, no doubt about it. This is the garment of the Zenzen. Director Shin excitedly squeezed through the crowd and shouted, "Make way, I'm from the Cultural Relics Bureau. Let me through." Team Chin saw Director Shin with a shocked face. "Bureau Shun, you really came Chapter 150, Shocked Specialist Director. Dokashin Seal. Director Shin did not answer and asked directly, "Is this what you found, and know its name?" Team Chin froze. Of course, a garment without a veil. An artifact from the Western Han Dynasty. Only 49 grams. Am I right? Director Shin looked at him in shock. "You know all this? Is being a police officer so knowledgeable?" Shin Team smiled awkwardly. "Shin Bureau, you flattered. I do not know what artifacts is to listen to this handsome next to me? The veil lining garment is also his discovery." "What?" Director Shin stared roundly, sizing up Yun Xiao's outfit. "Xiao Qin, you're not kidding, right? A chauffeur driver. He understands artifacts? A mount." Team Chin looked helpless. It was an expression he had seen more times than he knew what to do with. It seems like every time there's a big, important case, the clouds are capable of shocking things. Yes, that's what he told me on the phone just now. Hear an affirmative reply. Director Shin was dumbfounded for a moment. Even the experts behind him, except for Prof. He was better. The other two couldn't believe it either. But shock is shock. Next, they had more important things to do. It's all about testing the authenticity of artifacts. Several experts took out their prepared tools and carefully examined them, afraid to miss every bit of it. The crowd waited quietly. 7 or 8 minutes later, the experts exclaimed with full admiration, "That's right, really, it's the veil lining." Yet after the gasp of surprise, they realized, the room seemed surprisingly quiet. They were the only ones yelling. "It's like you've never seen the world." This depressed several heritage experts. "You're a garment with a veil. Top national treasures. National-level cultural relics. Why are you all so calm? Even if you knew about it before, you're so sure without an appraisal?" After being excited, Director Shin looked at the crowd with curiosity. You all know?" Upon hearing this, everyone nodded along. "I know. This is the third piece of the vegetarian Zen garment unearthed in the Dragon Kingdom. It's so thin it folds up and fits in a matchbox. It took the country 30 years to copy it, and it turned out to be 0.5 grams heavier than the genuine article, the jewels of the Silk Road, which the Roman emperors loved to wear." Listening to the crowd one sentence after another, the director was confused. The experts are confused. "Crap, are you guys really sure you're cops? If it weren't for these men, each wearing a police uniform, he all but suspected it was into the archaeology team." And here, there were a number of onlookers who were hotel residents. These expertise, how would the average person know? The popularity of archaeology now, is it that high? Even the textile is 0.5 grams heavier than the genuine article. You know all this? How outrageous is that? Even the experts who are not studying the history of the Han Dynasty, guess it's all half understood. How come you all know so well? Director Shin couldn't help but ask. Team Chin pointed at Yun Xiao and laughed. "I heard him say that. Bureau Shin, before you came, Yun Xiao had already popularized this artifact for us." Everyone nodded along. "Yes, I understand why it's important to preserve artifacts. It feels like going back to class and catching up on the history I once fell behind on. I've come to realize that preserving heritage is preserving history." They were heard talking in 7 different ways. Director Shin had a shocked look on his face. "Nice guy. If you know, you know. Why are you enlightened? Where's the Zazen?" Director Shin subconsciously looked at Yun Xiao. So young to be placed in the Department of Antiquities. Also just graduated from college as an intern. But archaeology, always age meal. The older the more popular. It's only with age that experience and insights increase. And Yun Xiao's age. No qualifications in archaeology. Only a handful. He just couldn't believe it. Perhaps, a stronger specialty? It's like someone being biased. "I happen to be familiar with the history of the Han Dynasty. And so proficient?" Director Shin thought about it and found the explanation reasonable. Smiling, he stepped forward and said politely, "Young man, you have a solid professional background. Which archaeological institute did you graduate from? But I don't understand. If you study archaeology, why did you come to work as a valet?" The words fell. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. "Professor," he smiled awkwardly. It seemed like this was something he had asked Cloudy once upon a time. "Ahem, Bureau Shin. You're mistaken. This young man is not a student of the Archaeology Academy. He's really the valet." "What, Lao He? You didn't lie to me? He's really a valet, not an archaeologist?" Director Shin's face stiffened in disbelief as he asked. "It's true," Remember the Southern Song Dan furnace and porcelain I brought back last time? And the 9 infantry cannons unearthed on Snakehead Mountain, which were all discovered by Yun Xiao. Hearing this, Director Shen was literally shocked, froze in the middle of the day. It was only then that he looked at the clouds in amazement. Lad, I'm sorry, it's my eyes, because you have contributed a lot to our archaeological community. Yun Xiao touched his nose. Duro Shun. I'm also lucky that I just happened to stumble upon it. Director Shen laughed. Don't be modest. Luck is also part of strength. Otherwise how come others can't touch it? No matter what. I have to thank you for today. The value of this veiled garment is immeasurable. You have added another national treasure artifact to our archaeological community. This statement was made. Yun Xiao's gaze instantly became odd. So did everyone else. Director Shen looked at them in disbelief as their expressions changed and asked, "What are you doing?" Team Qin let out a bitter smile. Duro Shen, come take a look at these, said the man, bringing several people to the piece of chest. This next, Duro Shen and several experts in cultural relics, all staring straight ahead, breathing heavily, eyes reddened. The brain went into a brief dead stop. After freezing for a long time, Shen Duro asked with a shocked expression, "Are all these discovered by you guys?" Team Qin nodded. To be precise, it was because of the clouds that we found them. The vegetarian Zen garment is but one of them. Boom! Hearing this, Shen Duro's brain was about to explode. Giddy for half a day. It's like being drunk. After that, the heritage experts came up to test it. The results were consistent with what Cloudy said. Jade Wenming during the Eastern Han Dynasty. 11-faced Guanyin statue during the Jingguan period of the Tang Dynasty. As for the remaining 2 artifacts, because of the odd shape, even the experts can't tell. Professor, he was holding something that looked like a black ball-shaped object. Drumming is also inexplicable. Director Shen looked at it and didn't quite understand it. Hesitantly, he said, "It looks like an artifact, but I've never seen it before." Another expert nodded. "Indeed, it seems that it has not been recorded in the ancient books. It is impossible to say exactly what it is." Professor, he had an idea and looked at Yun Xiao. "Yun Xiao, you must know what this is?" Several experts, all looking over intently. Yun Xiao smiled and nodded. "I know a little bit." "Great, come on." Yun Xiao picked up the small black ball. This is actually a seal. A polyhedral coalescence group seal. The owner of this seal is Dugo Xin from the Western Wei Dynasty. Dokushin. So it's him, the crowd exclaimed. Yun Xiao laughed. Dugo Xin is no stranger, right? A famous general during the Western Wei and Northern Zhou periods. He also has a nickname, the world's first old man. Dugo Xin was a big handsome man in history, and his daughters were also beautiful. He had 7 daughters in total, 3 of which married emperors and became empresses. They were Empress Mingjing of Emperor Ming of the Northern Zhou Dynasty, Empress Dugu of Yangjian, the founding emperor of the Sui Dynasty, and Empress Yuanjin of the Tang Dynasty, whose son was Li Yuan, the Gaozu of the Tang Dynasty. Because of his daughters and positions, if a seal were engraved for each position, it would take a full 14. For the sake of convenience, these 14 seals will be united and engraved on one seal, divided into 6 seal faces and 47 characters, the only one of its kind in history for 5,000 years. Director Shen asked suspiciously, "According to you, is there any evidence?" Yun Xiao said indifferently, "Don't you guys just take the sealing clay and try it out?" It dawned on the crowd that they immediately went to the front desk of the hotel to get the sealing clay. The table is covered with paper. Roll the stamp in the clay, then put it on the white paper and rolled it back and forth a few times. The white paper was immediately covered with red writing. The crowd gathered around to take a look. I only saw that it was written, "The seal of the great governor, the seal of the great secretary, the seal of the pillar state." Hiss! Everyone's scalp went numb. There was no doubt about it now. This seal, it's Dokushin's. The netizens were also amazed. Straight up outrageous. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. I can't eat every day because I'm so full. Don't ask why. Ask as I'm surprised every day. Bullshit. How can he recognize such a small black ball as a treasure? I would have thought it was a cinder block picked up by grave robbers and thrown it away long ago. Even the people from the Antiquities Bureau don't come out and have to go to him for advice. Who the hell is the expert? Who will dare to refute Yun Xiao in the future? He's never wrong. He's even more outrageous than his mom. Don't be jealous. There's a big difference between people. Some people can be emperors at 20. Some people can seal wolves at 20. Director Shin and the others were also shocked. Read the font on the seal. Both hands were trembling with excitement. This is another heavyweight national treasure. It's a grade 1A, and its value is not inferior to that of the garment of the Zen. Director Shin said incoherently. Prof. He agreed very much. That piece of garment without a veil and this seal of Dugo Xin must stay in our museum exhibition. and both of them are the treasures of the museum. I would have thought that finding a veiled garment would have been outrageous enough. I didn't realize there were other artifacts. Besides, they're all national treasures. Chapter 151 Closure of the Hill and Development of an Excavation Program. Just a line. Gather around this doctor seal and survey it with interest as you go. Professor, he suddenly asked. Yun Xiao, what is this in your hand? At those words, the crowd all looked over in unison. It's in the hands of Yun Xiao at the moment, holding a rectangular piece of golden iron. The body is a dark gold color and looks like it's made of gold. This thing, the last of the 5 artifacts. It's also something they didn't recognize. Several others are heavyweight national treasures. This last one is certainly not simple. Yun Xiao casually said, it's a family name lineage list. One hearing is the name system table. The experts could not help but be a little disappointed. It seems to be just an average bit of artifact, not as high a value as it was before. Professor, he curiously looked at the golden iron piece and asked, Yun Xiao, do you recognize the handwriting on it? Not an important artifact though, but still, it's interesting for historical research. It's just that the writing on this is badly eroded and decayed. It needs to be treated with special care. It is only then that the identity of the iron piece can be confirmed. But they realized that Yun Xiao was completely out of line. It's like the Dawkins seal from before. He recognizes it at a glance. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Nothing really. This is the golden policy of Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang. Hiss. The crowd's heads went numb. Isn't it a family name lineage list? Why is it related to Zhu Yuanzhang again? This family? It won't be. Yun Xiao smiled and nodded his head, reading out to the font above the gold policy. Highly prospective Chi Si blessing. Thick loaded E by always. This statement was made. Director Shin and a few experts were taken aback. Sure enough, this name system watch is also unusual. Surprisingly, it's a Ming Dynasty heirloom seniority list? No wonder. Put together with these national treasures and artifacts. And not just anything. Trying to find out what they are. Though, they'll have to go back through a lot of information to do that. But what about the clouds? It's like having an encyclopedia stuck in your head. Any artifact, one look and you know it right away. Especially Director Shen. Shock was written all over his face at the moment. If it's just about winning once, it's still explained as coincidence or luck. But it's right every time. And, even the experts around him don't know. It proved that there was real ink in Cloudy's stomach. A young man in his 20s, but with a knowledge comparable to that of an archaeology professor. That would be scary. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Oh, shit, blind my titanium alloy dog eyes. A bunch of professors from the Bureau of Cultural Relics, actually acting like students asking for advice from Yun Xiao in a serious manner? It's too damn funny, isn't it? Yun Xiao, a chauffeur, transformed into a cultural relics expert? I'd like to know which university he studied at, and I'll sign up. Seeing this, I'm much more balanced inside, so it's not just us, even the old professor is not as good as him. We can only say that this guy is too sick. Funny, it's a rarity that Cloudy doesn't pretend one day, but I like to see him pretend. I feel so cheap. Where are you? Little black fans? Come out and spray him. It's too damn devastating. I'm here to see Yun Xiao robbing tombs. Don't just stare at the artifacts. Ha, stop dawdling and hurry down to the tomb. Ditto +1. I always have a hunch that Cloudy is holding back a big move. Sure enough, when Director Shin and several experts, after learning that the artifacts, surprisingly, were unearthed from the tomb, all shocked. And that's just the grave robbers from the ear chamber of the tomb. Didn't even open the coffin. Can you see how high the specification of this tomb is? A parlor that unearthed a national treasure like the garment of the vegetarian Zen, spanning more than 2,000 years. It has been preserved without damage. This. More than a top-tier tomb? Definitely beyond the princely level. It could even be a royal burial. Thousands of years from ancient times. The graves of many great men have not been found. Only a small percentage were stolen. Most of them still sleep underground. Director Shen's face changed and he suddenly exclaimed, "It's not right. What kind of tomb is this? How could artifacts from the Han Dynasty, Western Wei Dynasty, Tang Dynasty, and Ming Dynasty be unearthed at the same time?" This problem had long since occurred to Yun Xiao. Even he couldn't be sure. Not to mention the others, trying to figure this out. The only solution. It's about going down to the grave and seeing it for yourself. But, from the mouths of grave robbers, know that this is a quicksand cumulus grave. How to tap into it became the biggest challenge. Director Shin can't wait to find out what's going on. And so, Team Qin takes the grave robbers with them and together they head to the cemetery in Dayang village. Shin immediately called back to the bureau and called in a few more old experts. Yun Xiao hadn't planned to go over and join in the fun. But then the system gives skills in grave robbing and feng shui. It always feels like it could work. Bumping into the #1 murderous tomb. The quicksand tomb. I'm afraid these people can't handle it. Don't have an accident then. Leave a team of men to keep watch near the hotel. According to the grave robbers, he's trading with someone this afternoon. This group of artifact dealers is determined not to be spared. Smuggling of artifacts for trafficking out of the country. These people are even more odious than grave robbers. While on the road, Team Chin reported the situation to Bureau Lu, requesting to be deployed to help. What? A large tomb of a king or more? Didn't you say there were murders? Why are we still talking about archaeology? Bureau Lu was dumbfounded when he heard the news. Team Chin laughed bitterly. The two people who died were grave robbers. There's another gang we caught that found a national treasure artifact. Even Bureau Shin came. We're on our way to the tomb. Bureau Lu was alarmed. Even Director Shin of the Bureau of Cultural Heritage was alarmed. You can see that this is not a small matter. He immediately said, I know. I'll send someone over to meet you right away. Hanging up the phone, Bureau Lu was still in shock. Large tombs above the level of princes and lords. What does that mean? He has to know better than Team Chin. Regular newswatchers will have seen it before. Somewhere, because of road construction, ancient tombs were dug up. This resulted in the suspension of construction. In fact, let's not talk about building roads. It's building high-speed rail and government office buildings. Once you touch the tomb, that all has to stop. If you mess up, even the office building will have to be relocated. Must dig first. The importance the country attaches to cultural relics can be seen in general. And that's just the regular old tombs. The great tomb of the princes and marquises. How many years has it been since I've seen one? Once the story got out, it's bound to send a national shockwave. At that time, he, a small sub-commissioner, could only stand on the sidelines. The city council doesn't even see to get command. Bureau Lu didn't dare to delay. Organize your staff at the first opportunity. Gather all the officers of the police department. The group set off for the village of Daeon. An hour later, the car drove into the village of Daeon. Arrive at a barren hill in the southeast corner of the village, surrounded by high mountains. Guided by grave robbers, the group arrived at the hill where the tomb was located. There are obvious signs of excavation in the vicinity. It's all the holes made by grave robbers. This place has been patronized many times. Hooray for that. Due to strict anti-theft measures, these robber holes are blocked by the layer of quicksand inside. Only penetrates the rammed earth. After all, a wandering gang like the grave robbers. Faced with this ancient top anti-theft measure, there is indeed nothing to be done about it. To save time from being discovered, usually the robber holes are made small and narrow. There is room for only two people to pass through. Once you get into the quicksand layer, the sand will backfill no matter how much you dig. The sand hides sharp cumulus again. Once a person is trapped, 10 deaths and no life. See the dozens of robber holes in front of you. Director Shun's face was ugly. Have to say, these grave robbers are like rats in the dark. Nose as sharp as a tack. For burials it's a matter of finding them. It gets ahead of the Heritage Board every time. Conservation of cultural relics. It's a long way to go. The grave robber led the crowd to the northwest corner of the barren mountain. Find the robber's hole you made earlier. It's a secluded location, much larger than the other robber holes. But again, after going through the rammed earth outside, it's gone by the quicksand layer. The previous passage was also buried in quicksand. Not long after, a large number of police officers led by Bureau Lu himself arrived. Immediately blockade this barren mountain. Pull up a cordon on the hill. At the same time, police officers were set up at all entrances and exits of the village to conduct checks. Police work has just begun. A team of experts from the Department of Antiquities also arrived. See the large and small robber holes in front of you. All of them couldn't help but exclaim. And then relief when the situation was understood. Luckily it's a quicksand tomb. The robber's hole only went through the layer of rammed earth. The artifacts should be untouched. The next step was to discuss how to excavate the flowing desert. Director Shen, as the person in charge of the excavation, purposely left Yun Xiao behind. Heritage experts are puzzled by this. Seeing such a young face, most of them whispered, "What department is this young man from? Interns have no business listening to this seminar." An expert frowned and droned. They had just arrived and didn't recognize Cloudy. Director Shen looked embarrassed. Looks like he just did the same thing. However, since seeing Yun Xiao's treasure appreciation skills, he was then impressed by the other man's store of knowledge. How dare you underestimate it? More to the point, from Team Chin he learned, you can catch the grave robbers and find the tomb. It's all Cloudy's fault. Arguably, no one here is more qualified than him. I sent him, Director Shen said lightly. This. A bunch of cultural relic experts were all dumbfounded. Chief, would it be too childish? After all, it's about a princely tomb. Not waiting for that to go on. Prof. He then swore. Old Chen. You guys stop. I swear on my honor. He's definitely qualified to listen. This is more to the expert's whole won't. Prof. He is a veteran professor in the Department of Cultural Heritage. Even he said so. Then the identity of this young man? They subconsciously felt. Could it be a relative of the commissioner's family? A son or nephew? Come here to broaden your horizons? However, Director Shen's next sentence confused them wholeheartedly. Yun Xiao, if you have any opinions, feel free to mention them, and also give us a check. No problem. Seeing the normally stern director pile on the smiles at the moment, a polite face, these old professors, one by one, dropped their jaws in amazement. What's going on? Didn't hear that right. The director asked a young man to help make up his mind? Crap, can't read it. What the hell for? But right now, what's more important is the tomb excavation. Then the question was cast aside. The seminar was officially opened. Chapter 152, Digging Graves with Sand Fixing Glue. You're so awesome. I think that by following the idea of the previous grave robbers and then reinforcing it as a steel plate, we won't have to worry about being crushed by quicksand and accumulated rocks. And that's the fastest way to reach the underground palace. Some people give advice. It was met with a lot of approval, but some questioned it. Upgrading the wooden planks to steel plates can indeed reinforce the stability of the passage, but don't forget that this is a quicksand tomb. It can't be dug too big. It's best for only 1 or 2 people to pass through, but the workload will be huge in the later stages. The number of people will be overloaded. What if danger occurs? The crowd was silent. Indeed, there really should be an accident. You won't even be able to escape when the time comes. It's all buried in the sand. What should we do? The roads up and down are blocked. Why don't we get an excavator to dig up the quicksand? We must seek to play it safe and open the chamber from the side after we have dug up all the quicksand, so that we don't have to worry about being attacked by boulders. After deliberation, the crowd unanimously decided to dig for quicksand first. It has to be safe first. Only then can you take the next step. Director Shin sighed. I'm afraid that's all we can do. We're not grave robbers. It doesn't matter if it takes a little longer, but it's so mountainous and treacherous that excavators and cars can't get up here. So we have to build the road before we can do that. When you do the math like that, it's going to take a little over half a year to do a salvage excavation. At those words, everyone sighed darkly. As an archaeologist, seeing a big tomb is like seeing a girl with no clothes on. Suddenly you're told you can't get on. How much does the heart itch? If you're not allowed to touch it for 6 months, you'll probably be suffocated. Too much uncertainty in the tomb. I'm afraid that if time passes, something will come up again. But there's no other way. Otherwise, why aren't the mausoleums of Qin Shi Huang dug up now? Hear the crowd arguing. Yun Xiao couldn't help but interject. What's so hard about this? Just fix the sand. The eyes of the room looked over in unison, all full of questions. Fixed sand? What do you call this approach? Director Shin froze and asked with a smile. What do you mean? Can you say it more clearly? Yun Xiao said indifferently. Let me ask you guys, is the hardest thing to handle right now the sand? The crowd nodded in confusion. Is the sand fluid? Amount. The crowd looked at each other and nodded again. Yun Xiao spread his 2 hands. Isn't that all right then? The biggest difficulty in entering the tomb is the sand, and sand is fluid, belonging to a non-Newtonian body. So it'll sink down, dig away a piece, and it'll fill back up again. And someone who sinks in will be securely locked in. Once this property is solved so that the sand becomes solid and no longer flows, the problem is naturally solved. The words fell. The whole room was silent. The crowd looked at him dumbfounded. A flash of light in his head, vaguely grasping at something. After a moment of contemplation, one of the experts questioned, but how do you fix the sand? Realizing that this tomb is surrounded by quicksand, it's impractical to secure it all. Yun Xiao pointed at the robber hole. What are you thinking? I didn't say that. Just widen the hole a bit. Seal it with steel plates to form a triangular channel, and secure the sand around the channel. This will greatly minimize the squeeze on the steel plates, and with the plates blocking the quicksand, you will be able to weave yourself into the chamber. In addition, it can be modeled after the design of the coal mine hole. A concrete wall can be built in the passage to increase solidity and support, and then 2 rings of steel plates can be punched. Do you think something will still happen? After listening to this program, the crowd couldn't help but clap their hands. But there's another question. And what does use to hold the sand in place? This is the most central aspect of the program. If you don't solve it well, it's all for nothing. Sand fixing glue. Ah, cheap and good. The crowd's scalps went numb. Eyes have been pierced with eccentricity. Nima, you're going to use sand cement to dig up an ancient tomb? You're a real bully. But to think of such a scenario? What did this guy used to do? Of course, commercially available sand fixing gels don't always work. It's not fixing all the quicksand though, just part of it. But the clouds were also afraid that the dip would not hold. in case the sand collapses and smashes the channel again. It's going to be a disaster when it happens. Luckily, the system raffled off a powerful sand-setting adhesive. It would be an effective solution to this problem. But he couldn't just take it out. Just sneak it in when you're not expecting it. The moment, that later group of experts were all dumbfounded. At first, they couldn't even look at cloudy sky, even if Director Shin lets him stay. It is also considered to be a backdoor connection. But now, this program proposed by Yun Xiao, it really shocked them. It's convenient and effective. There's no need to wait more than 6 months at all. Everything is going well, so maybe we'll get down to the grave today. I don't know how many times better than digging in the sand. And it's safe, reliable and non-hazardous. The sand solidifies so it doesn't squeeze the steel plate. This is the same as taking a quicksand cumulus tomb and turning it into an ordinary tomb. Afterwards, it was reinforced in multiple layers in the robber's hole. More foolproof. This kind of thinking is just out of this world. It's exquisite. Even they had to admire that. Director, how come we've never seen this young man before? When did we have such an expert in our bureau? Professor Chen couldn't help but ask. Shin Bureau's face twitched and laughed awkwardly. Old Chen. He's not from our Cultural Relics Bureau, and he's not even studying archaeology. What? Prof. Chen and the others were taken aback. You may not believe it, but his identity is a chauffeur. Boom! Professor Chen's brain exploded. Spit out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. The other experts were even more exaggerated than he was, and one of them popped up in flames. What? Chauffeur? Chief? This is no joke. However, at this time, Professor, he added a sly comment. That's right. Yun Xiao's level of treasure appreciation is even above me. The garment of the Zen, the seal of Dugo Xin, and the gold policy of Zhu Yuanzhang were all identified by him. Pust. All the old professors collectively vomited blood. It can be a stone's throw away. The already shaken heart felt like it had been stabbed hard with a knife. Unbelievably, he looked at Yun Xiao. These heavyweight national treasures were identified by a youngster? They thought it was the chief who saw it coming. Special to see the chief nodding his head. One by one, all dumbfounded. In the Cultural Relics Bureau, Professor He's strength in treasure identification is absolutely second to none. He even admitted that he was inferior to Cloudy. What the hell are they then? You've lived a long life and you're not even as good as a youngster. Decades of perceptions are turned upside down. It's like a plowed field, turned inside out. Always, there's an unwritten rule in all of archaeology. The older you get, the more you eat. Older professors, talking about the accumulation of knowledge and experience. Young people just working for a few years. Hardly convincing. But Cloudy breaks that law and gets such high praise, even if it's an exaggeration. But it can't be that bad. Just with the scenario he just gave. Just hang on to a bunch of old professors. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing this, it was like a nuclear bomb had been dropped on the airwaves. Blow up the sky. Cloudy. My eternal God, it's so fucking awesome. Holding down the faces of a bunch of experts and professors and rubbing them on the ground. In this live room, I take surprise as a meal every day. And don't ask me if I can eat enough, because it will last. I thought it would take ages to see what's in the tomb. But at this rate, why do I feel like it's possible tonight? A little excited. Brothers, is there anyone who knows what he's doing? If he can think of a way to fix the sand glue, why do you think he's more professional than a grave robber? Has he done this before? He knows too much. Theoretically feasible, but in practice it also depends on the operation. After all, no one has tried this method, except for the clouds. I always feel that he is not on paper. Practice comes from life. Even if he says he'll transform into a super scion, I'll believe it. A valet driver and an old expert from the Department of Antiquities get together, discuss how to dig a grave. It always felt like a picture that was beyond weird. It's too damn topsy-turvy. The ceiling of the sky was lifted. Sure enough, there is no such thing as an impossibility on this broadcast. Anything more outrageous can happen. Even grave robbing has come up. What else? And the netizens, as spectators, are excited. The grave robbers took out just a few artifacts. It becomes a heavyweight national treasure. How shocking must the contents of that tomb be? Who wouldn't want to eat a melon this big? Cloudy's proposal was unanimously recognized. Director Shin immediately clapped his hands. Command the steps and orders for digging down. The archaeological brigade formed by the Department of Cultural Heritage went straight to the village of Daeung. Everyone is very much looking forward to it. The first murderous tomb. Quicksand cumulus tomb. How many eye-popping treasures will be inside? Just about everyone. Can't wait for when they all dig in. Yun Xiao suddenly spoke. Don't you guys want to know which dynasty's tomb this is? Chapter 153 Tomb Master is a Traveler? The clouds divide the gold and set the point. As soon as he heard this, Yuroshin knew what Yun Xiao was going to say. Sure enough, I heard Yun Xiao continue. 5 artifacts, all from different dynasties, but the grave robbers said that all 5 items were unearthed from this tomb. It just doesn't make sense why artifacts from different dynasties would be in the same tomb. Bureau Shan mused for a moment and commented, that's a question I've thought about. It would generally make more sense for objects from a previous dynasty to appear in the next. Is it a large tomb from after the Ming dynasty? Yun Xiao frowned and said uncertainly. Generally the large tombs of the Qin and Han dynasties make good use of green paste mud, and in the chamber of the tomb painted injected mercury, cinnabar and other antiseptic and anti-theft substances, and the tombs of the Tang and Song dynasties commonly used glutinous rice mud. To the Ming and Qing dynasties become mostly lime. Of course, it's just a frame of reference. It's not set in stone. But before, on the shoes of the grave robbers, and the appearance of green paste mud, coupled with the veiled garment, I would have thought it would be a Han tomb. And the mercury in the tomb corroborated this. But how can artifacts from future generations be found in Han tombs ahead of their time? Could it be that the owner of the tomb is traveling through? After hearing this analysis, the experts all looked shocked. It seems that what Prof. He said is true. Open your mouth with all this specialized knowledge. There was no doubt about the identity of the clouds. But this question, too, haunts them all. Half a lifetime in archaeology. Haven't stumbled upon such a weird tomb. Common sense doesn't explain it. After all, the only way to confirm the form of the tomb is to confirm it first. It is only then that the chronology can be corresponded to and the excavation can be started. The different burial styles depend on the different structures within the chamber. For example, Han tombs are not bricked. Don's tomb, however, has a dome and does not require adhesives. Almost all of the Ming and Qing tombs were made of masonry, glued together with lime and glutinous rice juice. The location of the accompanying burial goods varies. If you dig around in a mess, first of all, can you find the entrance? It would also cause damage to the burial chamber, and the gaping hole that was previously blown open by the grave robbers may have collapsed inside. As a conservation excavation, it would need to be relocated. And the main entrance to the crypt is the best option, but it's not even clear what dynasty the tomb is from. Couldn't determine the front door, let alone dig. Difficulty will increase geometrically. Could it be a set of tombs with multiple dynasties combined? That's a possibility, but not a big one. I think that interrogating the grave robber might provide an answer. There was a lot of talk, and no uniform answer could be given. Then they turned their attention to the grave robbers, interrogated by Team Qin himself. The grave robbers have long been scared out of their wits. Tell me exactly what you know. The final result shocked everyone. The large tomb below this is surprisingly masonry. They're the ones who'll blow it up with dynamite. Doesn't it mean that this is a tomb from the Ming and Qing dynasties? Because of the maturity of brick kiln firing technology, only the Ming and Qing dynasties used masonry on a large scale. Even the clouds were circling around. Why is there green paste clay in the graves of the Ming and Qing dynasties? Why is there mercury? In addition, the style of Ming and Qing burials popularized thin burials. The chamber is small and the burial goods are few. But according to the grave robbers, this tomb, however, is full of burial goods. Again, completely contrary to the characteristics of the Ming and Qing tombs. Moreover, domes were constructed in the burial chambers. This is another Tang and Song dynasty tomb. Let's just say that the tomb owner's style is too confusing. A mix of all dynasties. Even the experts from the Shan Bureau and the Bureau of Antiquities traveled the world for years. Never encountered either such a spooky tomb. To figure out the cause, the only way to get an answer is to open the chamber and figure out the identity of the tomb's owner. But by the description of the grave robbers, the probability is to know that the tomb is from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Perhaps it was some big shot in the community at the time. It was intentionally built to imitate the characteristics of the tombs of each dynasty. Knowing the burial specifications, the next step is good. Shan Bureau smiled and asked, Yun Xiao, how much do you know about Ming and Qing tombs? Tell us your opinion. Yun Xiao smiled coyly. I'm an amateur, so I won't show off in front of you experts. It's okay, we're all talking to each other. But you can say anything. One time, the gazes in the room were bristling with gas and converging towards the clouds. Yun Xiao had no choice but to say helplessly, in that case, I'll make an offering. Bureau Shan hurriedly said, come on, we want to see how rich your knowledge is. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Backing up, the king of push is going to pretend to be a pussy again. Please pick up your chopsticks and be prepared to be surprised. I'm sure all of you can eat your fill. No, there's nothing in this world he doesn't know, right? If he knows so much about tombs, he can't really have been to the grave, right? It's okay, we don't know anything about it anyway. We just love to see the king of pushers pretend to be the king of pushers. The bigger the act, the better. It's the first time I've seen this kind of weird tomb. It's obviously a Ming and Qing dynasty tomb, but it covers the characteristics of Han and Tang tombs. I can't wait to open the big tomb and take a look. I have a feeling that the experts are going to be hit by him one by one again, Yun Xiao slowly said. The layout of the tombs in the Ming and Qing dynasties, with doorway pavilions, stone halls in the tomb passage, over pairs of sacred paths, stone bridges in the cemetery. The construction is more miniaturization, excellence, and a variety of decorations. The sacred path is dressed up with stone figures such as stone men, stone lions, stone horses, etc. And the function of the tomb is more oriented towards a mausoleum-style distribution. For example, a family's tombs would be together. The prime example being the Ming and Qing royal tombs. Hearing the clouds speak eloquently, the crowd was astonished, especially Bureau Shun, who had just made a casual remark. I didn't realize that Cloudy really fucking knew, and to put it so meticulously. There were even many places he didn't know much about. Although he studied archaeology, archaeology covers such a wide range. It can't all be everything, but the clouds are not restricted in this regard at all. Mastery of treasure appreciation is even better. And now you know so much about burials? Is this really a 20-year-old? I thought it should end here. As a result, Yun Zhao's words changed and continued. The ancients were very particular about their tombs. The so-called regarded death as regeneration. They believed that they would go to another world after death to continue to enjoy their happiness. So they valued feng shui, especially the princes and nobles, for the choice of the gravesite, are extremely follow the feng shui pattern, very careful. For example, the 8 trigrams of the first heaven, the 8 trigrams of the second heaven, the addition of base and even numbers, the harmony of yin and yang, and so on, and the selection of the tomb site, are to follow the feng shui theory of the dragon, point, sand, water, to the 5 elements. The mountain should be extended and twisted. The point can hide the wind and gather gas. The water should be cohesive ring. The descendants can be uninterrupted. In addition, one has to follow the astrological duji, such as the 28 star constellations, the 24 mountain and heavenly stars, and the 3 walls and 4 elephants. The royal family is honored by the purple violet. The ministers correspond to the Tai Wei, and the commoners correspond to the heavenly market. The words came out. The whole place was fucked up. Nice guy. Isn't that the specification for Ming and Qing burials? What's with the feng shui? What the hell are you doing here? Even understand feng shui? The old professors who were there were dizzy in their heads. They're in the artifact business. What do you know about feng shui? It's like listening to heaven all of a sudden. Shinburo gave an awkward and impolite smile. It was supposed to test Cloudy. How did it turn out? The test was so late it was unintelligible. It's a lot of lifting stones. A bunch of old experts and professors. Looking at each other, they were all at a loss. Well said. Very good. The amount of knowledge the lad has is amazing. Ah yes. The old bull. You're, still giving out feng shui? The experts gave a few awkward clucks. The key, Cloudy said head on. They didn't understand a word of it. I don't know what to compliment. Yun Xiao nodded inexplicably. Yes, I know feng shui. That was a shock to the crowd. It was just a guess earlier. As a result, Cloudy himself gave confirmation. Shinburo said stiffly. That what? Well, archaeology needs to have a certain knowledge of feng shui. By recognizing the orientation based on feng shui, it will be easier to find the tomb gate. Who knows? The clouds went up the pole. That's right, the tombs of any dynasty are preoccupied by feng shui. And as long as you have this knowledge you will be able to search for dragons and points and find the location of the tomb. For example, in ancient times, only emperors were qualified to use the meridian line, which, in the Chinese feng shui pattern, is the hegemony of Ze 10,000 people. Ziwu represents due north and due south respectively. From ancient times, these 2 directions are where the prosperous qi is located, but it is not suitable for ordinary people, and only the qi of the emperor can be harnessed. Otherwise, the fortunes of future generations will be affected in a minor way, and in a major way, the progeny will be cut off. In feng shui theory, the west, too, is an unlucky, decaying place. The tomb faces west. That means sunset. Hiss. Everyone in the room was confused. There was silence. All that could be heard was the rustling of the wind through the leaves. Countless shocked gazes, all converging on one person. Shin's head went numb. He was supposed to be forcing his hand and saying a few words about the scene. Who knew that Cloudy was climbing down the pole? Not a single step for him. Can't we talk anymore? That makes you look good, doesn't it? You're a valet. You know all about feng shui. Is this girl reasonable? Shinburo, with an expression of egg on his face, asked in shock. You mean, excluding the north, south and west, the entrance to this tomb is likely to be in the east? Chapter 154, digging out an over-the-hill peak and catching a snake with his bare hands. The live streamers all blew up. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. You still say you don't know how to rob tombs? Showing off your little black feet. Why would a normal person want to know about the feng shui of tombs? I'll be quiet and see how you're going to defend yourself. Let's see. The skills he had before were barely justifiable. It's not enough that you know about burials, but now you even know how to divide gold into points? Who would study this? You'll have to show us how to rob a grave and go down a hole? Who would believe you if you don't have a side business? Robbing a grave and going down a hole? Hey, you're underestimating him. I have no doubt that he could turn the tomb over. This guy is so wrong. Seeing him finish all this knowledge in a serious manner, it doesn't look like he is acting. I'm getting more and more skeptical. Did he used to work as a goldsmith? Then he washed his hands of it before coming to work for Daikyu, so there's really no explanation for that. Good guy, he even went down to the grave. I'm really afraid he'll fly to the sky someday, or go down to the 5 seas to catch turtles. Too much sympathy for your generation of young people with a hangover like Yun Xiao. It's like a star under the white moon, forever obscured by his light. If I were you, I'd be swinging for the fences. Hearing Bureau Shun's question, Yun Xiao nodded. It's extremely likely. According to the alignment of this tomb, it is surrounded by mountains on all sides, while the mountain in front of us is the highest. This is very much in line with the feng shui pattern of ancient China. A precious place to hide the wind and gather the qi. But it's not an imperial tomb, so it's not possible for the burial chamber to face due south or north, and it's not possible to face west. The east, since ancient times, has been the place of noble energy, and it has been said that purple energy comes from the east. A burial chamber facing east is a symbol of auspiciousness, blessing future generations. Thus I conclude that the entrance to the chamber is in the east. As the words fell, the crowd erupted. The eyes that looked at Yun Xiao were all wrong. Team Qin silently patted Cloudy. So knowledgeable. Have you done this before? Yun Xiao grinned a bitter smile. Do you believe me when I say no? Unbelievable. The Qin team shook their heads decisively. Even Bureau Shun and a group of experts. Followed by a big shake of the head. Cloudy, can't we talk anymore? I was kind enough to point the way. And all you care about is whether I've robbed graves before? Can I do this? Net bullshit. However, Team Qin was just asking casually. Everyone's attention is on this tomb. Soon enough, the gaze shifted to the east. Sure enough, it was found to be consistent with what Cloudy said. The terrain, to the east, is significantly lower and emptier. There is no shelter. The sun shines fully on this side of the hill. Everyone was shocked once again. If it wasn't for Yun Xiao to explain, they wouldn't care about this at all. It is this point of difference that is almost ignored. Yet he was able to easily recognize it and find the main entrance to the tomb? It seemed unthinkable to the crowd. In their place, I don't know how long it would have taken, even with instrumental measurements. It's such a big hill. It doesn't take 10 days and half a month. It simply can't be explored enough. But Yun Xiao was only relying on dividing the gold to set the points. It's easy to find the door to the tomb. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it to death. Find the door to the tomb and you can dig right in. Significant time savings. At this moment, the crowd all looked at each other in shock. It felt like I wasn't here for archaeology, but for a class. A valet driver gives a class to a group of old professors. Just, thieves tread outrageous. The meeting was adjourned. The excavation force of the Department of Antiquities also arrived on the scene and immediately divided up the work. First, the location of the tomb entrance was detected on the eastern hill. Finding the entrance makes the rest much easier. The lush hills are covered with crowds. Everyone is probing carefully. 20 minutes later, sure enough, the instrument made a ticking sound. Really find the entrance. At the end of a path. As intended, all personnel began preparing tools for excavation. Large cranes and excavators couldn't get it up for a while. Only a few dozen people could form a circle with shovels. Little by little, dig down. Bureau Lu and Yun Xiao stood together, looking at the excavation site. Couldn't help but laugh. Awesome. A bunch of archaeology professors and experts. None of them work as well as your feng shui fixed points? I doubt it. Have you ever backed up a bucket before? Yun Xiao smiled awkwardly. Leader, do you think I would? Bureau Lu looked at Yun Xiao fixedly, then shook his head. No way. This made Yun Xiao a bit surprised. Honestly, if I were as good as you, there's no way I'd self-destruct and go do these nasty things. But I'm really curious how you know so much at your age. I don't think genius is enough to describe it. Even if one day you say that men can make babies, I'll believe it. Yun Xiao was speechless. Was this a compliment? I thank you. Just as the two were making small talk, there was a sudden commotion at the dig site, and there were cries of alarm. Crap, what is this shit? Naya, over the crest. Run. Only the inside of the mound that had just been dug out. Suddenly a dark-bodied, 4 or 5 meter long viper sprang out. It was spitting tongue mail at the archaeologists, and then showing their fangs. They swished and tore at the team. The crowd was scared and confused. There was a lot of yelling and running away. Such a big one. A king cobra. Snakes with heads the size of fists bite you. I'm afraid I'll have to eat my dinner on the spot. The scene was a mess of people. Anyone who sees a 5-meter-long king cobra, and stay calm, even with a dick in your hand, you don't dare go up and shoot. The first reaction was to turn my head and run, but the point is, this neighborhood is full of vegetation trees, couldn't even run away if I wanted to. Yun Xiao's gaze froze and he immediately chased after them. It's just a big long worm. Other people are afraid of this stuff, but he's not. The crowd that was fleeing shied away from crossing the peak. Even the police were confused. This stuff is under the control of the fire department. They can't bring it down. As a result, a silhouette was seen rushing headlong. At first glance, it was Cloudy. Team Chin almost bit his tongue off. Crap, what's wrong with him? What's with the head iron at this point? Yun Xiao, come back. However, Yun Xiao charged up regardless. It was a real eye-opener. At that moment, that over-the-mountain peak spat out a long snake's letter. Between the swinging and twisting of the body, frantic pursuit of an archaeologist. In the blink of an eye, less than half a meter apart, the surrounding crowd saw this, trying to get a shovel up to the rescue. But it was simply too late. The archaeologist's pupils dilated and his face went pale. When the people thought he was going to perish in the mouth of the snake, the body that swam rapidly over the mountain peaks was deadlocked, couldn't move an inch further. Next, the 5-meter-long snake's body unexpectedly flew up out of thin air. It was like a long whip in mid-air, spinning several times in a row. It cut through the air, sending out a whistling sound. The crowd watched in disbelief. Raise your eyes, only to find out that it wasn't over the peaks flying up. Instead, Cloudy was in the back, grabbing its tail. The scene came with a set of lightning 5 whips. At this moment, Yun Xiao was like a heavenly god who descended from the sky. 5 meter long, bull-thick ferocious over the hill peaks. In his hand, it was flung back and forth like a whip. Shocked everyone to the point of scalp numbness. What the hell? This is a king cobra, weighing more than a few dozen kilograms, and it possesses a strong poison. One bite and you'll have to go to the tits. You're gonna turn it around in your fucking hand? When it's a hula hoop? This nigga, is he still a human being? The scene happened in a few breaths. Cloudy moved too quickly, so fast that everyone didn't react. What are you waiting for? Go find a bag to put it in, and let me keep playing it for you? Cloudy roared. It was then that the Chin team came back to their senses. Immediately ordered a snakeskin bag to be found. He was just about to ask, how does this thing fit in? You know, it's harder to release a snake than it is to catch it. This is a time when most people are on relaxed guard and can be easily bitten. It doesn't matter if you put the tail of the snake first or the head of the snake first. All of them may be backfired. And he hadn't even asked that yet. Cloudy then spun in place. The hand swung around and spun at an accelerated rate. Whoosh! Under gravity and inertia plus, over the mountain peaks were casually thrown by him. Just throw it into the pocket with precision. Unbiased. Hiss. Team Chin's eyelids fluttered in fear and his head exploded. Crap. This is going to be in case the alignment is off. What's the point of spraying him in the face with venom? I should have known that the clouds were such a throwback. He won't come even if it kills him. The Chin team hurriedly tightened the snakeskin bag and tied it with a rope, wiping his forehead. It was covered in cold sweat. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Bullseye. Yun Xiao has been taught by Master Ma, right? This 5 consecutive whip strikes are so cool. I'll see who says it's useless from now on. I've decided. This will book a ticket to worship Master Ma as a teacher, and then go to the mountains to catch snakes. Brothers, wait for my good news. Over the hill, family who understands? I was sleeping well at home when my lair was turned over. And then an old six pulled me by the tail and spun me around like a hula hoop. And I didn't even get a good look at him before he was thrown into the bag. Such a big head of a mountain peak. It must be 50 to 60 kilograms, right? Yun Xiao grabbed the snake with his bare hands and hit 5 consecutive whips in the process. I'd like to ask, what level is this? Think about it. Even professional snake catchers wouldn't dare to catch it. The venom of this snake is enough to kill an elephant. One bite, and you'll be dead before the hospital can administer the serum. Chapter 155, Ancestral Master of Tomb Raiding. Southern School Jiaoxi. After this little episode, excavations continue. The archaeologist who was almost bitten thanked Cloudy, because the burial form was identified. Know that this is the tomb gate, so the excavators don't have to worry that the artifacts will be damaged. Half an hour later, just dig a big pit 5 or 6 meters in diameter right down to the quicksand layer. And that's when steel plates and sand fixing adhesive used to reinforce the tunnels. It was also carried up from the bottom of the hill. Next comes the main event. To prevent anyone from getting caught in quicksand during excavation, the archaeologists first took a steel plate, lay it flat on the quicksand, used to increase the force area, then start mixing the sand fixing gel. During this process, Cloudy took advantage of the others. Mix in the strong sand fixing glue given by the system, stirred in together. When ready, the crew poured a bucket of sand fixing gel into the quicksand layer. After a few moments, the layer of quicksand below was finally solidified. Took a shovel and tried it when the sand layer solidified enough. There will be no backfilling after. Just start digging down. Pour as you dig. Enough to pour dozens of vats down. For every 5 meters of depth excavated, a triangular channel will be built with steel plates. Reinforcement with concrete. Ensure that the channel does not collapse. Dig down to the sharp boulders hidden in the quicksand. It would just be removed and tossed aside. Because it's solidified quicksand, it has a loose texture, so it's easier to dig. It lasted nearly 3 hours, until 5 in the afternoon. Enough to dig a dozen meters deep. A tunnel about 5 meters wide leads to the underground catacombs. The tunnels are not straight down. Instead, it shows a 35-degree slope. This ensures easy access for personnel. It looks similar to the mine, but the form is triangular. This provides more stability underground. The crowd was gray and tired, but not a single person cried out in exhaustion, and their eyes were covered with excitement. To be able to participate with the excavation of such a large tomb, how many times in a lifetime? More fodder for future bragging at the table. We are all energized. Roll up our arms and keep working. After digging a few more meters deep, suddenly, someone from below shouted, "Chamber found!" The scene clamored and boiled. The archaeology team was thrilled. Kung Fu, the word is out. Experts from the Shan Bureau and the Bureau of Cultural Relics swarmed over. The old professor's hands were shaking. The original estimate was that it would take at least a few months, if not more, to see the tomb. Who'd have thought it'd only take a couple hours to dig up the door to the tomb? And ridiculously, a bunch of expert professors from the Department of Antiquities. The way to excavate an ancient tomb. How dare you enter it the way a grave robber enters through a hole in the ground? But I have to say that it does work well and is quick and effective. Shan Bureau was filled with a strange look. Up and down the Cultural Relics Bureau, all of them have been led astray by Yun Xiao. And he was so familiar with the artifacts. He opened his mouth. To think that this dig was all his suggestion. Hiss. Something's not right. I'm not going to fall for it? Is he actually the one who wants to dig? Shan Bureau shook his head and threw the thought out of his mind. Just then, it was confirmed by experts that it was indeed a tomb door. Now the room exploded. It went better than expected. Report, there seems to be writing on the tomb door. Quick, shovel away the quicksand and see what's written. The Southern School of Thieves. Buddha Jiaoxi? The crowd was filled with confusion. The Southern School? The thief sect? What do you mean? Is this a sect? It looks like a person's name on the back. At this time, Bureau Shan walked down with the experts. Cloudy also followed behind. The tunnels were very spacious and lit with miners' lamps. The group arrived before the tomb door. See before you the adamantine wall of masonry. It was strewn with sediment that had not been removed. Faintly visible is a large line written on the door of the tomb. There are also beautifully carved motifs to decorate. The crowd was in a daze. Thief Gate? Could it be a misspelling? It should be Taoist Gate. And the tomb owner is a Taoist priest? Not to make such a cheap mistake. But isn't a thief a thief? The question is, who would write on their tomb door, "I am a thief"? It feels as if he's still proud of it. Afraid that people won't know? Several experts came together to talk about it and were dumbfounded. The clouds were also greatly surprised. It's hard to believe that this isn't some big tomb of a prince or a nobleman. Really a thief's? Crap. That's a bit of a departure. A thief? How can he make such a big scene? The burial specifications are straight out of the Princes and Lords. Any random artifact is a national treasure? Seeing this scene, even the netizens called it bizarre. Crap. Who would write the word theft on their tomb door? Could it be Chow Chow's tomb? No. Wasn't the tomb of Chow Chow in his childhood discovered long ago? I was shocked. This reversal wave after wave. I thought it was a Qin and Han tomb, but it turned out to be a Ming and Qing dynasty tomb. I thought it was a big tomb of a king and a prince, but it turned out to be a tomb robbers? What are the famous grave robbers in history? This is funny. Grave robbers being robbed by others? But aren't there 4 major schools of grave robbers in ancient times? Touching the gold, moving the mountain, unloading the ridge, and Fat Cho. What is this Southern School? I'm not sure. Let's see what Cloudy says later. Among the 4 major sects, it seems that the unloading ridge is doing well. This school has always respected the power to break all the laws. Encountered a tomb cannot be opened directly blast. If this is in the modern era, the unloading ridge school is expected to be a blaster. And now almost all the tomb robbers are their heirs. See the tomb on the bomb. the other schools are lost. At the moment, everyone was excited. Expect to see just how much treasure is buried in the tomb. After all, it's just the little bit that the grave robbers brought out. Just enough to shock the eyeballs. And the national treasure in the tomb. It is really unimaginable. A thief exhausts his life's work. Stolen artifacts. There may even be national treasures inside that were once lost to history. Shin ordered someone to dismantle the adamantium wall. Shaking his head, he lamented. I didn't expect it. Such a large tomb at the level of princes and lords is only buried with a thief? But how come I haven't heard of the Southern School of Thieves? And who is Jiao Si? Not just him. The experts at the Department of Antiquities want to know, too. This tomb, the specifications exceeded all that had been seen before. A mix of all dynasties. The style is bizarre. Expect something really good in there. After all, it's not like grave robbers' tombs haven't been unearthed before. But it can't be compared to the one in front of me. The difference is too great. Those are the graves of grave robbers. This one is the granddaddy of grave robbers. Yun Xiao suddenly spoke faintly. In fact, grave robbing has not been one of the four major sects since ancient times. Touch the gold and move the mountain. Unload the ridge and Harry Hill. The other two factions are the Guanshan Taibao and the Southern School of Thieves. So, are the six sects. At those words, the crowd was shocked. In unison, they all looked at him. The live feed was also shocked. What is it? The six sects? You know all about this girl? Tomb Raider sect. There is nothing better than touching the gold and moving the mountain. Unloading the ridge and sending out the hill. Passed down from ancient times to the present day. But a word from the clouds. It was a direct reversal of what they knew. And as an archaeological professional, knows more about the grave robbing business than the average person. Guanshan Taibao had heard a little about it. But this school is extremely mysterious. Rarely traveled in the outside world and knew very little for the present world. Kananpai Thief Gate. This they really don't know. Never heard of it. Director Shin was surprised and asked, is there anything to be said here? Yun Xiao, if you want to understand, tell us about it. Several expert masters looked over curiously. Yun Xiao thought for a moment and said, in fact, the southern faction does not refer to a particular faction. More often than not, it is a generalized term, and most of them are wandering gangs. The people of the southern school, who are known for their skills, are all intensively cultivated intensive, somewhat similar to the means of the unloading ridge, but with a much more disorganized organization, often with no more than 10 people. In the process of searching for ancient tombs, through ancestral experience and the theory of geomancy, he summarized a unique system of grave robbing, which is divided into the 4 methods of looking, smelling, asking and cutting. These 4 methods are the best techniques of the southern school. Looking at the character, observing the feng shui, to see if the site of the grave is a feng shui treasure and rich in children and grandchildren. Smell the word, smell the smell. Identify the different smells of the soil layers around the grave, such as mercury and vermilion sand during the Qin and Han dynasties, and glutinous rice mud during the Tang and Song dynasties. To distinguish the age of the grave, ask the word, talk to the locals. There are ancient tombs at places of interest, and then go to the surrounding area to poke around and determine if there is a big tomb. The word cut, used to determine the size of the ancient tomb of the age, usually will be in the burial ceiling soil pile of holes, in the downstream under the hole to feel out the martyrdom, in order to the next to speculate on the identity of the tomb owner in life. The Southern School of Thieves is not empty, it's just that this sect is, for the most part, an idle group of folk, so it's rarely documented. The room was silent. It's like everyone's been hit with the pause button. Hold a pose with your mouth wide open and your eyes wide open, dumbstruck at the clouds. Chapter 156, Listening to Thunder and Defending the Tomb. Organs in the Ancient Tomb. Cloudy this passage. They're unheard of. The group of the Southern School of Thieves was originally a folkloric organization. As time passed, the factions slowly disappeared. No wonder this bunch of old professors aren't aware of it. Such a cryptic message. Cloudy, however, was able to say as much. This is unbelievable to the crowd. What a fine thing to think about. It's so sleepy. Prof. He and a host of other experts. They all look like monsters. That said, it's a hell of a lot more than that without some special side hustle. But the shock goes much further. Yun Xiao then went on to faintly say, Buddha Jiao Si. There is indeed someone in history. He lived in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, and was a renowned tomb robber of the Southern School at the time. However, Jiao Si's grave robbing techniques are different from the traditional Southern School's looking and sniffing. He neither looks for the wind nor digs, but only listens for the thunder, and never walks in the air. It is said that this is Jiao Si's specialty, and that he can tell the location of ancient tombs based on the sound of thunder alone. On rainy days, he would send people to stand in the 4 directions of southeast, west, north and west. and he himself came to the high mountains to keep a close eye on the lightning and listen to the echo of the thunder. And if there was a resonance of thunder in the underground in any direction, the probability would be that there would be an ancient tomb, and that was listening to the thunder to recognize the tomb. Of course there is a scientific basis for this, the chamber is empty underneath, and when there is a thunderstorm, it could easily reverberate. But the special and strange skill of listening to thunder and defending graves has been lost since Jiaoxi's death. The southern school of thieves has also fallen and withered. Duroshan was confused. The expert was confused. Netflix was also confused. One secretly smacked his lips and looked at Yunxiao in shock. Nice guy. Forget about your knowledge of grave robbing. Even this grandfather of grave robbers. You know everything? Who is he to you? You've got a tomb raider in your head, don't you? It's hard not to be suspicious. The crowd spat inwardly. Thinks Cloudy must have done it in secret. Popularity +1+1+1+1. And you say you don't know how to rob tombs? What Jiaoxi? How about listening to the thunder and analyzing the graves? If you know all these things, are you sure you're talking about a historical figure? I have a hunch that Yunxiao is telling a story about the first half of his life through storytelling. If the pressure is given to the authorities, they might be able to find a bunch of artifacts in his house. Listen to what you're saying. You call this a little knowledge? I'm afraid no one knows more about grave robbing than you do. It's not unlikely that he's Jiaoxi's heir who can listen to thunder and argue about graves. Hiss, doesn't that mean Yunxiao has exploded another skill? He's so young and knows everything. He's not a reborn, is he? Boldly, is it possible that he's a traveler, and a system? There's a good show to watch. The grave robber's tomb was dug up. It's not possible that the tomb hides the artifacts stolen by the grave robber during his lifetime. Right? I wonder if there's any heirloom jade seal? The crowd at the scene froze for a long time. It was hard to calm the shock. Tomb raiding aside, this guy's knowledge base is truly amazing enough. The experts were convinced. After some work by the archaeologists, the adamantium wall finally comes apart. When the dust cleared, a front door appeared before the crowd. The big surprise is, the specifications are comparable to the tombs of princes and lords. The severity of anti-theft measures. The gates were just two ordinary stone doors. This kind of door is best left open. Just stick a piece of rebar through the doorway. Just rattle the latch. Not a moment too soon. It echoed with the hum of stones rubbing against the ground. Two heavy stone doors were pushed open. Gradually the darkened tomb passage inside was revealed. An odor of decay and mold greeted him. Wait until the stone door is fully open. A grave tunnel about 1.5 meters wide appeared in front of us. The tomb passage is not long. About 10 meters. At the end it splits to the left and right. Arrive at the different ear chambers where the burial goods of the tomb owner are located. Just looking at the facilities in here, it's not much more luxurious, but the artifacts unearthed are heavyweight national treasures. And the owner of the tomb, another famous grave robber. So no one will underestimate this tomb. All with a look of excitement and anticipation. There were also timid faces that showed hesitation. It looks dark and creepy in here. It's not haunted, is it? Try throwing two black S hooves? Yunxiao smiled and asked, do you guys know what a black S hoof is? Of course it's a black ass's hoof. Yes, for exorcism. Yunxiao shook his head. That's made up in novels and TV dramas. Ha, don't black S hooves exist? The few people who had spoken were dumbfounded. Black S hooves do exist, but it's a black word among grave robbers. Whether it's a donkey's hoof, a cow's hoof, or a horse's hoof, they're all really the same. So how come it's the only one that can ward off evil spirits? Black donkey's hooves originally meant a special kind of oil lamp, convenient for grave robbers to crawl into the robber's hole with their mouths, so that in the narrow robber's hole, they cannot have to bind their hands and feet. And its shape, which happens to resemble an upside-down donkey's hoof, is what gives it its name. Warding off evil spirits is also well explained. The oil lamps are burning badger oil. This kind of oil is easily extinguished when it touches carbon dioxide, and according to the properties of badger oil, once the lamps are extinguished, they have to be ventilated. However, the ancients did not know see the lights out thought that something would happen. Think the tomb evil. Over time passed into the black donkey hooves to ward off evil. It actually makes sense. With less oxygen and more carbon dioxide inside the tomb, a person would die from lack of oxygen. Hear that? The crowd looked at Yunxiao in surprise. Dare I say that this is what the black donkey's hooves were meant to do to ward off evil spirits? No wonder they were thinking about it in the first place. Why? Alone, only the black donkey's hoof wards off evil. It can be a long time coming. At this moment, the crowd was even more impatient, just about to take a step toward the tomb door. But he was stopped by Yunxiao's shout. Don't move at all. The crowd was full of confusion. Stop at the entrance to the tomb. Yunxiao walked up and pointed to the location directly above the tomb passage. Look up. The crowd broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that a large stone ball was actually suspended above the tomb passage. Just now the attention is all ahead. This is going over. If you touch the mechanism, you'll be smashed to death. Those few who walked in front of him, their legs went weak with fear. Almost. You'll have to eat at the entrance of the village. This thing is going to come crashing down. It's going to have to be crushed on the spot. Director Shen wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Everyone be careful. Listen to Yun Xiao. The person who can design such a murderous tomb as the Quicksand Jailite tomb. Is he not a good person? Professor, he thought for a moment and said, it seems that the tomb owner is trying to make us let our guard down. Exactly. Yun Xiao said in a deep voice. He knows that if someone breaks through the layer of quicksand and breaks in, they must be an expert. So he generously lets us in, instead of being prone to falling head over heels, said the man, moving a piece of masonry from the side. Throw it toward the middle of the tomb passage. Immediately, there were floor tiles sinking in. Clunk! The stone ball hanging overhead slammed into the ground, crushed countless floor tiles. Standing outside, it felt like an earthquake. Those present watched with chills running down their backs. It was like being doused with a tub of cold water from the head. I've been to so many tombs, but this is the first time I've come across a trap. Thought it was made up on TV. In fact, there are organs in many ancient tombs. It's only been too long. Aging and failure of the organs, coupled with geological changes. The chamber was buried by collapse. Naturally difficult to see, unless it's a grave of recent age. However, such tombs have fewer burial goods and all the chambers are small. It's even less likely that there will be an organ. If it wasn't for Yun Xiao stopping it in time, I don't know how many people had to die just now. Next, it was Yun Xiao who first entered the tomb passage to explore. After making sure everything is safe, only then did everyone enter cautiously, bypass the stone balls in the tomb passage and gradually go deeper in. The flashlight shone into the darkened chamber. It was quiet and very ominous inside. The mercury is buried in the top of the chamber, together with the vibration caused by the stone ball just now. The crowd was worried that it might fall. They're all going to die. Come to the end of the tomb passage. An archaeologist holds the light. Shine a light into the nearby ear room. Suddenly looking horrified, he exclaimed, "Ah, ghosts!" Taking several steps backward, he fell on his butt. The crowd followed. All eyes turned to the ear room. Crap! There are dead people, the scene exclaimed. In this atmosphere, many of the timid ones were pale with fear. Even the clouds looked shocked. Chapter 157, He who opens the coffin shall die. 7-star burial style. White-haired dry corpse. Inside the darkened crypt, most of it is buried in sand. 3 figures were half hidden, half revealed in the sand, covered in blood and dead for who knows how long. A few beams of light. The thrill pulls up all at once. Yun Xiao thought for a moment and said, this should be the previous accomplices of the grave-robbing community. When the cave collapsed, they happened to be below, so they were submerged by the raging sand and accumulated rocks, and were not pulled out. The crowd nodded in silence. That explanation makes sense. Sure enough, there was a coil of rope wrapped around the trio's waist. Because of the depth of the descent and the suction of the sand, just dragged them into the crypt. There was no pulling out like those two were. That being said, even if they weren't dead at the time, wouldn't have survived long in the crypt. No oxygen and no ventilation. The end is in sight. After a moment of sighing, the crowd began to clear the sand from the chamber. The artifacts are buried. The sand must be cleaned out. Shen led the expert to an adjacent chamber. This is a main crypt, more spacious, but the crowd searched around and was surprised to find no burial goods. Only a sarcophagus lay in the center. It was empty and abrupt, covered in cobwebs and dust. The crowd then set their eyes on this coffin. Say maybe, the burial goods were placed in the coffin by the owner of the tomb, close to his body. An expert approached and suddenly called out, "Look, there are words on the coffin. Hula hula." Everyone swarmed around it. Only a small line was carved into the coffin panel. Someone read it out. "Open casket. Is death." Crap. The man was startled and was busy taking a few steps backwards. Those present had their scalps tingling. The words, underneath the murky ground. It can't help but be a backbreaking experience. Quite a few people, young archaeologists, moved away from the coffin at once. It's like there's a curse on this sarcophagus. Fear of being tainted with bad luck. Shen Bureau and the others were slightly calmer. Caveats like this one. It wasn't actually the first time they had run into each other. The dead are all the most jealous of being disturbed. They wanted their graves preserved for all time. Therefore, it will take advantage of the superstitious and timid psychology of grave robbers. Curse-like lettering on the coffin. But those who are able to specialize in archaeology are atheists. Naturally, I'm not going to buy into this. Check around the sarcophagus once. After removing the danger from the organ, the crowd decided to open the coffin. The staff first brought in instruments to scan the sarcophagus data. capturing raw information before the opening of the coffin. Wait until the scan is complete. Then someone brought twine and put it over the coffin board. After all, it is a recent tomb. It wasn't that long ago. The casket has not touched the dirt, so it's relatively easy to open. Several people yanked on the rope and pulled hard. The coffin slab was then dragged and rumbled away towards the side. Not much longer. The stone coffin slab, then, was pushed to the ground. The dark and narrow crypt. There was a clunking sound. An inner coffin was laced inside. Use an iron tool to pry open the inner coffin. The wooden coffin lid was completely lifted off. A scene from the coffin was exposed. The experts couldn't wait to gather around and take a look. Not by a long shot. Inside the coffin, there were no expected burial goods, nor is there any gold, silver or jade. This was indeed greatly unexpected. Look at the national treasure artifacts that were unearthed before this tomb. Thought it would be rare. I didn't see anything, except for an oddly shaped dry body. It's just bits and pieces of metal tubing. Can't see what it is at all. It was the posture of this dry body that was a big surprise. Lying on his side in a coffin, with your head facing up. Rest your right hand under your head and press your left hand to your abdomen. Both knees bent all the way. It's like sleeping on your side. But the thing is, don't dead people in coffins always face up? What kind of weird position is that? Just as everyone was in a state of amazement, Yun Xiao suddenly realized, this is the 7-star burial style. Curious, Duroshin asked. 7-star burial style? Yun Xiao pointed at the dried corpse. Look guys, what does this shape look like? Seems to be sleeping. I just love lying on my side. Yun Xiao said indifferently. Look closely. Does his posture look like a Big Dipper 7-star formation? The crowd's pupils shrunk slightly at the words, staring at the dried corpse in the coffin. I can't understand it even after reading it. After all, the human body is something figurative. Just based on the pose in front of me, it is indeed hard to associate the Big Dipper with the Big Dipper. More like the usual sleeping on your side. Yun Xiao laughed and said, don't go looking at a person as a whole. Look at his arms, head, abdomen, thighs, left hand, knees, and feet separately. The right arm represents the center of the sky. The head represents Tianxian. Here in the left arm is Tengui's abdomen. This is heavenly power. The thighs and left hand combine to form the jade balance. Knees are Kaiyang. Feet are rocking. And then visualize the 7 points of the Big Dipper. And then connect them into a line. Is it a spoon? Follow the method that Yun Xiao said. The crowd fixed their eyes on it. Sure enough, it's really a dipper scoop. Now everyone was shocked. A dried corpse, posing for a dipper burial? What's this about? It's hard to believe that this grave robber wants to become immortal after death. Especially the heritage experts. All excited at once. This type of burial has never been seen before. Highly archaeological research. Yun Xiao exclaimed. The 7 stars lead the way, blessing the descendants. It seems that this 4th Master Jiao is afraid that he has done too many wicked things to plague his children and grandchildren, and that his descendants will suffer retribution. It was only then that the dipper burial style was used to defuse it. The 7 stars lead the way, heralding the ability to let go of sins and lead to ultimate happiness. This is one of the highest profile burial rites in Taoism. The crowd pricked up their ears and listened. Even Duro Shin and a bunch of old professors both exclaimed that they had seen it all. He did not realize that he was surrounding Yun Xiao at the moment. It's like a bunch of students asking their teacher for advice. Was saying. Next to him, an archaeologist suddenly exclaimed, what's going on? It looks like hair is growing on the body? The crowd looked over. Under the light, a layer of white hair had risen on that dried and dark dry body. The scene was chilling. Crap, it's not going to be a swindle, is it? I've heard that zombies grow hair when they have Taoist powers. Hiss, don't be scary, okay? Another 7-star burial and a white-haired dry body. This place is a bit sinister. A few young archaeologists with scared faces. Yun Xiao laughed. What are you guys thinking? This is normal. This chamber is so airtight, with mercury above and quicksand below, that it is almost cut off from the air. The body is again hermetically sealed in a coffin in order to form a dry body. Now when it encounters air, outside moisture and bacteria come in, and the body is left unprotected. It oxidizes and decays rapidly. It's moldy, not really growing hair. The young archaeologist breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a false alarm. Shinburo nodded his head and explained. Yun Xiao is right. This is a natural phenomenon. Those corpses that are well sealed in the ancient tombs will deteriorate when they meet the air. You're archaeologists. Don't be superstitious. There's a lot to learn in the future. Words. They all looked at Yun Xiao with admiration in their gazes. It's obviously all average size, but the amount of knowledge people have is truly amazing. However, that being said, but the white hairs on the body didn't stop. Instead, it grows denser and denser. Not a moment too soon. The entire dry body was wrapped in thick white hair. It looks even more hideous and horrible. The young men were too frightened to come forward. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. I will teach you a hand technique called the Heavenly Master's Demon Seal of Ambush, which can provide some psychological comfort when you are afraid. As he said it, he made a motion. A handsome hand seal was formed. Reciting the words, the Heavenly Master sits in the palm of his hand, and the demons avoid the sides. Pardon. Looking at Yun Xiao's hand, he clenched his seal, talking out of his ass like a deus ex machina. Everyone stared at him with a dumbfounded look on their faces. The gaze was indescribably strange. Let's just say, is there anything you don't know? The Divine Master's seal can even be pinched out. Back in the day, do you still have to carry a mahogany sword on your back to kill demons? Yun Xiao had just finished pinching hand seals. It was then that he realized that the whole room's eyes were off. He touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. All looking at me for what? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed almost didn't break into laughter. Crap, is this the seal of the Celestial Master? Learning to scrap. Turn around, I'll go to pretend. Midnight to the toilet by then certainly stunned little Ape's eyeballs. Upstairs you cannot. But also with the catchphrase, the Heavenly Master sitting in the palm of the demon to avoid the two sides. Pardon. Remember, the last pardon is the key. You have to drink it with a mouthful of Dan Tian Chi. Otherwise it's ineffective. The actual is really outrageous. His mom to outrageous open the door. You say he knows grave robbing, knows the gold fixed points, knows the organs, knows the 7 stars burial style, but this is not outrageous. And now the horse even Tiancher voodoo seal are whole out. The next will not go to do zombies, right? It's very possible. The dry corpse in the coffin is still growing hair, so it's not likely that it will really swindle later. What a guy. I thought he was a grave robber, but I never thought that he was also a demon subduing celestial master. Ha 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 ha. Look at the expression of Director Shin and cultural relics experts. A skeptical face. It feels like the Cultural Relics Bureau has been sidetracked by Yun Xiao. This is not archaeology. It's clearly grave robbing. Just as the scene fell silent. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Inside the sarcophagus, there was suddenly a strange sound. Wake up everyone. Eyes looked over in horror. The dry body lying on its side in the coffin. It shook without warning. The white hairs on his body were also swaying violently. Crap. The crowd's scalps exploded. Fraud. Run. Chapter 158 Black Technology of Ming Dynasty. History rewritten. The scene exploded. Everyone's faces were horrified. There were even people who followed Yun Xiao's example just now. On the spot, he compared the hand seals of the Celestial Master. Whatever works. At least it's psychologically comforting. Shun Bureau and a group of archaeologists were also dumbfounded. It's normal to be in the cob before. As a result, the twisted dryad moved. The key to this situation has never been encountered before. Even he couldn't explain it. It's not really going to be a scam, is it? Watching a group of archaeologists facing the coffin and the seal of the Celestial Master, Shen Bureau's face twitched. Why is this picture so bizarre? Is it really an archaeological site? The shaking in the coffin didn't last long, though. Everything is calm again. The only thing left in the chamber was a sharp gasp. After a few moments, someone had the guts to go up and check it out. The white-haired dry body, lying motionless in the coffin, maintained the posture of the 7 stars leading the way. It's no different than before. What's going on? It stopped again? Scared me to death. Thought he was going to pop out of his coffin. This archaeology is like making a horror movie. It's so exciting. The crowd looked shocked, not understanding what was happening. Cloudy was also scared enough. Thinking about it, he said, it's probably because of the static electricity that the body is moving. Static? The crowd gasped and looked at him uncertainly. Yun Xiao nodded with a bitter smile. Have you heard of the legend of the cat-faced old lady? An old lady who died for many days. After being approached by a black cat, she developed a necrophilia biting people everywhere, and many villagers have seen it. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sweat. Match that with the atmosphere in front of you. Really think the dryads will pounce next? Shen asked. What does this have to do with static electricity? After a person dies, a layer of anions attaches around the body and will be sealed in a coffin with the body and preserved for a very long time. But as we enter and open the coffin to bring in cations, a collision with the anions inside creates bioelectricity. That's why dryads vibrate. Luckily, he was dead long enough for only a very small amount of anion to exist, far too much to make the body sit up. And the old lady in cat ears, as I said before, is the one who would have had a massive discharge because she had just died recently and was being approached by a hairy animal like a black cat. The body will be tugged and jump out of the coffin near the power source. That's the legend of why zombies bite. If the static is big enough, it'll keep running after it. But the conditions are harsh. You have to make sure the anions don't dissipate, and you have to have a sealed vacuum in the coffin. I think the ancient corpse chasers might have used this special way to control corpses for a short period of time. Listen to the clouds finish. Those present were numb. Nice guy. I thought it was outrageous enough that you knew the celestial master seal. Now even the zombies and the corpse catchers are coming out. Later on, will you have to perform the corpse driving stunt? Everyone was looking at him the wrong way. Day in and day out. You've got a whole lot of side projects that don't add up. Learned that it was because of static electricity and not really a scam. The crowd just let go. It's weird. As long as science can explain it. Any more horrible, it's acceptable. It is the fear of the unknown that scares people. Back to the coffin. Keep looking at the body. Now, even the white hairs stopped. The big guys are much less afraid. Shinduro suddenly let out a cry of surprise and pulled out a metal tube from the coffin, drumming in his hand. What's this? The expert also came up for a closer look. Looks like part of a gun to me. Looks like gun barrels. There's more in the coffin. Several specialists pulled identical tubes out of the coffin. 36 in total. Put it together and compare. The discovery was not in the slightest. They wondered in their hearts. Say this thing is a gun, right? But although the Ming dynasty has a cannon, but it's almost always a single shot. Where do you get that many barrels? Besides, the owner of the tomb is from the Qing dynasty firearms. For those who know, the expert couldn't figure it out and looked in the coffin. Found another metal ring. Tried a few things. The barrel actually snaps into the metal ring. Finally, install all 36 barrels. Come up with something like a carousel. A group of experts looked at each other. It's even more difficult to see. Isn't it a gun? The identity of the owner of the tomb is possible. There's no need to baby a fidget spinner and put it in a coffin, is there? Also, these metal tubes are too much like gun barrels. Neither left nor right. The experts were all dumbfounded. 36 wheeled cannons. Year, Ming Dynasty. Source, Military Works. The Book of Military Preparedness. Introduction, the originator of rapid-fire weapons. Known as the Gatling of the Ming Dynasty. A total of 36 cannons. Single tube made of high-quality steel. The length of the cannon is 31 centimeters, weighing 500 grams, filled with gunpowder and projectiles, relying on the launcher and wheel rotation, can be fired 72 rounds in a row. The lethality is huge. See the cue box in front of you. Cloudy was taken aback. This thing is really a cannon? Moreover, it's the originator of the machine gun. That's a bit of a departure. The Ming Dynasty was actually equipped with machine guns? Duroshin frowned. I've been to so many tombs, and I've never seen such a rare thing. You guys take a few pictures so I can go back and rummage through the information. Prof. He was very excited, although I don't know what this is. I have an intuition that it should be a high-tech at that time, and to be treasured by the owner of the tomb. It must be very precious. Suddenly, a faint voice came from the side. This is a machine gun from the Ming Dynasty, called the 36-barrel wheeled cannon. The crowd looked at Yun Xiao in shock. Crap, the experts don't understand it half the time they study it. You just opened your mouth? A machine gun? Why don't you call it a Gatling? The crowd was speechless. Duroshin almost didn't choke on his saliva. Staring blankly, he asked, wheeled cannons? Machine gun? Yun Xiao, are you saying that this thing is really a firearm? Yun Xiao nodded gruffly. That's right, it's called the 36-pipe wheeled Sinjijin, a rapid-fire weapon recorded amongst the Ming Dynasty's military work, the record of military preparations. These metal tubes, all single-fire cannons, were used by mounting them on a disc-style swivel and then placing the launcher on the ground before combat. The top of the launcher has a spindle that is connected to the axis of the 36 hand cannons, and by turning the spinner when in use, the bullets can be fired in sequence to enhance the weapon's rapid-fire effect. Everyone was dumbfounded. Earlier, he thought that Cloudy was talking nonsense. Turns out, this thing can actually rapid fire? It's similar to a machine gun. What does that mean? During the Ming Dynasty, the Longhua people were already ahead of the world in firearms, even built real machine guns. If only the historical record, without a physical object, you can still call the ancients whimsical. But at the moment, a Ming Dynasty Gatling, placed right in front of them. This discovery has literally turned the world's understanding upside down, because in everyone's perception, ancient Dragon Kingdom technology was all behind the West, behind the world. It's what brought about the century-long disgrace of the modern era. And today, that idea is completely crushed. Ming Dynasty technology, standing on top of the world. It even exceeded the West by a large margin at the time. Once this archaeological discovery is released, it's conceivable. Just how sensational is it? The nation, and the world. History will all be rewritten. With a look of amazement on his face, Shinduro suddenly asked, since the Ming Dynasty had machine guns, how come we didn't see them loaded on a large scale in the army? On hearing this, The crowd had such doubts. Really mass loading. The Ming army should have been invincible long ago, right? There's no such thing as the back of the line. Speaking of this, Yun Xiao was helpless. It can't be helped. This thing is way ahead of its time. It was invented by Zhao Shizhen, a military genius of the Wanli dynasty. But unfortunately, in the social context of the time, the court was left to its own devices, and the smelting technology of that period couldn't do mass production to go and equip the army. By the Qing dynasty, more than 200 years later, firearms were increasingly underappreciated and declined repeatedly before being overtaken by the West. If we could really equip the army at that time, with the national strength of the Great Ming, we would certainly not stop at anything. And can imagine how big our territory would be? The big guy stifled a sigh of relief when he heard this. Assuming the technology can actually keep up real attention, then it's definitely a big killer on the battlefield. Hot weapons against cold weapons. It's still an instantaneous machine gun. The Great Ming Dynasty, I guess, can hold down the whole West and rub it on the ground. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in history. For a variety of reasons, it didn't give off its luster. Instead, the barbarians got there first, causing this dynasty that should have been immortalized for ages to come, losing a chance to fly high. Grim exit. Hundreds of years later, it was also burned and looted by the 8-power allied forces. Any bloodthirsty dragon nation would feel sorry. Chapter 159, Treasure Under the Shroud. The Yongla Cannon. There was silence on the air. After a moment of silence, the pop-ups were greeted with a roar. A machine gun from the Ming Dynasty? I didn't realize the old ancestors were even more awesome than I thought. They could have built this thing 500 years ago? It's a pity that the Qing Dynasty was completely overtaken by the West. Yes, but where the court to pay attention to a little. With the Qing Dynasty's smelting technology, it is entirely possible to equip the army in large quantities, even if they don't have to do anything, just eat the old capital of the Ming Dynasty. In this piece of science and technology can press the West to fight. My favorite is the Ming Dynasty, which is not as glorious as the Han and Tang dynasties, nor as rich as the Song Dynasty, but the emperors are just a bunch. Marriage? Compensation? Tribute? It didn't exist. One word and you're done. Even if you can't beat them, they'll chew off a piece of meat for you. The Son of Heaven guards the country's gates. The king dies for the gods. Not just words. Indeed, the Ming Dynasty firearms is really cow. At the beginning of the Ming Dynasty, there was a specialized firearms unit, the Shinji Battalion. See who is not happy to directly release the cannon to bombard you. Even in the mid to late period also do not fall in line. The chief family army to fight against the Japanese is equipped with the Tiger squatting cannon, which is the prototype of the mortar, as well as the general's invincible car, the 8-faced rotor bead gun. A lot of advanced design of the artillery and musket, but because of the lack of sufficient industrial support, cannot be mass-produced. Hey, just like I know I can make a lot of money by speculating in stocks, but without the capital, everything is for nothing. It's a pity. Many of these ahead-of-the-curve visions and concepts went abroad and were picked up by Westerners, who ended up knocking on our door with artillery instead. If the Ming Dynasty knew about those things that happened a few hundred years later, I guess the emperor was so angry he could pop out of his coffin. What I'm curious about is what the owner of the tomb wants to do with this thing in his coffin, to attack hell after death? The moment. Shun Bureau and cultural relics experts. Full of excitement and excitement. This thing, though, is not as precious as the vegetarian Zen garment, but it's there to prove it. How advanced was firearms technology during the Ming Dynasty? It is of great archaeological value and significance, an artifact that represents the unique history behind it. Experts cleaned out all 36 metal pipes, checked the coffin again. It was not a disappointment to find that there was nothing else, but it soon perked up again. Maybe it's a burial object. It's in the next ear chamber. Going into the crypt is different than being outside. Everything has to be done carefully. Artifacts are buried under the sand. Damage is more than worth it. It's a meticulous job. The preliminary estimate is that it will also take 10 days and half a month. Just as Shinburo and the others put away the metal tubes and were about to leave, Yun Xiao suddenly shouted, "Wait, it's not right down here." Shin turned his head in confusion. The others were unsure. Not right? Didn't we just check? The pupils of Yun Xiao's eyes shrunk slightly. He was busy taking a few steps forward, staring at the bottom of the coffin and said, "Take a closer look. What's down here?" The crowd followed what Yun Xiao pointed out. After half a day's reading, I'm still at a loss. A shroud. Where is it? Right, that's the coffin board under the cloth. Isn't it? Is it hard to believe that this coffin board is also a treasure? Yun Xiao shook his head. If it's a coffin board, then this piece of cloth should be flat when laid flat. But you guys see, this piece of cloth has depressions at every interval. It's obviously not right. The crowd looked again and woke up with a start. It was indeed as Cloudy had said. The shroud which has a number of crisscrossing concave seams. It's like there's something underneath dividing it. It takes on a squiggly shape. It just wasn't obvious. That's why it wasn't even noticed before. This time, the crowd turned back to surround the coffin, especially a couple of experts. Anticipation kicked up inside again. Judging from the fact that the owner designed this tomb, it was very rigorous. Not possibly after one's own death. The shroud underneath was uneven. That proves that there must be something hidden down here. Buroshin immediately arranged for manpower. Carefully lift the dry body out. Afterwards, the shroud was lifted under the expectant gaze of all. What's this? Why are they all books? Strange. What's a grave robber doing collecting so many books? Is it hard to believe it's a book on grave robbing? But how come these books are a size bigger than usual? See what's pressed underneath. The crowd all had capitalized question marks on their faces. The coffin boards were, surprisingly, flat with a thick layer of books. No wonder that cloth was dented before, leaving a crease, and each book is huge. It would be very disjointed to really hold it in your hand. The pages have yellowed and rotted because they are so long, but the font on it is clearly visible. This is. Shinburo was breathing heavily and his eyes were dull. The crowd was buzzing in their heads. Even the clouds were no exception. Open-mouthed, he even forgot to close it. Yongle Grand Dictionary. Date of publication, Yongle 6. Introduction. In the first year of Yongle, Emperor Chengzu of Ming Dynasty ordered Yao Guangshou, Xia Jin and others to compile the book, which consisted of 877 volumes, 60 catalogs, a total of 11,095 volumes, and over 370 million words. Contents include scripture, history, sun, collection, involving astronomy and geography, yin and yang medicine, natural science, advanced technology, etc. Yongle Dictionary is the world's largest encyclopedia ever. This book is a copy of the book, Judging 36 Years The Three Halls of the Fire. Yongle Duzheng original nearly destroyed in the fire. So retranscription. Since then there is the original and copies of the points. Look at the prompt box in front of you. Cloudy couldn't help but get a little excited as well. The whole crowd held the same pose. Shock stared at the books in the coffin. The kind of quiet where you could hear a pin drop on the floor. Ghoul. And I don't know how long it took. Suddenly there was a wild gulping sound. This scene was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Only because of four large, clearly recognizable words. The Canon of Eternal Bliss. A mere copy of the Winged Dictionary. Not so much that they were so shocked out of their minds. 3 books out of 5. That's acceptable. But, hundreds of copies of the Winged Dictionary. It was thickly built into a pile and laid on top of the coffin board. The visual impact of this is so striking. In an instant, everyone in the room went crazy, unable to control the excitement. Even the muscles of his whole body were trembling. Many people were born with the feeling of unreality. Slapped myself hard twice. Afraid to dream. Nowadays, the number of Yongle dictionaries around the world add up. It's only 439 books. The National Museum also has only 261 copies in its collection. It follows from this. How heavy are the 100 or so copies of the Yongle Dictionary? It's no secret that any copy of the Winged Dictionary is now available. Both cause a stir in the archaeological and heritage community. Over 100 copies. It is comparable to a magnitude 10 earthquake. Scary as hell. Overseas, 2 copies of the Yongle Dictionary alone have fetched $65 million. Want to see it? How much would 100 copies be worth? At least a couple billion. Sure. In addition to the value of the artifact itself, the research implications it brings. More than that, money is hard to measure. However, what shocked this group of experts and professors was this. This tomb owner is so bold. Hundreds of copies of the Yongle Dictionary to pad the coffin board? Doesn't that mean he sleeps on billions of dollars in bills? If it's true, it's kind of the most expensive coffin board ever, isn't it? Shinburo's red eyes. Trembling, he put on his gloves, holding out a copy of the Winged Dictionary. He carefully flipped it open. The face was taut and stiff from overstimulation. He was never superstitious, but at the moment, he couldn't help but close his eyes and chant silently. Pray to the gods that it must be true. He had been to the National Museum and had seen the actual Yongle canon. A handful of flips and you know it's real. Next, appraisal of books 2 and 3. The scene was silent, but Shinburo's hands, however, trembled more and more. 10 minutes passed. Shinburo put down the Yongle canon with a shocked face, visible to the naked eye. He not only shivered his hands, but even his mouth shivered. These more than 100 copies of the Yongle Dictionary, all of which are authentic, are copies transcribed by Emperor Judging. This statement was made. A thunderbolt fell from the flat earth, blasted countless people's heads. It's not that I'm afraid of disturbing the mercury on top of the tomb. Everyone in the room was about to cheer and jump up and down for a graveyard bounce. It is important to realize that by the end of the Qing dynasty, the Yongle Grand Dictionary had been stolen one after another. It was smuggled out of the country by a number of artifact dealers. Also, officials are corrupt, private collection, or take it to curry favor with the foreign lord, further leading to the destruction of this marvelous book. Then the Eight-Nation Alliance army burned and looted. It's even more of a steal. In the end there were only 64 copies left. After so many years of national efforts, paying a great price, it's only just recovered to over 200 books. But I didn't expect Jiao Si, the grave robber. I can't believe that I have a collection of more than 100 books, and that I have taken them into my grave. However, it was because of this move of his. These 100 or so copies of the Yongle Dictionary were able to be saved from the war. Resurfacing. It's also a disguised contribution to the preservation of the Winged Dictionary. Yun Shao secretly lamented. Put in today, the Winged Dictionary may not have been that important, but the spiritual symbol it symbolizes, the historical value it carries, it represents the backbone of the Chinese people. It's the resilient national spirit. It's there to tell the world. The shame that was once ours will be returned. The pride we once had, we'll take back. It's a faith and a trust. And 100 copies of the Winged Dictionary are now available. It will surely be a sensation in the Dragon Kingdom. Sensational. All over the world. Chapter 160, Archaeological Shock. 5,000 years of encyclopedias. Turning over the Yongle Dictionary. The handwriting is still clear. Because of the white cotton paper used, it is very absorbent. It was part of the high technology of the time. The font can be preserved for a long time and will not be destroyed after thousands of years. The font is square and black, and is in the pavilion style. Makes for a very comfortable read. The book is more than 50 centimeters tall, several times larger than an ordinary book. This is a cultural treasure that belongs to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. It's also a testament to history. Once proud, even it has gone beyond the concept of artifacts. The coffin board was seen to be covered with hundreds of copies of the Yongle Dictionary. The live stream pops up like a blowout. A nuclear bomb generally explodes. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Bullseye, the Yongle Dictionary. Ah, and still hundreds of books. I'm not dreaming, am I? This kind of top national treasure. Even having one book can be considered a town treasure. Digging out so many is simply unimaginable. Crap, this has nothing to do with my $3,000 paycheck. But I don't know why I can't help but be excited and thrilled at the sight of them. And I even want to hug my dog and dance to celebrate. I don't even know what is written in the Yongle Dictionary, but I know it's our national treasure. The splendor and glory of the past, because of which we can know how awesome our ancestors were. I can't help but popularize it. And for those who don't understand what the Yongle canon is, listen to me clearly. The development of Western technology in modern times is awesome, isn't it? But where did they come from? Out of thin air? No, a large part of it is related to or inspired by the Yongle Dictionary, which represents the most advanced technology, culture, and art of the time, not just an encyclopedia. The Yongle Dictionary has a total of 370 million words and collects 7,000 to 8,000 kinds of ancient and modern books, which can be said to cover all the crystallized knowledge of the next 5,000 years, all in this one book. If we obtain a full set of the Yongle Dictionary, its research value is inestimable, and many lost ancient books and civilizations can see the light of day again. Unfortunately, there are only 400 or so copies of the 10,000 odd copies of the Yongle Dictionary left, but I still believe that the original copy is still lying quietly in a corner of the world, and that it has not been destroyed. More than 100 copies of the Yongle Dictionary were excavated. Shun Bureau and the cultural relics experts, all immersed in joy. The first thing that was done was to move the cannon out. For the archaeology team, the digging must continue. There was no point in Cloudy staying any longer. Then he followed the procession escorting the Yongle Grand Ceremony out of the ancient tomb. At the entrance of the tomb passage, Team Qin and Bureau Lu saw Yun Shao come out. I can't wait to welcome you and ask, how's it going? Yun Shao laughed. Oh, not bad luck. At those words, the two men's eyes lit up. Immediately, he probed and looked into the tomb passage. Want to see what's in store? I ended up seeing a bunch of people carrying a broken book out. This gave the two men something to look at. Where are the promised artifacts? Why are they all books? It's hard to believe that this tomb owner, it's a reader? Just as they were both wondering, an archaeologist beside him roared anxiously. Slow down. Slow down. This is the Yongle canon. Don't touch it. There's more down there. Hurry up and move it. Go go go. Hearing this, Bureau Lu and Team Qin were shocked. Rounded eyes. Unbelievably exclaimed. Yongle Grand Ceremony. As police officers, They are cognizant of cultural artifacts. It's really no different than an ordinary person. But the Winged Codex, this thing is so famous. Like the Jade Seal of Transmission. Every dragon nation has heard of it in one way or another. Expected some tattered books. I didn't realize it would be the Winged Code. Looks like there's quite a bit more. However, even more shocking is yet to come. Yun Xiao smiled and nodded. That's right. There are more than 100 books. Hiss. A flat sentence. Straight away, the two men's mouths were twitching, pumping cold air like a bellows. Inside is nothing less than a nuclear explosion. Even if you don't know much about artifacts, you know what that means. Hundreds of books. Unbelievable. At this time, Duroshin came out with a few experts holding the Youngle dictionary. See the pile on the floor. The scene was once again sensational. The corners of Lu Bureau's mouth pumped even more. This is true? The Youngle canon. Compared to him, Shen Bureau's had already been shocked long ago, but still couldn't hide the excitement. It's real. Just like the copies in the National Museum's collection. Boom. Confirmed by Bureau Shen. Bureau Lu and Tin Chin's heads exploded at once. Half the time he couldn't speak. Until a young police officer next to him spoke up. Bureau Lu, what's so great about the Youngle Grand Ceremony? I see you all are so excited one by one. I can't get them both to talk about it. But just know it's good. Very precious. As for why, don't really know. Not just the people present. Even the live streamers had this doubt. You may have heard of the Lanting preface and know that it is the world's #1 running script. But what's so great about it? Very few people figure it out. Yun Xiao thought for a moment and said, because the Youngle dictionary is a class book. Know what a class book is? It's just like a dictionary. When you want to go to check a certain word, you can look it up by directly turning over the radicals. The same goes for the Youngle dictionary. This is an innovative move in ancient times. Knowing that ancient books of all kinds of scripture and history are as numerous as the hair, which is equivalent to saving the time of heavy rummaging through historical materials. It can be understood in this way. The Youngle dictionary is the ancient Baidu, where relevant content is compiled together, and if you go searching for keywords, you can find out a bunch of answers. Even a copy of the Youngle dictionary, recorded only one word of the search content, can be said to be the old ancestors' thousands of years of knowledge essence all summarized for you. Only you cannot think of. No, it cannot find out. It dawned on the crowd to hear him say it. It was also shocking. As you can imagine, there was no internet in ancient times. This is definitely a great invention. But at the same time, can you imagine the difficulty of compiling such a book? One would have to go through the entire history canon for just one word on the subject. How much manpower and material resources have been spent? This is an encyclopedia that covers the last 5,000 years. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Crap. Bull. My charming old ancestor. I don't even know what to say. As early as a few hundred years ago they came up with a Ming Dynasty version of Baidu. And even the Youngle dictionary recorded on the contents of even Baidu cannot be searched, covering the wisdom of countless sages and the crystallization of knowledge. Can you imagine how difficult this is? Even in today's world of the internet, to compile all the contents of a single word, it is estimated that not many people can do it. Sincerely suggest that the Ministry of Education write all of this into the textbooks so that our children will understand that this is the pride of our ancestors and the pride of the nation. It's a pity that the Youngle canon has been gradually lost since the Ming Dynasty passed. If the rulers of the Qing Dynasty had paid attention to these, the Dragon Kingdom would have long stood on top of the world. One of the emperors I admire the most is Zhu Di, although he is not in the position. But there is no denying that the country in his hands to get unprecedented development. The 5 conquests of the Mongols, 7 to the South Seas, the repair of the Youngle Grand Dictionary, any one of these achievements to other emperors, that is enough to put in the history of the 1000. But he's good. All to be. Yun Xiao continued. In fact, many people now compare the Youngle dictionary with the Siku Quanchu of the Qing dynasty, but if you ask me, the Siku Quanchu is a piece of trash. The Youngle canon demands truthfulness and writes on the side of the emperor that is unfavorable to him. But the Siku Quanchu is different. It is with a purpose, an effort to kiss Qianlong's ass, and throughout the whole text is to sing the praises of the emperor's holy lord and bright ruler. A lot of historical facts don't fit, and even maliciously distort history to pander to the rulers. Now there's a theory that the reason why there was a technological explosion in the West in the first place had nothing to do with the Youngle canon. To that, I'll just mention one thing. The firearms of the Ming dynasty once stood at the top of the world, but limited to the development of the times. All those ahead of the curve visions were recorded by the Youngle canon, but did not come to fruition. Then the Youngle canon was stolen and spread to the West. And that's just a very small part of what's in there. The scene stayed quiet. Even the live stream pop-ups have become less frequent. Undeniably, if someone had told them before, Must think the guy is retarded and ultranationalist. The rise of the modern technologized state. Because of ancient books that are hundreds of years old? How is that possible? But just now, they witnessed the high technology of the Ming dynasty. That's when the machine gun took shape. What else is impossible? Amazing technology that bumped into the rising industrialized West. Trying to realize is not a breeze. In there, it's a blend of 5,000 years of wisdom from our old ancestors. It's just a guess. There's no evidence to go on right now. What the crowd wanted was to suppose that the cannon had not been stolen. Would it have ended differently? Duro Lu suddenly asked. How could such an important young Le cannon be lost? Chapter 161, the four directions come together, and the national museums contend together. This statement was made. It dawned on everyone else. Yeah, such an important book. Why did you lose it? And why did it spread to the West? Even if the Ming dynasty is gone, what about the Qing dynasty? One should always know how important it is. Yun Shao sighed. On the contrary, the Qing dynasty pressed the importance of it, and even took it out for officials to casually turn it over. And the officials knew that it was precious, and after reading it, they secretly took it away. More than 10,000 copies of the Yongle dictionary. A few copies less, and no one will see it. For 10 taels of silver, a foreigner can buy a copy from an official. And now, a copy of the Yongle dictionary up to tens of millions of hundreds of millions of heavenly prices. The country do not know how much it costs to acquire. It was the connivance of the Qing rulers that led to the destruction of the Yongle canon. By the Guangxu dynasty, only a pitiful 800 volumes remained. Later, the eight-power allied forces even used the cannon as firewood. By the end of the Qing dynasty, there were only a pitiful 64 volumes left. For the Qing dynasty, Yun Shao didn't have much good feelings. Unmistakable dislike. The 100 years of humiliation of the Dragon Kingdom was single-handedly caused by this dynasty. In 5,000 years, has there ever been such a bad side? To 100 years later, to this day, it is still a catch-up situation. The crowd also sighed. The destruction of the Yongle dictionary is indeed saddening. Its value has long transcended money. Foreigners don't understand it for the rest of their lives. An ancient book from hundreds of years ago. It will be so crazily sought after by the dragons. Completely incomprehensible. Just after the news of the excavation of the Winged Dictionary became public, the national archaeological and heritage circles were shaken. Triggered a magnitude 10 earthquake. Imperial capital, Palace Museum. Dean, something's wrong. A middle-aged man burst into the office in a flurry. Bang! Didn't even knock. The old dean who was doing research was startled and said with dissatisfaction, "What's wrong? How can you do a good research on cultural relics when you are so old and still so adventurous?" The middle-aged man looked embarrassed but could not hide his excitement. "Dean, I am so happy. There is good news." The old dean pushed up his glasses and casually asked, "What news?" "It's the Yongle dictionary. Someone live-streamed the Yongle dictionary being dug out of the tomb. There are more than 100 books." The old dean was startled, but when he heard that it was a live broadcast, he couldn't help but slightly sink his face. "Shao He, you've been by my side for more than 10 years, and you're a professor at the Imperial Archaeology Institute. How come you don't have any judgment at all? How many are there in our country? Where did these 100 copies of the Yongle dictionary come from? It's just one book or two, and it's enough to make a sensation. Any major archaeological projects lately? Or which imperial tomb is being developed? Why haven't I gotten any news? People will do anything for a gimmick these days. Especially Liv. You believe in this stuff?" The middle-aged man was in a hurry. In the past, if he had to be disliked by the old dean, he would not dare to speak. But not this time. "Gardener, I'm not lying. It was really dug up from the grave. But not an imperial tomb, but a murderous tomb. A quicksand cumulus tomb." The old dean looked surprised. "A quicksand cumulus tomb? Are you sure? This kind of ferocious tomb is rare to encounter in 100 years, and even if you meet it, you may not be able to enter it. Why haven't I heard about it?" "Because it was just today." "What?" The old dean was clueless in capital letters. Incredible asked, "Are you kidding me? You just found a tomb and you're digging into the chamber? Is this archaeology or a movie?" "The excavation of a tomb can't be done without 10 days and half a month. I've been doing archaeology for half my life, and I've never seen a tomb dug so fast. Tomb raiders are so bold now that they dare to live stream grave robbing?" He smiled bitterly. The old dean was good at everything. He's just stubborn and doesn't believe him at all. Solely pulled out his cell phone and opened the live stream. The old dean hadn't wanted to see it because it wasn't going to happen. But think if it was a grave robber, in case of destruction of artifacts. So, a faint look, just this one glance. The old dean was confused for a moment. His mouth dropped open to his mouth and his face froze in expression. Froze for a few seconds. It was only then that he scuffed up from his chair. Shocked. His fingers trembled. "Isn't this? Isn't Ninghai's director Shin and Professor He them? This too? They dug it? Xiao He nodded his head vigorously. Dean, you still don't believe in Bureau Shun? The old dean stared dead at the screen. See that thick stack of winged dictionaries. Waves of shock rippled inside. 100 books. All of the Yongle dictionary? Is that true? Crap. The old dean's face reddened with excitement. It's like being drunk and giddy. Not long ago. He also scolded Shuho for taking a chance and talking nonsense. Turned out to be thrilled with myself. One look at Dean in this state. Xiao He was frightened and asked, Dean, are you alright? After all these years, never met the dean, because of an artifact, and lose your mind. Suddenly, the old dean slammed the table. Immediately, book me a ticket to fly to Ninghai from the capital. I want to personally go to the scene and take a look. Yes. Xiao He woke up with a sudden shock and ran out. Look at the live feed. Yun Xiao gushed about the Yongle Grand Ceremony. The old dean was even more surprised. Next to that, those guys are all big names in the heritage world. Others are among the archaeological elite. And this bunch of experts and scholars are surprisingly like students surrounding their teachers. Listen to the clouds tell it. It's unbelievable. Who is this young man? The old dean grew curious. Cloudy described it colorfully. Even he had the desire to listen. National History Museum. The same scene is playing out. When you see the live broadcast, piled high with the winged dictionary, Curator Chui was completely dumbfounded. No less excited than the old dean. Frozen for a long moment. His ass popped up like an explosion. Any news from Dean Su? The assistant next to him shook his head. It's not clear yet. If they make a move, we'll definitely be able to receive information. Curator Chui smiled slightly. That means they don't know yet? This matter must not be told to old Su. Tomorrow I'll make a call to Xiaoshen and lend the Yongle dictionary back to the museum for exhibition. The assistant gazed oddly. Curator Chui, I think you'd better call now, or I'm afraid you won't have a chance. For what? Let's see how popular the live stream is? Curator Choi looked puzzled. He usually doesn't watch much live at his age, much less focus on what's popular. With a reminder from the assistant. It was only then that I noticed the live feed, which was several million people. What is this? Does he have 6 million people watching him live? The assistant nodded helplessly. Curator Choi's head went numb. Over 6 million people watching a live stream online? What's the concept? Many prefecture-level cities do not reach this figure in terms of population. You can see how scary this live room is. He would never have believed it before. But the facts speak for themselves. So much popularity. It's not likely that Dean Su has seen it. Curator Chui woke up with a start and said with a sharp roar. Not good. I have to hurry and go to the scene. That old guy must have known about it long ago. Maybe he has already gone ahead. Quickly, book a flight right now. The assistant was a million times more surprised. Originally, she had just asked Curator Choi to make a phone call. However, it underestimates the importance of the Yongle canon. Never have I seen which artifacts Curator Choi is so attached to. Rushed off to make arrangements. Beyond that, Ninghai City Museum, South Sudan Provincial History Museum, a host of museums in neighboring cities and provinces, as well as the National Institute of Cultural Heritage and the Department of Cultural Heritage Protection of Southern Sudan Province, and other municipal units. At this moment, all of them were sensationalized. Luke brought people to the scene, half of the Dragon Kingdom's cultural heritage community, and a host of titans of the heritage world, converging in unison in the village of Daeong. Head for the small, unassuming barren mountain. The moment, Yun Xiao was blissfully unaware of how much of a stir he had caused. Eyes on mission accomplished. Just get ready to say goodbye and leave. Suddenly, Bureau Shin, who had been paying attention next to him, swished like a kangaroo popping over. Rubbing his hands, he looked at Yun Xiao with a smile. That what? Yun Xiao, don't be in a hurry to go. There is something to discuss with you. Yun Xiao was puzzled and looked at Director Shen, who had nothing to offer. What is it? Ahem. I wanted to ask if you'd be interested in pursuing a career in archaeology? Yun Xiao rolled his eyes. Can I say I'm not interested? Shin Bureau licked his face. Then, do you have plans in this regard? No, I have to drive. Yun Xiao was decisive and dry, eliminating his thoughts. Bureau Shin choked for a moment. The next lines are not well played. It's fucking infuriating. Are chauffeurs that good? You can't get enough of them? Other people are squeezing their heads off for this position. He's good. He doesn't see it. Seeing Shin Bureau suffer defeat, the Lu Bureau next to him laughed like a thief. Old Shun I advise you to take back your small mind. People simply don't care. Shin Bureaucrat glared at both eyes and wondered even more in his heart. Why? Gotta give me a reason. This is a position that no one else could get into if they wanted to, and I'm not even happy to give it. And with his talent, he will definitely be able to contribute greatly to archaeology. Lu Bureau contemptuously bristled. Do you want to have some face? Yun Xiao doesn't want to go. It's like making it look like he's taking advantage of something. You really know how to put gold on your face. To tell you the truth, in my position, he doesn't even look me in the eye. Can I look at you? Oh, the words fell. Shen Bureau's brain buzzed. With a shocked face. How could that be? You're a deputy bureau chief, aren't you? I don't believe it. It must be you fooling me. Team Qin stifled a laugh and said, Bureau Shen, our director really isn't talking nonsense. Your position as the director of cultural relics is really worthless in Yun Xiao's eyes. Listening to the two of them blowing a double whammy across the room, praising him to no end. Yun Xiao's face twitched. It can only be mitigated by awkward laughter throughout. But Bureau Shen's brain was sweating. It's all starting to get skeptical. What the hell? Even the chief can't look at it. You can't even pawn it for him. Do you two think I'm 3 years old? It's too much to brag about him, isn't it? Can it be that contemporary drivers can live forever? Shen asked. Why exactly? Even if you die. You have to let me die to understand. Bureau Lu covered his stomach with laughter. Ha ha ha, there's no harm in telling you. Before, Secretary Zhao shouted for Yun Xiao to be his driver and said he would promote him. But they were all rejected. Imagine if your portion is high enough for this, right? Secretary Zhou? Shen Bureau froze. Which Zhao Shu? Shit, can't be? But he really doesn't want it? Now. He was solidly shocked. Waves of shock rippled inside. A group of archaeologists were also dumbfounded. People are confused. Originally, he wanted to pull the clouds together and contribute to archaeology. In their minds, a chauffeur is just a chauffeur. A little favor, and they'll do it. Available results. People don't even give face to the city clerk. Why should I give it to you? Can you have a bigger face than the city clerk? That's it? Still trying to fool people into the heritage board? Funny, isn't it? Shen Bureau stood still with a stiff face. Embarrassed. He wanted to go to the ground. All the words I wanted to say before were kept back. Off the charts. It's outrageous. This day, the clouds were all refreshing his perceptions. The blow to him was numbing. It was only now that he woke up with a start. It turned out that he had been underestimating him too much. Lu Bureau laughed and joked. Old Shan, just don't play those ghost ideas of yours. People just want to be a good chauffeur driver. If you really want to thank, why don't you come up with something real? Upon hearing this, Shen Bureau was struck by an idea. He hurriedly said, Yun Xiao, do you think this is good? The Cultural Relics Bureau is just short of a special professor, and you will be the one to take this position. An annual salary of gives you $1 million. And, to thank you for your help this time, I'll apply for an additional $2 million in funding, which is in addition to your salary. How's that? Chapter 162, a 20-year-old distinguished professor? The dean curator was shocked. Hiss. The smiles on Team Qin and Bureau Lu's faces froze. This one is so cocky. Again with the money and the special professors. Who the hell can say no? Bureau Lu couldn't wait to smack himself in the mouth. Let you talk too much. Yun Xiao asked with a surprised face. Special professor? What do you need me for? Shen Bureau smiled and opened his mouth. Do not need to do anything. You just hang a name. Would have come. Want to leave. The Cultural Relics Bureau does not restrict your freedom. You can continue to contemporary driving and driving. Now. Yun Xiao was shocked. Really? I don't have to do anything. And you're giving me money. Bureau Shen nodded with certainty. Right. You don't have to do anything. You'll be given $1 million a year for a special appointment. And you can also enjoy the welfare benefits of the Bureau. Think about it? Bureau Lu's eyelids fluttered as he listened. Of course he knew what Bureau Shen was playing at. They say they don't have to do anything. But they take the short end of the stick. When the time comes to really encounter any problems, Yun Xiao would definitely still make a move. It's like hiring an expert in everything for the Heritage Board. It looks like paying $1 million a year. But the value of an artifact is not measured in money. Yun Xiao grinned. This one. I'm actually personally very interested in archaeology. Transfer cash, I'll do it. Pust. The crowd collectively vomited blood. All of them looked at Cloudy with a black face. Not bad for you. 1 minute you're saying you don't like it. The next moment he opens his mouth for money. The reversal fucking hit me in the face. The corners of Shen Bureau's mouth twitched slightly. Nice guy. Never seen such a person. I owe you money, don't I? It was so hard to dig up this great Buddha. He didn't dare offend the other party. Hurriedly, he said, transfer the money. Will it work in 3 days? I have to go back and apply for it. Yun Xiao smiled and said, no problem. As a part of the cultural relics community and the archaeology team, you guys can just ask me for help if you have difficulties. If there's nothing else, I'll leave it on. Hey, Yun Xiao, wait. Seeing this, Lu Bureaus rushed up with an arrow step. Seeing the two come to an agreement, he was tickled to death. Rubbed his hands awkwardly, smiled. That what? You also know. Our police department case is complicated. If there is a special expert, $1 million a year, do you want to do it? Fuck. Cloudy agreed in one bite. Then he smiled bitterly, leader. Regardless of whether there is money or not, when it comes to a case I have to look for you. Bureau Lu shook his head. This is different. Before, without a name in the police department, many things are not good to unfold. In the future, when you encounter a new case, you will be able to directly select the police officers and participate in the investigation of the case as a special expert. Seeing this, the live streamers went numb. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Holy shit, what's going on? How did you become a special professor? Even the Cultural Relics Bureau and the police department want him. That's outrageous. He doesn't even have an archaeology certificate. Does he? Spending $1 million on an unlicensed expert? How can this be? Upstairs is just jealous. If you are capable, you can do it too? Let's ask those certified experts if they're as good as Yun Xiao. How much is a certificate worth? I'm a professor of archaeology at 20 years old. People have become archaeology professors at the age of 20. And I'm at the age of 20 in an internet cafe. Is it necessary to hit people so hard? When I went to the hospital for heart bypass surgery, I didn't even need anesthesia because I watched this live broadcast. I was numb from head to toe and saved a fortune on anesthesia. Compare those who have been doing archaeology for half a lifetime and don't even have an expert title. That's what really pisses people off. But then again, some people are destined to be extraordinary. There is no need to compare. That is asking for pain. In the meantime, Dayang Village. Driving into two commercial vehicles with Beijing license plates, sprinted all the way to where the barren mountain was. Get out of the car. Dean Su and Curator Chui both froze. Instant fire erupted in his eyes. Lao Su. You this. Old Trey. Are you a dog's nose? Crap. At your age, why don't you stay in the imperial capital and come to this shithole? Hey, what do you care if I'm happy? The two of them looked at each other in all directions. While tossing and turning, he went up the hill. At this point, 2 hours have passed since the live broadcast of the discovery of the winged code. The two bought air tickets and flew to Ninghai, just in time for Cloudy to leave. Be there in person. Seeing Bureau Shen, Curator Chui rushed up with a face full of excitement. Xiao Shun, I see live streaming that you have dug out the Yunle dictionary. There are more than 100 volumes, for the archaeological community. This is great news. President Su is 80 years old, still fit as a fiddle. Xiao Shen, good job. Give us the cultural relics sector long face. This 100 volumes of the Dajong turned back to the Palace Museum. I represent the country to express my gratitude to you. Seeing the sudden appearance of these two, Bureau Shun was dumbfounded. Crap. He rubbed his eyes and realized that he hadn't been mistaken. Shocked on the spot. Incredulous. Dean Su, Director Chui, you too. How did you get here? This is still at the dig site. None of the reporters came. How did these two know about it from far away in the imperial capital? Suddenly, I heard Curator Choi say to watch the live stream. He just snapped out of it, snapping his head around to look at the clouds. I heard from Bureau Lu before that this kid was recording a program. He hasn't taken it seriously. I didn't realize these two were following the live stream. Personally rushed to Ninghai. The shock in his heart could be imagined. These are the only two big shots in the heritage world. A true Tarzan. A little director of heritage. In the past, none of them were qualified to stand in front of them and speak. The two men are clearly looking at the wingnut cannon. Shin Bureau smiled bitterly. It's a good thing that the wing code is definitely not staying. If you don't cover it, you have to hand it over. But the question is to whom? It looked like both wanted it. One has to be offended either way. He, the director, is caught in the middle. It's difficult. Had to look around for help. As a result, Lu bureaus pressed on as if they didn't see it. Team Chin whistled and looked at the hills. Shin bureaucrat was so angry. You're good. You're always playing dead when it matters, aren't you? Suddenly, his ions flashed. Seeing the cloudy sky that turned to leave, a smile bloomed on his face. Dean Su, Curator Chui, let me introduce. This is a special professor from the Ninghai Cultural Relics Bureau. His name is Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao, come. These two are the big shots of our cultural relics world. Get to know them. Cloudy, without waiting for the clouds to reply, with a smile on his face, Shen Bureaus gave a hard yank. Yun Xiao inexplicably looked at the two old men. He saw Shen Bureau pointing at him and introduced. Elder Su, Elder Chui. I didn't discover the Yunle dictionary. It was Yun Xiao who led the archaeological team to excavate it. You should consult him on how to distribute it. Yun Xiao, this is President Su and Curator Chui. They are the president of the Imperial Palace Museum and the curator of the Longhua History Museum. After listening to the introduction, Cloudy hadn't felt it. The two old men, however, were taken aback. What the hell? This kid, is a distinguished professor. Crap. Professors are so worthless these days. When I watched the live stream earlier, thought they were archaeology students. A little bit of talent at best. They wouldn't have thought of it if they were dead. There will be such a young professor. Or a professor of archaeology. Did he start archaeology in his mother's womb? Dean Su looked incredulous and asked. Xiao Shun. You're not kidding. A 20-year-old archaeology professor. We don't have such a person in the archaeology circle of the Dragon Kingdom, do we? Curator Chui followed and chimed in. If there really was such a young professor in the circle, he would have been famous long ago. Bureau Shin smiled bitterly. How dare I lie to you two? He is really a special professor. But he was just appointed. It's normal that you two haven't heard of him. Just now, is it hard to believe that you invited it? Does he have any thesis masterpieces? Or has he won an award in archaeology? That's why you especially value him. Not right. He hasn't even graduated at this age. Not to mention he doesn't have an archaeology license yet? The two old men were even more puzzled. Shin Bureau smiled awkwardly. Our Cultural Relics Bureau lacks a position. And Yunxiao is just right. Of course it's only a special appointment, not an official establishment. Dean Su frowned. Isn't this a backdoor? Xiao Shun. It's not me who's talking about you. You have to be fair and impartial as a director. He's not a relative of your family, is he? Curator Chui had a stern face. Yes, you have to give a proper reason, or else I will report this matter to your superiors. Shin's head went numb. There was no choice but to tell the story from beginning to end. After hearing the whole story, the two curators were so shocked that their jaws broke. Dean Su is a big old man, bursting into foul language. Crap, you can tell what an artifact is by looking at it? He also knows feng shui? Split the gold to find the entrance to the tomb? Seeing the two men with stunned faces, Shin Bureau finally found a bit of satisfaction. Really, it's all replayed on the live broadcast. Now, both of them were looking at Yun Xiao in the wrong way. With his mouth open he didn't even know what to say. After half a lifetime of archaeology, neither of them had ever seen anyone who didn't look up information. You can tell artifacts apart at a glance. Not only that, the first murderous tomb, the quicksand and stone tomb, it was also easily cracked. The entrance to the chamber was found without incident. The entire archaeological and heritage community. And no one can do that. But him, he's just 20 years old. Such an accumulation of knowledge was not as good as the two of them had learned all their lives. It's no wonder that it's on the Heritage Board's radar. Become the youngest distinguished professor. Because of this shock impact, make them both forget what they're here for. Froze halfway through the day. Dean Su suddenly stepped forward, holding Yun Xiao's hand with a full smile. He said, cough. Young man, if you don't mind, would you like to come to the Palace Museum to seek an errand? We need an archaeology professor like you. Curator Chui cursed the old piker. Unwillingly, he said, Yun Xiao, don't fucking listen to him. Our Longboy History Museum is the biggest cultural relics institution. Come work here, you'll have everything you want. Chapter 163 Amazing Reward. Secretary Zhao thanks. Scene. The crowd was dumbfounded at the sight of the two big men fighting each other. It's deja vu all over again. Bureau Shin and Bureau Lu also laughed bitterly. Still coming? Also sideways. How much of a steal is Cloudy? Everywhere you go. Your skills are amazing. It seems to happen every time. It makes you want to get to know him. The deeper you get into it, the more uncontrollable it becomes. In the end, was overwhelmed by his charisma. Unsurprisingly, Yun Xiao will definitely refuse? Just thought of that. Yun Xiao then faintly shook his head. I have to drive. I don't have time. However, if it's a distinguished professor it could be considered. Because I for one don't like to be constrained. $1 million a year on a salary of. Hiss. The two deans drew back a cold breath. A face full of stupefaction looked at Yun Xiao. If I heard him correctly, he said $1 million. Right. Crap. Who gave you the courage to ask for so much? Palace Museum. National History Museum. For archaeological staff. These are two sacred sites. How many people try to get in every year? But he was good. None wants to go. The two deans have personally come out to invite you. And you have to pay for it? Fucking fools would agree to that. Just as they both thought this, Shin Bureau grinned and smiled awkwardly. The reason why Yun Xiao agreed to take on the role of the special professor of the Cultural Relics Bureau is because he was given an annual salary of $1 million. Dean Su? Curator Choi? The second old man was shocked. What the hell? Getting a 20-year-old distinguished professor doesn't count. And you gave him $1 million? Are you going to be so outrageous? Even if it's both of their salaries, it's not that much. At the moment, both men were intellectually wrenched to pieces. Hold it down and rub it like crazy. Beside them, Bureau Lu and Team Chin's eyelids twitched. All of them laughed bitterly. It's a shame to be able to say that. After being in contact for so long, The two of them were relieved. This kid doesn't recognize anything, only recognize the money. It's just a job. How could he be attracted to it? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed blew up too. Netizens' stomachs hurt from laughing. Pooh ah ha ha, how did he manage to ask for money in a serious way? I wouldn't be able to say that. Look at the expressions on the two curators' faces as they are dumbfounded by the whole thing. TSK, TSK, that's the Forbidden City Museum and the National Museum. It's a big deal to get in. But he wants $1 million? This old six really recognizes money. But not people. I'm willing to pay for it. If you work in there, you'll get out with a layer of gold. And you'll be able to make a name for yourself in the national archaeology community. Or you can say he's cloudy. If it were you, the two curators wouldn't even look at him squarely. His height is beyond the reach of ordinary people. What if I want to beat him up? Watching him pretend to be a pussy every day. I thought I'd seen it all. But I was still shocked and numbed by him. And even cured of a heart attack. Firm as a rock. The two curators were wide-eyed. After a moment of embarrassment, Curator Chui was the first to break the silence and laughed. Since you are not willing, we are not forced. The work is even. But since you are the one who discovered the Yonla canon, the reward is a must. On behalf of the Dragon History Museum, I'll give you $1 million as a token of appreciation and recognition. Oh, as soon as I heard that, Dean Su instantly quit. Angry, blowing his beard and eyes. Good you old Chui. Really enough chicken thief ah? Spending a little money to say that the Yonla canon is yours? Who are you looking down on? Yun Xiao. I'll reward you with $2 million. The Yonla dictionary must be displayed in the Palace Museum. And you, as its discoverer, will do it in a promotional video, co-branded with various TV stations to be broadcast nationwide in turn. Boom! The whole room was in an uproar, all blown over by this amazing reward. $1 million won't do. And $2 million? Publicize the recognition nationally? However, their shock wasn't over. Curator Chui roared defiantly. Crap, you old thing, dare to dig up someone in front of me? You're shameless. You want to play like this? Fine, I'll play along. I rewarded him with $3 million. Not only co-branding the TV station, I'm also having a live online exhibition, and I'm inviting your museum staff to exhibit. You can come over and guest host when you're free. Hey, who's afraid of Hua? Curator Su's face turned red with anger. You're shameless. I'm not going to host. For you shucks, it's more or less the same for you to host for me. The Yonla dictionary was compiled by Mingqingzu Zhudi. The Forbidden City was also built by Mingqingzu. Both belong to the royal family. Of course it has to be put on exhibition in the Palace Museum. This is the home of the Yonla dictionary. The Ming dynasty repaired the Grand Canon. It has to be placed in your museum? The Forbidden City also lived in the Qing dynasty. Now long dead. Don't talk to me about these things. I just ask you. Do you have a copy of the Yonla dictionary? Unluckily, we have it in the Dragon History Museum. Crap. Sincerely angry with me is not it? You already have it. Can't you give it to us? The Yonla dictionary represents culture. It goes better with the Palace Museum. All you have there are some bronzes and pottery. Can you read culture? I won't give it? What? Had to fight me, didn't you? You bad old man. Old bastard. Exasperated me. Then let's compete to see who is more willing to shed blood. Yun Xiao, I'll give you $5 million, and I hope you'll agree to hand over the Yonla Grand Dictionary to me for exhibition. For real, I'll give you $6 million, $8 million, $10 million. The crowd was dumbfounded, brain buzzing. Crap, are these still two titans of the heritage world? It looks like a shrew's quarrel. The Cloud Cuculander went numb, looking at the two curators who were arguing. Kindly persuade, do not quarrel, harmony produces wealth. Besides, I can't decide to whom the Yonla canon belongs. Who shouted $10 million before? I'll do it in cash. I'll be damned. The crowd sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the ceiling. Nice guy, are you trying to persuade me to fight? This is fucking money, isn't it? You're really treating the two curators like a bank. The Cultural Relics Community, Lu Bureau Qin team cannot interfere. Shun Bureau is caught in the middle. In a dilemma, he looked at Yun Xiao and had an idea. Yun Xiao, you're the one who discovered the Yonla dictionary. Hurry up and tell us who it's really for, otherwise the two professors will still have to argue. Yun Xiao's face twitched. I didn't realize that this Shin Bureau was also an old six. How dare you push a hot potato on him? But not before he opened his mouth. Another set of people came on the scene. It's from the Institute of Antiquities of Southern Sudan Province. As soon as I arrived, I saw the two curators arguing. The people at the institute were confused. What's going on? Or were they still under the impression of the two gentle curators? Lao Su, Lao Chui, what are you doing? Have a word. Don't say I don't give you face. The Yonhwa dictionary should have been taken for research before it was exhibited. Hear that? Dean Su and Curator Chui tacitly stopped arguing. Eyes flicked to the visitor. Snickering. Yo, old Kong, why are you here too? You have a good enough nose? Dean Kong rolled his eyes and ignored it. Curator Chui's eyes rolled and laughed. Oh, old Kong is a researcher of cultural relics. Surely not as tacky as the two of us, but I heard that this time, there are quite a few good things unearthed. There's the Western Han Suza Zen garment, the Eastern Han Jade Wen Ming, Dugu Xian seal, Zhu Yuan Zhan's golden curse. What, aren't you impressed? Hiss. Dean Kong's eyelids fluttered as he listened. Couldn't calm down anymore. You too. Didn't lie to me? Go see for yourself if you don't believe me. Crap, then why didn't you tell me earlier? What am I wasting my time here with you two? Dean Kong threw down a sentence and hurried forward. Suddenly remembering something, he added, right, Secretary Zhao is also here. The car is down there, with Secretary Luo by his side. At those words, everyone in the room was shocked. Secretary Zhao is alarmed by this? But what puzzled Yun Xiao was, who is this Secretary Luo? Never heard of it before. Next, Dean Su and Head Chui didn't argue anymore. After all, here comes the government, and it's the city clerk. We can't afford to lose face with the imperial capital, but they still don't see eye to eye with each other. After a few moments, surrounded by a group of people, Secretary Zhao did come. Seeing this, everyone greeted. Good day, Secretary Zhao. Secretary Zhao and Secretary Luo approached. He was very surprised to see the two curators. Dean Su, Curator Chui, you two came to Ninghai. Why don't you inform me? The two greeted with a smile and said, Secretary Zhao, forgive me. Those of us who are engaged in cultural relics, we can treat cultural relics as our lifeblood. And after discovering more than 100 volumes of the Yonhwa dictionary, of course, we went straight to the scene. Secretary Zhao nodded. I understand. More than 100 copies of the Yonhwa dictionary. I'm surprised as an outsider. This discovery is truly enough to blow the nation away. Yun Xiao, this time you've greatly honored our Ninghai. I have to say thank you again. Chapter 164, An internet-wide earthquake, impacting 10 million popularity. Hearing this, the scene roared once again, especially Secretary Law. Surprised, he looked at Lantern. Dean Su and Curator Chui also looked shocked. It's just a plain old hello though. But Secretary Zhou used the word again. Obviously not the first time, thanks. Prior to this, Yun Xiao had already helped Secretary Zhao many times. This, and look at his attitude towards Yun Xiao. It's also very unusual to have a smiling face, very close to nature. This is never the way to treat a stranger. It means they are familiar with each other. Bureau Shin's eyes widened. The brain felt like it had been struck hard by thunder. Come to think of it, Bureau Lu had mentioned a mouthful of that matter to him earlier. Uncontrollable breathlessness. The man went numb. Crap, how much of a surprise did this kid really give him? Before hiring Cloudy to go as a special expert, Ben thought it was exaggerated enough. But I didn't realize there were more exaggerated ones. What favor did he actually do for Secretary Zhao? How dare you put on such an attitude? Yun Xiao shook his head carelessly. Nothing, just lucky. Secretary Zhao looked at him with amusement. This isn't like you. Why have you changed your ways? Before, you were always earning every inch of credit. Yun Xiao smiled awkwardly. Which is not. It's all because of the leader's love. Shin promised him a $2 million reward, and $1 million a year salary. The two curators are also fighting for it, so maybe they'll give more. I've taken enough for today. He's embarrassed to ask for more. Secretary Zhou doesn't know the reason for this. Seeing Yun Xiao humbling himself, after thinking about it, he said, in any case, you should take the first credit for being able to discover these more than 100 copies of the Yonhwa dictionary today. It's only natural that I, the city secretary, can't treat you poorly. In this case, I'll give you a $5 million reward on behalf of the city government. And as for the certificate and press conference, I guess you're not interested. So let's dispense with it. Now, even Yun Xiao was stunned. Couldn't help pinching myself. Not a dream. 5 million. That's it? He cracked his big mouth and smiled. Thank you, leader. I told you. Leader, you're a good person. Next to them, the two curators froze halfway. Only then did he force his jaw to close. Listening to Secretary Zhao and Yun Xiao conversing, the two of them were feeling seriously under-intellectualized. What the hell? Just give a $5 million reward. And it's pure money. No demands. Crap. I've never seen anything like it. Are you guys so financially rich in Ninghai? The city's money is all white paper? To think that before, the two of them had tried to buy people off with $1 million. The two men's toes nodded in embarrassment. It's so fucking humiliating. Dean Su took the lead in reacting, and said with a sincere face, That. Cloudy Skya, our palace museum is not bad money. Just 10 million, back to let people send you over. The Young Legrand dictionary of the matter is settled and on. Curator Chui scornfully said, you bastard. You want to cut off again? I'll offer $12 million. Who's afraid? 13 million. The two argued again. Everyone around them laughed bitterly. Secretary Joe was shocked. What's going on? What's with all the bickering and the price increases? That's over $10 million. Looks like my $5 million. Can't hold it. Bureau Lu smiled bitterly and told the cause of the matter. Secretary Zhao's eyebrows jumped as he listened. Nice guy. If I let you guys keep adding to it, the city is going to go bankrupt. Seeing this, Secretary Luo, who had not said anything, smiling, he spoke out to interrupt. The two curators, stop arguing. If we keep arguing like this, the clouds are getting rich. As I see it, how about 500 each for the two of you, plus a total of 15 million for the city? As for the exhibition, why don't the two of you jointly organize it? This year in my house, tomorrow go to his house. Harmony makes wealth. The two curators paused. His face was all unnatural as he asked suspiciously, Secretary Zhao, who is this? Secretary Zhao laughed. Introduce you. This provincial department's Secretary Luo, just happened to come to me to talk about work. Learned that the young Lacanon had been dug up here, only to come together to take a look. This statement was made. The whole room was in an uproar. A secretary from the provincial office? Sure enough, this Secretary Luo's identity was not simple. Secretary Zhao had to personally come out to receive them all. Shinburo Lu and the others. Their hearts were shocked. Surname Ro. From the provincial office? It's hard to believe it's that one's. Thinking about this, the two became more and more appalled. The two curators smiled politely. So it's Secretary Luo. Nice to meet you. Originally, the two were going to argue. However, Secretary Luo personally came down to persuade the fight. Face had to be given. Mutual grunts were exchanged, and cold faces were skimmed. Sort of agree. Secretary Law smiled and didn't care. People are from the imperial capital. It's natural to have pride. He turned his gaze to Yun Xiao and laughed. Yun Xiao, you've been very hot lately. I've heard of you a long time ago, and it's better to be known than seen. But the surprise you brought me today is still great. More than 100 volumes of the Young Le Dictionary, as well as a number of national treasures. They are the pride of China for thousands of years, as well as national treasures, and witnesses to the spread of history and culture. The recovery of these young Lacanons is tantamount to the recovery of the pride that was once there, and in that, you have done a great deal of good. I don't think that giving more money would be enough to show this appreciation. Cloudy was embarrassed by the compliment. Coyly smiled. Leader, you wonderful praise. I am a vulgar man. They all gave me a discount. See the person who has a share. You are ready to discount how much? Crowd, crap. Secretary Rowe, who was giving a passionate speech. A heel almost didn't fall. Secretary Zhao, Bureau Director Lu and others. A hard, awkward smile. No shame in you. I'm not changing my ways. The other side. News of the discovery of the Young Le Dictionary. Bombarding the internet like a thunderbolt. A major earthquake across the internet. Countless netizens flocked to the live broadcast. It directly led to a wild surge in the number of people online in Cloudy's live room. From 6 million, it went straight through 8 million. It's still going up. The program building was a mess. The server crashed not 2 days ago. This didn't even come close to being upgraded and expanded. Good lord, the numbers got to 8 million so fast? It hasn't crashed yet though, but it's only a matter of time. Because, the server is rated for 10 million. The rise in popularity of the Cloudy livestream at the moment. But it's just a matter of minutes. Learn the news. The general director made a snap decision. Straight away, they cut off the other players' live streams. Not even with their consent. But it still doesn't work. Popularity just skyrocketed like a rocket. Everyone on the program was in a cold sweat. Almost. It's not even close. There's no way around it. This rise is just too rapid. 100 volumes of the Young Le Dictionary were discovered. National museums are out for grabs. Either way, it's beyond eye-catching. Even the secretary of the municipal party committee, Secretary Luo of the provincial office, showed up. All a bunch of bigots. The same frame is gathered in the Cloudy live room. The rewards are even slammed out the door for no money. Every image that hit them in the sky, especially with that pile of books sitting next to it. The 4 characters of the Young Lacanon. Extraordinarily eye-opening and blood-curdling. The pop-ups densely obscured the screen. You can see how much the internet is abuzz. It's so blown up. It's not just the internet. Even the director was so excited to see it that he wanted to howl twice. But the first thing he has to think about, how is it to ensure that the servers don't crash? Otherwise, so many people online. A mouthful of spit from one person could drown the program. Crap, Find me a way to have to expand. Even if all live broadcasts are suspended for a day, it has to be done. I don't fucking want to experience this pain of constantly worrying about not having enough capacity and getting popped at any moment. The technician was frightened and smiled bitterly. Director, we didn't expect it either. It's only been 2 days. This rise in popularity is too terrifying. Tonight, all of us will work overtime to make sure we finish expanding the servers. The director suddenly asked, by the way, how much are you going to expand? The technician smiled confidently. Director, this time, we've made a bloody effort to expand to 20 million capacity. What? The director was dumbfounded and scolded. $20 million? Have you been kicked by a donkey? With this rate of increase in popularity, we'll break the record today, plus the other live streams, all of which have seen some degree of popularity increase. How much popularity has Yun Xiao pulled for the program alone? What the hell does $20 million matter? It'll blow up again in a couple days. I'm worried that $30 or $40 million won't be enough. Think of something. Don't keep me on the edge of my seat all day long, being counted out by the director. The technician was confused, thought 20 million would be enough. As a result, the director couldn't even look at it. But think about it. As per the current rise in popularity, it wasn't just Cloudy alone, but all the other live rooms had traffic overlays. The more fire in the clouds, the more traffic the programmer gets, the equivalent of a cloudy sky pulling in overall growth. It's all past in live, plus advertising and post-promotion. There will be an explosion in numbers to follow. Other live streams also draw small spikes. 20 million isn't really enough. Maybe we'll have to explode again someday. That's excellent. Not surprisingly, the news broke that night. National madness. The internet went nuclear. Chapter 165, Foreign Fire. Electric Festival to the Temple Door? More than 100 volumes of the Yongle Dictionary are now available. A sensation in the archaeological world. It was a national sensation. The word is out. The internet was paralyzed for a while. In the first instance, several major official media outlets came forward to release the news. Institute of Antiquities of Southern Sudan Province. The latest news. Today in Ninghai City, our province, an ancient tomb in the village of Daong, excavated a large number of buried cultural relics, many of which are first-class national treasures, as well as more than 100 copies of the Yongle Dictionary. After expert appraisal, the dictionary is well preserved. They are the crystallization of the wisdom of the old ancestors for thousands of years, which is of great significance to the study of China's ancient history and culture. Let's thank Prof. Yun Xiao for his contribution to the cultural relics. Imperial Palace Museum. President Su of our institute personally rushed to the excavation site, and after Professor Yun Xiao's consent, we will unite with the Longwei History Museum to organize an exhibition of the Yongle canon, where all friends of Longwei nationality can come to visit. Even if you can't come to the site, it will be synchronized and broadcast live on the internet for the national audience. National Museum of History of the Dragon Kingdom. Thanks to Prof. Yun Xiao, the Yongle Dictionary is known as the world's first encyclopedia. Is the pride of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The date of the exhibition will be announced by the public number to the outside. Ninghai Cultural Relics Bureau. Today, very honored to be under the leadership of Professor Yun Xiao, so that the country this strange book to see the light of day. Welcome Yun Xiao to join the Ninghai Cultural Relics Bureau and become our special archaeological experts. Let's guard the cultural relics together and witness the history. With the major official media reporting one after another, the internet blew up. Amusing sounds, tweets, B-sites, it's all filled with relevant topics. The hot headlines have been squeezed. Hashtag surprise 100 copies of the Yongle Dictionary. The number of hits on this hot phrase alone surpassed 100 million. Other related short video plays. It also exceeds the 10 million level. But what netizens are most concerned about, naturally, is the Yongle canon. Even people who don't surf the web much, after seeing this news report, also rushed to panic and turn on his cell phone. Previously, they had read reports of related artifacts, but things don't matter. The vast majority of people have an attitude of indifference. It's rarely viewed on purpose. Mei Yongle Daji. It's something that's etched into the bones of every dragon nation. It is no longer just described as a national treasure. It is the root of the nation, the soul of China. Because of that upheaval over 100 years ago, it lost its roots and soul. Now reclaimed. Can it not be crazy? All literary and history-related bloggers across the web, both posted a thank you to Cloudy. Even if it's not this industry, or even an unaffiliated netizen or vlogger. Even if it's for traffic and rubbing it in. Blow-by-blow videos are also popping up all over the place. At this moment, in the hearts of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, Cloudy is the hero. Those black fans who used to scold Cloudy, even if they didn't speak out this time, they are innocent of lying. Once again, it was turned up on the net. It's like doing something 10 times worse. The scolded one hid in the corner, shivering, almost collapsed to the point of retiring from the net. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Brothers, I'm numb, it's Cloudy again. He's all over the internet and TV. Even the National Museum has issued a letter. And the Ninghai Cultural Relics Bureau has hired him as an archaeology professor. Just because he retrieved the Yonla dictionary? It's too exaggerated, isn't it? I don't think it's an exaggeration at all. I once saw a copy of the Winged Dictionary. And the shock and excitement was something I'll never forget in this lifetime. It's hard to imagine what it would be like to have more than 100 copies. Every dragon nation would be proud of it, right? I must be there to observe it live when it's on display. Previously, the artifacts have not seen such a sensation, right? I remember when the Shenzhou 5 in the sky won the news. And this is comparable, right? That's right. One is going up to the 9 heavens to collect the moon, and the other is reviewing the splendor of history. The Yonla canon is more of a symbol. It represents our advancement ahead of the world a few hundred years ago, and proves that the Dragon Kingdom is not weaker than the West. Back then, the West snatched it away, and now that it's back again, the national rejoicing is a manifestation of the national plot. This netizen called Yunxiao is really evil. Even stealing a tomb can discover the Yonla canon, making the news hot search all about him. Upstairs, don't insult Yunxiao, he is a hero, not a netizen. Which netizen has done such a good thing for the country and the people? Not to make money without conscience is good. Even to his shoes are not worthy of. As the event continues to fester, topic degrees are exploding. Not surprisingly, even foreign netizens know about it. Many foreigners heard about it and ran over to watch. This is because Dragon Kingdom artifacts are highly sought after internationally, but it's hard currency and often fetches high prices at auction. And, over the years, by exporting culture, most of the foreigners also know those top national treasures. Oh, shit, the Yonla dictionary? Or more than 100 volumes. Are you sure this is a reliable source? Wasn't this encyclopedia destroyed in the war? I think it might have been deliberately faked by the Dragon Kingdom to get attention. The thinking of the people of the Dragon Kingdom is really strange. How could an ancient book from hundreds of years ago be treated as a national treasure by them? Is the paper in it gold? What kind of national treasure is this? You don't understand. I have studied the history of the Dragon Kingdom. The Yonla dictionary is by no means just an ordinary book. It contains the wisdom of the Dragon Kingdom's forefathers over thousands of years. It is the work of countless craftsmen who have put their hearts and souls into it. 5,000 years of civilization has created countless valuable assets for their country. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean money, but the cultural heritage left behind by history. To put it this way, the history of the Kimchi Kingdom is much longer, and the Yonla Grand Dictionary must have been created by drawing on our culture. And it is strongly recommended that the Dragon Kingdom return the Yonla Grand Dictionary to the Kimchi Kingdom. Go back and don't make a fool of yourself. What's the history of the Kimchi Kingdom? Your history is theirs. If that's the case, I strongly urge the Dragon Kingdom to send troops to retake the Kimchi Kingdom. You're also their vassal state. I'm sure the whole world won't say anything. I envy the dragon people. They have such a long history of culture. Our country has not even a few hundred years. Even the exhibitions are restricted to dragon nationality, so foreigners can't even see them. If I have a chance in my next life, I'll definitely be reborn as a dragon. There's a lot of noise on the extranet because of the Yonla canon. Rokoku culture conquers the world again. For the geezer, thousands of years of history is unimaginable. Of course, they can't understand the cultural heritage that comes from their bloodline. The mighty Roman Empire collapsed overnight. Why has a country lasted 5,000 years? None of them are broken? It is, quite literally, frightening. Anyway, the Yonla dictionary was introduced and spread like a virus to the world. The archaeological community, in every country, heard about it. But who knows what triggered this avalanche? Just because of an insignificant snowflake. A chauffeur is just a chauffeur. After leaving the burial site, Cloudy is back to taking orders again. The digging in the back has nothing to do with him. Staying won't help much. Ding. The phone popped up with a pleasant beep. Departure Ninghai City Pedestrian Street Intersection. Destination Tian Haokun Square. Estimated mileage, 12 kilometers. Estimated cost, $27. Look at the time. It's only 8 p.m. Cloudy was ready to take this order and go back to sleep. 10 or so minutes later, got into an Accord and pulled in a small couple. Straight to the Tin Hao Palace. On the way, listen to two young lovers talk. It looks like it's going to an electric festival. Engaging Cloudy was a bit confusing. On the address, it clearly says Tin Hao Temple. This is a temple dedicated to the Queen of Heaven. He thought the two were going to seek immortality and worship the Buddha, resulting in a trip to the temple for an electric festival? It puzzled him. Is it possible that the festival is being held in front of a temple? Of course it's up to people's cultural and tourism bureaus to decide where to hold it. Not much to do with him. Wait for the car to arrive at its destination. The young couple was happy to go to the square to buy glow sticks. Cloudy stood at the scene of the electric festival. The man was confused. Only a wide square was seen ahead. A stage was set up at the end of the square. Flashing colorful neon lights. Mind-blowing music played over the loudspeakers. It does have a great sense of ambience at night. There's nothing wrong with looking at it that way. But the picture, bizarre as it is, there is also a long flight of steps at the back of the stage. It leads straight to the Tin Hao Temple on a small hill. As the clouds have excellent eyesight, a plaque was clearly seen hanging above the main entrance of the Tin Hao Palace. It reads, Taoist Clarity. The door to the Taoist temple was closed. A 7-story Wenchang pagoda stands next to it. The same flashing lights were on it. The moment. Dense beams of light cascade across the stage, shooting straight up into the sky. It reflected the colorful statue of the Queen of Heaven next to it. It was as if they were clad in running colors. The atmosphere got high all of a sudden. The cloud cuckoolander went numb. There's no time to look back. Another rowdy stopped next to it. 3 girls with very different styles came down from the car. Seeing the clouds on the scene, the 3 women froze in unison. Surprised, he called out, Cloudy, why you? Chapter 166, Encountering a fellow valet driver and being brutally attacked. 3 well-groomed girls stood playfully in front of them. It's like a beautiful landscape. It attracted a lot of attention from passers-by. Yun Xiao was stunned. It's you guys? It was none other than the 3 women, Xia Shui, Jiang Mengqing, and Lu Miaozan, whom they had met during the day. Yun Xiao, why are you here? Did you come to see the electric festival? What a coincidence. Stay with us. The 3 women clamored around. Xia Shui and Jiang Mengqing each grabbed both of Yun Xiao's arms. Stick it to the snow and shake it around. Lu Miaochan glared at the 2 of them with a puff of air. It was directly ignored by the 2 women. Soli rushed up and wrapped her arms around Yun Xiao's neck. It hangs like a pendulum clock. The scene gave the fellow valet who had just gotten out of the car a confused look. His mouth was open, wondering if he was starting to slam out of his hallucinations. Originally received this order. 3 girls with very different styles thrilled him to no end. While on the road, there was a message in the group showing off. The group's peers are also envious. You don't see many high-quality girls like this. And 3 at once. He felt that today must be a day of Lady Luck's patronage. Turns out the man was just delivered. The other girl twisted her head and jumped into someone else's arms. The key guy, too, was a valet. It hit him too hard. Same with chauffeurs. Why is it that you don't even have to initiate a flirtation, but the girl comes to flirt with you? Since separating from the clouds, the 3 sisters just felt tasteless. That's a much different feeling when you go out at night and switch to a chauffeur. Along the way, the man was like a woodchuck, even stuttering, and obscene. Take a sneak peek with your cell phone when they're not looking. If it wasn't for the fear of not having a driver, all 3 women wanted to kick him out of the car. No comparison, no harm. It's not comparable to Cloudy at all. Women are like that. You joke and tell paragraphs with them in a big way. Instead, they can mingle with you. If cowering and doing something like sneak peeking, they'll think you're a molester. See the 3 sisters grabbing themselves. Yun Xiao had a toothache and hurriedly drew his arm back. I'm driving someone. The meaning is obvious. I've got business to do. You guys leave me alone. But the 3 sisters didn't care. Xia Shui said with a smile, Cloudy handsome, there are a lot of beautiful women at the electric festival. Don't you want to see them? Cloudy rolled his eyes. Don't want to. I still have to go drive. Drive what? You are driving all day. Today are making $15 million. Just play with us. The 3 women watched Cloudy's live broadcast. They all know he's been down to the grave and made a fortune. Next to him, the valet boy who was just about to leave. Hearing that was like being struck by lightning. I had thought that it was only Yun Xiao's good looks that made him popular with the girls. What did he hear? Made $15 million in one day. Are you sure you're a valet? I can't even make one. $500 fucking dollars. At this moment, he was struck so hard that he was on the verge of doubting his life. Jiang Mengqing went on to say, this DJ lady on the electric festival is our school sister and still the school flower of the dance department I heard that she is very good at lowering her waist. Would have liked her to give you a show. Secretly, schoolteacher doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Since you're not going, forget it. The 3 sisters said in a chorus. Yun Xiao, who was about to turn around and leave, suddenly silently stopped the small electric donkey, said with a gloomy face, recently the international situation is turbulent and volatile. I worry that if it continues like this sooner or later there will be a big problem. Chang Mengqing, Lu Miaochan? What? Are you sure you're talking about an electro festival? What do you mean? Something to do with us next? Yun Xiao laughed in a serious manner. Cough. In order to alleviate my worries about the future situation and soothe my inner pressure, I think going to the electric festival is a good idea. Let's go to the temple and bounce together. The three sisters looked at him in shock. Can you even bring that back? Can it get any more outrageous? Jiang Mengting covered her mouth and laughed. Just say it straight if you want to go. Make such a big detour. Sisters, keep your eyes peeled. This is an old scumbag. Don't fall for him so easily. Next, Yun Xiao flirted and told a few more jokes, making the three sisters blush. Main Street. The girl pouted and chased after Cloudy. Small fists pounded straight into his chest. On the contrary, someone was full of enjoyment. The expression is still bitchy. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Shit, how can you drive on this road? The wheels are in my face. I thought this guy had changed his ways. I thought this guy had changed his nature. Damn it, I'm simple. As expected. Wherever there is a girl, Cloudy will drive. Whether he is bullish or rich. I don't envy these at all. I envy that he can drive with his mouth open wherever he goes, and that he makes other girls want to go. The valet dude went numb at the sight. Just in the car, he racked his brain to make conversation with the three sisters. People were all over him, and Cloudy and Sis casually flirted with each other. Just laugh and make a scene, and put on a flirting show. It can be a thunderstorm. Same with chauffeuring. One only drives. The difference is one heavenly and one earthly. His Taoist heart completely collapsed. Thanks for the invitation. Never want to drive for a girl again. The heart is tired. Chapter 167, Cultural and Tourism Bureau to the rescue? The most crotch-pulling electric festival. A farce finally ended when Cloud surrendered his arms. The four of them walked towards Tin House Square. A long way off. Just see that the square is very empty. Couldn't help but be puzzled. Isn't it an electric festival? Why are there so few people there? On stage as well. Sexy young lady bouncing around with her hair tossed. The stage, however, was cold and not at all lively. There are also people of unknown origin who form a group. Just stand at the entrance to the plaza, holding up a sign in protest. Jiang Mengqing went up to them and inquired before figuring out that they were Taoist followers. A place of Taoist tranquility. It's electric again. It's bouncy. They were upset about it. It was only then that the collective was organized to protest. Demand that the Civic and Tourism Bureau remove the stage in a hurry. Return the Taoist sacred realm to a place of tranquility. Quite a few tourists who wanted to come and see the electric festival. At first glance, I was afraid that there would be a fight. That's why it's a temporary departure, resulting in sparse foot traffic. There weren't even 1,000 people in the huge square, and most of them came for the food stalls next to them, not interested in the stage press. There's also a team of square dancers. People are bouncing on the stage, and big moms are square dancing underneath. Style mashup. It gave Cloudy a confused look. Wasn't he under the impression that electric festivals were supposed to be high? Men and women can't stop bouncing and getting high. It was all crowded. But the scene in front of us is going to die. An electric festival. Organized not as lively as the Big Mom Square dance. Especially that one temple in the back. It's even more of an outlier. Couldn't really fit in. Not promising the three sisters. Yun Xiao wanted to wriggle away. Hopeless. Had to follow the three sisters through the sparse crowd. Arrive at the bottom of the stage and cheer and shout for Miss Hillside. Inside the main hall of the Heavenly Empress Palace, the old Taoist master led a few disciples, chanting and meditating, chanting the scriptures half the time. The young apprentice was still unable to settle down. Angry, his face turned red. Master, I can't stand it. These people are sick, right? To open the electric festival to the door of our Taoist temple, the Cultural and Tourism Bureau did not go to control. Just let them do whatever they want. The other disciples were also righteously indignant. Blessed life is limitless. Heavenly Empress sins how does this make others look when the Tao is clear and quiet? This is outrageous. Complain about them. If complaining worked, they would have moved out long ago. The Civic and Tourism Bureau is also turning a blind eye, listening to the apprentices complain. The old Taoist master pulled a handful of goatee, and egg pain and helpless, no way. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau is also for our good. When it came up with such a method for us to continue the incense, increase popularity. The Taoist sect is declining and the Buddhist sect is flourishing. So if we hold on to our old ideas and don't change them, we really should decline. You guys, hey, put up with it if you can. A few words from the old Taoist priest instantly silenced the scene. Several of the apprentices were helpless. As the saying goes, Taoist priests descend from the mountains in times of chaos, and monks amass wealth in times of prosperity. In today's world, Buddhist monasteries are full of incense. Believers donate money and supplies. Monks make a lot of money. There are even people who drive luxury cars and live in luxury homes. On the contrary, Taoism, that's not the case at all. You can only hide in the mountains and practice hard. Even the incense is fading. These days, the number of people who believe in Buddhism is increasing, but there aren't really many who believe in Taoism. It doesn't. Not far from the Tin Hao Palace, there is a Buddhist temple. It is said that worshipping the Buddha and asking for an autograph is very effective. As a direct result, their customer traffic dropped off a cliff. There weren't many of them in the first place, so much for even less. And no incense, no tourists. The Tin Hao Temple, a centuries-old Taoist temple, would have to close its doors. By then a group of monks in the palace temple. And what should happen? Recently, due to the fact that the civic and tourism boards around the world are out of the loop, mutually rolled up tourism. So after learning of this situation, the local civic and tourism bureau patted itself on the back and decided to promote it vigorously on their behalf. As a result, such an unorthodox law was created. Run an electric festival at Tin Hao Kung. It's pretty inane though, but it does bring some traffic to Tin Hao Temple. It's just too noisy. It goes against the philosophy of the Taoist discipline. Daily meditation is unsettling. Ninghai Cultural and Tourism Bureau. The office received several complaint calls in a row. Director Hao's head was spinning. The secretary next to him sensed the situation and asked, "Chief, those guys are here again?" "Hang up." Director Hao rubbed his brow and smiled bitterly. "That's not it. This electric festival has just started and they're surrounding the square in protest and forming a human wall to disallow tourists to come in. Isn't this a sincere attempt to cause trouble for me?" "Hey," said there is no way. This gang of Taoist people all clear mind. Do not know to cater to the market. The tourists are all next door to the Buddhist temple robbed. They themselves do not cooperate. I can only saber-rattling to come up with such a way. As a result, they even came to the scene to make trouble and drive the tourists away. At first, I saw them as 100 years of Taoist temple to help publicize. The result of a piece of good intentions were treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. I should have known that I did not care. The secretary advised. "Secretary, don't bother about this. Do your best." Electric Fest Live. The young lady on stage was jumping and dancing, trying to get the scene going. But the guys on the stage, they're just dead set against it. One with a dead fish face. It just doesn't fit in with the atmosphere here at all. The beautiful woman on stage shouted half-heartedly and embarrassed herself. "I've never seen such a cold and awkward electro festival. The no is a bunch of people on stage. I don't know. I thought it was a bunch of zombies. It's a feeling like you're on stage performing a comedy routine." It turned out that no one on stage was laughing at all, and all of them looked confused. Except for the three sisters. Even the clouds can't get high. Xia Shui and the girls were also embarrassed. Livening up the atmosphere for half a day. It's a total loot to a cow. Instead of bringing the others up, they all stayed away. It may feel that the three of them are mentally unbalanced. Jiang Mengqing sighed. "What's the situation? These guys are so meaningless, can't get high at all. It's a waste of time for me to shout so loudly just now. My voice is muffled." Lu Miaochan nodded. "Yeah, I thought it was hilarious. How is this an electric festival? It's even colder than Tell a Cold Joke Live." Xia Shui, "I guess the senior sister is more embarrassed than us. Why don't we go on stage and help her? It's no use shouting under the stage." The three women came together and chattered. Eyes drifted unconsciously to the clouds. It caused Yun Xiao to look puzzled. What are you guys looking at me for? Cloudy, why don't you go up and try?" Shay Shay was the first to speak. In their eyes, Cloudy is definitely an omnipotent person. There must be a way to save the day. Rub. Yun Zhao's eyelids fluttered as he was stared at by the three women in unison, shaking his head into a rattle. "No, no, no. You have the wrong person. I'm sociopathic. I'd be shy to go up there." The three women were dumbfounded with capital letters. "What the hell? You, social terrorism. Why don't we hear what you have to say?" Lu Miaochan shook her head. "I don't believe you. You must be lying. You weren't at all socially terrified at the zoo in the morning. I think you have social bullying. Yeah, you even know how to deliver babies to animals and rob tombs. Electric music must be hard to beat. Big handsome, do me a favor and get up there and liven things up." The three sisters grabbed his arm. Another shake. "Feel the softness of the squeeze on your arm." Yun Zhao's heart beat wildly. His face pretended to be a piece of difficulty. Cough. "Didn't lie to you guys. I'm really socially fearful. Going on stage this kind of work is not quite suitable for me unless it is." Hearing what Yun Xiao meant beyond his words, the three women's eyes lit up. "You have a request. Just mention it and we will fulfill it." "Really? Can you guys give me some courage then?" Next to her, Shar Shay hesitated. Biting his lip, he came over, pushing up his toes on Yun Xiao's forehead. He pecked lightly. "Is this okay?" Hiss. Yun Xiao people numb. A stagnant face nodded. Well, feel good. I seem to be less afraid. Who can give me a little more power?" Lu Miaochan and Jiang Mengqing blushed. A peck on each side of Cloudy's face. "Is it okay?" Okay, hey. Now I'm not scared at all. I just want to get up there and bounce. Yun Xiao said righteously. Remember going up to the stage is going to consume power. You have to replenish it for me later. See the three women trying to fight. Only then did Cloudy flee on his feet. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Popularity +1+1+1+1. The pop-ups exploded when I saw this. The netizens are crying out for a lion. Too cheap. This pussy is so good at lying to girls. I can't help but feel like punching them. I have reason to suspect that this was his intention before he came here, and that when the girl asked him for help, she would accept the request as a matter of course. Nima, this is all a setup. Brothers are learning. This is the scum. Never hanging on a tree. They want the whole forest. When you think about how to chase the girl, he has thought about how to sleep with the girl is not responsible. This is the reality. The more you like a person, the more you can't let go. In front of her will be tied up, for fear of saying the wrong thing. But human nature is like this. Easy to get, on the contrary. Will not cherish. Just like your own earned $100, and the ground picked up $100. Dropped, which more heartache? Feelings are also so. So the scum from not serious about feelings, are holding a playful mentality to pick up girls, only talk about love. Do not go to the heart. On the contrary, it is more relaxed, more open. The girl accidentally on the road. It is clear that it is a scum. But the girl just cannot help but be deceived by the sweet words, because the scum say things that they love to listen to, and the honest man can only ever be a receiver. A few people pushed their way through the crowd and onto the stage. Yun Zhao's sharp eyes found a swona from the prop box next to it, still new and unassembled. It would have been short of a competent instrument. Now that's a complete job. After seeing Cloudy on stage, he picked up a swona. The three girls all looked confused. This seems to be the schoolmarm's oboe. She's been studying folk instruments lately. Yun Xiao, what are you doing with the oboe? It's not going to blow, is it? It's an electric festival. Playing the oboe? Hiss. Cloudy didn't bother holding up the swona and assembling it on the spot. Not for a while. A small oboe is assembled. At this, the three women's gazes suddenly became odd. Chapter 168, Electric Festival. Blowing swona. Blowing up the whole place. They looked at Yun Xiao in amazement. And you can assemble an oboe? No, it's an electric festival. Do you really have to play the oboe? Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Non-committal, can't you? The swona is so bombastic. As soon as I heard that, the crowd of women went numb. The eyes that looked at Yun Xiao became more and more wrong. Liar. And you say you're socially intimidated. And look, what part of that scares you? The three sisters chased after Cloudy, and the commotion over here caught the attention of the schoolteacher. See your little sister come up to help. Set the music to autoplay and smiley faces greet you. Sister's name is Sunwan, 1 year older than them, in her junior year, dressed in jeans and a loose white t-shirt tied at the waist, showing half of his little belly, wearing a pair of board shorts under his feet, sexy and tall, at 5 feet 7 inches. What brings you here? Who made you so awkward on stage that we had to reluctantly come to your aid? Lu Miaochan smiled and held Sunwan's senior sister's arm and laughed. Sister Sunwan was helpless. You guys see it? I've never played such an awkward electric festival. Hurry up and think of something for me. How to blow up the venue. Here, didn't we bring him? Xiaozuela passed the cloudy sky next to her. Sister Sunwan froze. Who is he? Your boyfriend? Not at all. His name is Cloudy, and he's an animal expert. We asked him to come and give you a hand. The three sisters thought for half a day, not knowing how to introduce Cloudy. Full stop. It's only been half a day since he met Yun Xiao. It was Jiang Mengqing who had the bright idea to describe him as an animal expert. There's an expert title anyway. Bullshit enough? Ha? Sister Sunwan smiled helplessly. These three little sisters of my own are outrageous. A 20-year-old and an expert? What expert isn't 70 or 80 years old? The key, or the animal experts. Isn't that ridiculous? What's missing now is people. It's no good being skilled without one. An animal expert who plays electric music? She all but felt the sun beating down on the west side. And from the way he was dressed, how did he feel like a substitute driver? Sister Sunwan's gaze grew more and more odd. This, she thought, would not be a person who knew anything about electro music. At best, you like it, right? Like and will can be so far apart. Sister Sunwan politely gave Yun Xiao a smile. Thank you, handsome. Who knows? But Yun Xiao blurted out. It doesn't matter. I'll definitely do what I promised them. Leave the field to me. You step aside. Sister Sunwan was embarrassed for a moment. She had just done it out of courtesy. The other guy actually hit the snake and took it seriously, just when she didn't know how to say no. Suddenly, he noticed the swana held in Yun Xiao's hand. Exactly what one bot knew. It hadn't been assembled yet, but he had touched it. Sunwan frowned. It's hard to say anything in front of your little sister. The impression of Yun Xiao in his heart turned straight down. That's a show-off. I'll have to tell my schoolmates to stay away from him. Handsome, do you know anything about electro? Slightly. Sun Wan was a bit surprised. She had wanted to let Yun Xiao know what to do. I didn't realize that this guy was thick-skinned to this extent. Watch as Cloudy walks towards the electronic console. Sun Wan revealed a smile. She wanted to see how Yun Xiao would make a fool of herself. There are several rows of interfaces for the mixer alone. They govern audio access and output, respectively. On top are signal, voltage, current controls, volume controls, and more. In the center is the low mid-treble switch. There is also a row of controls at the bottom. This electronic device is unfamiliar to people. It's like being in an alien spaceship. Hundreds of buttons don't know how to get started. Next to that, electronic synthesizers are much more complex. For the layman, it's simply a sight for sore eyes. You won't even recognize the buttons without a few months to familiarize yourself with them. Not to mention manipulating the electric sound and changing the frequency amplitude. Go ahead and modulate the right music. And her synthesizers are higher end. There's also an extra row of electronic tone controls. There are hundreds of ways to modulate a single piece of music. For the average person who hasn't been exposed to electro, this is too difficult. Therefore, Sun Wan didn't think Yun Xiao could play around at all. Fruity. Seeing Cloudy standing by the tuning console, he was out of his mind in bursts. She knew it was a pretend flop. The moment, in the eyes of the clouds. These electronic devices are complex though, but he recognized them all at a glance. And it's very familiar, like it's been rehearsed a million times. Operate 2 times as you go. Just turn off the music that's playing. As soon as she saw that the music had stopped, Sun Wan immediately became anxious. The crowd was already small, and it was all about the music in this atmosphere. Turn off the music. Once the beat breaks. Isn't that the same as closing the door? However, before she could step forward, Cloudy was again operating like a cloud. The left hand enlarges the speaker and microphone. Right hand on a row of white buttons on an electronic synthesizer. Flicked it a few times. A tune came out slowly. The music was too loud before. It looks like a high, but it's just a cycle of fried brains and repetition. The scene was already small and the atmosphere was hard to get going. This kind of tune comes out. The more irritated a person becomes inside. In time, naturally, they all ran away. Unless there's a really big crowd to get high. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing this, the broadcast room exploded. Damn it, he's not pretending. And he's not screwing around. He really knows electro music. Upstairs, how long has it been? Why can't you let go of your obsession? Don't compare. Don't compare with him. Look at me. I'm so open-minded. I went to the hospital and I'm still in a state of mind. But I just smoked a cannonball and blew my brains out. What do I see? Cloudy is holding a sham. He's not going to play a swona at the festival. Is he? Don't let them all cry their eyes out in such a high place. Crap. This picture. Hiss. I'll just lie down and watch it live. This is more compatible. The last time I cried I didn't slow down for a few days. And this time I muted my cell phone whenever he blew up. Not just the live feeds. Sister Sun Wan and the 3 sisters also looked confused. Call out to Cloudy to come up to the stage and help. Certainly not thinking he'll be electric. Just trying to pull in the atmosphere with the popularity of Cloudy. Maybe there are his fans on the scene, but never thought that Yun Xiao was really going to awe. Especially Sun Wan. It had always been thought that Cloudy had swollen his face. So young to be making up some kind of expert title. Isn't it obvious that you want to pick up girls? As a result, the clouds were operated at one time. Gave her a shock that made her jaw drop. This hand is more fucking skillful than she is. Is it a ghost? Even Yun Xiao himself was surprised. The operation just now was completely subconscious. I didn't expect to be happy with the results. The king of electricity skills. True to its name. He looked back, smiled, and asked, "May I continue?" No one was doubting Cloudy anymore. Even Sun Wan was getting a little excited. She was eager to see it. What kind of music will the clouds play? What a nice surprise for her. These 3 little sisters. In the meantime, instead, there was a cacophony of noise off stage. Quite a few people were not interested in the music. They just came to see the beautiful people. At the moment, see a different male coming up. Everyone frowned, a little exasperated. What? Who's this guy? Get your ass down here. Exactly. We want to see a girl. Who's happy to see a guy? Still want an audience? Believe it or not. I'm leaving right now. Poor review. Doesn't match the hype at all. What a shitty Electrofest. A fucking waste of my time. See the noise on the stage. There was even a lot of yelling to get out. The girls' expressions were a little stiff. Couldn't help but look at the clouds. What puzzles them is this. After just playing a bit, Cloudy stopped. ignoring the tirades from the stage. And I don't know what I'm doing. Cloudy was pondering which track to pick. Tune selection has a decisive key role. It's up to it to blow up the field. In addition to being high, it has to sound good. Otherwise it's just going to be too loud. You can't have one without the other. A moment of silence. The clouds lit up before his eyes and decided that this was it. And Alan Walker Capper faded. Of course, to save the day. This song alone won't do it. This most crotch-pulling film festival ever. It also needs to be played out. And the oboe is the killer of the clouds. The audience on stage cursed for a while before seeing that there was still no replacement. Many of them retreated in a fit of righteousness. A couple of the girls panicked for a moment. There were already few people, and this departure is completely hopeless. I don't know what kind of drugs Cloudy is selling. Just when they couldn't resist asking, Cloudy made an unexpected move. Didn't bother to manipulate the electro and didn't play a tune. Instead, he got up and took one of the microphones and pinned it to the stand. Then pick up the oboe and aim it at the microphone in front of you. He went so far. Really want to play the oboe at an electric festival. The girls opened their mouths so wide in shock that they forgot to close them. Everyone was also blown away by the scene. It just feels like a shattered IQ. Electric festival? Playing the sham? Crap. Is this going up? Or are you going to hell? You're afraid you're really going to blow the whole square to tears. Next, Cloudy manipulated the mixer and electronic synthesizer. And the intro sounded slowly. That familiar melody made the audience in the square ready to leave. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks, and craned his head in confusion. This music has a bland intro at first listen. Compare that to the powerful noise that came before, suddenly changing such a style. Instead, it's easier to capture hearts and minds. Driven by curiosity, they stopped to listen, and as the music progresses, what was previously a soothing melody begins to come alive and leap. The crowd sank into it without realizing it. You can't help but want to get high to the rhythm of the music, especially next. A dense fast melody. The tempo appeared to pull up significantly. It's like an accelerated sprint in a 100-meter dash. The body secretes adrenaline. All the muscles in his body tensed up, waiting for the next moment to explode. The moment the gun went off, all the power that had been built up earlier poured out. The whole thing feels like flying. Sweat hairs are exploding. The crowd at the scene felt immense pleasure. And the feeling builds as the musical crescendo continues. Get satisfied like never before. Stage. A couple of the sisters did likewise. This bit of bombastic music, it gave them goosebumps. The cerebral cortex and auditory nerves for an extremely comfortable and pleasurable sensation. All want to get high to the music. The beat didn't stop. It was still rising. And that satisfaction continues, constantly stimulating the nerves of the crowd on the floor. Many people gently bobbed their heads to the melody. By the time this segment nears its end, another little crescendo rises up, and so it goes many times over, wave after wave. Suddenly, the tempo of the music slows down, the volume decreases, and the melody comes to a close. It looks like it's on overstay, but this time was markedly different. Like a rushing river about to join a rippling sea, there's a final explosion brewing, and near the end turns a split second. Tick, 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 tick. Yun Xiao grabbed the oboe and put it to his mouth and blew out with force. Highly resistant, loud and clear blasted oboe sound. It instantly swept the room, straight into the night sky. At this moment, everyone seemed to be in a battlefield of jingoism. The mind suffers a strong shock. A million passions. Crazy, enthusiastic, excited, rushing. All sorts of emotions rushed up to the sky. In an instant, it exploded like a nuclear bomb. Can't stop wanting to scream and shout. All worries are thrown away. The body swings and jumps wildly to the rhythm of the music. Together, come and shake it. Chapter 169, Sleazy Out of the Sky. Shocking big electric temple bounce. Stage. Xia Shui. A few girls shouted frantically. Swing and bounce to the beat of the music. It was as if the oboe was completely in tune with their souls. It's like the body is electrified and wants to jump and dance uncontrollably. Entertainment to the death. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed completely blew up. The netizens' canopy was overturned by the sound of the suona. His familiar formula. Familiar oboe. But this time I don't want to cry. So I want to ride my dog to the bungee. Upstairs, I'm the opposite of you. My era looked at me and I could feel the rebel wanting to ride me to a live bouncer. Painful. 20 more sets of high school practice questions. I can't stop the music. When the suona sounds, I put on my yellow vest and ride a small electric donkey. And I have the feeling that I am delivering the Dongfeng Express. While listening to this tune, my ox was plowing the ground. And I was so excited that I kicked it out of the way and went down to the field and plowed 10 acres myself. Nima. Just got out of heart bypass surgery. The stent popped itself out when the music started. Strangers, please wish me luck. This is the moment, both live and online. Because of the sound of the oboe in the clouds. It's all crazy. Even if they were killed, they would never have thought that Jin Xiao would really do this. Playing the sham at an electric festival. Instead of sending people away, it blew them out of their minds. Especially on the final climactic node. When the oboe sounded, the atmosphere was completely ignited. All the previous anticipation, mind preset, all at once, it exploded. Straight away the excitement of the person gets high. Even the man and his soul look like they've been beaten. Exuberant and jumpy. I just can't help it. Not to be outdone by the king of musical instruments, the oboe. Suppose the Queen of Heaven is alive in heaven. The rhythm, the music. Mustn't you come down to the earth for a couple of bounces? Even the big moms dancing next to them can't stop jumping up and down. One shook his head and shouted madly. They didn't even know what they were shouting. But it's not. It's like being sent away. At this moment, the group of protest organizations located at the entrance of the square, also all confused, jaw-droppingly watching the scene's combustible images. It just felt like the sky was going to be lifted off the ground. Listening to it, I couldn't help but start swaying myself. It shocked everyone. What the hell? Why am I swaying along? Hiss, this oboe sound goes straight to the soul. I can't even control this body. Ha, all of you? I thought it was just me. This music is so intense. What about? I just want to rock out to it. Scratch that. What's the point of protesting? There aren't even many people. And it's too bad we're not going for such a high atmosphere. Go go go. I've wanted this for a long time. Together. A few people came together to discuss it, put down the sign quietly, then break away from the main group and run to the scene. But no one reported it. Instead, join them and sneak off to bungee jumping. The powerful sound of the oboe tickled their hearts, as if it doesn't hurt if you don't pop. So the crowd that had come to protest, wave after wave escaped. There aren't many left. When the leader found out, he was flabbergasted. What's going on? Where is everybody? What's going on? Ahem. I see they've all gone stage bouncing. The leader was very angry. Bouncing? These spineless things. You don't want to go too, do you, boss? You found all this out? This music is so high. The leader pointed at them, his face full of astonishment. You, so disappointing. I'll put the word out here today. Whoever wants to go, I won't stop you, but anyone who wants to stay, stand behind me. I would have thought that by saying that, the guys would at least take it into consideration. The more pained he acted, the more others get over it. Then stand honestly behind him. Boss couldn't help but praise his own resourcefulness. Wow, great, guys, you hear me? Get your asses to the disco. Here comes the labor. At the boss's dumbfounded gaze, a bunch of signs were thrown down in front of them and the crowd hooted and hollered as they rushed to the stage. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left standing alone in the square. Messy in the wind. Tired. Destroy it. Wait for me. No bounce for nothing. The boss sighed in frustration. Throw down the sign. Turn your head and go bouncing. No one expected the protest group that caused the headaches for the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. It just dispersed. Below the stage, the original deadly atmosphere. In the fried field of the oboe, it's all gone crazy. More and more people are joining the bungee jumping army as people keep coming in. A swarm of people crowded to the front. Shake your hands to the rhythm. Bob your head and shake your legs. It looks so good. Many people pulled out their cell phones and took videos to post on local forums. Ninghai Tianhaogang Suona Electric Festival. Have you heard of it? Daytime incense. Night bouncing. Did not come to friends, hurry up. The news drew countless spectators. Comments and likes are pouring in. Soon, it was topped to the front page of the forum. Crap, temple bouncing? Really? Although I didn't go to the scene, but it looks very energetic. Nowadays the cultural tourism is really fancy. All rolled over the sky. The Heavenly Empress Palace? I've been to this place before. There's not much to see. And it's so embarrassing to say it's an electric festival. There's nothing to see except for the ladies. Upstairs, I seriously doubt you're a sailor. Here to embarrassingly hack. How can this be embarrassing? I'm afraid you have some misconceptions about awkwardness. Don't you? I'm blowing up through the screen. The scene must be awesome. Yeah, this music is so lit. I'm driving and I can't stop bouncing around listening to it. I'm already going 180 miles per hour. Man in bed. Can't sleep after listening to the music. Please kindly give me an address. I'm going to get high live. Are there any Ninghai locals? Let's do it together. Watching the video makes me want to jump up and down. I'm afraid the neighbors will say I'm crazy. Cloudy finished blowing a tune. The music ends. Those who got high to the point of orgasm live in the audience. Only afterward did they come to their senses. and one was incredulous, especially the Xia Shuai girls, staring wide-eyed at Yun Xiao. The person was dumbfounded. Neither of them wanted to get high just now, but they just couldn't help it. It's like a force firing into your body. It doesn't hurt if you don't let it out. You three, what a guy you got back for me. Sunwon stared at Yun Xiao with an odd gaze. Oboe electric. It was the first time she'd heard it. 2. I didn't realize it was so combustible. That's a question that could put three sisters on the spot. Face to face, full of confusion. This, can I say I don't know either? He can be a veterinarian, a beast tamer, a gynecologist, and a grave robber, but we didn't know that he could do electric music. Sunwon's head grew big as he listened. Tomb raiding, gynecology, beast taming? What the hell? The three girls persuaded. Senior sister, the field has blown up. Hurry up and strike while the iron is hot. You go up and perform a program. This is better for him to come? I won't move the door. Don't make the atmosphere cool again later. Seen a great show from the clouds. She's not good enough for that. At this moment, Cloudy was also a bit on top. That electric sound just blew so much. It's the first time I've played the oboe in front of so many people. Even his own blood boiled. Not only was the field saved, but everyone was dancing and bouncing like crazy. It's like being in an ancient battlefield, commanding like 1,000 armies. There are no words to describe the sense of accomplishment. One more song. Time. It's equally an electroacoustic godsend. It has an extra narration compared to Faded. The rousing parts are played on saxophone. The clouds are still switched to oboe. Of all the instruments, the oboe is king. There's no tune the oboe can't play. He was sure it would blow up even more than sax. It's also more uplifting. The intro to Time plays next. Cloudy began by reading a large section of the narration into the microphone. A low, magnetic voice. It fits perfectly with the context of the song. Makes it just a pleasure to listen to. Wait for the narrator to finish. Cloudy once again raised the oboe. The scene, which had only just stopped for a moment, blew over once again. On the other hand, news of the Tin Hao Kung Electric Festival spread. More and more people are coming this way. Most of them are local young people in Ninghai City. As soon as you get off the bus, you can't wait to rush to the entrance of the plaza. And with increased foot traffic, the square of only a few hundred people had gathered 2,000 to 3,000 people at once. As soon as I arrived, I heard the sham blowing up the field. Everyone got high. Can't stop shaking my head. As far as the eye could see, the square was black with an army of shaking heads. It was a big scene. Blame it on the fact that the Sona Electric Festival is out of this world. Many people have never heard of it in their lives. Chapter 170 The Taoist Priest. Everything is done according to Mazu's wishes. Tin Hao Palace. The sham sounds together. A few of the young Taoist priests had goosebumps falling all over their bodies. The Taoist heart is completely untenable. So high I'm obviously meditating. But I just can't help but squirm. Blessed Sang Infinite. Empress of Heaven. My Tao heart is not pure. Me too. Too uptight and brainwashed. Master. I want to go out for some air. I want to. The old Taoist master opened his eyes and sighed as he grabbed a strand of goatee. Go. The Queen of Heaven will not blame you. Remember to bring the incense with you. A few disciples wondered why they had to bring the incense with them. Is it possible to get incense while bouncing around? But their hearts flew out early, and no time to think about it. A dozen or so young priests exited the palace and temple. Carry the incense down the hill and head straight for the stage. The old Taoist priest's face was full of tangles and he looked up to the sky and sighed. Still the Taoist heart is not pure. How does this music make even the poor Taoist want to jump up and down? Scene. After the song time ended, Cloudy has a change of style and switches to another song. Oboe's classic sacred music soundtrack. 100 Ghosts in the Night. As long as you're no stranger to Lam Chinging movies, just be sure to know it. In short video clips in the latter. It's a track that could be considered an exclusive soundtrack for the Swarm. Whatting soldiers borrowing. Red and white double death. Yen Wang marrying. All of them can give you a whole lot of regal flavor. Especially late at night. When the music comes on, you know it's time to cross the bridge to nowhere. Ordinary people have almost zero resistance to its magic. It is the most netherworldly oboe diva of all time. Sure enough, the whole place exploded when the cloud sham went off. Everyone in the square was creeped out. An eerie atmosphere came over me. Crap, isn't it an electric festival? I'm afraid this isn't bouncing in a grave. Blowing out 100 ghosts in someone's Taoist shrine. You are really daring. Don't get cleaned up right out of the gate. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed couldn't be helped. The netizens who are used to the cloudy oboe blowing people to tears. At first glance, I thought it was the Black Mountain Demon coming to blow up the street. Shu Xin. Is that you Shu Xin? I'm Kai Shin. I've brought the Black Mountain Old Demon to find you to come along to the disco. Thank you. People delivering from the grave. listening to this song feeling surrounded by people. That's a spirit. When I set this song as a ringtone, and the bell rings in the middle of the night, the whole dorm will wake up in their sleep, and it's time to hit the road. This Swana song makes my blood boil. Suddenly I want to go to challenge the king of hell in the middle of the night. But it fits in well with the classic Chinese horror BGM, but it's also really lit. Not good. It's the Sokushin Brahmana. Cover your ears and repeat after me, Prajna Badono Yuki. Sitting and listening is not quite right, and then I lay down and listen to it again. Still do not think it works. Thought of pulling out the phone on the United States group, ordered a coffin to send. Lying in it to listen to. Hey, it's the right flavor. The crowd in the square swayed to the oboe. This track is wicked and thrilling though, but with a touch of festive cheer. Brings intense interest and wonder. More and more. I can't help but want to go jumping and bouncing. Follow the rhythmic ebb and flow. Stimulation. It's a blast. Never heard electric music like this in my life. Those little Taoist priests who just came down from the mountains. Also confused by the weird style of the oboe blast. What the hell? Taoist Holy Land. How can there still be demons and evil spirits? Wait for this one to blow over. More people came to the festival site. But after half a dozen shakes, everyone always felt like something was missing. Powerful is powerful, but it just doesn't work. Something to hold in your hand would be nice. At that thought, everyone reacted. Looking back around, the glow sticks found in the plaza were long gone. A square dancer saw the little Taoist priest descending from the mountain, holding high incense in his hand. It was a moment of clarity. Squeeze through the crowd. Swish and run. Little master, is incense for sale? The young Taoist froze. What? Seeing that older woman pointing at Takaka always brought her back to her senses. This female resident. The Taoist sect only talks about fate. If you want it, just follow your heart. The older woman immediately pulled out $200 and slipped it to the young Taoist priest. Enough? Seeing that red $100 bill, the little Taoist man was confused. Lady priestess, you are very kind. That's good. Give me 2 sticks of high incense. Quick, don't dawdle. The female resident was seen holding high incense with a happy face. The bunch of little Taoist priests were all dumbfounded. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Normally on the mountain, regular incense is provided free of charge. But Takaka is different. This thing is a meter tall. Volume is greater. Burning incense and worshipping Buddha is a better way to show sincerity. But it didn't sell for $100 a stick. 2 actually sold for $200? What a windfall this must be. They can't even think for themselves. However, when it was thought that the female resident would go up to the mountain to burn incense, Big Mama actually got in their faces. The incense was lit and held in both hands and raised above the head. Square dancing while running towards the crowd, catering to the rhythm of the music. The dance was a joyous one. Hiss. A few of the young Taoist priests were filled with astonishment. The other tourists went numb. Your big mom lives up to her name. In the next second, all the young people seemed to discover a new continent. Eyes locked in unison on the group of Taoists. Just sprinted like a 100-meter race. Brothers, it's time to buy incense. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Nonsense. Where is this incense? It's a glow stick from the Grand Electric Temple. Little master. I want to be just like him. Me too. For any amount of money. Playing small fortune teller told me that I have a destiny with the Taoist sect. Before I did not believe. Now I believe. That, master can scan code? I don't have any cash. Less than 3 minutes. The high incense in the hands of the little Taoist priests was all sold out. Everyone's holding a big handful of money. The giddiness felt unreal. It never occurred to me that temple incense would be so popular. The backs are fired up to 200 or 300 apiece. There are more wolves than meat. When they see the incense being bought, someone raises the price to show their karma. But now we see that the destiny is gone. How can this be? A bunch of people surrounded the little Taoists and shouted noisily. Master, is there any more high incense? Go back and get it. There's enough money. That's right. Aren't you monks? Doesn't the Taoist sect talk about karma? Don't worry. I'm not bad with karma. Enough is enough. In the face of an enthusiastic crowd, the little Taoist priests had no choice but to return. As soon as he entered, he shouted, Master, something big has happened. Seeing his disciples go and return, the old Taoist priest asked suspiciously, What's wrong? Didn't I tell you to go down the mountain to sell incense? How much did you sell? Originally, the old Taoist didn't have much hope. Just expect these people to finish bouncing. You can buy a stick of incense and burn it on the mountain. The little Taoist took a few breaths before saying, Sell them all, and made so much more. Elder brother and the others carried the incense down the mountain to sell it again. What? The old Taoist priest was startled and suspiciously surveyed his disciple. A monk must not speak rashly. How come I don't see any incense? Master, I'm not lying. just go out and see. The young Taoist was a bit anxious and pulled the old Taoist out the door. The two men came to the gate together. Stand on top of the steps and look around. Just saw a lot of people going back and forth on this road. Holding the incense, he ran towards the square. With curiosity, he followed it all the way down. Come to the square. Just see the dense crowd surrounding the place. All of them are grabbing incense to sell. The unit price is speculated to be 500 and 600, which is frighteningly high, but it's puzzling. After buying the incense, none of the joss stickers went up the hill into the temple. Instead, he ran towards the plaza with gusto. Looking up, the old Taoist was startled. There was a puff of smoke there. I don't know. I thought there was a fire in the plaza, filled with the rich smell of incense and fire. Amidst the smoke of burning, you can faintly see colorful lights flickering. There was also smoke rising from burning high incense. Inside, shadows shifted, and it really did look as if a shadowy soldier had borrowed it. All of a sudden the sense of atmosphere is pulled full circle. The little Taoist was too scared to come forward. In the spirit of decades of cultivation, the old Taoist priest approached to take a look. Hundreds of people were seen gathered around the stage. One cheered and shouted. 2 sticks of high incense were held aloft in his hand, sway from side to side to the beat of the music. Under the night, the fire of burning high incense. It seemed to shine like a glow stick, even overpowering the stage lights. Oh ho! La 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 la. A mountain of sound came crashing down, stirring the smoke overhead. This is a picture that can truly be described as 100 ghosts walking at night and a group of demons. The main one is not for the faint of heart. The old Taoist master barely closed his mouth. That's not all. On stage, Cloudy is completely on top. Excitedly, he yelled, "Live audience, raise your incense and shake it, will you?" Wow! The whole crowd cheered and screamed. The incense swayed with the smoke. Spectators in the back with your hands up. I want to see your incense. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Hello, I'm DJ Zheng Tiancher. I'm going to perform a DJ song called Mantra of the Past Life. Please raise your hands for me to see the electronic talisman. Okay? Wu Kong. In front of the big electric sound temple. Quickly go to fetch the teacher's running horse lamp Jilang surplus to come. Set open the electronic wooden fish. Took out the LED electronic incense. Put on the running horse lamp surplus. Stride toward the front. I don't know. Is this something a carbon-based creature could come up with? It's like the ceiling of an electric festival. It's so explosive. Going up to the big electric temple to bounce and listen to punk mamasan play. I'm going to get high tonight. Empress Dowager, can't you enjoy yourself after several lifetimes of protection? Continue with the music. Continue with the dance. Tonight's consumption will be paid for by Heavenly Master Zhang. Taoist Master, I've only said that monks don't make delusional statements. I haven't said that they don't play diskettes. I'm MC Water Goddess of Mercy. Shouting sexy voice. Yo yo yo. The old Taoist priest's eyes went black. The Tao heart that had been cultivated for decades almost collapsed on the spot. Suddenly, a little Taoist priest ran over in a hurry. Master, what should we do? These people are too crazy. All the high incense has been swept away. The old Taoist priest's face twitched, sinking his teeth into a sigh of relief. He shouted, "Go home and close the door. Get rid of the people. Get rid of all of them. Return all the money." This. The little Taoist didn't understand anymore. Just then, another little Taoist priest ran over with great excitement. Master, great. We just did a count. Do you know how much we sold? $800,000. That's more than our incense money for a few months. The old Taoist master, who was just about to break out in curses, was filled with astonishment. Uncertainty pulled out his ears. How much did you say? 800,000,000. The old Taoist priest was shocked. That's $800,000? When is the incense money that good? He was in deep contemplation. Senior, the master said he's going to close down and refund the money. Why? However, no sooner had they opened their mouths to inquire, the old Taoist priest took a deep breath. Looking at the crazy crowd in the square, with a sad and compassionate face, he said, "It seems that I can only operate according to Mazu's wishes. Hurry up. Call your senior brothers together and go get all the high incense in stock." Little Dogs. Chapter 171, Suddenly a Huge Fire? Firefighting is shocked. The vibe of the scene. More and more it starts to get outrageous, as the audience pile up more and more on the stage, and the incense burns brighter and brighter. From a few hundred people before, it expanded to a few thousand at once. Smoke billowed over the entire square. You can see it from a dozen kilometers away. And so, a member of the public then called the police to report seeing a fire in a Taoist temple not far away. Received a fire call. The fire department took it seriously right away. Are you sure? Sir? Should be sure. The smoke over there is spreading to the sky. You can still faintly see the firelight rushing up to the sky. It must be a very big fire. It seems to be the Heavenly Empress Palace there. Okay, we'll be right there. Late at night, the firefighters have long since rested. Some people are chatting in their dorms. Others are sleeping. Jingle bells. The moment the piercing sirens sounded, all of them made the same movement and dashed to the square to gather at the first opportunity. Whatever they're doing, at this moment, none of them had the slightest hesitation, even in the shower. Also would have rolled out and put on a fire suit, joined the assembled throng. Even a second's delay could cost a life. The plaza. Fire Chief Lin Taifeng. I swept sharply toward the dozen or so firefighters. In a deep voice, he bellowed. We've received an alert that a fire is suspected to have broken out in Ninghai Tianhogong. Some citizens who witnessed the fire claim to have seen thick smoke covering the sky, as well as light and sparks flickering. There are faint screams coming from the scene. Someone should be trapped and the situation is critical. This could be a megafire. Everyone get ready. Depart. The words fell. Firefighters, heavily armed, rushed to the fire trucks. Not much longer. Fire truck after fire truck, pulling out of the fire station. With red and blue dual flashes, he sped towards the Tinhao Palace. Pedestrians and drivers on the road. All of them were confused when they saw several fire trucks speeding by. When the vehicle drives by, come together and talk about it in an interchangeable way. What the hell? So many fire trucks at once? Is it a big fire somewhere? Look at this fire. It's not small. Hey, every time there's a fire, the fire department is on the front line. Hats off to our blue friends. That said, why is the front still blocked? Don't let the Tianhogong Electric Festival be over by then. Dude, you're going to Electric Fest too? Could it be that you are too? Shit, such a coincidence. Similar situations are playing out on various roads. There are locals and people from the neighborhood. After seeing the online news, they all converged on the Tinhao Temple Square. It's only been a short half hour. From an original audience of a few hundred people, it skyrocketed to nearly 10,000 at once. And there were constantly more people coming this way, nearby on the intersection. Although there are traffic police in command, but it simply doesn't work. What's blocked is still blocked. Parking on this side of the street has been full for a long time. At first the driver was more restrained. Take the car and park it somewhere else. Go to the back and just leave it on the side of the road. Traffic cops are cool with tickets. I thought I would keep posting a straight cool. But then, the next thing that came to mind was that something wasn't right. These car owners seemed to be collectively blind. Obviously had seen him, and had no compunction about bringing the car around. Then throw it on the side of the road and leave it alone. At first it was just an individual. By the end of the day, there was just too much congestion. One learns from the other. All broken. The traffic police, who are hanging out on the side as air, are numb. He pulled out his walkie-talkie and called headquarters. Crap, Tinhaokung Junction. Send backup. Okay, I'll call my comrades in the neighborhood right away. Don't there are too many unauthorized vehicles here. At least 10 have to come or it won't work. The opposite side was confused. At this point, another owner pulls up, calmly pulled out a cigarette and handed it over. Comrade, trouble you quickly give me a ticket, and then send the text message to my cell phone. I have to hurry to go bouncing. Thank you Traffic police. Tired. Never want to get a ticket again. A hooter came on. Fire engines also arrived at the scene. However, seeing the front blocked, a huge full of parked cars, not to mention cars can't get in, even people have trouble getting in. The firefighters were dumbfounded. How can we put out a fire when it's blocked like this? Lin Taifeng was furious. What do these people want? This is a fire scene. It's dangerous. Do they want to die by blocking the car here? He knew that it was no use just getting angry, so ran out of the car and tried to get to the traffic cop at the intersection. Discuss if you can move the car. The result was just approaching the square. Just be stunned by the deafening electric sound inside. Take another look. Good man. Colorful light shot out from the thick smoke in the sky. You can faintly see the stars and the fire. It appeared and disappeared in the smoke, like a ghost fire. If you didn't know, you'd think the Black Mountain Demon was having a party. Lin Tiefeng's eyelids jumped as he moved a little closer. Until you see those people in the square, with incense held high in his hand. He was swaying to his heart's content. He's numb. After all that, it's not a fire. It's just people burning the midnight oil. He laughed bitterly in his mind. What a thing to call it. Other people wave glow sticks at electric festivals. You're good. Burn high incense. Not bad for a temple bounce. But with thousands of people waving with high incense, it's easy to have an accident. Lin Taifeng immediately organized his team members and went forward to persuade them. The audience had gotten high a long time ago. Pressing on and not listening. Keep shaking your head and shaking your legs in a group dance. On the other side, Cloudy also noticed the firefighters on stage. It was a moment of realization. There is a real danger in burning so much incense at the same time. One slip up and a fire could actually break out. I was so immersed in the music before that I didn't feel it. I didn't realize that even the fire department had been alerted. Naturally, it can't go on. Yun Xiao stopped blowing and shouted to the stage. Listen to me, everyone. The way of burning incense is undesirable and prone to fires. Let's play. Let's fool around. We can't cause trouble for the country. All extinguish the incense and throw it in the trash. Everyone please cooperate. Thank you. What made the fire department's eyes drop in amazement was this. They persuaded the audience who didn't cooperate. A word from the clouds. It was immediately responded to by consciously extinguishing the incense. Line up and throw it in the trash. Well organized and not a bit messy. There was absolutely no sign of the insanity that was there before. The firefighters' mouths were all wide open with shock. These guys aren't brainwashed, are they? Next, the music continues. A song called The Spectre. The crowd resumed where it had been before. Started shaking and shaking his legs like crazy. Lin Tiefeng's face twitched. The strong electric beats were so strong that even he couldn't help but want to swing to them. Hell no. There's something magical about that voice. Until the clouds raised the oboe. He couldn't take it anymore. Lead the team on duty tonight to flee. Others, stayed at the Electrofest site. Join the bungee jumping army. In mid-air, several drones hovered over the square. Came in for a full scene overhead shot. Images of tens of thousands of people bouncing and partying at the electric festival scene reached the internet. In an instant, it blew up the internet. The number of hits skyrocketed. In the video, the nearby road is full of private cars. It's packed into a jam. It was full of vehicles front and back. And as the picture progresses, here comes the more powerful one. Tens of thousands of people in the square got high, even if it's not there. Hear that powerful oboe electric sound. I can't help but sway with it. Smoke was thick and dense, especially over the stage. Look at the netizens. What's going on? A fire? But take a closer look. Where's the fire? That's countless people holding up high incense or bouncing around. It's a picture that shocks the cerebellums of the netizens to shrivel up. I've seen people who go to the temple to burn incense. First time I've seen a high burner at a bungee jumping site. Just, huge TM outrageous even more outrageous. Cloudy shouted those two words at the audience. It amused them straight away. Talented, let me see your incense. Are you sure this is live at an electric festival? Crap, you guys see there's a Taoist temple behind the stage that says Heavenly Queen's Palace? Can't hold it in. The electric festival is held at the gate of the Taoist temple. When the Queen Mother of Heaven sees this scene, both high and low will have to hold up high incense to pop in. Take another look at the video title. The netizens cried and laughed. The toughest electric festival ever. Incense in the daytime. Bouncing at night. It's a blast. Netflix jumped on the bandwagon. Open up the navigation and take a look as long as the neighborhood. Can't wait to rush to the site to get high. Chapter 172, Terrifying Popularity. The Civic and Tourism Bureau's Traffic Police Unit breaks defense. Bureau of Cultural and Tourism Affairs. Director Hao has just finished his work. He was about to instruct his secretary to give him a report on the situation at Tin Hao Kung. If you can't do it, just remove the electric festival. People don't want to. We can't force it, can we? Jingle bells. The cell phone is ringing. Surprisingly, it was the Taoist chief who called, and Director Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. Hesitation for a moment also forced Pai to answer. The idea was his. Now others come to the door. Definitely have to give a statement. Director Hao, it's poor Tao. Is the Taoist priest? The situation I know all. Don't worry, I won't force anyone. You don't want to then I'll. What? A puzzled voice came from across the room. Then he smiled. Director, I really thank you for helping us solve this problem. You are really a great person. Mazu will surely bestow blessings on you. Director Hao's head was full of questions. What's going on? Aren't you here to ask for trouble? Why are you thanking him? Taoist? What are you talking about? Oh, nothing much. The electric festival was well run. Everyone got high, and the incendiaries consumed savagely. Ahem. They were the ones who took all the high incense in stock. As of now, a total of $1 million of incense has been harvested. Hearing this, Director Hao is shocked. $1 million? Are you sure? Monks don't lie. It is they themselves who give an on, not us who sell. Boom. It was a moment like a blow to the brain. The latter words were completely missed. What the hell? Did you run into a wealthy incense burner? For that little high incense, it's not worth $10,000 to say it will sell for $1 million. Beat him to death and he won't believe it. So much so that it froze for a long time. Hey, Chief Hao, the caller shouted twice. Director Hao took a breath and hurriedly asked, Taoist, what is the situation of this? Didn't you say there was no one over there? The Taoist priest returned. Yes. At first there was no one, because everyone resisted. In fact, the poor Taoist was also disgusted before, but then I figured it out. Director, here, the poor Taoist has to say sorry to you. I was ratty in the past. It seems that my cultivation is still not enough. It's thanks to your timely intervention in organizing this electric festival here that you have been able to save the day and help us out. If I wasn't so old, I'd want to come down and go bopping myself. Poor Taoist is calling to ask if this electric festival can be held for a long time. It's set to be in our heavenly Empress Palace. Gabba. Chief Hao dislocated his jaw and slammed it into the floor. The brain is giddy. What the hell? Earlier in the day, complaints about the electric festival flew in like snowflakes. Barely missed the call. He had no doubt that this was when he was going to show up at the Queen of Heaven's palace. It's bound to get brutalized by those dogs. And then this attitude flips 180 degrees in the blink of an eye? What happened in that hour? What did you miss? But with the previous lesson, he didn't dare to just agree. Well, the electric festival was only supposed to be held once. After all, you guys are the holy land of Taoism, so if it's too noisy, it's not appropriate, and it'll disturb the Taoist master's cultivation. It's hard to avoid gossip when word gets out. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist priest became anxious. No disturbance. Do not disturb. Entering the world is also cultivation. I've thought it all out. If the Taoist sect wants to develop, it has to keep up with the times. Why don't we make the Tin Hao Temple a tourist attraction? Or rename it the Grand Electric Temple, so it will live up to its name. Everything is done according to the Heavenly Empress wishes. See who dares to gossip? Chief Hao is numb. The Great Electric Temple? Are you serious? A good Tin Hao Palace. Did you ask the Queen of Heaven what she wanted? He was even more curious. What made the old Taoist priest a different person? This curmudgeonly old man had treated him poorly before. How dare you make such an outrageous decision? It's not right. It was so wrong. Even he wanted to be there to find out what was going on. To the old Taoist priest, it really surprised him today. A different kind of electric festival, burning high incense and bouncing. Surprisingly, it really took the dead Taoist temple and revitalized it. Not only did they tide over the difficulties, but they sold over $1 million in incense alone. Who dares to imagine that? In recent years, Taoism was in decline, and the status of the state religion was declining. As a member of the Tao sect, he certainly didn't want to watch the sect decline. It was hard to wait for an opportunity. Instead of closing the door and waiting to die, it may be worthwhile to boldly seek change. And through this electric festival, he thinks this is the arrangement of Mazu, much less the slightest psychological burden. Seeing that the director didn't say anything, he hurriedly added, Director Hao, in order to make it easier to organize the electric festival, only if it makes a name for itself will more tourists come, and it's only after tying the Tin Hao Temple and the electric festival together and making it a tourist attraction that we can sustain it. Of course it's definitely not advisable to burn tall incense and bungee jumping tonight. It's very dangerous. You can replace the tall incense with electronic candles or electronic incense, so that the visitors will be more involved and won't feel that there is a lack of atmosphere at the electro festivals. In addition, I intend to put ambient lights on the roof of the Taoist temple and the statue, so that the atmosphere of bouncing back will be even more intense. Director Hao rounded his eyes. 10,000 straw horses ran wild inside. Confused, he took the phone away and looked at the display. Is this a wrong number? Why don't we hear what you have to say? Electronic candles? Electronic incense? He even wondered if the old Taoist priest had stolen and drunk the fake wine. What a fucking drunken mess. Any more conversation and he felt intellectually inadequate. So he made an immediate decision. Then what? Taoist master. Let's meet and talk. I'll go over there and see what the scene is really like before making a decision. Okay? After getting permission from the Taoist priest, Hao took a deep breath, immediately called the driver and rushed to the site of the electric festival. On the road, a number of vehicles were coming towards the area. Roads that are normally sparse are now jammed with cars. It's all crowded in the front. There's still a steady stream coming this way from behind. One just wants to cast off as if they were born. The long lines of vehicles are going behind the traffic lights. The road was also filled with traffic police. It gave Chief Hao a confused look, and anxious and helpless. You can only move like a turtle in the crowded traffic. Electric Fest Live. After there's no more incense, the sense of ambience drops a whole lot at once. It's always a bad idea. And I don't know which old six. Pull out your cell phone and light up your flashlight. Swaying to the beat of the music, the crowd followed suit. That's a lot more comfortable. View from the stage. Countless people below were shaking their cell phones aloft, like stars shining in the night. Don't be too spectacular. Xia Shui's women had long been intoxicated. The gazes that looked at Yun Xiao were tinged with admiration. The moment, this man was as great as a heavenly god in their eyes. In mid-air, buzzing, a dozen drones circled the square. Flying around, is broadcasting this scene live. Most of the anchors in Ninghai City ran to the scene. There must be at least hundreds of them. Families, I'm at the scene of the Tin Hao Kung Electric Festival right now, so give the anchor a click and I'll take you to the most explosive big electric temple bounce. Get high, friends, if you haven't come yet, hurry up. This is called the Ceiling of the Electric Festival. If you miss it, you'll have to wait for another century. See, the player up there is Cloudy. These anchors are shouting like crazy, rocking out while live. Cloudy's live broadcast room even blew up, directly over 10 million people, plus the other anchors present. No less than 20 million people followed the online popularity of this electric festival. More media is on its way. Countless young people went crazy. Ninghai City, it hadn't been this lively for a long time. Directly leading to the road to the Heavenly Empress Palace, there was a total collapse. Traffic is completely backed up. The traffic police present were too busy. All report back here. And so the traffic brigade command center was in disarray. What's the situation? The road to the Tin Hao Palace is blocked? Don't people rarely go there? Why did it blow up today? I don't know. I've gotten several calls for help. It's wicked, the officers whispered. Soon the news reached the director's ears. Traffic jam? Is there a car accident? No. An officer on duty reported that a lot of private cars were parked over there, preferring to be ticketed for violating the law and bouncing off the electric festival. After hearing this, the director looked confused in capital letters. An electric festival? At the Taoist temple? Are you too drunk to wake up? Captain Lu smiled bitterly. I didn't drink. Over there it's all been a riot. You can hear the music from a long way off. And there's a lot of spectators rushing over there. The roads are all jammed up. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and opened the live video and handed it over. After reading it, the director's mouth fell open in shock. My God, you can't see the end from the beginning. How many cars does that take? There must be tens of thousands. At those words, the director couldn't help but let out a cold breath. Tens of thousands of cars. Not tens of thousands. A car can seat at least 2 to 6 people. Counting by threes. That's got to be 30,000 people. So many people all crowded in the Tin Hao Temple. In the event of a riot, or a stampede, it would have to have serious consequences. The director couldn't figure it out even if he broke his head. How can an electric festival attract so many people? Even the traffic was paralyzed. It is imperative that the blockage must be unblocked. Get traffic back to normal as soon as possible. Order it down. Recall all the off-duty officers, all of them to the scene and take command. There aren't enough men. Contact another detachment to rush in for support. Also, go contact fire and medical to get ready in case something goes wrong. If we keep blocking it, we're bound to have an accident. Captain Lu promised. Yes. Looked at the live screen. The clouds that still play on stage. Heart shook. It's him again. Why can't he stop? The memory of the Gizon drag race is still fresh in my mind. It's only been a while. His popularity. It's all so horrible. Chapter 173. As soon as the Cloud Palace rang, I remembered welding the southern heavenly gate in heaven. The square was crowded. The Electrofest has been going on for over an hour. During this time, Cloudy put the electroacoustic divine music that he liked to listen to in his previous life, played them one by one. The atmosphere was high to a climax. The square, which can hold tens of thousands of people, was almost full. It was crowded outside, and people were arriving. Team Lu led the way to the scene. Heads exploded at the sight. Immediately call up another detachment to join them. Chief Hao was stuck in traffic and couldn't move an inch. It took a while to realize that all these people coming in a steady stream were attending the electric festival. See the caravan blocked into a long line outside. There was no choice but to get out of the car and walk there on foot. Let the driver drive himself. Good thing it's not far away. When it came to the electric festival scene, seeing the atmosphere here, he numbed the others, rubbed his eyes hard. Was this still the deadly Heavenly Empress Palace he remembered? It's too much of a stretch. People crowded the square in heaps. It's all here. The powerful music infected even him. Even at 40 years of age, you can't help but want to wiggle along. Director Hao went through a lot of trouble. It was only then that he pushed his way through the crowd. Meet the old Taoist priest from Tin Hao Palace. Learn what happened. Director Hao looked at the young man on the stage in shock. I thought it was certain death, and there was no turning back. Who would have thought that someone would turn things around on their own? However, he seemed to remember hiring a college girl. How come it's a man again? Until in person. It was then that he truly realized what the Taoist priest had said to him on the phone earlier. Not kidding. What a few tens of thousands of people converged in just 1 hour. Hey, blow it all up. With this call to action, the electric festival will really run in the future. He believes it will surely become a cultural symbol of Ninghai City. It can even radiate to neighboring cities. Let more people come to travel to Ninghai and boost economic growth. And the Diva's Palace will be a hit with the electric festival's name. No more worrying about closing down. There is popularity and attention. Is there still a shortage of incense? And then some peripheral products in due course. Electronic incense, electronic candles, electronic charms. It can be a great deal. If it's done well, it's possible that it's on fire all over the country. How Bureaus breathed heavily at the thought. The opportunity is right in front of you. So why hesitate? So, he immediately agreed. I was afraid that the old Taoist master would regret it later. Meanwhile, the countdown to the electric festival has finally begun. On stage Cloudy shouted, "Next, I'll play the last song for you all. And this song, I believe you're all familiar with it." Hearing this, the audience below, who were already high on their heads, all of them were stunned. I'm not even high enough? How come it's the last song? Those viewers who are still on the road. More than that, I feel sorry for it. It's like missing out on hundreds of millions. Just when everyone was still confused, the sound of a familiar tune spread through the square. Throwing. The crowd was even more confused when the music came on. Why does this drawing style sound so familiar? The people present showed contemplation. Out of the blue, crap, the great sage came and blew up the field? At this moment, everyone's gaze at Yun Xiao was filled with strangeness. What a nifty talent. Can this tune even be taken out of high? They grew up hearing it. Childhood memories. There is nothing unfamiliar to every dragon nation. The Great Cloud Palace Swift Sound. It's just that they didn't expect it. It's a tune that can also be performed in an electroacoustic way. And it sounds like, it's not bad. Suddenly the group was in the mood. A familiar melody with an electric beat. Can't help but want to rock like crazy again. Follow the great saint to the bungee. What surprised them even more was this. A soprano chant in the Cloud Palace swift voice. Yun Xiao surprisingly soared out with his mouth open. And it was not incongruous. Not at all inferior to the original song. Has his own unique style. The original was a fairy tale. This one is a blast. With the rendering of the oboe. It's as if the sound is there. Follow the great sage to step into the southern sky and shatter the sky. It was very combustible. The whole room screamed and cheered and came in a mountain of noise. Director Hao's body exploded in sweat. Looking down from the hillside, you can't help but feel the emotion. At this point, when paired with the previous high-scented clouds, then you really are in a cloud palace. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The netizens went crazy too. Straight up outrageous. It's so fried. I have goosebumps. I've always listened to foreign electro music before, but I didn't realize that Chinese music can be so high. So the real king of electro music is us. I have to say, this tune is so damn arrogant. When the music comes together, I feel like I've been ranked in the class of immortals, and I'm bouncing around the 7 fairies at the peach party. Really? Never cared before. I can't believe that Cloud Palace Swift Sound is so good, especially that soprano solo by Cloudy. It's ridiculously strong. It directly overpowers all the previous tunes. The grand finale is no problem. Monkey heard this tune. Heel are more turned over 10 kilometers. My calf heard. All say they and the great sage is a worship brother. I listened to it and remembered the days when I was welding the South Heavenly Gate in the Heavenly Palace. No surprise. This tune is definitely going to blow up after tonight. But I've searched for half a day. Why isn't there a single tune from Before the Clouds? The owners of cars that are stuck in traffic on nearby roads. All quiet at the moment. And no honking or screaming. Listen quietly to the music coming from the direction of the square. Enjoy the final auditory feast. Wait until the tune is over. Cloudy walked to the front of the stage and waved his hand to thank everyone. Thank you all. This is the end of tonight's electric music performance. Thank you for coming out to the show. The stage was silent for a moment. Then a mountain of cheers erupted. Ho 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 ho. On with the music. On with the dance. A few more songs. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, several of the girls on stage had a light in their eyes. Who would have thought that before this place was dead? And everything has shifted because of just one person. Their gazes coincidentally looked towards the clouds. Eyes shining like stars. Someone had told them before that they would look at a valet driver. Must have thought the guy was crazy. But nowadays, if you don't like each other, that's crazy, right? Good looking, rich, and funny. What woman wouldn't be fascinated? Of course, the premise was that Yun Xiao could look at them. In the face of uproar and cheering from the stage, those enthusiastic spectators were dying to rush the stage. Yun Xiao also had a headache. How should I leave? It's a question. The audience surrounded the stage. Cloudy scratched his head awkwardly, accidentally singing high. Couldn't even leave if I wanted to. Just then, A group of people came up from the back of the stage. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man and an old Taoist priest. Director Hao quickly walked to Yun Xiao and held his hand. Smiling broadly, he said, "Young man, thank you for coming to the rescue. I'm the director of the Ninghai Culture and Tourism Bureau. Can I say a few words?" Yun Xiao froze and greeted politely. "Hello, leader." With that said, he stepped back and ceded the stage to him. He couldn't wait for someone to relieve him. Director Hao walked to the front of the stage and said into the microphone, "First of all of you guys are able to come to the Electric Festival at the Tin Hao Palace on your busy schedules, and on behalf of the Ninghai Cultural and Tourism Organization, I would like to thank you for coming to support the festival. Secondly, I'm here to make an announcement. After discussions between the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the officials of the Tin Hao Palace, it will be turned into a tourist attraction, and in the future, it will organize electroacoustic rave events every month, promote it to the whole country as a special scenic spot in Ninghai City. I hope you enjoy it." Wow! The room erupted at the words. The crowd cheered with excitement. To celebrate Electric Fest. Naturally, the more lively the better. After this night of cloudy performances, with the amount of fans he has, more people will be following here? It's conceivable. Once the word gets out, it's going to be a sensation all over the internet. Those in the audience who didn't make it over tonight, and no need to feel sorry, the atmosphere bakes up. Even if a zombie does pop up, both can jump up and give you a 360-degree Thomas pirouette. Because of the severe traffic jam, can't get away for a while. Yun Xiao and the others were then invited into the Heavenly Empress Palace for tea. In the square, the crowd dispersed reluctantly. Those who came and those who left, all crowded onto the nearby roads. Traffic is paralyzed again. Lu Team led the traffic police brigade, the effort of 9 dragons and 2 tigers. It was hard to clear the congested roads. By this time, it was 11 o'clock at night. Leaving the Heavenly Empress Palace, Yun Xiao acted as a chauffeur for the ladies. Drive them back to school. Chapter 174 Power Potion? Physical Strength Enhancement? Ultra Thin. While on the road, Sunwan stared unblinkingly at Yun Xiao, curious about this man, especially from the side of the 3 little sisters. After learning about Cloudy's deeds, just worship it even more. I was so excited to talk to him. "Handsome, I'm learning to drive. Can I ask you a few questions?" Yun Xiao gazed ahead and nodded indifferently. "Ask." "Well, when we were learning to drive, the instructor told us not to turn off the engine so easily on the highway. But what would happen if we pulled out the key at this time?" The 3 Xia Shui girls were dumbfounded. What kind of question is that? Who would be so tempted, on the highway and pulling the key? Yun Xiao glanced at her. "Actually, you don't need to worry. The vendor has already thought of this problem for you." Ah, the women froze and looked at him, because it was never considered. They are not clear at all. Seeing the sister's dumbfounded face, Yun Xiao laughed. "If you force this operation, you will." Hearing Yun Xiao's next words, "Sister? Straight from the booth? Crap. The mind seems to be mixed up with strange concepts. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Good guy. Driving at the drop of a hat. Originally I thought it was quite normal, but later on it became more and more wrong. I'm on my knees. It sounds pretty normal to me. What's wrong with this? Dude, me too. What the hell is that supposed to mean? It always feels like they're laughing out of place. It is for your own good to be advised that if you don't understand, the day you get it in seconds like me, you'll be completely wasted. Pohaha, I can't live without laughing. Worthy of Cloudy, this is the right way to drive." The 4 girls frowned in contemplation. It doesn't sound right and I can't tell. Suddenly, Xia Shui shrieked, with his mouth wide open. He looked at Yun Xiao with a shocked expression. Her cheeks reddened to her ears all of a sudden, but she wasn't sure if that was what Cloudy was talking about. If we are simply discussing driving, is it not embarrassing to think too much of yourself? So, she was going to test Cloudy. So after thinking about it, I asked, "I hear you guys like to see girls in stockings. Are you like that too?" Hearing this, the girls covered their mouths and laughed lightly. Lu Miaosan was only concerned about the world and chaos. "Honestly, did you peek at Sister Meng Qing? She is wearing black silk today." Yun Xiao shook his head as he drove. "I'm different. I don't like it." "You feel your conscience. Who believes that?" "That's right. You old driver. You must be lying." Facing the sisters' collective denunciation, Cloudy was as calm as ever and said in a serious manner, "Because I'll tear it up." A couple of the girls looked at him with wide eyes. Ben thought the guy was being subtle. "I didn't realize he was horny. It's not enough just to look at it. You want to get your hands on it? Listen, that's it? And you say you're not a scumbag? Ghosts don't believe it." Solid. That must have been what she was thinking just now. But Shay didn't reveal it either. Throwing out another question. "Yun Xiao, What do you think a poet and a punk would say respectively when they see the same beautiful woman? After thinking about it, Yun Xiao replied. The punk will say, "Beauty, I want to sleep with you." It's possible. What about poets? Yun Xiao smiled and said, "Beauty, I want to get up with you." The girls squirted en masse. That's an amazing brainwave. Not to be confused with. A couple of the girls were amused and giggled. Let's say a punk is playing with you. You'll call him a rascal. But an extraordinarily awesome person said so. Instead, they will find him attractive. Several girls were willing to go and talk to Cloudy like that. And the more we talk, the happier we get. This showed that they already had their psychological defenses wide open against Yun Xiao. Once someone homers, it would be easy to take. The car was filled with laughter all the way. Until after parking in front of the school. A couple of the girls are still hesitant, but it was now very late and he had to say goodbye to Cloudy. Before parting, Lu Miaochan said to Yun Xiao, "There's a painting exhibition tomorrow morning. Do you want to come to it?" Seeing the girl's eyes full of expectation, Yun Xiao shook his head without hesitation. A painting exhibition? Not interested. It's not like he can paint. What's the point of going to the show? Do you want to be a mannequin? No bullshit? Jiang Mengqing smiled. Are you sure you don't want to go? I heard that there will be a lot of young ladies from the art department there. And there's also a mannequin exhibition. You know. Hiss. Yun Xiao's eyes danced. After dry coughing twice, he said in a serious manner, "Since I was a kid, my art teacher told me that I am full of art germs. Time and place, please shiver." By the time Yun Xiao returned to the villa it was almost 12 o'clock. Wash up, lay down on the bed and open the system panel. The points have come to 80,000 points. Yun Xiao smiled faintly and opened today's lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the master photographer skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden visual composition 100 method. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the analog portraitist skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining level 0 to 10 art theory proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring role-playing skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the robber fierce attribute plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power potion, which enhances physical strength once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultra thin 0.001 experience pack. Those last two skills. Cloudy had a black question mark on his face. System, are you serious? Power potion? Ultra thin 0.001? It was only yesterday that they were caught sweeping pornography. Want me to get swept again? And what the hell is the robber vibe? I'm a chauffeur who's not going to rob a bank. Nice guy. You're really not happy until you get me in there. Are you? Day by day outrageous skills. Might as well not give it. It's really just a pendulum swing. Exasperated, Cloudy huffed and headed to bed to sleep. It was a night that was destined to be uneventful. The internet has long since exploded. The hot searches were one after the other. Number 100 copies of the Youngla dictionary are now available. Youngest distinguished professor in the history of the hashtag artifact service. Hashtag Ming Dynasty Black Technology. Hashtag Tomb Raider Ancestor. Keeper of National Treasures. Hashtag the most unprecedented electric festival ever. Hashtag Show Me Your Incense. Big riot at the hashtag zoo. Valet boy solves it in one move. Hashtag gynecological sage. Delivering a snow leopard mom. Hashtag snow leopard quadruplets named. Hashtag. The last entry didn't fill 10 minutes before it was squeezed. In just one day, there were as many as 20 hot search phrases related to clouds. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. Two of the most sensational messages. It's just electro and archaeology. Later that night, the Ninghai Cultural and Tourism Bureau forwarded the video of Yun Xiao, accompanied by a text announcement. It drew countless likes and retweets. Urban Ice Festival, Yunnan Splash Festival, ZZ Broadcast Barbecue Festival, Ninghai Electric Festival. Why we here what festival are not? The strong demand for the country to be treated the same. This class is so boring. Once on the internet, all this section that section. Only we in the bitter overtime. I suggest that the authorities popularize it. Or cancel it. I can't afford to play it. No one wants to play it. Young people, I advise you to think twice. A moment of bouncing, a moment of fun. After the fun, after the crematorium. If you don't believe me, do you know where the geographic location of the video is? If you know, please type it on the public screen. Personally, I don't think it's right. Taoism is supposed to be a place of purity. Why make so much noise in such a sacred place? How can we still meditate? How can we still offer incense? What will foreigners think if we spread the word? Traditional culture should be protected and emphasized. But we are different here. We don't have Taoist temples. We don't need to be quiet. We suggest canceling the festival at Tin Hao Kong and moving it to us. Another article. On the other hand, The discovery of the Yonhwa dictionary also triggered a major earthquake in the national archaeological community. Several official accounts posted in succession. It's even more heat. In the eyes of an archaeologist, the clouds are their gods. A copy of the Yonhwa dictionary can be considered a town treasure, but in his hands it's like a cabbage. Surprisingly, they come in piles. Countless archaeologists became his brainchild. Privately, there's an archaeology student. Special printout of the clouds. Not only is it framed, and sprinkle a circle of gold dust around it, it is hung on the wall religiously, and incense is burned day after day. Meditating on the archaeological gods would bless him with a successful certification pass. Originally this move was met with ridicule from his roommates. Results the next day. Surprisingly, he did let him pass the test. A time to go around looking for people to show off how spiritual the archaeological gods are. Go back to your dorm room and look at the photos of the clouds, burning incense and kowtowing again. After this got out, not many people would have believed it, thinking it was just a coincidence, but you can't help the crowd. And the more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. It was off by 100,000 miles a long time ago. It is really rumored that Chun Yunxiao is an archaeological great god descending to Earth. There are even students who don't do anything and lie in their bedrooms every day to sleep and play games. The day before the exam, give incense to the clouds and call out to dad, and then actually pass the test. This is a big deal. The archaeological community went all crazy. Without realizing it, it has given him another group of loyal believers. Along with the school neighborhood, all the gold dust was sold out. Sales are on fire. It makes the boss wonder if the price of gold is going to skyrocket these days. And so, more and more unbelievers are becoming superstitious about the clouds. People are helpless. The tendency is always to look to outside forces. Just like that, the clouds were in a new type of way. It became a religion for archaeologists. Brand new picture frames are hanging on the walls of homes. It seemed that by worshipping him, they were guaranteed success in their examinations. This bunch of true believers, and a new nickname for Cloudy, Cloud Archaeology. Consider him a blessing from heaven to the archaeological community. Because of him, Longwa's journey and perception of archaeology. It's been advancing for at least a couple of decades. Chapter 175, participating in a painting exhibition and drawing $100 bills live. 9 a.m. The next day, Yunxiao arrived at Ninghai University after breakfast. The deal was to accompany the three sisters to a painting exhibition. Just so happens to have drawn the drawing skill as well. Cloudy had the feeling that art germs were exploding all over his body. Last night, it was a beautiful dream all night long. I dreamed of taking a paintbrush and painting countless beautiful women, and a very artistic one at that. I woke up with that image all over my head, and it came back to me. After picking up the three girls, the group headed straight for the art museum. On the way, Yunxiao realized that the three women were all art students. Lu Miaochan is in the fine arts department. Shay Shay is in the acting department. Mengqing Jiang is in the music department. It's no wonder that each has different characteristics and temperaments. This exhibition of paintings is, of course, most appealing to art students. Once you pass the audition, you can get in and exhibit. In addition to this, there are masters of the fine arts who are on hand to provide guidance, and an exhibition of their work. It can be described as a feast for the art world in Ninghai City. The three girls yacked a lot. Cloudy didn't listen to a single word. Full of those exciting art portraits. Half an hour later, the group arrives at the art museum. The Museum of Fine Arts building, which sits on an island plaza in the center of a lake. The scenery is pleasant, with greenery blending in with the water bodies. A small bridge leads to the square. Instead of being square, the building has been given a special treatment, designed with a lot of curved language, like the top half of an open folding fan. Corresponding concrete building with a protruding curved interface. Classical and modern combined. Simple and hip. Park the car. Several people followed the small bridge to the plaza. A huge poster is posted here. The content is to publicize this Ninghai Youth Painting Exhibition. One of the most notable is the line in the guest column. A whole bunch of titles as far as the eye can see. It's either the president of So-and-so Calligraphers Association or the president of So-and-so Art Association. It's quite a bluff at first glance. Haven't been inside yet. Just looking at the titles. Just so you know, the painting show is not a bad score. Wow, Master Qin Liming is here too. Seeing the guest of honor come on a name, Lu Miaochan exclaimed. Cloudy guessed. This Master Qin Liming must be the best of them all. On site, a staff member registers the information, because Lu Miaochan is an exhibitor and an art student, so she can bring someone in. After all, it's not yet time for the public to open the exhibit. After walking into the art museum, in front of me was an open hall. There was not much traffic on the site. A few people visited as they walked forward. The hall is filled with paintings in various forms. There are ink drawings, oil paintings, watercolors, sketches and more. These are just appetizers, used to screen student work. Sure enough, when you go up to it, it's all labeled. It says Art Department, student of so-and-so class, a heavier weight exhibition of paintings with a separate gallery. It's all inside the pavilion. Masterpieces are also included. There are too many paintings hanging on the walls. Abstraction, realism and everything. Honestly, it's a bit disorganized and confusing to watch. Cloudy strolled over to a random painting. It's an oil painting. In the wheat field, golden ears of wheat fluttered in the wind. An uncle farmer is cutting wheat with his bare arms. Sweat dampened his shirt. Despite his tiredness, he had a happy expression on his face. The author wanted to show the labor and joy of a good harvest, but Cloudy felt that the presentation was too generic. It doesn't reflect the hard work of the farmers. Instead, throughout the painting, the tones are very bright. It gives a feeling of joy. If the colors were a little more dim, pull the figure away from the picture to give to a back view. The sky was dark and cloudy, but rays of sunlight pierced through. There will be more of a pressure and hope. Next to it, a framed landscape painting. Ink and gray are predominant throughout. Pen and ink and color, small bridges and rivers, and lofty mountains. This painting wants to embody that sense of floating and relaxation. But then the showmanship is a little too much. It gives the impression of trying too hard. Instead, it breaks that harmony in the picture. Yun Xiao looked at it faintly and averted his gaze. It's good enough for students to draw like this, but he has a full set of art skills. It's the same as looking at a kindergartner's drawing. Cloudy strolled around, looking around not quite satisfied. It's not that the painting is bad. He just didn't see the kind of art he wanted to paint. He couldn't help but be a little bummed out, not really interested in the other paintings. It's just masterpieces put in front of you. Cloudy didn't bother to look. At this time, Lu Miaochan said she had to go to the restroom. Pulling Jiang Mengqing and Xia Shui, he left. Cloudy was a bit strange. A girl's mind can't figure it out. Why does this kind of thing have to be in groups too? Are they not going to? Leaving him alone and bored out of his mind, he continued to loiter. Suddenly, a particular painting caught Cloudy's attention. It even says that it may be the smallest painting in the pavilion. You can tell by the number of people gathered around it. The attention is definitely not low. The drawing was of no other than a large dollar bill. Cloudy was instantly aroused. Does anyone else paint this stuff? It's very criminal. Pushing forward, the $100 bill was set in glass. I've been reading this for half a day and I don't know if it's true or not. The author's fundamentals are solid. You can't tell unless you hold it in your hand and look at it. Watching the clouds leap to their feet. Why don't I try drawing one too? It was supposed to be to see the girls. Nothing. He was purely bored and looking for something to do. Walked to the rest area next to it. Asked the staff for A4 paper and a red ink pen. Yun Xiao found a seat and sat down. Jerking up his arm, he fished out another brand new $100 soft dollar bill, and A4 paper folded together, carefully cut out along the edges. Then grab a red ink pen and start copying from a $100 bill. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing Yun Xiao's movements, the live feed was stunned at the moment. Fuck, what's he doing? He's not trying to copy the bill, is he? Don't tell me he can even draw. Even if Yun Xiao really knows how to draw, I don't believe he can draw a banknote. This is too difficult. This time I can finally see him pretend to roll over. I don't think it's hard to copy it alone. But is it the anti-counterfeiting technology inside the banknote? If you don't believe me, take it out and see for yourself. It's paper, printing, security code, color-changing ink, and so on. Ordinary people can't get it at all. Upstairs, I can't even do it as an art student with such a small bill and so many details. And I have to draw it with one stroke. I can't even draw it without 10 years of experience. Weekly, is it illegal to draw this? It always feels like Yun Xiao is doing something very criminal and criminal. You won't get caught, will you? At Team Chin. Come on. Someone is drawing money live here. Netizens are still talking. Cloudy has put pen to paper. The red lines, on the paper, begin to outline the form of the coat of arms. Each stroke, very crisp and clean. Not the slightest hint of a drag. Soon a coat of arms was taking shape. The next step is to go ahead and copy the text next to it. It's still coming down to the wire. A few light, meandering strokes. The words People's Bank of the Dragon Kingdom jumped off the page. This is the Wei-Bei style of the Northern and Southern dynasties period. It is known as the old model of Han and Qin can be glimpsed above, and the Sui and Tang customs can be observed below. Not only is it stiff, but it's smooth and very aesthetically pleasing. Those who are well known for their calligraphy, all are characters from this period. Beyond that, the other numbers left on the bill are also Weiqi. At the moment the live feeds are looking dumbfounded. Beat them to death. Cloudy's drawing skills are so awesome. You know, it's red ink. You can't erase it when you draw on paper. He went straight to writing without even a draft. Even a master wouldn't dare to come like this, would he? It's like taking a ruler and measuring well. Compare the numbers to the original bill. Not a hair out of place. Cloudy was completely immersed in the painting. Skills granted by the system. It made him a painting expert for many years in seconds. When you put pen to paper, you don't need to think about what proportions or what lines, much less having to worry about drawing the wrong one. The casual drawing is the original topography. Even if you stare at the screen during the live broadcast to see it, you can't tell the difference. Less than a minute. The $100 size font was then copied perfectly by him. Next is the pattern trim below. Petal stripes, numerically coded. The clouds were amazingly fast. Each of these barely lasts more than a minute. At this moment, he was in a state like the protagonist in an extreme martial arts novel practicing and settling down. Entering a kind of no man's land. The brushstrokes are volatile and flowing, like practicing a very powerful sword technique. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. In an instant, the broadcast room exploded. Chapter 176, How come the entire police network panicked when I drew a money? Really? Did he grow up eating cows? He even knows how to draw. It's too much. What do you call this? He didn't even make a draft. He drew out the national emblem and numbers with a few brush strokes. I've never seen an anchor who draws money. But I've never seen such a fast hand like this without stopping. How many years do I have to practice this technique? I'm an art student. I've been studying for 10 years, and I can't even draw without sketching, let alone so fast with each stroke. I hardly saw him stop. This is horrible. It requires solid skills and control of proportions. I wonder if he's been drawing since he was a baby. Look closely. His hand is more stable than a printer. He can outline such a thin line and make it symmetrical on both sides. This is unscientific. This guy can't be an L robot in human clothing. How else did he do it? It's well known. The complexity of a banknote, even with a magnifying glass. It's not even visible. It can be easily copied with just the naked eye. Even the seams between each line are not too far apart. How much difficulty is visible? Even the craftsman in the beginning. That, too, relies on a variety of sophisticated instruments and tools. It took a lot of time to draw it. You're alone, with a pen, drawing with your bare hands. It doesn't even require a draft. In such a short time, it was drawn indistinguishable from the original. It was simply too much. The patterns and lines in paper money are harder and more complex. But the hardest part is the avatar. It's not just a sketch. Instead, the crosshatched lines outline the characters in 3 dimensions. Each line remains equidistant from each other. The difficulty can be geometrically greater than sketching. Sketches have light and heavy lines, dark and light. Feel free to go for combinations, but every line on the bill is equal, simply by the degree of sparseness, to reflect the character light and dark shadows, presenting 3-dimensional layers. The line is offset by 1 point and is not in the right place. It's all over. For others, this may be an impossible task. However, the clouds were not troubled in this way, because of the skills of the system. In other words, his eyes are the ruler. Until 10 minutes had passed, Yun Xiao had already drawn the most difficult patterns and figures. All of them, a perfect 1:1 replica. At the moment, he was immersed in painting. Treat the process as enjoyable. Muddle through. The 3 girls went to the restroom and haven't come back yet. When the front side was finished, Yun Xiao turned over the paper and went on to draw the reverse side. A large portion of the reverse side is landscape architecture. It looks more complicated, but it's actually better to draw. Still all lines and patterns, but Cloudy's eyes only needed to scan lightly. Then you will be able to fully grasp the proportions and dimensions. Then, go around the circle by following the gourd. Just keep the spacing between the lines. It was only a few minutes before he was done. It was only when it was the turn of the assembly hall in the center that Yun Xiao slowed down a little. It's going to be a little more complicated here, because this image presents a sense of perspective, from far away to near. Lines are needed to outline the details. For example, the windows, steps, and trees in the deep assembly hall. The level of detail is much richer. It has to be portrayed little by little. Be meticulous. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Crap, the more I look at it, the more I feel it's not right. This can't be said to be the same. It's practically the same. The printer is not as real as his drawings. Believe it or not, I can't even tell the difference between real and fake with this money in front of me. It's outrageous. It is also a look-alike. Look real. In fact, a glance fake. On the hand feel a touch to know. The thickness and texture of the paper are not right. And there is no anti-counterfeiting measures. Even the gold line are not. Come on. A bunch of know-it-alls on the internet. Give you a piece of A4 paper? If you can draw like this, I'll kneel down and call my dad. Is it so hard to recognize others' excellence? If you don't know how to ask, Will Yunxiao be arrested as a fake banknote dealer when this money is taken out to spend? This wave of maneuvering down. Give the internet a head start. The big guys are discussing it in a feverish manner. Suddenly, a prompt pops up in the live feed. Ding Sunan cyber police have followed the anchor. At this, the pop-up was immediately quiet. The netizens behind those cell phone screens, dumbfounded. He watched the scene, didn't wait for them to react. Followed by a bunch of tips popping up below. Ding Titus Web Police follow the anchor. Ding Yin Guang Net Police attention anchor. Ding Mountain River Network Police follow the anchor. This flurry of attention-grabbing news, blowing up the internet with confusion. If it's just the usual concerns, no one would care and would have long ago drowned in an army of pop-ups. But follow the anchor. All official police accounts from around the world. Obviously, through this live feed, they took Cloudy as a key suspect. Live drawing money? You are so criminal. The live broadcast room blew up, but Cloudy still didn't know. Paintbrush in hand, I'm on my way. Until $100 bill. The copying is done. It was only then that Cloudy stopped his pen with a sigh of relief. At first glance, it took 40 minutes or so. Prolonged mental concentration. He just felt a little sore and stretched. Look at the bill, that's a fake as a real one. Yunxiao smiled in satisfaction. Pick up the genuine Dragon Kingdom coin in your hand again. Put together and compare. Just by looking at the exterior, there is hardly any difference. Unless it's held in your hand and touched. It's only then that we'll know if it's true or not. After all, it's painted and there's no high-tech means of preventing counterfeiting. But it was possible to make it this far. Goes to show how awesome his paintings are. And experience what it's like to be a fine artist. He realized why those who painted and sketched, drawing for hours at a time, even a day? Because the pleasure is very much in the eye of the beholder. Wait until a piece is painted. The kind of pleasure where even the soul seems to be elevated. And there is a sense of satisfaction and fulfillment as well. Look around. Cloudy was dumbfounded, noticing that the three girls hadn't returned after going to the restroom for so long. He wondered if he'd fallen into a hole. Hadn't he? Suddenly, a scream interrupted his musings. Looked over and it was coming from the direction of the restroom. His heart stuttered. Hurriedly, Sonic got up and rushed over. Painted money is forgotten in its place. Coming to the door of the restroom, Yunxiao was shocked, only to see that the three women fighting were walking out of the restroom. There was a lot of petulant laughter. Yunxiao's eyes went straight. Nima, are girls this spontaneous with each other? He had always thought that only boys told dirty jokes and called each other dad. Now look, girls get dirty without boys. They're all straight up. Yunxiao's intestines repented. Why didn't you come earlier? At the moment, the three girls refreshed their makeup. With that cool outfit, not only is it exquisite, but it's even more gorgeous. No wonder it took so long to go and not come back. Seeing Yunxiao's face was not quite right. The three girls thought he was angry and spat out their tongues. Yunxiao, sorry to keep you waiting. I was in too much of a hurry when I came out in the morning and didn't even put on my makeup. Yunxiao pretended to be generous and waved his hand. It's fine. This amount of time is nothing. I don't mind even if you guys do it again. As soon as they heard this, the three women knew what he was thinking. They have covered their mouths and snickered. You pervert. Come in if you want to see it. It's not like we won't show it to you. Glanced at the sign above the restroom. Yunxiao regretfully shook his head. Forget it. I'm bored with idleness. I've just created a painting. I'll take you guys to see it. All three women looked at him in surprise. And you can draw? Originally they didn't quite believe it. But thinking about yesterday's contact with Cloudy, nothing seems impossible with this guy. So, the three women curiously followed. Go back to the previous lounge. Cloudy looked toward the table and was dumbfounded. Fuck. Where's the painting? Who stole it? What made him even more speechless was this. That genuine Dragon State coin used for the copy. It's also gone missing. Not only did I lose a painting, but I lost $100. Junxiao angry egg pain. The old man painstakingly painted a few minutes at mud. Working for nothing. The three women looked at it for half a day, but they didn't see the painting. Jiang Mengqing asked suspiciously, what did you draw here? Cloudy rolled his eyes. $100. Pust. The three women burst out laughing on the spot. They also believed that Cloudy had painted something. As a result, he came up with the money. They knew that Yunxiao must be bragging. $100 bill is really difficult to draw. So, instinctively, he thought that Yunxiao was drawing the kind of children's paintings. This kind of painting, it's not very technical. There are hands and feet that can draw. It also doesn't mean he can actually draw. Not to mention being taken and spent. I guess it was thrown into the garbage can by the aunt who cleaned the house, right? In order not to blow the clouds. Lu Miaochan comforted. It's alright. I'll draw you a new one some other day. Yunxiao smiled bitterly. The one I copied for $100 was also stolen. Ah, this. The three girls looked at each other. For a moment, I couldn't hold back a laugh. Ha ha ha, you're so unlucky. Take one, and smooth one. Laugh your ass off. It's okay, just think of it as breaking the bank. We'll help you flirt with the ladies later. Chapter 177, Outrageous. Yun Xiao has become a gang of counterfeit banknote cases? Hearing this, Yun Xiao's eyes lit up. Really? Yeah, cheating is for puppies. Cloudy rubbed his chin as his eyes surveyed them. It gave the three women an uncomfortable look. What are you looking at? Yun Xiao nodded his head in a serious manner. Well, I think the three of you are just fine. Why don't you discuss who will be my mannequin? Ah, the three women were confused in unison. Netizens also felt a heavy blow to the brain. Nice guy, you are not hiding anything at all. Who flirts with girls that explicitly? The three women froze for a long time before giving a petulant cry. Feigning anger, he chased after Cloudy and fought. This scene caused many male students in the art gallery to look enviously. Yun Xiao was full of cheap smiles, enjoying himself. Long ago, I put the money loss behind me. Next, he continued to stroll through the painting exhibition with the three women. Wait until 10 in the morning. The painting exhibition is officially open. The anxious people waiting outside swarmed into the pavilion. Start admiring that one painting on the wall. And the work is getting attention. The author was happy too. Standing in front of the painting and explaining it to the audience. Yun Xiao went to see Lu Miaochan's painting. It's a framed ink drawing. The overall composition and design are good. Can't pick out the big ones. When it comes to drawing, this ninny is truly gifted. The other side. A short distance from the art museum at the end of the street. There is a farmer's market. A few people in seemingly ordinary dress was hiding in the crowd, staring around alertly, wandering around the neighborhood as if nothing had happened. Captain, there are too many people here. How long do we have to keep an eye on them? It's so hot. A member of the team complained in a low voice. A middle-aged man in a jacket glared at him. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. These days, the counterfeit currency case is making a lot of noise, and according to the information we have so far, it's a gang operation. It will come to the farmer's market at a set time every day to fancy up counterfeit money. All of you, keep your eyes peeled and don't let anyone get away. Yes, not far from this side, there is a pork stand. An older woman dressed as a janitor, standing in front of the meat stall. He shouted, "Boss, weigh me 4 pounds of ribs, 2 pounds of barrel bones, and 2 pounds of pork. How much do I get for it?" Seeing business on the doorstep, the owner was happy to oblige. Cut the ribs and meat right away. Pack them in batches in plastic bags and hand them over with a smile. Big sister, it's $150. Take it. Fine me 50. The older woman boldly pulled out $200 and gave it to him. Holler. The owner had a smiling face and was very happy. At this point, everyone who should be buying groceries has done so. It's not often you run into such a big deal. I was able to make a little more today. Just as the owner was beautifully collecting the money and going to make change, suddenly, feel $200 bills in your hand. It doesn't feel right. He tossed it around suspiciously. There's nothing wrong with this one. It's real. When looking at the second one, his pupils, however, shrunk slightly. This is a $100 bill that looks exactly like the real thing, but it's not right in your hand. It doesn't have that chunky feel or the texture of real money. It's light to hold in your hand. There is no security code or gold thread. No wonder the touch felt wrong. The boss didn't break it down. No one in business wants to offend customers. Big sister, this money for me to change, okay? The older woman was instantly displeased and glared at him with her arms crossed. Can't change it. Take it or leave it. The boss's mouth twitched, accompanied with a smile. Big sister, not all change. Just this one. I look not quite right. You also know that our small business, not easy. Ah. What do you mean? You're saying I'm giving fake money? No. Just change one. This side of the argument, attracting the attention of plainclothes policemen in the crowd. Captain Shaolei made a look. The big mom said with an impatient face, "What's wrong with you? Who are you to say I have fake money? Fine. Don't want it, right? Then I don't want the meat either. Give me my money back." At that, the boss couldn't hold his breath. Not. You are bent on finding fault, aren't you? The meat is all cut up for you and you say you don't want it. So who am I going to sell it to? Fooling around with fake money yourself. You really think I'm easy to fool? Call the police now, the boss said, really pulling out his cell phone. The older woman was also stunned and had a look of weakness on her face. "Humph, I'm not buying it. Give me my money back," he said, grabbing the money and walking away quickly. "Hurry, get her." Big Mama hasn't looked back. Then 2 policemen pounced on him and held him down. Shaolei also followed and ran over, sneering, "Oh, cunning enough for you? After hiding for such a long time, you've finally been caught by us." The Big Mom was dumbfounded. crying and shouting, "Comrade police! I'm wrong! I don't dare! I shouldn't use fake money to buy meat! Don't arrest me! Don't dare! You want to do it again? Take them to the car and interrogate them!" Xiao Lei waved his hand and escorted the man to the car. "I'm asking you, who ordered this? Where did you get the fake money?" "In the car," Xiao Lei asked in a deep voice. The older woman shook her head in bewilderment. "Ha, no one instructed me. I picked up the money." Xiao Lei frowned. "Picked it up? I think you don't want to confess. Believe it or not, I'll put you in the police station." "No, comrade policeman. It's true, I picked it up. In the art museum." Xiao Lei froze. Art museum? He mused for a moment. Things aren't quite what he thought they would be. Several more interrogations followed. Auntie had pissed herself long ago. How dare she hide it in the slightest? Shake it all out by the bucket load. Turns out, she's a janitor at the art museum. While cleaning the rest area, I saw $200 bills on the table. Just go along for the ride. Of course she didn't dare say steal. After listening, a couple of cops' hearts stuttered. Xiao Lei said in a deep voice, "This is a big deal. I thought it was just a few small thieves, but I didn't realize that they were playing a high-end game. Selling fake coins at the painting exhibition. No wonder we couldn't catch them after half a day of guarding." "Captain, what now? Rushing in directly will easily scare the snakes. You guys hurry up and shake people to call up the army. Surround the art gallery. Let's go in under disguise to explore the wind first." Xiao Lei thought about wanting to command. "Yes, honestly, have you seen any of them?" The older woman looked puzzled. "It's the people who make counterfeit money, Anand, that I've seen, and I've watched him draw with his hands." Xiao Lei's eyelids jumped as he listened. "Nice guy. This gang of criminals, rampant to this extent? It's not disguised at all. In public, just dare to cheat openly." Xiao Lei said angrily. "This is not good enough. We must give them a little color today." Next to him, a police officer looked closely at the counterfeit money, suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, there seems to be something different about this fake currency. Would you look at it?" Xiao Lei took it and measured it, nodded. "It is indeed different. This one is much more realistic, but the texture is poor. How to touch it is a bit like A4 paper. No matter what, first arrest, people say." At this time, Yun Xiao and Lu Miaochan's three girls, and hanging out at the art museum, oblivious to the fact that he has been targeted by the police. Xiao Lei, several people had wanted to go in under disguise, but without a visitor's pass. "I was stopped by the staff. There is no way around it. Had to wait for the larger group." Not long after, several police cars drove up to the gate. A bunch of cops rushed out of the car, seal off the entrances and exits of the gallery. The staff naturally did not dare to stop them when they saw this. Xiao Lei entered the pavilion as a matter of course. Lead the older woman to the person who made the counterfeit money. Visitors to the exhibit were curious to see this scene. "I don't know what's going on." There was an unexplained pang of nervousness. Came together and whispered. Some of the bold ones followed the police to see what for. Funny. Xiao Lei led Big Mama to search in front. There was a crowd of people hooting and hollering behind them, just like a fair. 10 minutes later, the group made their way to one of the showrooms on the second floor. The older woman suddenly pointed ahead and yelled, "Comrade policeman, that's the man." Xiao Lei looked ahead suspiciously. All that was seen was a backstory. "How can you be sure?" Big Mom said with red eyes and jealousy. "This kid is carrying 3 girls around, and he looks like an old scumbag, so I noticed it a long time ago. My son is 27 and he doesn't even have a girlfriend yet. One of those 3 women will be my son's girlfriend, and I'll burn a hole in my heart." Chapter 178, Caught Again. Stunning the entire painting exhibition with fake bills. "Captain, arrest or not?" Xiao Lei's expression was grave as he nodded. It should be him. To be able to trick 3 beautiful girls into being his girlfriend, he must not be an ordinary person. "Chou and Li, grab him. The rest of you secure the scene." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhou and Xiao Li immediately rushed out. With large strides, he lunged towards Yun Xiao. At this moment, Yun Xiao was hanging out with the 3 girls. Noisy and disorganized footsteps were heard behind them. Unable to help himself, he turned to look in confusion. This look gave him a shock. Only 2 policemen were seen rolling up their arms and sleeves. Without saying a word, he came up to arrest him. Yun Xiao was filled with confusion, but he wouldn't let anyone else grab him, hurriedly dodging to avoid it. The 2 policemen naturally couldn't keep up with his reaction. Not only did he pounce, but he almost fell on his face. Xiao Lei couldn't hang on to his face and waved his hand. A dozen cops clambered up, surround the clouds in the center, forming an encirclement. But it didn't work at all. Cloudy pranced from side to side, just like a slippery catfish. Not only did he not get caught, and played the cops for fools, but he didn't run either. He just stayed still, because to this day he doesn't get it. Why are the police arresting themselves? However, this action of his fell into Xiao Lei's eyes, but it was considered a real provocation. His face was green with anger. Good for you, being a cop for so long. First time I've seen someone who not only doesn't run, but teases the police in return. I have to hold you down today. Xiao Lei secretly gritted his teeth. Lu Miaochan and the three girls all looked confused. Can't figure out what's going on? Why did the police come to arrest someone for a good reason? The tourists around us have short-circuited brains. What's going on? So many cops can't catch one person. Is he the Flash? Moving so fast. At this moment, Yun Zhao's head was full of 100,000 reasons. Soul doesn't hide either. Finally, he was held down and caught in front of Xiao Lei. Run? I'll see where you can run to? Yun Xiao inexplicably asked. Officer, I haven't done anything, right? Why are you arresting me? No offense? Xiao Lei stared at him coldly. I tell you, you're in big trouble. At least go in and squat for 5 years. I advise you to be frank and lenient. Give a good account of your accomplices. What? Accomplices? Cloudy was even more confused with his wide eyes. Officer, I don't have an accomplice. What's squatting for 5 years? What's it got to do with me? Keep acting. I'll see how long you'll be able to weasel your way out of this. He pulled out the same fake coin from earlier. Temperance asked. Take a good look. Did you draw this? Yun Xiao gaze condensed, full of surprise asked. This. How in your hands? I also said that after painting the money why lost. Xiao Lei snorted. I thought you had a hard mouth. So this is an admission? Now that the evidence of guilt is overwhelming, what more is there to say? Dare to openly sell counterfeit banknotes. Take them back for strict interrogation. Wow. The scene exploded at once. Selling counterfeit money? That's a pretty big charge. Seriously, you can go to jail. But there were others who scrutinized the counterfeit coin. The people who come here are the elite of the painting world. At a glance, the level of drawing on this bill is not simple. It immediately provoked a gasp of surprise. This is fake money? I thought it was real. What did you just say? He drew this? Crap. This technique is too gripping. Look closely. The lines and patterns inside this banknote. The details are too rich. This kind of drawing skill is enough to seal the gods. I have no doubt that he could draw a real one if he had all the tools. Hey, it's a pity. Why did you go astray when you drew it like that? In the meantime, the live feeds were also in a daze. What's going on? The police said Yun Xiao sold counterfeit money, but he clearly never went out. This plot reversal is a bit outrageous. Brain jammed. Which one of you can give an explanation? What the hell did Cloudy do? Is there a possibility that the money he drew was stolen and then allowed to be spent? Only for the police to follow the trail and find this place and arrest him as a gang of counterfeit bill makers? If that's really the case, Cloudy is too pathetic. He was shot while lying down. Then again, he wouldn't really get caught in a sewing machine. Would he? Laughs. What's wrong with drawing? You have to spend money. Now we've lost a lot of money. Lu Miaochan three girls. After watching the whole thing, it went from dumbfounded to shocked, staring blankly at the $100 bill. Thinking back to earlier, Cloudy said he drew money. They thought it was bragging. As a result, after seeing the physical object in front of him, there are no words for that kind of shock. He really drew the money. It's still exactly like the real thing. Lu Miaochan, in particular, felt it more strongly. This technology, this texture, a proper master class. Not to mention her, but all these elites in the whole painting show. The ones that can be drawn are linchpins. The rest of the Cloud Sky Club is even. I can't imagine that painting is as tough as that. At the moment, it was too late to think about that. Lu Miaochan and the three girls hurriedly went forward. Uncle Police. It must be a misunderstanding. This is a painting exhibition. There are all kinds of paintings, and painting money doesn't mean selling fake money. We can all testify that he hasn't even been out. And he just said he drew a bill that was stolen. And we've been looking for it for a long time. Yeah, what's it got to do with him if someone else spends the money? It's not illegal to paint, is it? Xiao Leiman was confused. What do you mean? Merely drawing money, not a den for manufacturing counterfeit money? Xiao Lei's head is a little big. It appeared that things were moving in a way that, once again, he hadn't expected. Next to him, Xiao Li came up and awkwardly said, Team Xiao, I think they have a point. The batch of counterfeit banknotes we seized before were all uniformly printed, and there were a lot of them. Here's just one, and although it's well drawn, it's fake at first glance in the hand. The point is, who uses paintings to make counterfeit coins? The cost is too great. Xiao Lei had a point when he heard it. Is this really a mistake? Think back carefully. The whole process is preemptive. To find out, he immediately ordered surveillance to be called in. Let's see if it's a real painting. When in the big screen, the passage of Yun Zhao's painting was shown. Everyone in the room was shocked. The scalp exploded. Unbelievable. It only took 40 minutes to draw a complete coin. and it's so hard to tell if it's real or fake. How did he do it? Outrageous, without any tools or materials, just relying on an ink pen and A4 paper. He drew money so realistically? With this feat, I wouldn't even believe it if I said he wasn't a master. I've drawn dollars too, and I know how difficult it is. At that time, I drew it for a month before I finished it, and it took more than half a month just to design the size and proportion of those patterns. Only 40 minutes? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. This is too big a difference. Excuse me, are there any more paintings by masters? I must visit and learn. Although I'm older than him, the master is the master. Don't stop me. I'm going to kowtow to him. If I can master this technique, I'll be able to walk sideways in all of the art world in Dragon Kingdom. No one was more shocked than the police. Even if you don't know how to draw, you can also see how awesome Cloudy's maneuver in the video is. A line that goes down almost without stopping. Their eyes were sore. It was discovered that Cloudy was still operating as if it were flowing water. Quick batch. Xiaolei straightened up and cried out. Who paints like that? It's a banknote drawing. What do you think of as a comic strip? Until Cloudy finished painting and got up to leave. The cleaning lady leaned over furtively, took the $200 off the table while people weren't looking. By this point, things were clear. An unusual burglary. It has nothing to do with the alleged trafficking in counterfeit money. Obviously the wrong person was arrested. Xiaolei hurriedly ordered the release of Yun Xiao, full of sincerity to apologize. Sorry young man, saw this fake currency, thought it was a case of counterfeit banknotes that we have recently stared at, and only then suspected to your head. I'm really sorry, please forgive me. Honestly, after half a day of misunderstanding, Yun Xiao did have a bit of a fire, but see that people are sincere, keep bowing and apologizing. He was also embarrassed and bad attack, waved his hand and said, it's okay, prove that it's not me on the line. Next time to arrest people have to ask things clearly. Yes, we owe it to ourselves to think. Xiaolei bowed 90 degrees again, just when the misunderstanding was cleared up. Suddenly, from the hallway next to the showroom, there came a cry that sounded very sad. It can't help but draw attention to itself. A middle-aged old man with gray hair squatted in front of a painting. Keep wiping the tears from your eyes. A name was mumbled and shouted. Suppressed sobs echoed through the pavilion. It's heartbreaking. Men don't shed tears. They just don't get to the sad part. This man is crying so hard. He must have met something big. The commotion over here also attracted Yun Xiao and the others over. What's the matter with you, old man? Something sad? Speak up and maybe people can help you. The three sisters couldn't help but inquire. The old man wiped his tears and smiled in embarrassment. It's all right. Seeing this painting reminds me of my own daughter, who was lost when she was 3 years old, and hasn't been found for 20 years. There was some silence at these words. Daughter got separated. After 20 years, it does make for a heavy heart. Looked at the painting on the wall. The painting is of a family of 3. Mom, Dad, and a 3 and 5-year-old. Very soulful looking, tigerish. The family is having a happy reunion, probably because it's touchy-feely. It took the old man to hold back his tears. Xiaolei thought for a moment and asked, can you still remember how the child got lost? The old uncle red eyes, sighed, of course I remember. That year her mother and I took her to the amusement park to play, but we just go to buy a ticket, come back to the people disappeared. I do not know how she is now, how to live. Did you call the police? Reported. All these years, every method has been tried. We've spent our life savings on this, and still no news. The old man shook his head looking forlorn. Seeing this the crowd also exclaimed over it. $1,000 traffickers. Really damn it, because the child was lost. There are so many examples of letting a family be ruined, but it still persists. The state's sentencing of traffickers is still too lenient. It even makes jokes like this on a regular basis. Traffickers are cleared and released from prison. Turns out the lost kid hasn't been found yet. Isn't that ironic? The clouds were silent for a while after. Speaking faintly, he said, old man, do you have a picture of your daughter? Chapter 179, Drawing the Old at 3 years old? Long lost daughter. The old uncle froze for a moment. Yes, it's a picture of her when she was 3 years old. I've always carried it close to me. It's a pity that so much time has passed and her appearance has changed so much that no one recognizes her, he said, shaking his head despondently. Looked everywhere you could over the years. What needs to be thought of has been thought of. Still no word. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. He didn't know if he would ever see his daughter again in his lifetime. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Do you guys know that 3 years old draws old? At these words, the atmosphere was silent. The crowd was wide-eyed, especially next to Xiaolei and the others. That expression, it was like seeing a ghost. His first thought was of a particular profession. Mock portraitist for the CID. By external characterization, It will be able to accurately capture character traits and details. The murderer's face was restored. This one is very difficult. So, this group is also only a niche. If it wasn't for the police, he wouldn't have known. Cloudy just said 3 years old painting old. It gets even more outrageous. Among analog portraitists, it was also a supreme existence. Even he hadn't seen it. It's hard to take a 20-year-old, connect with this top portraitist, and most of the people in the show are leading artists. Naturally, I've heard of this profession. An analog portraitist is different from a painter. It's all painting, but it's a big difference. Ordinary painting seeks individuality and beauty, but the analog portraitist must strive for realism, possesses an insightful eye for detail and control. Every characteristic proportion of the human body needs to be memorized. The old man looked blankly at Cloudy and shook his head, but pulled out the photo anyway. A 3-year-old girl, cute with crocheted hair. The photos are yellowed, but still clear, visibly well preserved. Waiter, please give me an A4 sheet of paper and pencil. Not long after, the waiter brought the painting tools that Cloudy needed. Clip the A4 paper to the drawing board and grab a pencil. Cloudy sat on a small bench. The drawing board stands up against your leg, holding it in place with your hand, sizing up the girl in the photo. The scene gradually became quiet. No one had expected that Jin Xiao would really draw when he said he would. 3 years old painting old. I've only heard about it before. Never seen it. Everyone stretched their heads curiously. Wanted to see this god-awful scene. After observing for a while, Cloudy put pen to paper. Slightly thin eyebrows and moderately spaced eyes. When she grows up, she should have curved willow brows. As Cloudy drew, he did some quick calculations in his brain. Quickly on paper, draw the outline shape of the eyebrows and eyes. Small nose, strong nasal bones. The nose also jumps off the page. Lips are rounded with a soft line and a slight upward tilt. The lips gradually took shape, like the petals of a flower that is about to open. The zygomatic bones are slightly high, and the mandible turns between 110 and 120 degrees. It will give her face more definition. Cloudy drew a pointy chin with a goose egg shape, and then with the 5 senses. This little girl's grown-up adult face, rounded and extremely oriental in beauty. After drawing the facial contour shape, the clouds began to fill in the light and dark sides. Makes the face look more realistic. Next, 2 tiny ears were painted on. Normal human ears look much different, unless it's particularly distinctive. When girls grow up they love to look pretty and usually have long hair with a little natural curl. The clouds fill in the hair. A character portrait is roughly complete. See what this little girl will look like when she grows up. The crowd looked shocked. Whispers came from all around. Why is this person a bit familiar? I feel the same, like I've seen it in crap, isn't that the beautiful painter? Hey, you say that? It's true, she's standing right next to the old uncle just now. The old man saw her painting and remembered his own daughter. No way, not 3 years old painting old? How to draw according to others' beautiful painter. This is not a lie? Before listening to him say so awesome, dare to be fooling people. Not so much. He drew that $100. No reason to cheat. Maybe he draws every day and practice makes perfect? Now the crowd was confused too. Say the clouds are faking, right? Obviously drawing money is awesome. It's not a fake. Why do his paintings look so much like beauty painter? It feels like a mold. It's hard to believe that this beautiful painter, the old man's long-lost daughter? It's also too much of a stretch. Xiao Lei went up and carefully compared the 2 paintings. Even he was a little skeptical. The old man shook his head grimly after looking at it. Thank you anyway, young man. Although I may not see her again, I won't give up looking. That beautiful painter covered her small mouth and was filled with astonishment. This drawing is not me? It's a mistake. I have a mom and dad. This is awkward. The parties all admitted it themselves. Everyone also felt that Cloudy was faking. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. At this moment, the live broadcast pop-ups were like a blowout. Ha 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 ha. Finally let me see him pretend to be a cartwheel. What a rarity. It's been so long, and he's finally wrong. Who knows everything? He's a god. Seriously, it's still a little disappointing. I was actually hoping that he would be 3 years old drawing old, so that he could help this old man and find his long-lost daughter. It's a shame. Most of the 3-year-old paintings are made up in the movies. If they really exist in reality, it would be heavenly. Why are there still so many missing children who can't be recovered? Oh, don't believe yourself to go online to search, and the reality is going to be even more exaggerated. Even if you give you a face mosaic can still draw. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I don't think Cloudy Sky will mess around with it. But the problem is, I'll admit it if he paints someone else. But he ended up going to paint someone else's beautiful painter. And even the person in question disproved the rumor. So what else is there to say? Looking at the painting in front of him, Yun Xiao also had a lot of egg on his face. Change him to someone else. It must also feel fake. It's too much of a fucking coincidence. But the system's skills have never been wrong. Yun Xiao spoke indifferently. My painting will not be wrong. If you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital to compare the DNA information. Or go ask your parents. Both the old man and the beautiful painter showed hesitation. Going to the hospital for DNA because of a word from Cloudy. That's not very realistic either. After a few moments of agonizing, the beautiful painter decided to make a phone call and ask. She noticed that Cloudy was in the process of drawing. Didn't look at himself the whole time. It's the photo that keeps staring. It turned out to be drawn exactly like her. Like a photo print. It made her a little uneasy. After the call is dialed, the beautiful painter asked anxiously, Mom, let me ask you something? It's important. A kind voice came from across the room. Hoshi, what's up? I would like to ask if I am your biological child? For a moment, there was silence. Even breathing seemed to pause. I waited half a day, but was stunned to find silence on the phone. Hoshi's heart grew restless. Mom, are you listening? 10 seconds passed. The voice sighed languidly. Son, you know? Boom. Short sentence, but it triggered a magnitude 10 earthquake at the site. Everyone looked at Yun Xiao with horrified expressions. Just feel don't be outrageous. Hoshi was frozen in place. Her mind blank. Hello, daughter? Are you okay? Your father and I didn't mean to keep this from you. It's a secret we've kept for 20 years. Although you are not our biological, but we have always treated you as our own daughter. Do not dare to tell you. Is afraid that you cannot think. After a moment's reprieve, Hoshi opened her mouth. Mom, I'm fine. I'm just a little slow. It was a little too sudden. Where are you? Mom's coming to get you. Me? I'm at a painting show. Hai reported the location information. She still found it unbelievable until she hung up. It's like a dream. The parents who raised them for 20 years. Not pro-life. Anyone else would have to break down. The scene was all stunned after witnessing it firsthand. This reversal is a real slap in everyone's face. Who would have thought? Yun Xiao wasn't drawing blind, much less cheating. When everyone thought the painting was impossible, painting old age at 3 years old is just a myth. It turned out to be a shocking reversal. He literally drew what the girl would look like as an adult with her childhood photos. It's even more exaggerated. True found himself at the scene, bringing to the surface this truth that has been hidden for 20 years. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. The movie wasn't even that dramatic. If there really is a difference, it's the hair. The girl has straight hair. The portrait has curly hair. The rest of the 5 senses look alike. Like taking a camera and snapping it. Such horrible attention to detail. Even beyond any modern tech. Chapter 180. Father and daughter recognize each other. A miracle across time. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Fuck. People numb. I thought that Yun Xiao would roll over. But it turns out that he wouldn't be wrong. Is this guy still human? Hurry up and send him back to Mars. Don't come to wreak havoc on Blue Star. This dramatic reversal is absolute. Casually drew a picture. Originally thought it was fooling people. However, the beautiful painter is really the old man's lost daughter. And the old man happened to see her painting again. Remembering her daughter, only to be drawn by Yun Xiao. Is it really doomed in the underworld? 3 years old painting old. How can it be real? It's awesome. Society needs this kind of master painter more than ever. Maybe not so nice and artistic, but real enough to help the parents of those lost children. I want to ask Yun Xiao to help me paint a picture. My son is also lost. Has not been found. Since I saw this live broadcast, I've regained my hope. See the reversal. Netflix was shocked too. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were killed. The daughter who's been in my heart for 20 years. The results are all around. Instead, he doesn't know. It would have been a complete miss if Cloudy hadn't drawn it. The truth of the matter will also be buried forever. Scene. The old man stared blankly at the beautiful painter. Shall we? The lips shivered violently. Long ago, I was too excited to speak, as if trying to put the girl in this moment. Connect with the memory of your 3-year-old daughter. He hoped that this time it was real and not an empty promise. One can't afford to take a blow like that. Resist the urge to rush up there. Time passes minute by minute. Everything, just waiting for the girl's mother to arrive. Only then will the truth come out. 20 minutes later, Hoshi's mother rushed to the scene. Seeing the showroom converge with so many people. At first, the mother was bewildered. Especially after seeing Yun Xiao's painting. He was even more surprised. Didn't your daughter come to the exhibition? Why are you modeling? Shall we? This. How is the drawing of you? Upon seeing her mother, Hoshi immediately greeted her. Explained the cause and effect to her. After hearing this, my mother was equally incredulous. What? A 3-year-old drawing an old man? A picture of you? Such amazing things. Anyone else would be shocked. Shall we nodded. Really? I saw him draw it. At first I didn't believe it either. But I just called you and you said that again, Mom. What's going on here? Learning that it all started simply because of a painting. Mother laughed bitterly without words, staring blankly at the man in the portrait. Another look at his daughter. I didn't realize that the secret that had been kept from me for more than 20 years, it was actually made public in this way. Stunned for a long moment, her mother relaxed. It's like a knot that's been opened up for years. Speaking slowly, he said, indeed, you were picked up by your father and I. That year, your father and I went to the train station to visit relatives, and we saw you being taken away by a man, crying and screaming. I distinctly remember when you had crocheted hair, a red hair tie, and a little panda embroidered on your dress. Hearing this, the crowd's gazes froze. Train station. Strange old man. It's obvious it's a human trafficker. Abducting someone to a train station is an obvious attempt to run. But the old man's focus was markedly different. What my daughter was wearing when she was lost, it was exactly as described by my mother. Red hair ties for my daughter on the way to the amusement park. The mother, her face reminiscent, continued. That man did not look like a good person at first glance. Your father and I were a little skeptical. Really, the child's parents, why were they crying so hard? At that time, people used to steal children at the train station. So we thought it couldn't be human traffickers. Could it? Your father went up to ask. And when the man saw it, he left you and ran away. We saw that you were alone, with no one to turn to, and we were afraid of being abducted again. So we took you to live with relatives first. It's strange. Before you were crying and screaming, but after you came with us, you became very well behaved. When you're at the relative's house, everyone likes you, but we knew you were lost with your family and must have been anxious. So we hurriedly stayed a few days and went home. And the next thing I knew, your father and I went to the train station every day and waited. But unfortunately we never saw your real parents. Then the police were called, but there was no news from the police, so they had to bring you home again and raise you until now. When your dad left, he kept talking about how he hoped you'd find your real parents, and that was the best thing he could have hoped for. Speaking of which, my mother had long since burst into tears. Hoshi's eyes were also red and she went up to comfort her mother. The crowd was moved to hear it. Some girls, in particular, are very emotional, followed by a quiet wiping of tears. The old man across the street couldn't contain his emotions any longer. Tears raged out of his eyes. Oh daughter, I am your father. The playground, the train station, we looked everywhere, we just didn't see you. Then the police were called, and the police looked for them, but there was just no news at all. Your mom and I were so disheartened that we could only go back home to the county first. This wait is more than 20 years. After searching for so long without hearing from you, we thought that perhaps you were no longer alive. The old man cried his eyes out. All those years of pent-up emotions completely exploded. Why? Both sides are looking for someone, and so are the police, but they just can't find them. Don't you think it's strange? What do you think? Think about when that was? More than 20 years ago. Do you think it was like now? With all the security cameras? If you got lost back then, it was basically impossible to find you. I can only say that fate has made a mess of things, and both sides have looked for them at the train station, and neither one of them has found them. Perfectly missed each other. And looking at them, it's not like they're lying, or that would be too much of an act. There was no internet at that time. The public security system was not connected, and it was harder than ever to find someone. Unlike now when you can check the whole country by typing in. It's really a blessing, thanks to Yun Xiao. Otherwise this secret will only be buried forever. After searching for a lifetime, it would be a real pity to miss your daughter when she is right in front of you. Netizens are also saddened by this. It's obviously in the same city. The favorites rubbed off again. The two sides didn't meet in time, until more than 20 years later. It took these two families to meet together. No one was happier than Hai. One more family, one more pair of parents. It's strange with biological parents though, but they didn't leave themselves behind. Always looking, persevering. That hit her hard. At the scene, 3 people were seen hugging and crying tears of joy. The crowd was happy about this. There is one more thing that must be done next. DNA testing. Although both parents confirmed it. But it is necessary to put a lid on this kinship. 20 years late, Huey's biological parents. The DNA information was left at the police station in the first place. Only her own share needs to be extracted. Just go back and compare again. Boy, thanks, thank you for this favor. In the next life I'll be a cow or a horse for you. The old uncle walked up to Yun Xiao and kneeled down with a plop. Just kowtow to him. Yun Xiao was startled and hurriedly went to assist him. Old man, what is this for? Get up quickly. I didn't expect the person to be on the spot either. No, it may be a small thing to you, but for our family, it's a great favor that can never be repaid in a lifetime. Hoshi and her foster mom came over as well. A deep bow was made towards the clouds. Handsome. Thank you. From now on, I have a new pair of parents. Young man, I thank you for my husband, he can rest in peace in heaven. Yun Xiao scratched his head and didn't know what to say. I didn't realize that I was doing it casually. Would have gotten such a big thank you from them in return. To be honest, he was quite happy inside. The crowd has been infected. Though this matter has nothing to do with them. But as a pro-lifer, the heart is equally full of emotion. Slap. For a moment, there was thunderous applause. All bowing and thanking the clouds. Witnessing this scene, the broadcast room boiled over. Thousands of netizens were also moved to tears. Next to him, Xiao Lei was shocked beyond words. Ghoul. Gulping, he similarly bent down and bowed to Yun Xiao. Again, I apologize for being so reckless just now. You are great. If there were more master painters like you, lost children would be saved. At this moment, it was as if Yun Xiao was surrounded by stars. Be the center of attention. Everyone is thanking him, expressing best wishes. Even Yun Xiao's thick skin could not be strained. Good thing. Someone relieved him. Only a man in a suit came rushing through the crowd, grabbing Yun Xiao's hand. He was full of excitement. Handsome. My nephew is also lost. Can you help paint a picture too? Any amount of money will do. Cloudy asked. Do you have a picture of him? The man in the suit shook his head inside. This is not available. The conditions of the family were bitter at that time, and she did not take a picture of the child. At that, there was a bit of a stir. No pictures? How do you draw then? Drawing old at 3 years old. That's got to have a reference too. What? And you want to draw it for you out of thin air? That's Harry Potter. Not an analog painter. Kind of hard for people. Hear the chatter around you. The man in the suit also felt embarrassed and shook his head regretfully and left. Just as he turned around, Cloudy suddenly spoke up. Is there a picture of the child's mother? The man in the suit was stunned. There is, yes. You are thinking? Yun Xiao smiled faintly, but the words he uttered were stone cold. Drawing a son by his mother. Chapter 181, Mosaics in the Face. Can this be painted? Restore the suspect's face. Scene. A group of gazes looked at Yun Xiao in unison. What the hell? Just got a 3-year-old painting old. And now you're painting your son with his mother? The man in the suit stared with wide eyes and asked incredulously. Handsome. You're trying to draw the son's appearance according to the mother's photo, right? Right. Yun Xiao nodded. Wow. Once again, the scene exploded. The crowd only felt as if they were struck by electricity. Nice guy. It never ends, does it? So many of the elite of the art world are here. That makes you look good, doesn't it? Isn't there also painting a daughter by her father? Drawing grandchildren by masters? The man in the suit was a little incredulous. It's understandable that 3-year-old paintings are old. The same person. Even if the look changes again, the difference will not be too great. But drawing the son by the mother, it always felt overly outrageous. But think of the wave of magical operations that Cloudy had done before. It gave him hope again. From his cell phone, he found a picture of his sister and handed it over. After looking at it, Cloudy reswitched the paper. Have the man in the suit hold up his cell phone so he can observe. And then asked, by the way, how old is your nephew? 25. He was 7 when he disappeared. Over a decade ago. Okay. Cloudy grabbed a pencil and drew again. The whispers died down. The crowd watched with wide eyes. Wanted to see how the cloudy sky would be by virtue of the mother's picture. Draw a picture of what your son will look like 18 years from now. Although there are similarities between mother and son, they are two completely different people. For them, it's just mind-boggling. If it can really be done, it's enough to be comparable to a god. Generally speaking, boys are like mothers and girls are like fathers. In folklore, it is also said that men pass on their skin and women pass on their bones. So it can be drawn based on the mother's bone phase. If the mother's face is square-boned and full of heaven, the son must be square-faced after his mother. Outwardly turned eights, slightly high arches, downwardly converging ends, and single eyelids. The eyes are slightly bowed in length, wide in the center and small at the sides, with full lids, which is typical of almond eyes. Yun Xiao said to himself as he observed. In no time at all, the shape of the face and the features were drawn on the paper. Then add highlights and shadows to emphasize the light and dark sides. A head portrait of a male is completed. It took no more than 10 minutes. The man in the suit looked dumbfounded the entire time. It was a rude awakening until then. Staring at the man's avatar on the screen, he couldn't help but lose his voice. This is too similar. It looks like my sister's face and her features are like my brother-in-law's. Gosh, it's too divine. The crowd was also dumbfounded to hear this. Looks like his sister, which is understandable. After all, it was painted after the mother statue, but with a brother-in-law alike. That doesn't make sense. Cloudy hasn't even seen a picture of his brother-in-law. This proves that it must have been drawn correctly. Yun Xiao smiled and handed the portrait to Xiao Lei. Officer, you follow what I drew and go to the public security system to sift through the comparisons and see if there are any highly similar people. Xiao Lei shook his head and nodded. Okay, wait a moment, said the man, took a picture of the portrait and sent it to a coworker. Ask him to help check it out. About 5 minutes. The phone rang. Xiao Lei was full of incredulity after answering. From his expression, the crowd was also able to tell. In the portrait recognition system, my colleague found people with a 97% similarity. This man, who was abducted by traffickers 18 years ago and raised in an orphanage afterward, is exactly 25 years old this year. I don't understand how it can be done. Last sentence. Not only did he want to know, but the whole room did. All eyes were covered in shock. Finding the right one again. This person, 80%, is the man's lost nephew. Men pass on skin, women pass on bone, and rely on a mother's photograph to draw her adult son? Not only did you draw it, but you managed to find the person. I'm feeling a little short on IQ. What should I do? Drawing an old man at the age of 3, drawing a son with his mother. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was fake. It's even more exaggerated than writing a novel. How is this a portrait artist? It's clearly a magician. In the future, any criminal who lets him take a look may not be able to escape. It's too scary. The man couldn't stay any longer after getting the drop on his nephew. Ask Xiao Lei for contact information and an address. Again and again. He thanked Cloudy. Just fire away. A father retrieves his lost daughter. An uncle retrieves his abducted nephew. Both are lucky. I bumped into Cloudy because I was attending a painting exhibition. Otherwise this life could be hopeless. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, no one will believe it. There was silence. It was only at this moment that they suddenly realized. Painting is not just art. It helps more people and makes society better. For example, these two plain sketches, put in a gorgeous and colorful painting show. It's not even noticeable, but the meaning and weight symbolized. No masterpiece compares. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Live streaming pop-ups blowing up. I used to think that art is only art if you can't understand it, because if you can, it's popularized, and you fall into the cliché. But today I realize that it's just self-exaltation. Art should be grounded, so that the paintings will be more meaningful. Urgently seeking contact information for Yun Xiao. My son is also lost. I hope he can help me draw a picture. A good man has a safe life. We all don't know that the contact information of the contestants program is confidential. You can go to Ninghai City to find him personally. It is recommended to find your local analog portraitist. This profession is relatively niche and the level is uneven. It may not be able to draw as good as Cloudy, but you can try. There is always a ray of hope. This explains why Yun Xiao is better at solving crimes than the police. Analog portraitist. This kind of person is the ultimate detail control. Horrifyingly amazing observation. No wonder he can restore banknotes 1:1. But this kind of painting is all about striving for realism. It's still far from art. This side of things is over. Cloudy had wanted to wander around the other pavilions, but Xiao Lei called out, "Handsome, wait." Yun Xiao looked at him suspiciously. "Anything else?" Xiao Lei smiled awkwardly, embarrassed and said, There is indeed a little thing I want to trouble you with. I wonder if you can help me paint a picture." Yun Xiao froze. "You lost your child too?" No. Xiao Lei hurriedly waved his hand. "It's not looking for a child. It's a case. Recently, there is a counterfeit banknote manufacturing gang that roams around the nearby vegetable markets, and many people have reported receiving counterfeit money. This thing is making a lot of noise, and it's still unsolved, so there's a lot of pressure from the top. So, could you please draw the suspect for us?" The clouds drifted off. No wonder they got him before. "Do you have a picture?" Xiao Lei hesitantly nodded. "There is surveillance. However, there is no shot of the front face, and it is very blurred. The suspect is also wearing a duck hat and mask. The chances of trying to recognize it are very small. Show me first." Xiao Lei took out his cell phone and flipped out a surveillance video. Sure enough, it was just like he said. The video is not very clear. When zoomed in, it's completely mushy. The suspect's face is all mosaic. Plus with the mask on, it's even harder to see. Trying to restore it is not normally difficult. Otherwise, the police wouldn't have failed to arrest anyone until now. Will this work? Seeing that Yun Xiao looked at it for half a day, Xiao Lei asked uncertainly. Cloudy refound the drawing paper, then hit pause on the video. This is an overhead 45-degree side angle. It is also the closest to the front position in the video. I would start with the eyes and forehead, the uncovered parts, and start restoring them. As he spoke, Cloudy took a pencil and gestured at the video. Prominent, angular brow bones, loose and split at the ends. The nasal peak is not evident from the side view. The person has a collapsed nasal bridge and flared nostrils. The underside is hidden from view by a mask, but from the muscular line of the jawline, which is concave inward. The lips are narrow and thin in accordance with the proportions of the face, and do not exceed 3.5 in breadth. In addition, the walking posture is more upright, and with the analysis of his dress, the age is between 20 and 30 years old. At the 12:35 mark of the video, there are reflections and he may have been wearing glasses. A large pinch in the side ear is a beckoning ear, narrow chin, tapered face, hair unseen, short to medium. The cloudy Neil was analyzed and manipulated. 10 minutes later, one has a thin face and wears glasses, svelte-looking young guy. In Xiao Lei's dumbfounded expression, then it jumps off the page.